The gate leading to the 100th floor of the tower opened. The higher one climbed this tower, the harder it became, and weak humanity had paid the price with the lives of millions of hunters. Her loyal guild members had helped her through that arduous journey. They were there for her and for everyone else. But as always, they were all dead, leaving only the final survivor, the S-rank hunter. She stood silently amidst the blazing battlefield, her face smeared with blood. The only one left was her, Kim I-young. A blonde teammate was dying on the ground, weakly calling her name. She turned her back on that teammate. With furious red eyes, she ordered the entity not to call her name using that body. She called him a disgusting corpse-stealing scum, and a system notification appeared, announcing the owner of the tower had arrived. The owner of the tower, in the body of the deceased teammate, stood there smugly, covered in blood. He activated a skill, summoning a monster with a massive mouth from a card to attack her. The monster's attack created a massive explosion upon impact with the ground. Two other snake-headed monsters prepared to spew destructive energy. Knowing that defeat here meant death, Kim I-young activated the defensive skill, Morning Wave Curtain. She unleashed a powerful, golden slash, tearing the two snake monsters apart. She recalled the painful loop, dying, returning, and climbing the tower once more. Memories of reviving, dying, and then endlessly killing and fighting tormented her. She was utterly exhausted from climbing the tower and starting over. With iron determination, she roared that she had gone through this damn regression 58 times and knew every rule by heart. Memories of past battles flooded back. When the owner of the tower summoned giant wolves on the 66th floor, he continued to use various skills like Asmodeus's snare and twin swords. She recalled knowing the enemy's attack patterns so well that they haunted her dreams. She had fought countless powerful enemies, from the water goddess to the chained demon lord. Returning to reality, she told herself to let her go home. She screamed, "Please," and unleashed a powerful energy attack. Bound in chains, the owner of the tower cried out in astonishment. With a look of agony, he called I-young's name once more. Both were caught in a confrontation, bound by chains. He mocked her, saying she was already dead. Kim I-young growled, demanding he get out of her life immediately. A lightning-fast slash swung out, splattering blood. She stood there, the bloodstain of the defeated enemy behind her. She wondered if she had finally ended it. A system window announced that the ruler of the final floor, the owner of the tower, had vanished. She was stunned when the system confirmed the epic quest conditions had been met, and she realized joyfully that everything was truly over. But at this very moment, she should have remembered the famous saying, "It's not over until it's over." She questioned it again, unable to believe she had succeeded. The system confirmed once more that the master of the final floor had been defeated. The epic quest completion conditions had been met, and all she could utter was, "Really?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from a slime-like creature, lamenting its defeat by a human. The creature screamed that its grand plan was not yet over, but Kim I-young scoffed that someone with a grand plan like world domination couldn't even die with dignity. After turning into a harmless puddle of liquid, it wondered if that was truly its plan, and she commented that it was uncreative. Notifications from her companion spirits appeared, expressing regret and weeping at having to part, and she told them it was time to say goodbye. Another spirit scolded her, but she only replied tiredly that they were old and should let her go home. She smiled, thinking of her Maltese dog named Cerberus waiting for her. While the system announced that the dog wouldn't remember the time she was away, she corrected it, saying she was the one waiting, and she desperately wanted to go home to see her dog. The voice of the defeated enemy rang out, swearing revenge, but she dismissed it, telling it to go find the author for revenge instead. The creature threatened to destroy her greatest wish, and its dark tentacles reached out and wrapped around her. She coldly told it to die quickly instead of cursing if it was about to perish. Kim I-young flew into a rage, stomped on the creature, and yelled that it had no right to talk about revenge after killing so many people. She put all her strength into her stomp. In its final moments, the creature cursed her to remain here forever. After everything ended, her companion spirits angrily cursed the owner of the tower, but she simply said she had won, and completing the quest was enough. The spirits began chatting with her, some praising, others tempting, which annoyed her, causing her to call one of them an old man. In her chibi form, she explained that both she and the old man were over 100 years old, and the spirit urged her to claim her reward. Slumping onto the ground, she agreed that it couldn't be delayed any longer, and eagerly called up the quest window to claim the reward. Suddenly, an urgent system notification appeared, reporting an error and initiating an emergency update. She looked up, confused, wondering what this notification was. She tried to open the status and quest windows but couldn't access them, making her anxious about her reward. She screamed in despair, demanding the system return her reward and send her back, but only received a tip of the day. A barrage of notifications advertising the author's next work appeared, leaving her stunned. A tear rolled down her cheek as she wondered why the next work had such a cheap-sounding title. After the system finished updating, notifications congratulating her on completing the epic quest continuously popped up. She fell to her knees, exhausted after having lived and died countless times. But a new notification appeared, stating that the reward content would be changed due to a system error. She looked up with a completely astonished expression. The system displayed the changed reward. Instead of returning to her original world, she would be transmigrated into a main character in a different novel. With bloodshot eyes in the darkness, she asked what transmigration meant. The system apologized for being unable to grant the promised reward and would instead transmigrate her into the main character of the next work. She calmly grasped her weapon and ordered the management team to be summoned. Her fury erupted, and she screamed, demanding the author be brought here. Kim E-young was engulfed in a blinding flash of light. The narration introduced her as S-rank Hunter Kim E-young, the regressor who destroyed the owner of the tower. The truth was revealed. She was originally a person transmigrated into the fantasy novel, The S-rank Hunter Gets Stronger After Every Regression, on the very day she was taking the civil service exam in Korea. On a snowy night, a young woman stood before the headlights of a car. She clutched her head in despair upon realizing she had died. After her death, she transmigrated into the novel she had read for 4 years and 7 months while studying for the exam. Initially, becoming S-rank Hunter Kim I-young and possessing overwhelming power was exciting. Her stats were all immeasurable, with luck at 999, but she still felt it wasn't enough. She had also contracted with 3 powerful entities, the King of Waves and Healing, the malicious blood cult leader, and the Lord of Temptation. Even so, she had never once defeated the novel's final boss, the owner of the tower. He had no weaknesses, possessed countless types of attacks, and since the novel was unfinished, no one knew how to defeat him. However, Kim E-young finally succeeded. She raised her greatsword high in the light of victory. She had figured out the strategy to defeat the final boss after 58 regressions. Waking up in an unfamiliar body, she wondered what to do next. While the malicious blood cult leader was also confused, the King of Waves and Healing also felt bewildered by the situation. In contrast, the Lord of Temptation seemed pleased to be in a familiar world. Sitting in the cell, she was furious that instead of returning home, she was forced to transmigrate into another novel character. Her indignation peaked when she realized she had never even read this novel. A quest window appeared, revealing her new identity as the villainess Renée Magritte, daughter of Duke Maquieras. A subquest stated that she was falsely accused of murdering the saint, Leanne Caris, and was currently imprisoned. She analyzed that the system remained the same, only the world had changed into a fantasy romance novel. She lamented hating the romance genre, admitting that even in her previous life, she only cared about pretty faces. The status window showed her new name was Renée Macias, with a family reputation level of -999. She noticed her skills were being adjusted and wondered if the system was performing a balance update. She recalled that the previous system was always perfect and tailored specifically for her, not sloppy like this one. She deduced that this transmigration was unplanned and might be due to the owner of the tower's curse. Her expression became determined when she considered this possibility. She wondered if that curse was truly strong enough to cause a system error. Sitting in the middle of the cell, she let out a sigh. She stood up, deciding it was time to start the quest instead of just sitting and thinking. She believed that escaping the prison was also a way to escape this transmigration. As she prepared to test her abilities, her entities began arguing over the method. The Lord of Temptation warned against speaking someone's name in this world, prompting Renée to ask for further explanation. Hearing that this world was connected to the demon realm, she was only disappointed because it was too cliché. She asked the entities to check their stats, and they reported that their power had significantly decreased. When the King of Waves reported being unable to use the water resurrection skill, Renée was not overly concerned. She confirmed if everyone was alright, and her entities unanimously agreed. Grasping the bars, she concluded that her abilities were only slightly weaker, and the real concern was the standards of this world. She easily bent the prison bars with her bare hands. With a strong force, she ripped the entire iron gate out of the wall. Holding the 2 broken iron bars, she realized that perhaps she didn't need to worry at all. The Maquieras family, the greatest warriors of the Ramdish Empire, was introduced. This family had produced many swordmasters, but was currently facing the risk of collapse. The Empire's only saint and the Crown Prince's fiancée, Leanne Caris, was also mentioned. The saint's amber eyes opened. The scene shifted to the desolate outskirts of Duke Maquieras' territory. This was the residence of Renée Maquieras, the disgraced noblewoman and the Empire's greatest villainess. A guard reported an attacker near the prison, and Duke Ante Maquieras ordered preparations for battle. Kirill Maquieras, the second son, drew his sword and sensed the tension in the air. A group of soldiers stood at the top of the stairs, beginning a countdown to attack. When the count reached 2, a gloved hand gripped the hilt of a sword. Renee stepped barefoot out of the darkness, cheerfully commenting on the smell of the basement. Kirill turned to Ante in surprise, asking him a question. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Renee appeared, carrying the iron gate, and cheerfully greeted everyone good morning. From the direction of the mansion, an astonished voice called Renee's name. In the drawing room, Ante angrily demanded to know who had released Renee, and she casually admitted it was herself. Having changed into a new dress, Renee showed impatience and urged them to continue with the task. Ante still didn't believe her, demanding the name of the person who helped her, causing Renee to silently remark that his voice was truly loud. He continued to ask if that person had killed Karis, while Renee felt that something was strange. Seeing Renee remain silent, Ante pressed her for an answer, while his status window appeared with an extremely low favorability rating. Kirill told Ante that their sister didn't seem to be listening, and his status window showed a higher favorability rating. Renee thought to herself that Ante's favorability was terribly low, while Kirill was aiming for the position of the beloved younger sibling. The system announced that the escape quest was complete, and a new subquest had been activated. 2 new quests appeared. Improve the relationship with her 2 brothers, and find someone who believes she is innocent. Renee muttered about the things she had to do and brushed aside Ante's question. She abruptly changed her attitude, smiled, and thanked them for their concern to increase her favorability. The 2 brothers assumed she had lost her mind, while Renee decided to ignore them. Renee leaned back, admitting that she was acting this way because she didn't understand the current situation. Kirill asked why Renee thought he was the one who killed the saint. Ante became furious, yelling that Renee herself had spread rumors that she would kill Karis and then disappeared, making the whole world suspect her. He said that imprisoning her was necessary to protect the family's honor, and he was even angrier that she had escaped again. Kirill tried to intervene, but Ante continued to scold Renee, asking her how much more she intended to disgrace the family. After listening, Renee calmly questioned him back about the evidence and the body. Kirill admitted that there was no concrete evidence yet, but Renee was the only suspect. Kirill turned to ask Ante if he had calmed down, and Ante replied that Renee having a grudge against Karis was a problem in itself. Ante buried his face in his hands in despair, wondering who could have killed such a virtuous person if it wasn't Renee. Kim Il-young recalled the original story, where Renee Magritte, due to her excessive love for the crown prince, repeatedly tried to kill his fiancé. She thought to herself that the development was too obvious and predictable. However, something was wrong, because the quest log stated that Renee was only accused, meaning she was not the culprit. The system might lack a conscience, but it doesn't lie, just as a novel doesn't deceive its readers. But it can certainly deliberately conceal the truth. Kim Il-young wondered who the perpetrator could be then. She declared to her 2 brothers that she had grasped the situation, but Ante sharply asked if she intended to confess. Kim Il-young countered, suggesting that Karis might have left on her own, and without a body, this was merely a missing person case. Ante yelled at her to use her brain, because Karis was about to marry the crown prince in a month, and had no reason to suddenly disappear. Kim Il-young repeated, "Oh, the wedding?" Her eyes flashed as she realized that this only increased the other possibilities. With a sly smile, she hypothesized that the saint had run away because she didn't want to get married. Ante scoffed at the idea, arguing that the saint was not the type to throw such a petty tantrum, and told Renee not to compare herself to her. Kim Il-young retorted, criticizing Ante's narrow vision and petty heart, which would accomplish nothing. She turned to whisper to Kirill that Ante seemed to be reacting better than expected, and asked if they should exaggerate a little more. She continued her hypothesis that the saint must have struggled greatly, making Ante curiously ask what she meant. Kim Il-young repeated Ante's own words that the saint was a very kind person. She acted dramatically, suggesting that because she was too weak to refuse directly, the saint had run away, making the crown prince angry and wanting to destroy everything. She smiled smugly and suggested they should investigate the crown prince right now. Kirill burst out laughing at the suggestion, and a system notification appeared showing his favorability had increased by 10. Kirill turned to Ante, advising his brother not to only suspect their sister. He suggested Ante try trusting Renee for once, but Ante dismissed it, asking why she was emphasizing their blood relationship now. Kim Il-young asserted that trusting family is fundamental. Ante said painfully that if she had ever shown a trustworthy gesture even once, he would have believed her. He recalled how the family had given Renee chance after chance, hoping that one day she would come to her senses. Returning to the present, Ante expressed his disappointment, while Kirill indifferently suggested there was nothing else they could do. Kim Il-young interrupted them and made an offer. Just 1 month. She declared that if they gave her 1 month, she would prove her innocence. She confidently repeated her request. Ante was stunned by her audacity, speechless. He asked what she thought she could accomplish, but she simply told him casually to stop and trust her for once. She looked at her 2 brothers mischievously, with a radiant smile. She asked if they were worried because they thought she might be right. Ante angrily clenched his fist. Finally, he agreed, and declared that if she could prove her innocence, he would do anything, even stake his honor. Kim Il-young happily accepted the agreement and designated Kirill as the witness, who also readily agreed. A system window popped up announcing a special quest, and Kim Il-young smiled, having been waiting for this. The quest required her to prove her innocence within 1 month, with the reward being 1 wish granted by Ante and increasing Kirill's favorability by over 100. She was pleasantly surprised to see that Kirill's favorability was also part of the reward. However, she noticed a problem. Why didn't Ante's favorability increase, even when his sister's innocence was proven? Her eyes lit up as she speculated that Ante must have some kind of hidden setting. Suddenly, Ante flinched and dropped his sword hilt. As he turned away, Kim Il-young stepped forward and grabbed his hand, telling him to take care of it for a month. Ante confusedly asked what she meant, while Kim Il-young secretly thought that there were many suspicious things going on. Her hand gripped his tightly. She let go of his hand and thanked him for his concern. Kirill observed them, noticing that something seemed to have changed. Ante raised his hand in a gesture, and Kirill asked his brother what was wrong. Ante looked down at his hand, secretly thinking that he had been unable to dodge that grasp. He couldn't believe that a top swordsman like himself couldn't avoid the grasp of a commoner who knew nothing about swordsmanship. He recalled that there was no skill or kindness in that grip, but a moment before, he had almost unconsciously drawn his sword, and wondered why. A drop of sweat rolled down Ante's temple. He slumped into his chair, wondering what this strange phenomenon was, while the image of Kim Il-young's smile haunted his mind. The scene shifted to the exterior of the magnificent Maquieras mansion. Kim Il-young sighed, wondering what to do now that she lacked so much information. She decided to start by seeking out sources of information, hoping there would be someone friendly to her in this vast mansion. Her efforts immediately failed when a maid criticized her strange words and disheveled appearance. Another maid coldly warned her not to disgrace the Duke further. The third maid irritably shooed her away, saying she was busy. Kim Il-young was astonished by their contempt, wondering how the original Renee had managed to survive. She desperately realized that her favorability dropped with everyone she met, and wondered if she was carrying a personal grudge against each individual. She decided to give up on gathering information from the mansion, but still had one thing to say. She grabbed a maid's hand and demanded that she at least show her the way to her room. The maid was surprised by the simple request and quickly left after leading her to a luxurious room. Kim Il-young commented that the room was actually quite nice compared to the treatment she had received. She cheerfully approached a large wardrobe. She decided to start by changing out of these uncomfortable clothes. Upon opening the wardrobe, she was stunned by the countless splendid outfits and jewelry, which she referred to as fancy-looking candy wrappers. She couldn't believe a duke was wealthy enough to spend so much on one noblewoman. She realized that with this wealth, buying sources of information with money would be easy, and so would creating admirers. Her skills, such as the sorcery of the malicious blood priest and the abilities of the Lord of Temptation, flashed through her mind. However, a system notification reminded her that her skills were currently suspended because their use had led to the death of a subordinate in a previous battle. Reflecting on the past, she decided she must act cautiously. The first step was to confirm whether the saint was truly dead, as there was no body, evidence, or witness. Kim Il-young mused that whether the saint had fled or been murdered, no one knew the truth for sure. She looked in the mirror and outlined her plan. If the saint was alive, she needed to get a statement. If she was dead, she had to find the culprit, step by step, so she could leave this world. The King of Waves and Healing announced that it could track the saint if it obtained her personal belongings, and Kim Il-young was confident she could handle that. Meanwhile, the malicious blood priest asked if they could frame anyone, while the Lord of Temptation boasted about his expertise in that area. Kim Il-young secretly thought their words were dangerous, and worried that the presence of another divine power here might cause the Lord of Temptation to be discovered. The Lord of Temptation was shocked by the sudden coincidence, and Kim Il-young decided to leave the room, realizing that spending money here wouldn't yield any information either. The King of Waves and Healing expressed concern about her safety, but Kim Il-young only asked back smugly, "Oh, who? Me?" She confidently asserted her status as an S-rank hunter and the regressor who had conquered the top of the tower. The malicious blood priest scoffed at the idea of anyone posing a danger to her, and the Lord of Temptation burst out laughing, making Kim Il-young secretly wish for someone to be caught just for fun. A spirit suggested going to the scene of the disappearance. She approved the idea but didn't know where it was, and another spirit offered a sharp observation. She asserted that even the worst things could be used for ill purposes, then spread her arms and declared it was time to go. The scene shifted to Ante Maquieras, who was looking on with a stern expression. Kim Il-young confronted Ante and the senior manager, forcefully demanding their cooperation if they didn't want the family suspected of murdering the saint, causing Ante to exclaim that she was threatening him. Auntie sighed in frustration but finally agreed to give her the report. However, he stipulated that she must take a guard with her. Kim E-young looked at the two soldiers standing nearby, indicating she didn't need an escort. She flatly refused, arguing they would only be a burden, but Auntie reminded her of the meaning of a condition. The senior manager sighed, suggesting someone else would accompany her. Kim E-young smiled slyly, suggesting that for her brother's peace of mind, he should send his closest associate to accompany her for easy supervision. She cheerfully requested an additional carriage, despite the scowling faces of Auntie and the manager. The carriage rolled away, taking them to a secluded area of the town. Kim E-young exclaimed in surprise as she stepped down from the carriage. She let out a breath and confirmed with the accompanying senior manager that this was the last place the saint had been seen. They were outside the Maquieras territory, where the saint had disappeared 10 days earlier while providing treatment in a slum, and it was still unclear whether she had been kidnapped or left voluntarily. Kim E-young suddenly heard a loud shout of "Magnificent" coming from a nearby tent. A priest named Melson appeared with acolytes, and Kim E-young quietly asked the manager what was happening. She secretly judged Melson's luxurious appearance, wondering if he took bribes, and curious about the glowing book in his hand. She approached, declaring she was here to find the real culprit, and requested cooperation, causing the accompanying acolytes to whisper that she was the prime suspect. When Melson asked if she was implying another culprit, she asserted that it was true, as she had not killed the saint. Kim E-young pointed out that they had neither evidence nor witnesses to accuse her, and the fact that the saint had not been found proved their incompetence. She smiled, offering cooperation for a good cause, but internally planned to exploit them, to gather information for her own investigation. An acolyte admitted her words were true, while Melson nervously whispered that he wished they could find the saint. Melson turned to ask someone else how they could possibly believe the claims of innocence from a noblewoman like her. Kim E-young smirked, realizing that mere words would not convince this man. She spoke up, feigning offense that her sincerity was being doubted. Immediately, the manager opened a splendid jewelry box. She declared that she had brought these donations for those who had endured such worrying events. Melson Priest gasped, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at the box full of treasures. The accompanying acolytes were stunned, witnessing Melson being captivated by the bribe. Melson's attitude changed 180 degrees. He apologized and eagerly offered assistance, and Kim E-young immediately requested any belongings of Liane Karis. He promptly presented the glowing Bible, saying it belonged to the saint, and she felt a divine aura emanating from it. Melson, still clutching the jewelry box, asked if she needed anything else. While she internally mused, that money certainly speeds things up. She requested to examine the tent where Liane Karis had stayed. Her gaze sharpened as she looked toward the campsite. Inside, she noted the tent was neatly and simply arranged, a suspicious modesty for someone hailed as the saint. The senior manager stepped in and called out to her. He started asking about the donation, but she casually dismissed it, saying that thanks to it, she had obtained the Bible. The manager looked troubled, saying he had assumed she hated the church after the incident with the archbishop. Kim E-young was completely confused, having no memory of what he was talking about. She put the book down and nonchalantly told him to continue, excusing herself by saying she had done too many things to remember them all. He recounted how Renee had thrown champagne in the archbishop's face, causing Kim E-young to interrupt and internally lament the troublesome life of this body. She recalled the manager's words, that Renee had said at the time that it was unfair and not the saint's fault. Sitting in the tent, she recalled the account that the archbishop had accused Renee of indecent behavior. The manager's story ended with that detail. Although people didn't believe the archbishop, the manager still asked if it was a misunderstanding, but she coldly told him to think whatever he wanted. She bitterly accepted that everyone now had prejudices against her, and she was free to do whatever she wanted. Because no one listens to a person with a bad reputation, she ordered the manager to wait outside while she investigated, and he complied. When alone, she mused that being misunderstood and ostracized was something she had experienced countless times in previous lives and would continue to face. She realized that in this situation, the truth mattered less than what others wanted to believe. What they didn't want to hear automatically became a lie. Looking at her reflection, she concluded that she could trust no one but herself, and now, this body was her. She wondered if anyone in this world was more trustworthy than herself. A large, authoritative hand appeared, symbolizing her determination that no matter how much she was doubted or accused, she would trust Renee. She told herself, if the world sees her as the villain, then she will become a true villain. Sitting on the bed, she promised herself, therefore, Renee, I will listen to you. Her face shone with determination as she made an internal vow never to doubt herself again. A hand reached out in the light, signifying the firm promise. A system window appeared, announcing that the subquest was complete because she had created believers in her innocence, and the reward was 30 reputation points. At another location, 2 guards were discussing the Duke's daughter's visit. Melson Priest reported to an unknown person that Renee was conducting a direct investigation to prove her innocence. He fell silent, looking toward a knight in splendid armor sitting opposite him. Melson secretly thought he hadn't expected the Crown Prince to send this person. The person was introduced as Sayedin Ansirad, the king of mercenaries, one of the Empire's only 2 sword masters, and the light of the Randisha Empire. Melson admitted that a case like this truly required someone of Sayedin's caliber to investigate. Melson Priest firmly warned that he would expose everything. Sayedin Ansirad ignored him, suggesting instead that they go meet the Duke's daughter right now. Suddenly, Melson collapsed onto the table. Sayedin was astonished to realize the priest had collapsed without any warning signs. In another space, Sayedin sensed the energy of a dream demon when a blonde female demon appeared behind him. He quickly drew his glowing sword. The demon dodged Sayedin's powerful slash, causing the ground to shatter. Sayedin stood firm, confirming that this was indeed the energy of a dream demon. He had to exert himself to defend. Realizing that this power was equivalent to a high-ranking demon, Sayedin wondered who could summon a demon of this level right in the middle of a place full of priests. While the image of a powerful demon king flashed in his mind, he broke out in a cold sweat due to the serious situation. Sayedin sensed that the enemy's power surpassed even that of the Crown Prince. In the past, Sayedin was just an orphan who survived the war. The only thing that helped him survive and rise was power. Although he had become the king of mercenaries and gained fame, he still did not feel satisfied. The endless thirst for power always burned within him. Sayedin believed that the power he was sensing was even greater than the Crown Prince's. Returning to the present, he stepped out of the tent. He realized the entire area had fallen asleep, and deduced that it couldn't have been caused by just one dream demon. He pinpointed the strongest energy source emanating from the saint's tent area. Sayedin walked through the silent campsite. He approached and felt a massive surge of dark energy swirling before him. The image of a gigantic, blazing red demon eye reflected in Sayedin's eyes. He was completely shocked by the sight. Sayedin stood alone in the desolate camp under the gloomy sky. He noticed this energy was strange, something he had never experienced and seemed to have surpassed his limits. He gripped his sword hilt, admitting that this power was beyond human comprehension. The dark energy swirled like a vortex, making him wonder if this was a natural disaster. Sayedin smiled, concluding that this power was incomparable to the Crown Prince's and that this was a person no one would dare harm. He was determined not to miss this golden opportunity and had to find out the person's identity. He thought about his lifelong goal, that only becoming stronger would bring him satisfaction. He yearned to feel more of this power. Sayedin stood before a large tent and shouted, demanding the person inside reveal themselves. Immediately, he was overwhelmed by the dark energy, causing him to stagger. Sayedin collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while 3 dream demons stood watching. Kim E-young, in Renee's body, smiled down. She was sitting next to the unconscious Sayedin, calling him this little kitten. A moment earlier, Kim E-young received a notification from the system that the body synchronization was complete. She scrolled through the system panels and realized half of her abilities were sealed. She grumbled that this was an annoying task that would be dealt with later. Kim E-young held the scripture, asking the King of Waves if she could use it to find the saint. She turned to ask the Lord of Temptation about summoning the dream demons, and the system notified her that the Lord of Temptation was angry about being ignored. She smiled, deciding to execute her plan. Kim E-young ordered the priest to take a short nap, while the dream demons she summoned flew around. The scene returned to the present, where Sayedin was lying peacefully among flowers. He had been moved to a bed and was still fast asleep. Kim E-young sat beside him, complimenting him on his beauty and saying he reminded her of a cat, while the King of Waves agreed. She gently touched his eyelids, drawn by his eyes, and the malicious blood cult leader commented that she truly knew how to appreciate beauty. Kim E-young was slightly flustered, admitting that might be the reason. The Lord of Temptation teased that she had a preference for handsome men, causing her to angrily order the system to mute it. The Lord of Temptation immediately sent an extremely loud private message protesting the muting. Kim E-young in her chibi form covered her ears, screaming because of the noise and complaining about the system. She tried to refocus, telling herself she needed to decide what to do with Sayedin. She opened his status panel, noticed his stats were very strong, and the Lord of Temptation complained that it didn't like Sayedin. Kim E-young leaned back, asserting that in the end, power was everything. The Lord of Temptation suggested killing Sayedin immediately, and she pondered thoughtfully. She smiled and decided to spare his life because she quite liked him. The reason was that this was the first time someone had no negative feelings toward Renee. Kim E-young was extremely surprised by this discovery. She looked at the sleeping Sayedin and commented that he was not only beautiful and cute, but also seemed obedient. She deduced that he wasn't someone who judged others based only on rumors, but the malicious blood cult leader sensed something ominous. She thought that with his titles, he surely had a lot of information. And, being a swordmaster, he would be very resilient. Kim E-young smiled. She had made up her mind. She reached her hand toward Sayedin's face. With a radiant smile, she declared that from now on, he belonged to her. She explained to the malicious blood cult leader that she would turn him into her subordinate, a companion, which angered the spirit, who demanded she kill him immediately. She ignored the squabbling spirits and asked the Lord of Temptation for the report. After reviewing the report, she was surprised to discover there was a witness. She realized that Melson Priest and the acolytes had deliberately hidden the witness from her. Her anger flared up at the thought that Sayedin was also involved in the Crown Prince's orders, and she raised her hand. In her fury, she lost control. Kim E-young realized in shock that she had accidentally punched and broken the nose of the unconscious Sayedin. Her spirits began arguing about her actions, forcing her to demand silence from all of them. She placed her glowing hand on Sayedin's face to heal him, saying she would fix her mistake but would scold all of them later. In a dark space, a voice echoed, calling a child named Blackie to wake up and face punishment for angering the master. Sayedin Ansirad, subconsciously, wondered confusedly who Blackie and the master were. A black-haired man appeared, claiming to be his new master, and threatening punishment if he didn't wake up, confusing Sayedin even further. Sayedin opened his eyes, feeling Kim E-young's healing spirit on his face. He woke up in bed, wondering why his nose hurt. He shot up, recalling the strange surge of energy before he passed out and wondering what had happened. Kim E-young stood beside him, asking if he was awake, while the water spirit hovered near her hand. The water spirit dissolved into her palm. Sayedin realized she was the daughter of Duke Magritte. Kim E-young merely smiled mysteriously. She asked him if he seemed to know her, and if they had met before. Sayedin replied that they had never met, but he noticed her aura was completely different from what he had heard. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that something was wrong. In a chibi visualization, Sayedin looked defensive, asking her to step back. Kim E-young suddenly asked if he remembered, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, Sayedin's eyes widened as he sensed her spiritual power. Her gloved hand rested on his shoulder, radiating dark energy. He wondered in shock when she had placed her hand on him, and more importantly, what this sensation was. He realized in horror that it was the spiritual power of the Magritte family. Kim E-young sat down on a chair, confidently asserting that she was the person he was looking for. She called him Blackie, asked if he was following the Crown Prince's orders, and mocked his wisdom stat, leaving Sayedin stunned. She questioned why he hadn't publicized the existence of a witness to the saint's disappearance. Sayedin evaded the question, saying he didn't know what she was talking about. Kim E-young moved closer, stating that she had met the witness and knew everything, asking him not to waste time. She revealed the saint's final actions and the person who had requested the cover-up. She grabbed his collar, saying that what angered her was that they had hidden everything and pretended not to know. She looked him straight in the eye, repeating her accusation. With a sinister smile, she revealed that the saint was not kidnapped but left on her own, meaning she was imprisoned unjustly. Sayedin explained that the Crown Prince believed the saint left because she was threatened by her. In a fantasy sequence, Kim E-young pinched the cheek of a chibi Sayedin with dog ears and a tail, commenting that he was more obedient than she thought. She admitted it was a reasonable assumption based on the records, but insisted it wasn't true, and her spirits agreed. Sayedin suggested that the Crown Prince must have a different opinion, and she agreed. Kim E-young analyzed that when his fiancée disappeared, right before the wedding, the Crown Prince hiding the witness could only be for two reasons. Either he trusted no one, or he valued his reputation more than his fiancée. Sayedin remarked that she was far different from the rumors. He reiterated the rumor that she had loved the Crown Prince for a long time, but she flatly denied it, saying she hated him now. In chibi form, she expressed disgust at having fallen for the person who framed her, leaving Sayedin silent. Sayedin pondered deeply. He decided to tell her something about the Crown Prince and the Saint. He revealed that their relationship was not love but merely a contractual engagement out of necessity, illustrated by an image of them as puppets. Kim E-young slammed her hand onto the bed. She excitedly confirmed, "I knew it. They don't love each other, right?" Sayedin hesitantly asked why she was suddenly telling him this, and she just laughed. Kim E-young deduced that since it was an arranged marriage, the Crown Prince wanted to eliminate any possibility of being suspected of kidnapping and murdering his fiancée. She concluded that she was also a thorn in his side, so she was eliminated. She sighed in relief, saying that once she had found out everything she needed to know, she would leave. Sayedin quickly stopped her, asking if she was a demon, but she casually replied that she was human. He confusedly asked how a human body could reach such a state. He recalled that it was a power that shouldn't exist. In Sayedin's recollection, her energy appeared as a gigantic black python, a power that was not only immense but also carried an ancient grudge. He wondered what a human with a short lifespan must have gone through to acquire such power. Kim E-young smiled. She casually replied, Just die 58 times, leaving Sayadin speechless. She added, "Or you could try saving the world," making him think she was joking, as he'd heard the young lady had never wielded a sword. Sayadin asked why she was hiding power strong enough to unite the entire continent. Kim Il-young secretly thought she had no interest in unification. Sayadin told himself, "I knew it," assuming she only followed the path of the sword, while she just wanted to go home. Sayadin gripped the blanket tightly, making a decision. With a solemn and flushed face, he declared he would serve her as his master. He knelt on one knee before a completely stunned Kim Il-young. She could only utter one word. "What?" Sayadin also asked blankly. "What?" Sayadin's flashback began. He was Sayadin Ansirad, the Empire's light with countless achievements. As a commoner, he received both hatred and admiration, but the only thing he cared about was the path of swordsmanship and surpassing his own limits. Even the Crown Prince, said to be the strongest in the Empire, was no match for him. Sayadin thought the Crown Prince was stronger than him, but the difference wasn't enough to overwhelm him. When he lost his goal, boredom enveloped him, making him lose interest in everything. But one day, he encountered a light that illuminated his forgotten desire. That desire was named Renée Magritte. Sayadin Ansirad's favorability increased by 300, and he earnestly begged her to teach him a magnificent lesson. A system window appeared, asking if she would accept the mercenary king as her disciple, making her ponder how he would serve her. She reminisced about her long life, never having had a disciple, because she knew the outcome would always be the same. In Kim Il-young's original form, she thought that even though living alone was difficult, she hated being responsible for others' lives, and wondered if this guy was worth changing her mind for. Back in the present, Sayadin looked up at her hopefully while she looked down with a pensive expression. Her choice was made, and she decisively replied, "No." A system notification appeared, confirming Kim Il-young's choice of no, causing Sayadin Ansirad's favorability to drop by 100 points. Sayadin looked hurt, innocently asking if she didn't like him. Kim Il-young replied that she liked him, but she had her own path. She explained that she didn't want anyone to be responsible for this and was about to leave, but Sayadin hastily called her back. He looked at her with an earnest and slightly flushed expression. Kim Il-young was stunned by that expression, secretly thinking his eyes were exactly like a cute Cerberus in her world. While the spirit king of waves and healing advised her to listen to him because he was handsome, she reluctantly agreed to listen to him. Sayadin knelt and explained that he was stuck. Even when meeting the Crown Prince, who was said to be the strongest, he felt nothing. He said that the moment he saw her, something inside him awakened. Kim Il-young coldly asked what that was. Sayadin looked at her with an ecstatic expression, while Kim Il-young looked annoyed and incredulous. He continued his strange compliment, calling her a newborn. Kim Il-young was horrified by his words. Sayadin concluded, by comparing her to himself, someone who had been born a long time ago. He earnestly begged her to teach him. Sayadin asserted that it was definitely a compliment, and this was the first time he had wanted to compete with someone like this. Kim Il-young glared to the side, secretly blaming the spirit for urging her to listen to him. Sayadin clarified that he wasn't asking her to accept him, and Kim Il-young just sighed in thanks. He solemnly swore that if she accepted him as a disciple, he would assist her both materially and spiritually and obey all her commands. Kim Il-young pondered, realizing he was a perfect source of information, while her spirits offered conflicting opinions. She looked down and declared her decision. She would accept him as a disciple, but added that he survived thanks to his face. Sayadin's eyes widened in joy and surprise. A series of system windows appeared, announcing that Sayadin's favorability had increased by 200. Her reputation had also risen, and a special quest regarding the first disciple had been activated. Sayadin joyfully called her master, but Kim Il-young shivered and asked him to just call her young lady as before. She immediately asked about his promise of help, preparing to extract information. Sayadin asserted he would answer everything, making Kim Il-young secretly feel burdened by his enthusiasm. She sat down and asked him everything he knew about the Crown Prince and the Saintess. Sayadin confidently declared his loyalty now belonged to her, not the Crown Prince, which made her feel both annoyed and slightly relieved. Before answering, he advised her not to become an enemy of the Crown Prince due to his political standing. Kim Il-young just smirked to herself. She teased his concern by patting his head like a dog, while Sayadin seriously warned that the Crown Prince was not someone to be taken lightly. Sayadin awkwardly smoothed his hair. A flashback began, recounting the story of the Saintess Liane Karis, who was considered the embodiment of God. Thanks to the people's affection, her engagement to the Crown Prince strongly solidified support for the royal family. The Crown Prince was described as a ruthless person, willing to shed blood to protect this relationship. However, the Saintess suddenly disappeared, and a witness claimed she had left on her own. Back in the present, Sayadin admitted that the witness's story had always bothered him. Kim Il-young thoughtfully identified the last witness as the youngest priest. The flashback continued, showing the young priest tending to the saintess and hearing her mumble about having to leave. In her sleep, the saintess appeared extremely anxious, muttering that there was danger and she had to leave immediately. Despite the priest's attempts to reassure her, she insisted that she had to go, or it would be very dangerous. Sayedin recounted that afterwards, while the priest fell asleep, the saintess disappeared. Kim Il-young analyzed while eating bread, wondering why a saintess with divine power would have to flee from danger at night. Her spirits began to argue loudly, proposing theories until she, annoyed, used the system to force them all to be silent. Sayedin handed her a bottle of milk and explained that a bride fleeing right before her wedding and claiming danger would certainly make everyone suspect her fiancé, the crown prince. He added that the crown prince also had rivals. Sayedin revealed that the crown prince's only political rival was Princess Edine von Ramdish. He was surprised to find that she didn't know this, and Kim Il-young merely gave an evasive answer, citing her circumstances. She awkwardly changed the subject. Kim Il-young presented her plan. To clear the murder accusation, she had to find the saintess and prove she was alive, but bringing back someone who had fled due to danger was another matter. Sayedin looked at her with eyes full of admiration, causing her to choke on her milk. She told him not to look at her like that because she wasn't a good person, but he misunderstood and offered to correct the false rumors about her. Kim Il-young snapped, telling him not to do that and to sit still. She concluded that the core issue seemed to be the crown prince, so she would deal with that first, leaving Sayedin completely bewildered. He timidly asked if she could teach him her method of resolution. Kim Il-young smirked, saying it wasn't difficult, just meet and negotiate with the crown prince. Sayedin pointed out that the crown prince would never listen to her, but she confidently retorted, "Who says so?" As she spoke, she lightly tapped his nose with her fist, declaring that she preferred physical communication over words. Sayedin blushed, covering his face as he pondered the phrase physical communication. He asked if she intended to use force and suggested it was a good option, but Kim Il-young irritably denied it, wondering what kind of person he thought she was. She explained that it was something similar to a threat, but not a life-threatening one. She outlined the problem. To negotiate, she had to meet the crown prince, but he would refuse all meetings, and infiltrating the palace was too troublesome. She broke off a piece of bread and asked Sayedin a riddle. How do you lure someone who refuses to leave their house? Her hand clenched. With a sinister smile, she conjured a fireball in her palm and declared, "Now, I'll burn his house down." The scene shifted to a mansion at night. Inside a moving carriage, Sayedin asked Kim Il-young a question. He asked why she wanted to bring him to the duke's mansion. Kim Il-young secretly thought it was because of a system quest. Looking out the window, she told Sayedin that she wanted to be friends and become closer. Sayedin was touched, saying that he didn't need her to teach him, as simply being by her side was a lesson in itself. Kim Il-young coldly dismissed it, saying it was just his illusion. She explained the real reason was that having him by her side would help her grasp the situation faster, making Sayedin, in his chibi cat-eared form, look a bit disappointed. Sayedin suddenly said seriously that perhaps it would be better if he didn't accompany her. Sayedin Ansirad pondered the nobility's unfavorable view of a commoner swordmaster like him. He knew that they always wanted to label him a commoner despite his talent. Kim Il-young listened intently to his thoughts. She secretly thought that people were the same everywhere. They were always afraid and sought to bring down anyone who could become a threat. She recalled the past, when many people both feared her power and wished for her failure. She noticed Sayedin had a special fervor, unlike the priests who always avoided her. Before departing, she told him they were ready, and system notifications appeared, showing that both their reputations had increased. Sayedin secretly found it ironic that someone as talented as him felt constrained, while a villainess did not. Kim Il-young asked if he was known as the Light of the Empire, and he shyly admitted it. She offered advice, comparing her despised status as a noble to his lauded status as a commoner. She gently touched his nose with her index finger. She encouraged him to confidently face everything, no matter how tiring it was. She pressed her finger between his eyebrows and told him not to frown if he didn't want wrinkles. She said that since no one would care about him anymore, he didn't need to waste time worrying about his haters. She advised him to trust his own reputation and live boldly, just as she once did. Sayedin felt the weary melancholy in his heart somewhat alleviated. Sitting in the carriage, Kim Il-young secretly thought that taking him as a disciple was the right choice, as his favorability increased by 50 points. As soon as they arrived, she encountered her two brothers, Ante and Kirill Makieris. She told them directly that Sayedin was there to help her work, and asked them not to cause trouble without reason. A vein throbbed on Ante's temple. Ante roared her name, questioning her status as a lady. While Kim Il-young had anticipated this reaction, Ante pointed a finger at her face and called her an idiot, but she merely asked back nonchalantly. She calmly commented on her brother's rude tone, likening him to a chick chirping all day. Ante was stunned to be called a chick. She turned to criticize the maids for ignoring her words. Then, she scolded her two brothers for losing their temper over not being able to handle one younger sister. She declared that she didn't need to be treated like a young lady, only like a human being. Ante growled that no matter how tough she acted, she was still a young lady. He continued to disparage Sayedin, saying that even if he was the crown prince's investigator or a swordmaster, he was still just a commoner. When Ante tried to grab her arm to drag her away, Sayedin quickly blocked him. Sayedin smiled, praising Kim Il-young's words and asserting that status didn't matter when he was the empire's only swordmaster. Both confidently turned their backs and walked away, with Sayedin adding that those guys all had empty heads. Ante and Kirill stood frozen, realizing they had been humiliated by their own troublesome younger sister. Ante yelled from behind, claiming she had no right to invite others home while being a suspect. Kim Il-young yelled back that she brought someone home to prove her innocence and told him to shut up if he couldn't help. System notifications appeared. Auntie's favorability decreased by 50, while Kirill's increased by 20. She was smug about her eloquent speaking skills, while her companion spirits chattered about the newly hatched chick. She turned to Sayedin and said they should go. Auntie still tried to call after her, but she firmly replied that she couldn't stay, and Kirill's favorability increased by another 20. She told her two brothers that she was busy with a guest and told them to read the newspaper tomorrow morning. Ante and Kirill were left behind, completely bewildered by what was happening. Kirill remarked that it was the first time he had seen his sister handle things so confidently, making Ante reconsider. Kirill continued to argue that the King of Mercenaries' recognition of her would bring credibility, and if she were cleared, it would also be good for the family. Ante listened in silence. He clenched his fist, admitting he was extremely uneasy having to wait while rumors spread. He worried that if Renee was truly innocent, the only suspect would disappear, and he wondered how to find Liane. The next morning, the mansion appeared in the dawnlight. Kim Il-young stirred awake in bed. She squinted at the dazzling sunlight. She reached her hand towards the light, wondering if it had always been so warm. An image of a skeleton in the cold tower appeared, a place devoid of warmth. She clasped her hands to her chest. Sitting up in bed, she felt that her time in that place seemed to have truly ended. She wondered if Sayedin was awake yet, and decided to go find her guest herself. In a chibi flashback, she recalled having mentally trained him, but he still seemed timid. She suddenly realized someone had arrived without her knowing. A notification panel explained her passive skill, Enhanced Senses. She recalled that when she was in the tower, this skill was always active, preventing her from sleeping or eating well. Therefore, she nicknamed it the Beggar Maker, and always turned it off after arriving in this world. The reason was simple. She felt that in this world, no one could touch a single hair on her head. Her companion spirits offered contradictory advice, but she turned off the conversation. Suddenly, frantic, insistent knocking on the door startled her. Headmaid Erin burst in, and a status panel appeared, showing her favorability rating was -480. Kim Il-young sat on the chair, sarcastically commenting on the maid's incredibly low favorability rating, while they demanded she come downstairs. She coldly stated that their attitude accurately reflected that rating, and demanded they clarify their purpose. The maids looked at her with disdain. Erin and another maid exchanged a sinister smile. Their shadows enveloped Kim Il-young as Erin sarcastically asked how many people in the mansion were looking for her. Kim Il-young realized there was something unusual about their attitude. She saw them fixated on a small stain on her clothes, visualizing them as ants. The maids bowed their heads, but Erin said that she was not a young lady, but a disgrace. Erin continued to mock, saying that all she knew how to do was act pretty. Kim Il-young secretly thought that blaming others was a very common thing. She faced them, realizing that they only believed in numbers and reputation, while the truth didn't matter. Erin sarcastically asked Kim Il-young how she intended to deal with her, with money or with a deal. Kim Il-young sat on the bed, calmly replying that here, power seemed to be the most important thing. Erin challenged, asserting that the young masters were the ones with power, not the young lady. Kim Il-young wondered if that meant she was powerless. Then she stood up as a surge of dark energy rose. She advanced menacingly towards Erin and warned that the maid still knew nothing about her. Erin's eyes widened in extreme terror. She suddenly clutched her throat, trying to scream in pain as she couldn't breathe. Erin collapsed to the floor, panicked as her breath was cut off, while the other maids watched in horror. Tears welling up, Erin begged for help as she felt she couldn't breathe anymore. Kim Il-young's image reflected in her eyes. In Kim Il-young's eyes, the struggling maid's image was clearly visible. She silently observed Erin's agony. Erin lay on the floor, gasping for breath and desperately calling her lady's name. Kim Il-young raised her hand, activating a skill that put the target into a sleep state. Erin's face was filled with horror as she felt the magic taking effect on her. Her eyes rolled back as she fell unconscious. The other maids screamed in panic, thinking Erin was dead, but Kim Il-young coldly stated that she was only sleeping. One of the remaining maids quickly knelt, begging Kim E-young for mercy. Kim E-young looked down with a dejected expression. She recalled her past in her old body, when she was constantly ignored, when weak and pushed to her death when she regained strength, never receiving comfort. Back in the present, she wondered why these weaklings would bully those even weaker, while the malicious blood cult leader believed all commoners were the same. She questioned why they, also weak, would bully others. Kim E-young looked down thoughtfully. She admitted to using force, and her companion spirits offered conflicting advice, from support, to ignoring, to suggesting complete destruction. She reassured herself that everything was fine, and this was just a resting phase. Anyway, thanks to the spirits, she had no time to feel frustrated. The red-haired maid woke up, letting out a confused cry. She stammered, trying to recall her duties, and hastily asked her lady to prepare to go to the restaurant immediately. Kim E-young said she would go herself, and ordered the maid to take care of those who were still unconscious. She smiled contentedly, thinking that from now on the maids wouldn't dare bother her, and the King of Waves and Healing remarked that this was a more gentle solution compared to her previous life. Turning in the hallway, she was startled to see Sayedin Ansirad, and inwardly admired her generosity compared to her previous life. Sayedin bowed, likening himself to a cat burglar who had arrived. Kim E-young called his name, and Sayedin explained that he had sensed a murderous aura and had come. She smiled, playfully asking if he had truly sensed it. Sayedin secretly admitted that her power was on a completely different level compared to Kirill. Kim E-young gently asked if he was alright. She asked if he intended to blame her like the others, but Sayedin immediately denied it. He explained that everyone he met here said it was his fault. Sayedin asserted that he had never treated her badly before. Kim E-young silently agreed with his words. She said that everything was fine now, though it seemed she was feeling a slight pain in her side. Kim E-young announced that it was time to go meet her brother, Ante. Sayedin responded seriously, agreeing to accompany her. In the dining room, an angry hand forcefully plunged a knife into a newspaper. Ante Makiris pointed at the article and yelled, demanding that Renee Magritte explain herself. Kim E-young remained calm, bringing her fork to her lips. She complained that her brother was too noisy and asked what he wanted her to explain. Ante angrily pointed at the article, but Kim E-young retorted by asking if he couldn't read or if he wanted her to read it to him. As Ante was about to lose his temper, Sayedin intervened, and Kim E-young also told her brother not to make a fuss. Ante worried about the troubles their family would face and their father's standing in the imperial court because the article spread rumors about the crown prince. Kim E-young called her brother's name while cutting a piece of steak. She suggested he was irritable from hunger and offered him a bite, but Ante angrily refused. She ate while declaring she would prove her innocence, mentioning the priest's testimony and admitting the name she made up was just a joke, but the testimony was real. Ante questioned the testimony's authenticity, while Sayedin suggested that the crown prince might have his own reasons for wanting to bury these rumors. Ante looked at Sayedin suspiciously, accusing him of turning his back on the investigation. Sayedin declared that he was not loyal to the crown prince, but merely fulfilling his duty as a royal knight to find the truth. Ante growled, questioning Sayedin's act of revealing case evidence to his sister, a suspect. Sayedin retorted, asking if Ante was upset because a commoner like him was helping his sister, or because his sister was about to be exonerated. In Kim E-young's thoughts, the image of a plucky chick, Sayedin, confronting a fierce wolf, Ante, appeared. A chibi version of her appeared, holding signs cheering for Sayedin and announcing that Renee Magritte's reputation was rising. Sayedin told Ante that he didn't know they were friends, but Kim E-young interjected, saying that wasn't the case. Sayedin looked at Kim E-young and firmly stated that, regardless, he would do so from now on. Kim E-young secretly thought that she heard he would feel embarrassed saying such words. While a chibi version of her poked Sayedin's blushing cheek, she turned to Ante and pointed the knife at him, declaring that it was his turn now. Kim E-young demanded that her brother apologize for being rude to her guest yesterday. A flashback showed Ante's thought that even though Sayedin was a swordmaster, he was still just a commoner. Sayedin looked confused and touched by Kim E-young's protective action. Ante reluctantly began his apology to Sayedin. Sayedin interrupted, saying he didn't need an apology, as someone else deserved it more. Kim E-young quickly interjected, demanding Ante apologize to her as well. Ante angrily asked why, and she replied that he was also rude to her, yelling like a gorilla. Ante retorted that she was also rude and blamed her for the family's reputation as the saint's killer, but she argued that it was unfair and called him a coward. Ante picked up his knife. He pressed the blunt side of the blade close to his eye. Ante declared that she was suspected due to her past actions, and he would only apologize if she provided concrete proof of her innocence. After finishing their meal, Kim E-young announced it was time to prepare for guests. She mentioned someone would be arriving soon, and King of Waves and Healing confirmed a guest had already entered the estate. Ante wondered if his sister had invited someone again, but she replied that this guest had come on their own. She clarified, stating it was an intruder. Ante was still confused by his sister's words. Suddenly, a high-ranking manager rushed into the room in a panic to deliver urgent news. Sayadin had to restrain Ante as he angrily stood up, while Kim E-young calmly remained seated. Ante gritted his teeth in anger at the sudden chaos. His chair was flung backward by his abrupt movement. Ante turned and shouted, demanding to know who caused this. Kim E-young casually remarked on her brother's hot temper, while Sayadin asked if there were any other guests besides himself. She cryptically replied that it was someone he knew very well. The scene shifted to a garden hallway, where Kim E-young's spirits were commenting. Meanwhile, Kim E-young, having changed into a different outfit, felt annoyed as Lord of Seduction eagerly anticipated a confrontation. She dismissed the thought and proceeded down the hallway. With a determined expression, she thought they would finally meet. A man with blonde hair stood at the end of the hallway. He was revealed to be Ishir von Ramdish, the crown prince of the Ramdish Empire, and he called out Renee Magritte's name. Kim E-young smiled and formally greeted the crown prince. A system window appeared, displaying Ishir's stats, and Kim E-young had a premonition of a complicated connection. Immediately after the greeting, a notification popped up stating Ishir's favorability had dropped by 10, leaving Kim E-young utterly bewildered. Ishir appeared offended, complaining about her treatment. Auntie stepped forward, asking why the crown prince had come unannounced, and Kim E-young silently cheered her brother on. Auntie sensed something strange about the situation. Ishir unexpectedly lifted Kim E-young's chin with his hand. He looked directly into her eyes, remarking that she wasn't hiding her changes and questioning who she was. Sayadin observed with sharp eyes, ready to intervene. He quietly monitored the situation with a vigilant expression. Kim E-young coldly warned Ishir not to touch her body without permission. Ishir demanded she stop provoking him and tell him what he wanted to know. Kim E-young confidently thought that even though Ishir was supposedly the strongest in the empire, he was no match for her. Ishir was stunned by her confidence. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stated that it no longer mattered. Ishir's red eyes glinted with suspicion. He firmly declared that he was certain she was the culprit. Sayadin worriedly thought the crown prince's attitude had gone too far for a normal person. Ante also appeared shocked by the accusation. Kim E-young told herself that trusting and protecting family was fundamental. Ante swallowed, seemingly affected by her words. Kim E-young looked at her brother meaningfully. Ante stepped forward to shield his sister, telling Ishir that his attitude was unbecoming of someone who had never learned swordsmanship. Kim E-young noticed Ante's trembling hands, and felt sad that he was still protecting her despite his fear. Ante turned to look at his sister, confusedly calling her name. Ishir's hand had already reached for his sword hilt. With a dark aura, Ishir argued that her skills made her the prime suspect in Lian's disappearance, and demanded to know where the saint was. Kim E-young nonchalantly replied that it was none of her business. She turned the tables, asking Ishir what he had done to the saint. Angrily, Ishir gripped his sword hilt, preparing to draw his weapon. Kim E-young taunted, asking if the world's greatest swordsman was afraid of a commoner. Ishir's eyes blazed with fury. A metallic sound echoed as the sword was drawn. Sayadin had already moved swiftly between them, using his scabbard to block Ishir's attack. Ishir angrily ordered Sayadin to get out of the way. Sayadin adamantly refused, stating he did not believe Kim E-young was the culprit. Ishir accuses Sayadin of siding with the culprit, but Sayadin denies siding with anyone. Ishir shouts, listing the reasons why Renee is the prime suspect. Her hatred for Lian and her newfound power. Sayadin tries to placate the crown prince, arguing that someone with her skills would have chosen a more efficient method if she wanted to kill. Kim E-young interjects, stating that if they truly want to find the saint, they should cooperate. She thinks to herself in annoyance, believing that if Sayadin hadn't stopped her, she would have already struck Ishir. The Lord of Temptation asks if she intends to kill him, and Kim E-young replies with confusion that of course she will restrain her power. Ishir questions her about the suspicions she has raised, but she retorts, accusing him of hiding witnesses and framing her to get her imprisoned. Ishir admits that he did it out of desperation. Kim E-young calmly assesses the situation. She suggests they move to another location to talk, as the conversation will be a long one. The four of them move to a new location together. As they walk, Ante takes his sister's hand. He asks her, as someone skilled, what her actions mean. Kim E-young tells Sayadin to go ahead, and he obeys. Her eyes gleam with calculation. A system window shows Ante's favorability towards her as -213, and she realizes he won't believe her with such negativity. Ante states that it's none of her business, but Kim E-young insists she has the right to know what concerns her brother. She pulls her hand away, asking when they became so close. Kim E-young apologizes to Ante and states that he is not qualified, activating the Avalon Curse skill, which puts him into a deep sleep. Ante Macieras stumbled forward as he lost consciousness. Kim E-young supported the collapsing brother, casually commenting on the situation. Sayedin Ansirad was astonished by her ability, while Ishir von Ramdish wondered if he was a demon swordsman. Ishir brushed the matter of the newspaper article aside, asserting that the current situation was more important. He demanded she answer properly regarding the source of her power, questioning whether she had truly sold her soul to a demon. Kim E-young sarcastically admitted it, saying that's what happens after dying and coming back to life about 58 times. While Ishir glared, she secretly thought that the truth was too complicated to explain. Undeterred, the Crown Prince continued to interrogate her about the quantity and level of magic she could use. Kim E-young snapped her fingers with a click, interrupting him. She questioned why she should meticulously explain her abilities to him, reminding him that she was not his subordinate just because they shared a goal. Ishir took a step back, agreeing not to ask further about her skills. However, he immediately changed the subject. He turned to Sayedin, asking why he concealed his identity as a demon swordsman, when it could grant him noble titles and high status. Kim E-young interjected, inferring that Ishir's words implied she was considered a disgrace because she was weak. She began to explain the core principle of this world, the law of the jungle, where the strong hunt and dominate the weak. In the beginning, this continent belonged to monsters, magical beasts that multiplied faster and were stronger than humans. But humans were intelligent. They joined forces to repel the monsters, built walls, and established nations. The human archers simultaneously drew their bows. Showers of arrows poured down, solidifying humanity's position. When the monsters were pushed beyond the borders, the human era began, ushering in a renaissance. Yet, once the common danger vanished, humans turned their swords on each other to fight over resources. The Iramdisha Empire grew strong by adhering to the rule of the strongest surviving through conquests and wars against other humans. This is a world where war and competition are constant. It is because of this ideology that her family worships strength. The Crown Prince prioritizes a rising power over his fiancée, and a daughter deemed weak suffers contempt. Kim E-young created a small orb of light in her palm, pondering Ishir's words. She thought that if she had revealed her strength, she could have aimed for the successor position and avoided this tedious ridicule. However, she smiled and declared that she was not interested in anything the Crown Prince had just said. Sayedin and Ishir listened in silence. A memory of her previous life surfaced, when she was crowned and only thought that succession or establishing a new family was troublesome. Power and fame were things she once pursued, but in the end, that pursuit only left exhaustion and shock. She recalled the scene of herself standing amidst the ruins of the kingdom. The image of the past with the bloody crown of thorns merged with the present, and she affirmed that she was truly too tired. Returning to reality, she decisively pushed the unconscious Ante off her. As he fell to the floor, she declared she had no intention of letting those who only measure human worth by strength treat her well. She accused them of ignoring, despising, and failing to treat her like a human being. She admitted that becoming useful and stronger held some promise, but she felt disgusted thinking about being treated like a pawn in their hands. Although fast asleep, Auntie's thoughts echoed, suggesting her reasoning was naive and that she still didn't understand the world. Kim E-young smirked meaningfully, wondering what he knew about the world. Kim E-young smiled provocatively, saying she regretted the words she had spoken and wondered what would happen if she truly spoke her mind. She posed a hypothetical question to the Crown Prince. Would he exploit her by becoming engaged to her instead of the saint? Angrily, Ishir slammed his hand onto the table. He leaned forward, his red eyes blazing, questioning Kim E-young whether she thought he believed her words. The Crown Prince turned to vent his anger on Sayedin, calling his name. Kim E-young calmly intervened, telling him not to blame Sayedin. She explained that Sayedin had not even sworn loyalty to the Crown Prince from the start. Kim E-young asserted that she didn't care about the relationship between him and the saint, as proving her own innocence was more important. In a fleeting thought, the original girl's soul happily chased a dog, causing the current Kim E-young to sigh in exasperation. She regained her focus, urging the conversation to move quickly. Standing up, she declared that whether she was strong or weak didn't matter, and demanded everyone refocus. She revealed her plan was to borrow the words of a more reputable person to release an article exposing the real culprit. Kim E-young concluded that the reputable person was the Crown Prince himself. Ishir skeptically asked if this was truly the action of an innocent person, but she merely responded by asking him the same question back. The Crown Prince frustratingly ran his hand through his hair, asserting that Lian was his fiancée, and he had no reason to kill the future empress. Kim E-young coldly asserted that there was a reason to kill her. She smiled confidently and declared his motive. The saint wanted to leave you. In a symbolic scene, Kim E-young realized the Crown Prince's intention was to blame her and decided she would not accept it. She understood that releasing the article was a counterattack, both to prove her innocence and to place the Crown Prince under suspicion. She challenged the Crown Prince to prove his innocence so she could verify it. Ishir, with cold, sharp eyes, dismissed her accusation as nonsense. Kim E-young casually replied that once something is written down, it can become reality. Sayedin clenched his fists while observing the tense confrontation. Kim E-young continued recounting her hypothesis, describing the scene where the crown prince tried to force the saint to stay. The scenario culminated with the image of Ishir killing Lian Karis as everything he gained from the marriage was about to vanish. Returning to reality, she asked the crown prince what he thought of her hypothesis while he angrily ground his teeth. Ishir shouted furiously, asserting that Lian had never intended to leave him. Kim E-young pointed out that his reaction was already evidence, and she could provide proof that she was not the culprit. The crown prince slammed his fist onto the table, cracking it, attempting to restrain his fury. He looked at her seriously and demanded that she listen carefully. Ishir firmly declared that if anyone in this world was truly innocent, it was him. Kim E-young analyzed his reaction and secretly asked her companion spirits whether they should trust him. The spirits appeared with varied reactions, and she showed contempt for the cowardly suggestion of surrender made by one of them. Recognizing the deadlock, Kim E-young proposed a temporary ceasefire so they could both take a step back. Ishir agreed to withdraw the knights on the condition that she release his envoy, but she replied that this was not within her authority. She reminded him that the crown prince himself was in charge of the investigation into the saint's disappearance, causing him to sigh. Ishir admitted that even if he was responsible, he still needed convincing proof that he was not the culprit. Kim E-young secretly wondered why he was making such a fuss. She looked him straight in the eye, presented something, and asked if it was enough to serve as evidence. Kim E-young looked at Crown Prince Ishir and asked if the evidence she presented was sufficient. She dropped a folded piece of paper onto the table, stating that it was the last place the saint had been seen. Ishir was stunned, while Kim E-young asserted that the evidence showing the saint was recently alive was the most crucial thing. She explained that the reason for the saint's disappearance was that she had vanished from the Maquieras territory, a place currently in turmoil. Kim E-young argued that while she was imprisoned underground, the saint had been discovered in a different area. She cheerfully concluded, "If the saint is not dead, then she is completely innocent." Ishir was astonished, questioning where she obtained this information. Kim E-young looked annoyed, while Ishir secretly wondered if she truly only cared about the source of the information. The King of Waves and Healing Spirit showed disappointment, wishing they had found it sooner, but Kim E-young told herself it wasn't their fault. Ishir picked up the paper, calculating that if Lian's trace was truly found here, all suspicion would be cleared. He said they still needed to verify it, while Kim E-young leaned back comfortably in her chair. However, Ishir ordered her to wait there until the results were available. Kim E-young's eyes snapped open, and she cursed silently in anger. She thought to herself that he was trying to take credit for her information, but Ishir pointed out that she was still the biggest suspect. Suddenly, the paper in Ishir's hand began to dissolve into particles of light. Kim E-young declared that the crown prince was the one who didn't understand the situation, and she still believed he was the top suspect. She proposed a compromise. They would go together, as it was better than dying alone under mutual suspicion. Ishir was skeptical, wondering if she would stab him in the back, and recalling her overwhelming power. Kim E-young calmly countered, asking what guarantee she had of his trustworthiness. She moved closer and asserted that if she had truly wanted to kill the saint, Lian would have been dead long ago. Ishir tensed up, recognizing her formidable abilities. Kim E-young held out her hand, decisively proposing a truce. Ishir covered his face in frustration, muttering that this was ridiculous. He agreed to the truce but warned that he would always be right behind her, ready to strike if she tried anything. Kim E-young countered with a threat that she would leak the information to the princess if he acted suspiciously. As she was about to leave, Sayedin called her back. He grabbed her hand and asked why she shook hands with the crown prince. Sayedin explained that he just wanted to wipe it off, then used his own handkerchief to clean her hand. Crown Prince Ishir was speechless, watching Sayedin's actions in astonishment. As Kim E-young walked away, Ishir asked Sayedin when he became Rene Macias's lapdog. Sayedin asked the crown prince to mind his words, while Ishir warned that he would regret his decision. Sayedin coldly replied that he regretted following the crown prince even more. He said that Kim E-young was completely different from the crown prince, and comparing them was disrespectful. Sayedin smirked, adding that Kim E-young would never have such reactions. Ishir commented that Sayedin's words were sharp, but he merely replied that it was his mood. The crown prince turned away, ordering Sayedin to prepare for departure. Ishir looked pensive, causing Kim E-young to ask if something was wrong. As they rode through the forest with the knights, Ishir asked Kim E-young if she was alright, but she only questioned what he meant. He continued questioning her about leaving the Maquieras territory, prompting her to ask in return if there was any reason for her not to be alright. Ishir remarked that it was surprising to hear such words from Kim E-young, whom he believed could not live her entire life in the territory. Kim E-young coldly replied that there was nothing surprising, as he had no reason to know anything about her. In his thoughts, Ishir wondered why Renee had so many surprising facets, completely unlike the stubborn villainess image he once knew. He continued observing and remarked that she didn't usually wear outfits like this. Ishir recalled that the previous Renee never wore anything but extravagant dresses. But Kim E-young asserted that she actually preferred the current outfit. She thought to herself, feeling apologetic to Renee for changing her preferences. But honestly, she had been forced to wear dresses the entire time. Kim E-young explained to Ishir that this outfit was prepared by her brother, Ante. When Ishir wondered why she hadn't worn it before, she simply retorted curtly, "Why should I have?" She decided to state plainly that she no longer loved him, and figured it was good to have one less terrible person around. Ishir was completely stunned, only managing to utter, "What?" Kim E-young confidently asked if he thought she would pursue him forever, and reassured him that once everything was over, she wouldn't appear before him again. She first apologized silently to Renee, then corrected it into a firm promise. With a determined smile, she promised herself never to love him again, and to treat that unrequited affection as if it never existed. She repeated in her mind that this was a promise. She loudly swore to herself, "I will never love the Crown Prince again." Ishir fell silent, seemingly trying to digest her words. He asked what she planned to do from now on, but she just asked what he meant. Ishir pressed sarcastically if she intended to cling to someone else, as she had done with him, suspecting that person was Sayadin. While the Lord of Temptation sensed a strange aura, Kim E-young looked confused, and asked what he was talking about. Ishir explained that he had seen Sayadin lingering around her yesterday, and questioned whether he had won her affection through pity or strength. Angrily, Kim E-young yelled that she couldn't understand his thoughts and told him to mind his own business. Ishir blurted out a curse as she spurred her horse ahead. Sayadin Ansirad quietly rode his horse up beside Kim E-young. He muttered, "Idiot," clearly aimed at the Crown Prince. Sayadin called Kim E-young, causing her to turn and look. He announced that they would arrive in a few hours, but she complained that it was still too long. Kim E-young continued to criticize the slow speed, and Sayadin could only apologize. She glanced behind her and said the apology should come from Ishir, who had wasted time by dragging the entire company of knights along. Sayadin remarked that the more time passed, the more confusing things became, prompting Kim E-young to ask him to repeat himself. She blurted out, wondering why she had ever liked such a brat, and Sayadin simply replied with an, "Ah." Kim E-young resolved that from now on, she should stay away from childish people like that. Sayadin looked at her with a serious expression, thinking to himself that if she just gave the order, he would eliminate all of them. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Kim E-young mused that, if he was going to do that, she should have utilized him sooner. In a chibi panel, she pointed out that his words were nothing short of treason, but Sayadin asserted that he only followed her, not the Crown Prince. Returning to reality, Kim E-young told Sayadin that she would keep his offer in mind. Sayadin unexpectedly asked if she was all right, as he felt she seemed more anxious than usual. He repeated his observation while looking at her with concerned eyes. Kim E-young brushed him off, saying she was fine, then secretly activated the Blessing of Water skill to dispel fatigue and enhance her physical condition. Empowered, she declared she would go ahead and spurred her horse into a gallop, leaving Sayadin behind. Kim E-young secretly admitted to herself that Sayadin was right. She was truly anxious. It had been a while since the main quest appeared, but the epic quest to end this body possession was nowhere to be seen. She recalled a small, bloody sword from the past. Then a system window appeared against a backdrop of blood-stained stone. It was the epic quest. Stop the owner of the tower, with the reward being a return to her world. In the memory, Kim E-young in her original body stood amidst piles of monster corpses, holding the quest panel. She recalled that it was the only quest that could take her home. Back in the present, she wondered if this world's genre was different, or if there was a prerequisite quest that needed to be completed first. Despite trying to act more proactively, the return quest remained silent, and the system only indicated that an error was being fixed. Feeling her anxiety surge, she received advice from her companion spirits. She dismissed one suggestion and listened to another piece of advice, that she should focus on physical activity to stop overthinking. Kim E-young agreed with the old man and decided to focus on proving her innocence for the time being. However, she couldn't stop thinking about it. She looked up at the sky, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She wondered if she was stuck here forever. The group arrived at a normal town, the last location where the saint was seen, according to the notes. The heavy iron gate opened, allowing them to proceed inside. A soldier had apprehended a man, declaring to the Crown Prince that he was the one who had taken the saint. The Crown Prince said that if his men hadn't swept the area, they could have found her immediately. Kim E-young thought to herself that it was a waste of time. The arrested man awkwardly introduced himself as Derek. Crown Prince Ishir drew his sword. He pointed the tip of his sword at Derek, threatening that he had better tell the truth about Leanne if he didn't want his name carved on a tombstone. Derek frantically confessed that the saint had indeed been at his house, but he hadn't known it was her until a knight showed him a flyer. Pressed by Ishir, Derek gave contradictory and hesitant answers regarding why the saintess had come to his house. Ishir lost patience and demanded, "And then what?" A black boot suddenly stepped forward. Kim E-young kicked Derek to the ground and ordered him to lead the way to his house. Derek looked utterly astonished when asked to go home, which Kim E-young found inwardly confusing. Ishir decided the entire group would go there to investigate. Derek reluctantly agreed to lead the way. Upon arrival, everyone was stunned by a massive mansion, and Kim E-young asked if this was truly his house. Kim E-young, Ishir, and Sayadin all found it unbelievable that such a luxurious place was frequented by the saintess. Kim E-young secretly wondered why someone who frequently ran away, like the saintess, would live in such a lavish house. Her companion spirits, however, were extremely excited, with one suggesting they take over the house. Kim E-young dismissed the old man's thought and suddenly noticed a strange scent. She paused as she identified the scent. She turned to Sayadin and asked if he smelled anything strange and familiar, and he confirmed it. Sayadin asked if the smell was coming from him, but Kim E-young denied it, saying he only smelled of lavender. Kim E-young realized there was a suspicious odor inside the mansion, and her spirits also confirmed the presence of decay. Her eyes sharpened as she realized what the smell might be. She abruptly turned away, causing a surprised Sayadin to call after her. Sayadin only managed to smile before she acted. Kim E-young suddenly dashed away at breakneck speed, leaving a startled Sayadin calling after her. She followed the scent and rushed forward, trailed by Sayadin and the Crown Prince. The scent grew stronger as she moved deeper into the corridor. In her mind, she scanned the doors, eliminating them one by one. Finally, she identified her target, a set of double doors at the end of the hallway. She stated firmly that the source of the scent was right here. Her hand reached out and grasped the doorknob. Sayadin, having just caught up, asked if she had found something. The Crown Prince warned her not to act alone, but Kim E-young only urged them on, saying there was something inside. Sayadin was stunned when she decisively opened the door. He began to ask Kim E-young about what he sensed inside. Kim E-young simply confirmed his suspicions when they saw a charred arm. The Crown Prince, horrified, covered his mouth and nose at the terrible sight. He exclaimed that it was a corpse when the charred hand, wearing the victim's ring, was revealed. Outside, the red-clad soldiers fell into chaos. Derek was brought forward, knelt down, and frantically screamed that he was innocent. Sayadin analyzed that the warmth emanating from the ashes indicated the body had been burned about 20 minutes prior. Kim E-young realized the victim had been murdered while they were investigating, and regretted that if she had acted alone, she might have saved the person. The malicious blood cult leader argued that her actions were correct for the mission, while the King of Waves and Healing comforted her, saying she did nothing wrong. She sighed, distressed that a life had been lost, regardless of the mission's outcome. Sayadin asked if it was the saintess's body, and Kim E-young replied that she could sense divine power emanating from it. A person's powerful divine energy can persist even after their death. Both looked at the horribly deformed corpse. The body was still smoking, proving it had only recently been incinerated. Kim E-young recalled the scene of her and the two men riding horses from the territory to this location. She mused that this proved the saintess had been alive until that very moment. The Crown Prince painfully looked at the ring, wondering why his fiancée, Lian, had been murdered. He recalled the moment he gave her the engagement ring, asserting that it couldn't be mistaken because he had commissioned it himself. The ring was enchanted with the highest level of protective magic, making it indestructible, which is why it was the only thing remaining. A system window appeared, announcing that the mission to prove innocence was complete. Despite the death, the mission was over, and the King of Waves and Healing once again comforted Kim E-young. She calmly recalled that she was far too familiar with the sight of people being burned to death, especially at the hands of the owner of the tower. Memories flooded back of a teammate being burned alive atop the tower by a giant monster. Below, she had to face the frenzied horde of monsters alone. Returning to reality, Kim E-young finally realized why this scent was so familiar. It was the smell of death that she had grown weary of in her previous life. Sayadin and Sirad questioned Kim E-young, arguing that the saintess leaving at dawn was illogical and demanding an explanation for the corpse. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Ishir grabbed the collar of the suspect, Derek, who was frantically insisting he knew nothing. Derek stumbled backward, desperately begging to be saved. Sayadin quickly intervened with the Crown Prince, reminding him that Derek's guilt had not yet been determined. Crown Prince Ishir ground his teeth in anger, but held back his hand. Sayadin irritably shoved Derek hard, forcing him to kneel. When the situation temporarily calmed down, Kim E-young stood observing from behind. Sayadin asked Derek about the time the saintess left, and he tearfully replied that she had quietly departed early in the morning. Kim E-young decided to interrogate him herself, asking Sayadin to leave and ensuring no one, not even the Crown Prince, was allowed inside. Sayadin obeyed the order, left, and tightly closed the door. Inside the room, Kim E-young raised her hand toward Derek, beginning to cast magic. She smiled mysteriously, saying that from now on, he would have to be absolutely honest. The whisper of Belial skill was activated, and threads of dark energy penetrated Derek's brain, causing his eyes to glow. Kim E-young thought to herself that this skill was very convenient but also full of risks, which is why she couldn't use it on someone with strong resistance like Sayedin. She ordered Derek to recall his last memory with the Saintess, and he only saw darkness, indicating that the skill was working effectively. Derek also sensed a strong resentment, making Kim E-young realize that he had been affected by a similar skill previously. Suddenly, Derek said that he couldn't sense the Saintess's divine power, which surprised Kim E-young. Derek stammered that it wasn't divine power, but dark magic, while the Lord of Temptation spirit vehemently denied that this magic belonged to a demon. Kim E-young pondered, thinking that a Saintess couldn't have gone that far with just one demon. She deduced that the Saintess being able to use demon-related skills proved that a very talented individual was pulling the strings behind the scenes. She wondered who that person was and what their goal was, while an ominous shadow appeared on the floor. Suddenly, the King of Waves and Healing Spirit raised its hand to signal, drawing Kim E-young's attention. The spirit reported that the Crown Prince was trying to destroy evidence, leaving Kim E-young astonished by his actions. She immediately rushed out of the room, heading straight for where the Crown Prince was sitting. Kim E-young confronted the Crown Prince, asking if he had something to tell her, but he pretended not to understand. She shouted that the Saintess's will had been found, something her spirit companion had witnessed. The Crown Prince questioned whether she had a spy among his knights, but Kim E-young merely replied that it was keen intuition. Ishir didn't believe her, suggesting she was either colluding with his knights or stalking him. He flashed a smug smile. The Crown Prince raised his sword, declaring he disliked both possibilities and intended to destroy the will. Kim E-young smirked defiantly, saying that if he were in her position, he would do the same thing. Ishir coldly replied that he had never been in her circumstances. Kim E-young held up the will, explaining that the reason she didn't give it to him was to protect him, which made Ishir scoff that she was audacious. She challenged him, wondering if he could maintain his composure after reading its contents. With an angry expression, Kim E-young began to read the contents of the will aloud. Leon Karas's letter revealed that her life had been defiled, and she could no longer bear it. As she read, her spirit companions appeared, and the malicious blood cult leader advised her to flee immediately. The letter's contents further revealed a false engagement with someone who didn't love her, and another person who wanted to kill her because of that engagement. In a flashback, Leon Karas prayed, writing that although she could forgive those two people, there was one person she could never tolerate. In her final words, Leon Karas admitted that she was the one being swayed by circumstances. Kim E-young crumpled the will, realizing that they were all screwed. She told Crown Prince Ishir that they had just stepped onto a sinking ship. When she emphasized that the ship was sinking completely, Ishir pretended not to understand again. Kim E-young exploded in despair, shouting that if this accusation got out, both of them and her mission would be ruined. A system window appeared, reminding her that the main quest was to achieve fame, and the dire consequences if she failed. She lamented that, despite trying to stick to the original plot, her nature was to break everything, causing the Lord of Temptation to question the wisdom of that action. While Kim E-young braced herself for the impending trouble, Ishir insisted that Leanne would never do this and that the secret would be kept. She confronted him, wondering how he could be so calm when it was clear someone had interfered and manipulated everything. Secretly calling him an idiot, she listened as Ishir confidently declared that his knights were tight-lipped and that he wouldn't announce anything yet. Kim E-young challenged his confidence by proposing a bet, whether the contents of the will would spread or not. Unbeknownst to them, the Crown Prince's own guards were discussing it, doubting his judgment. She pointed out that this was a trap set up to ensnare both of them. Kim E-young challenged Ishir's faith in his knights, asking if he truly thought the plan to suppress the will would succeed. She confidently asserted that soon the entire empire would know about the will, finally making Ishir reflect on the knight's perspective. She finalized the bet. He should trust his knights, and she would trust her own experience. Ishir accepted and set a condition, but Kim E-young calmly replied that no matter who won, he would be the one who had to listen to her. Just then, she pointed toward the door, announcing the arrival of the very knight squad he trusted implicitly. Several of the Crown Prince's guards in red uniforms rushed into the room. A soldier stammered the news that the Saintess's will was currently spreading throughout the empire, simultaneously as a system notification showed Kim E-young's reputation had dropped to -897. With a strained smile, she watched her reputation continue to plummet to -899, and thought that even though she had won the bet, she wasn't happy at all. Later, while lying exhausted in bed, she received a new subquest: cooperate with Ishir to clear up misunderstandings and earn his trust. She recalled having to return to the mansion as if fleeing, remembering the advice of both Ishir and Sayedin. Above all, she couldn't stand the heavy, suspicious gazes of the knights. Overcome with anger, Kim Il-young suddenly ripped the collar of her nightgown. She threw a pillow in a fit of rage, frustrated at being blamed for something she didn't do, while Sayadin was at the palace handling the situation. Crushing another pillow, she fumed about the annoying nature of the new quest, which was far removed from her usual commands of killing and punishing. A knock on the door interrupted her anger. It was her younger brother, Kirill, and she allowed him entry. Kirill Makieris stepped inside, slightly bewildered by the messy state of the room. He looked down and asked what she was doing, seeing her sprawled on the sofa amidst a sea of feathers. Kirill expressed confusion at her indifferent attitude, but she casually told him to just stand there and speak. He announced that their father had taken care of the murder charges, to which she sarcastically replied that new accusations had already arisen. Kirill then revealed that the entire Makieris family was heading to the capital, intending to use force to resolve the issue. Kim Il-young sat up, a satisfied smile on her lips as she admitted that she liked her family's aggressive approach. Holding a ruined pillow, Kirill asked if she was angry about the situation. She calmly replied that she wasn't as angry as their eldest brother, Auntie, and imagined him throwing a fit at her for bringing up more new accusations. While the malicious blood cult leader proposed a violent solution, Kim Il-young thoughtfully touched a feather. As an idea began to form, Kirill explained that Auntie's rage stemmed from his affection for Lien. Utterly stunned, Kim Il-young learned from Kirill that their eldest brother, Auntie, had been harboring a one-sided love for the saint for the past 10 years. In a humorous visualization, Kirill scolded Renee for forgetting that she had bothered Lien, which was why Auntie yelled at her. Kim Il-young was annoyed by Kirill's exaggeration of Auntie's love for Lien. Looking at Renee's portrait, she secretly wondered how deeply Auntie had loved her. She suddenly realized a complication. Since the saint was engaged to the crown prince, Auntie never stood a chance. Sitting on the sofa, Kim Il-young pondered how to handle Auntie's situation. While recalling the quest objective stating that all accusations were misunderstandings, a system window appeared, and she wondered if the misunderstanding was Renee bothering the saint, or the fact that the saint had died. Kim Il-young asked Kirill directly if he thought she had killed the saint, and he replied that he didn't believe she had done it personally. She conceded that since Leon's will stated she had suffered because of her, it was effectively the same as causing the death herself. Kim Il-young sadly concluded that, ultimately, she was the one who killed Lien. Kirill stood up, commenting that she had been acting strangely lately, and her memory was getting worse. He added that her demeanor seemed subdued, but she merely replied indifferently that it was natural for one's mood to decline when someone dies. Kirill yelled that it was precisely such words that made him find her so strange. He asserted something more important. She never actually intended to kill the saint, which surprised Kim Il-young. Kim Il-young looked at him, confused, asking what he meant. She suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Kirill's collar and demanding he elaborate. Kirill explained that she wasn't the one who hired the assassin, it was just that everyone knew about it as if she had. Kim Il-young realized that the person who hired the assassin to murder the saint was not Renee. She pushed Kirill away and pressed him, asking if it wasn't her, then who the real culprit was. Kirill speculated that since the saint was the empire's protector, the culprit might be an enemy of the royal family, such as the radical supporters of the princess. Kim Il-young covered her face, still skeptical, but Kirill insisted she wasn't smart enough to plan such a thing, and reiterated that Auntie had interrogated him out of deep concern for Lien. Angrily, she yelled, asking why everyone knew she had hired an assassin, and Kirill replied that she had declared it herself at a party. In shock, Kim Il-young lost control and relentlessly beat Kirill with a pillow, while her companion's spirits reacted via system notifications. She mused, realizing that, according to Kirill, Renee had intentionally taken the blame for someone else. A flashback showed Renee doing this because she was ignored by her family. She wanted to appear strong and terrifying, so no one would dare look down on her. This action was likened to a hedgehog raising its quills for self-defense, a pathetic attempt to assert power. Her companion's spirits, the malicious blood cult leader, the king of waves and healing, and the lord of temptation, all expressed disappointment and regret. Kim Il-young found Renee's actions childish and self-destructive, a misguided form of self-defense. Meanwhile, Kirill, with a bandage wrapped around his head, complained about her strength, and his favorability toward her increased by 30 points. Kim Il-young seriously called Kirill's name, getting his attention. She declared that even though it was late, they would fix everything together, making Kirill wonder if they included him. Immediately afterward, she delivered a punch to Kirill's head. She scolded him for also being at fault, but Kirill unjustly argued back that she was the one who caused all the trouble. Kim Il-young accused him of neglecting and looking down on her, reminding him that he knew well how poorly she had been treated in the household. She stated that he knew what he had done wrong, and that was why he came here to tell her the truth. Then, she gently patted Kirill's head, thinking that he was still salvageable. Kirill protested being treated like a child, but Kim Il-young merely smirked and told him to be grateful. She picked up a feather, saying that he still had to take responsibility. Holding the feather up to Kirill, she declared they would resolve and settle everything together. Finally, Kim Il-young asked Kirill to look out for her from now on, as an older brother. Kirill hesitantly asked back, "As your older brother?" Kim Il-young smiled, confirming that they were family and would handle everything together from now on. She secretly resolved that with his help, she could leave this place without regret and eventually return to her own world. The scene shifted to the magnificent mansion of the Maquieras family in the capital, Ramas. Inside a luxurious room, Kim Il-young felt a strangely familiar sensation and wondered why it was so large. She dismissed the thought, deciding the room wasn't important, and resolved to continue her work. The King of Waves and Healing Spirit appeared from a system window and handed her a book it had found, making her happily thank it. Kirill's earlier words made her realize that someone lonely and unjustly accused like Renee must have needed a place to confide. The thought suddenly occurred to her. Perhaps those things would be written in a diary. She blamed herself for not thinking of this sooner, as Renee's villainous image had clouded her judgment. The system window revealed that the diary was hidden under the mattress, a place she realized no one would ever find. Kim Il-young curled her lip in annoyance, thinking that no one had bothered to clean that area. Clutching the diary, she promised herself she would clear Renee's name and decided to start reading from the most recent pages. The first diary entry was Renee's desperate lament after her imprisonment, stating that no one, not even her father, truly believed she was innocent. Kim Il-young realized this and decided to flip to an older entry to find out more. In an older diary entry, Renee wrote about a girl named Talia who constantly spoke to her, and out of anger at being ignored, she had lied. The scribbled drawings showed that Renee was obsessed with Talia and regretted lying that she was the one who sent poison to the saint. The reason for that lie was that Renee did not want to be looked down upon by Talia. Kim Il-young turned the page, wondering what kind of person Talia was to provoke and instigate Renee to such an extent. She decided to temporarily set Talia aside and focus on understanding the relationship between Renee and Leanne Karras first. Renee's diary described Leanne Karras as an annoying person who always pretended to be kind and recounted an unpleasant tea party between the two. Surprisingly, Renee wrote that Leanne Karras had brought cake and said she knew Renee wasn't the one who hired the assassin, but Renee had brushed her off. Renee also expressed confusion as to why Crown Prince Ishur von Ramdish liked someone she considered foolish like Leanne Karras. She continued reading about another secret meeting between Renee and Leanne Karras, hoping no one would overhear their conversation. The diary page emitted a dark aura as Renee expressed her suspicion toward a person named Shin Jin and suggested that the temple was completely rotten. Renee wrote about getting angry at Leanne Karras and feeling regret, blaming herself for not being able to make a convincing argument. The diary revealed that Leanne Karras had refused to ask Ishur for help, believing he didn't love her and wouldn't stand against Shinjin for her sake. Kim Il-young slammed the diary shut in silence. She stood up, completely stunned and confused by the truth that had just been revealed. She realized that if the diary was true, then Leanne Karras knew Renee was innocent, and the entire story had completely changed. The truth was, Renee and Leanne Karras were each other's only friends, and Renee was just a lonely, helpless child. Kim Il-young painfully thought that everyone only wanted to believe Renee was evil, and perhaps that was why she had been brought here to help someone who had no one by her side. She understood that she was here for Renee and Leanne Karras, because the evil they both faced was too great for them to stop on their own. Renee's desperate plea in the final diary entry after Leanne Karras disappeared made Kim Il-young wonder who could possibly harm such children. She stood up from the desk, determined that sitting still and thinking wouldn't help find the culprit. Realizing she lacked information about this world, she walked to the window and drew the curtains. With a determined gaze, she asserted that the important thing was knowing where to find information, and a new quest window appeared, prioritizing finding the culprit. In the living room, Kim Il-young asked Kirill if all of this was true, and he confirmed it. Kirill, holding the diary, scratched his head in confusion and questioned why she hadn't told him the truth sooner. Kirill Maquieras, with a complicated look in his eyes, said that although he didn't fully trust her yet, he would temporarily believe her. He grabbed Kim Il-young's hand, asserting that his sole goal was to clear the family's disgrace, not to forgive her. Kim Il-young teased Kirill's lack of sincerity, causing the man in her imagination to transform into a confused and angry child. She used her strength to push Kirill onto the sofa, astonishing him with her physical power. Placing a hand on Kirill's shoulder, Kim Il-young thanked him for finally believing her. She thought to herself that if he had believed her sooner, things would have been different. Kim Il-young suggested she would prove her words by hosting a party. Kirill was skeptical, arguing that only their father or their eldest brother could host such a grand party. Kim Il-young confidently asked why she couldn't, since she was also a member of the ducal family. Kirill sadly explained that it was because their father always favored the eldest brother. He added that even his brother couldn't casually host a party, as their father hated waste and only agreed to them on important occasions. The party Kim Il-young envisioned was a magnificent event with countless dishes, music, and the attendance of nobles great and small, with her at the center of attention. She calculated that she needed a big enough reason to convince their father, and Kirill suggested that he reach the highest level of swordsmanship mastery. When Kim Il-young asked why he hadn't done so yet, Kirill shouted in embarrassment that he was only at the intermediate level, prompting the King of Waves and Healing to advise her not to tease the child anymore. After a moment of thought, Kim Il-young called Kirill's name. She bluntly stated that Kirill truly hated their brother, Ante. When she promised to teach Ante a lesson, Kirill's favorability score towards her immediately increased by 10 points. Kim Il-young remarked that Kirill was so predictable, while he confusedly asked her how she planned to do it. She merely smiled mysteriously. Kim Il-young confidently asserted that she could do it, leaving Kirill dumbfounded. Kirill suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. He felt as if he were facing a demon, as Kim Il-young terrifyingly asked if reaching the highest level wasn't a big deal after all. Sometime later, in the evening, a splendid ball was taking place. The nobles were discussing the wealth of the Makiris family before a woman gasped and pointed toward a couple dancing. It was Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish and Kim Il-young. The noblewoman curled her lip into a meaningful smile. Other guests also whispered about Kirill becoming a swordmaster in record time after training with the Crown Prince's knights. They recounted that when asked about his secret, Kirill only vaguely replied, "Ask my sister." Rumors spread that the secret to Kirill's strength came from Kim Il-young, and anyone who befriended her could become stronger. From the balcony, Sayedin Ansirad observed Kim Il-young and the Crown Prince, wondering if that person had come here because of this rumor. Kirill approached Sayedin, joking about whether he was interested in his sister. Sayedin's disgusted reaction made Kirill laugh, saying he was just kidding. Kirill explained that he had told everyone he grew stronger, thanks to Renee. He asked Sayedin if Renee, meaning Kim Il-young, had told him anything about it yet. Suddenly, a crowd of nobles surrounded Kirill, vying to speak with him. They were both curious about the rumors and praising Kirill's impressive achievements. Kirill hastily sought a way to escape the chaotic crowd, while Sayedin stood watching. Sayedin silently repeated Kirill's words. It was all thanks to Renee. He looked down at the dance floor, wondering if the rumor was true. Sayedin Ansirad secretly wondered what Kim Il-young was planning. He wished she could share a little bit with him. He walked closer and asked if she was enjoying the party. Sayedin descended the stairs, heading toward Kim Il-young. Kim Il-young smiled and greeted him using the intimate name Sedin. Sayedin reported that the rumors had spread and all the major families were present, which pleased Kim Il-young. She agreed with his assessment that now every word she spoke would attract extreme attention. Titles like the Saint's Murderer, the Imposter, and the Final Villain flashed through her mind. She knew she needed a performance grand enough to capture all those gazes. Kim Il-young was determined that this performance must be shocking enough to completely change Renee's reputation. Just as Sayedin was asking what she planned to do, Crown Prince Ishir suddenly appeared and placed a hand on her shoulder. The Crown Prince smiled and greeted Kim Il-young, calling her Renee. He said everyone was asking where his beautiful dance partner was, but she coldly told him not to talk nonsense. Witnessing that scene, Sayedin's hand tightened around his champagne glass. He smiled reassuringly, telling Kim Il-young to go ahead and that he would stay here. Kim Il-young looked back, promising to return as the Crown Prince led her away. As they walked away, she threatened to break the Crown Prince's fingers if he didn't take his hand off her. Sayedin quietly watched them from behind. He recalled the old Renee, a brazen and arrogant person. That behavior used to bring him relief, but now it was irritating. Sayedin stood alone on the balcony, looking down at the ballroom. He secretly thought he had never regretted refusing titles of nobility. Kim Il-young lightly tapped her champagne glass, drawing the attention of the entire hall. Standing next to the Crown Prince, she raised her glass and invited everyone to toast Kirill Makieris, the new glory of the family. Amidst the cheers, she sensed the mocking glances from those who criticized her for sport. Kim Il-young was determined to silence their laughter and announced she would answer the question everyone was most curious about. The guests were stunned when she admitted that she was the one who helped Kirill become strong. They immediately surrounded her, demanding she share the secret. But Kim Il-young merely feigned surprise. While the crowd buzzed, she secretly thought that knowledge only holds value when it is scarce. She recalled Kirill mentioning his brother Antti refusing a title, reinforcing the thought that nothing valuable should be given away for free. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Kim Il-young declared she would share the secret if she received something of equivalent value. The guests began murmuring, curious about her condition. Kim Il-young observed the crowd through her wineglass. She announced that what she wanted was simply the truth. The crowd stirred again at her puzzling request. A guest spoke up, sarcastically asking what kind of truth someone like her would be seeking. Kim E-young secretly thought she had caught the target she had aimed for since the beginning of the party, Talia Cypress, the daughter of a viscount. Talia Cypress stepped forward confidently, smiling defiantly, and stating that Kim E-young's condition of truth was too vague. Kim E-young smiled back, realizing Talia was the person who frequently appeared in Renee's diary. A memory flashed, showing Kirill with a serious expression, handing her a piece of paper, and telling her she should look at it. Kim E-young realized that Talia Cypress was the one who had turned Renee into the Empire's worst villainess. She calmly asked Talia what she wanted to say. Talia sneered that it seemed Renee didn't truly want to share her secret. She challenged the crowd by asking if they would accept the truth that Renee had attempted to assassinate the saint. Crown Prince Ishir unexpectedly intervened, questioning the act of disgracing the Maquilleras family. Talia scoffed, asking why the family's disgrace cared about honor. Kim E-young smiled confidently, thinking that she was no longer the easily bullied Renee and would not lose a verbal battle. She raised her wine glass, casually admitting that truth was an abstract concept. However, Kim E-young asserted that she would not change her condition, making Talia feel that something was wrong. When a guest questioned her, she replied that only the truth that satisfied her would be valuable. She then declared that Talia's words were neither satisfactory nor the truth, so Talia was disqualified. Kim E-young looked at Talia defiantly and told her to try harder. The crowd began to murmur, confused by the old accusations and the possibility of a completely opposite truth. The Crown Prince clapped his hands to draw attention and asked everyone to calm down. He reprimanded Talia for her rude behavior from the start. Talia pretended to apologize, but then retorted that the Crown Prince himself had once suspected Renee, and she was only acting out of affection for the saint. She screamed, reiterating the accusation against Renee and claiming that all new evidence was just another hoax. A guest agreed, arguing that Renee's past could not be changed and that this secret could also be a lie. Another guest whispered, skeptical that a person could change so easily. Kim E-young observed calmly, realizing how terrible Renee's reputation was if just a few words could sway the crowd. The Crown Prince raised his hand, declaring that he could not listen any further. He caused a sensation by announcing that the body recently found was not Lien's, and that the entire thing was fabricated. To the astonishment of a guest, Ishir explained that he was forced to quell the spreading rumors. He revealed that the royal mage had examined the body and confirmed it had black hair, whereas the Saint Lien's hair was light brown. Kim E-young followed up, asserting that the suicide note was also fabricated to slander her and the Crown Prince, causing the enraged crowd to demand the culprit's identity. She admitted they had not yet caught the culprit, but believed the orchestrator was connected to Lien's kidnapping. When asked for the reason, Kim E-young replied that only the person who tried to kill Lien would know the answer. Talia's hand trembled as she gripped her fan, trying to find a way to blame Renee again. Kim E-young's gaze sharpened as she called out Talia Cypress' name directly. She directly accused the stunned Talia of being the one who repeatedly sent assassins after Lien. A flashback revealed that Talia had always been jealous of Lien, who was chosen as the saint despite having the same background. Talia used to be a talented young noblewoman who had everything and was always the center of attention. But that order collapsed when Lien became the saint and took all the admiration. Talia's envy grew. She hated Lien's superior potential and viewed her humility as arrogance. Despite Talia's disdain, everyone remained wholeheartedly devoted to the saint. The final straw came when Lien announced her engagement to the Crown Prince, plunging Talia into a fit of rage. She was so angry she lost control, secretly cursing the saint as a hypocrite. Talia wanted to torment Lien, but knew the consequences of harming the Crown Prince's fiancé. That helplessness stemmed from her childish nature, illustrated by an image of her throwing a tantrum as a child. In her jealousy, Talia Cypress heard rumors about Renee Magritte, a wicked duchess's daughter who tormented the saint. To Talia, Renee was the perfect and ideal villainess. However, the person she met in real life was actually just a coward pretending to be strong. In a flashback, the original Renee Magritte looked panicked when confronting Lien Karis. Talia was furious when she realized the weakness of the person she had admired. Feeling betrayed, Talia acted on her nature, orchestrating assassinations and poisonings, then pinning all the blame on Renee. She gloated over the plan that could both torment Lien and bury the weak Renee, truly killing two birds with one stone. Returning to the present, Talia scoffed at Kim E-young's accusation as absurd and baseless. Kim E-young calmly replied that she had proof, stunning Talia. Kim E-young leaned close to Talia's ear, whispering a reminder about the secret to becoming a top swordsman. Talia was confused by Kim E-young's words, while a sense of excitement at confronting an unpredictable opponent arose. Talia's expression changed. She smiled excitedly, realizing she had found a kindred spirit. Talia's strange reaction disgusted Kim E-young, who wondered if she was a pervert. Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish silently observed everything from behind Kim E-young. He smirked, thinking to himself that this girl no longer needed his help. Ishir's thoughts drifted to the past, admitting he never expected Renee to be so useful. A few days earlier in a forest, Kim Il-young reminded the Crown Prince about their bet and demanded that he follow her instructions. She proposed a deal. She would help him become emperor, and in return, he must assist her with her plans. Ishir admitted she was wiser than before, but remained skeptical about why he should trust her. Annoyed by his hesitation, Kim Il-young placed her hand on the sword hilt, startling Ishir. She focused and unleashed a powerful surge of sword energy. The energy from the slash created a streak of blue light, sweeping across the entire forest. Ishir stared in shock at the destroyed path before him, while Kim Il-young coldly demanded his answer. She declared that she could clear her own name and threatened to cancel their cooperation, but then she turned back, emphasizing that he had lost the bet, and mentioning his friendship with Lien. Convinced, Ishir finally agreed to trust her this one time. He revealed that he knew about their friendship thanks to a letter Lien wrote to Renee, which was found in a safe. The safe was filled with precious letters, indicating their importance to Lien. Ishir said that he understood now, but Kim Il-young retorted by asking why he still doubted her. In an imagined argument, Ishir pointed out her notorious past, but she denied it, and he revealed he knew about the slanders as well. Their argument grew heated when Kim Il-young pointed out his hypocrisy in setting her up. She declared that his attitude further eroded her trust and demanded a token of confidence. Ishir was completely bewildered by the strange request, while Kim Il-young secretly cursed the damn quest. A system quest window appeared, requiring her to obtain 2 proofs of trust from Ishir, causing her to desperately reach out and demand he give her anything. She quickly corrected herself, stating that she had something specific in mind, but he couldn't provide it immediately. Instead, she proposed they cooperate to build trust first, and Ishir agreed, but solely for Lien's sake. Kim Il-young offered a strained smile, thanked him, and promised to do her utmost. She summarized their agreement. She helps him ascend the throne, he helps her execute her plan, and only then will he give her the proof. Ishir looked bewildered by the word agreement, and Kim Il-young had to clarify that it was a transaction. Talia Cypress sneered, suggesting a simpler approach since Kim Il-young appeared to be struggling with the truth. Kim Il-young ignored Talia, loudly calling for anyone with evidence regarding the saint's assassination plot to step forward. She warned that she would not forgive those who lied out of greed, while internally noting that merely sowing doubt would suffice. She believed that once suspicion was planted in everyone's minds, someone would eventually come forward claiming to possess evidence. Talia scoffed, reiterating that Kim Il-young herself had always claimed to be the one who hired the assassin. Kim Il-young internally accepted the situation, while the malicious blood cult leader Sol asked if she truly intended to resort to this scheme. With a determined gaze, she prepared for her next move. Crown Prince Ishir also told himself that he had no other option. He abruptly stepped forward and grasped Kim Il-young's hand, catching her slightly off guard. Kim Il-young secretly activated the Mask of Asmodeus skill, allowing her to change her appearance at will. Instantly, she transformed into a frail, sobbing figure, and screamed that Talia was the one who blackmailed her and forced her to do everything. Talia Cypress was utterly stunned by the unexpected accusation. She quickly regained her composure, questioning how a viscount's daughter could possibly blackmail a prestigious ducal lady. Crown Prince Ishir embraced the trembling Kim Il-young, stating that it could only have happened if Talia had discovered her weakness. Talia was utterly confused, unable to grasp what was happening or what she had done wrong. Kim Il-young, playing the victim, continued the act, lamenting that Talia had exploited the fact that she and the saint had a marriage contract. Crown Prince Ishir continued the drama, saying that Talia even exploited his love for Renee as a weakness. The noble crowd was stunned, murmuring about the revelations concerning the contractual engagement and the true love. Talia Cypress let out a shriek of horror as everything spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Kim Il-young secretly praised the Crown Prince's superb acting skills. The scene flashed back to the previous evening, when Ishir agreed to help but couldn't understand why such theatrics were necessary. Kim Il-young angrily pointed at her negative 993 reputation score, complaining that no one would drink the poison she offered. She explained that creating a love scandal, though risky, was the only way to reverse the situation. Her plan was to use sheer power to convince the nobility, but a different strategy was needed to appease the public. That strategy was precisely to create a new villain, to divert attention away from Renee. Ishir hesitated, arguing that fabricating a story and dragging a third party into a scandal was too risky. Kim Il-young argued that rumors of their secret relationship were already circulating among the populace, and they had to capitalize on it. The Crown Prince pondered deeply over her sharp reasoning. She explained that once they turned the romantic rumors into reality, the public would also believe the rumors about Talia. By doing so, they would become a pitiful pair of lovers exploited by Talia, completely reversing the narrative. Kim Il-young admitted that this made her feel contemptible, but it was the price to pay to be free to search for Lien. Crown Prince Ishir listened silently, seemingly moved by her resolve. Returning to the present, Talia questioned Ishir, reminding him that he had previously only held unrequited love for the saint. Ishir continued the act, agonizingly confessing that he had been blinded by his duty to the empire and failed to recognize his true love. He gazed at Kim Il-young intensely, declaring that only when he was with others did he realize his heart was unwavering. He gently cupped her face, asserting that his heart belonged to her and her alone. Before the crowd, Ishir recounted the tragic story of how he missed his chance and caused both of them to suffer through misunderstanding. He shouted, taking all the blame upon himself and declaring that Renee was completely innocent. Kim Il-young, while still crying, secretly admired Ishir's acting ability. While the malicious blood cult leader proudly took credit for writing the script, Kim Il-young internally mused that although the script was a bit crude, Ishir's performance compensated for everything. Standing on the balcony, Ishir continued his speech, declaring that he would no longer hide his feelings because he, too, was human. He asserted that he couldn't watch the person he loved suffer, and was willing to commit a crime again for love, while Kim Il-young thought the scripted portion was over, and it was time to point the blame toward Talia. The decisive moment had arrived, symbolized by the image of clock gears moving behind Ishir. Suddenly, Ishir knelt down in front of Kim Il-young and called her name, stunning her because this action was not in the script. He opened a box, declaring he couldn't wait any longer, causing Kim Il-young to panic and wonder why he was acting so strangely. Ishir called out Renee Maki's full name, stunning Kim Il-young so much that she gasped. She frantically used the sound transmission skill to scream in his mind, demanding Ishir stop and shut up. However, Ishir continued and slipped a gold ring onto her finger. He gently held her hand and asked if she could give him one more chance. With a strained smile, Kim Il-young just wanted a drink, while a notification panel appeared, stating that she had completed the subquest and received a token of trust from Ishir. Later that night, at a magnificent mansion, she still couldn't stop thinking about the Crown Prince's baffling actions. Sitting alone in the garden with a bottle of wine, Kim Il-young angrily wondered why Ishir had proposed. While her companion spirits each had a different reaction, she sighed in frustration as another notification appeared, confirming she had completed the main quest adaptation and achieved 497 reputation points. Holding the diary in her hand, she hoped to find the answers to these troubles, which was the very reason she had tried to read it from the beginning. The quiet scene of the night garden was illuminated by streetlights and moonlight. Sayedin Ansirad approached and anxiously asked after Kim Il-young, calling her Young A. Although she said she wasn't feeling well, Sayedin insisted on asking her something. Kim Il-young reluctantly agreed to listen to his question. Sayedin revealed that he had investigated everything about Talia and could help her without needing the Crown Prince's assistance. He looked at her, sincerely asking why she had to go through all that trouble. Kim Il-young smiled, admitting that she took him on as a disciple because she could use him, but she didn't expect him to ask so frankly. She explained that simply releasing evidence to the press wouldn't convince anyone. They needed to create a shocking spectacle. Sayedin conceded that such a thing was within her capabilities, not his. Kim Il-young asserted that she preferred solving problems herself, rather than waiting for others, as that was how she always operated. She comforted him, saying that the evidence he found would be the tool for people to judge the truth, so he didn't need to feel bad. As his master, she declared that she would handle her own problems without relying on her sole disciple. Hearing that, a faint smile crossed Sayedin's lips. However, he blushed and misunderstood that she had done all of this for the Crown Prince. Kim Il-young was surprised by his deduction and wondered why he called the Crown Prince by his name directly. Sayedin confusedly reiterated that she had once said she no longer loved the Crown Prince, but Kim Il-young irritably retorted that he was talking about the character in the novel. She awkwardly tried to explain that this was just a relationship based on mutual needs, and that she hadn't known Ishir would suddenly confess his feelings. Sayedin analyzed that her agreeing so impulsively only made things stranger. After a moment of silence, Sayedin declared that he understood and would adapt, leaving Kim Il-young confused about what he meant. He explained that if he wanted to stay by her side, he needed to adapt to this new situation. Sayedin thought to himself that he still wanted her to use him without hesitation when necessary. He resolved to become more worthy of her, so that he wouldn't feel as helpless as he did during the party. In an imagined scenario, Sayedin danced with Kim Il-young and wondered if she would rely on him just a little then. At the Silver Bear Palace in the capital Lamas, a voice rang out, asking about the request for a title. Another person replied that it was a position originally meant for him, while Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish stopped writing. Ishir reminded him that the person opposite had previously refused that title. Sayedin Ansirad firmly declared that if he was not approved, he would seek a title from another empire. Ishir asked if Sayedin's change was because of Renee, then agreed to grant him a title to keep the empire's swordmaster. However, Ishir set a condition that Sayedin must complete a mission, and he immediately agreed. The assigned mission was to investigate suspicious movements on the northern border. Sayedin read the report about the increase in monsters, famine, and disease in the area. He wondered if this was the temple's responsibility, but Ishir thought they were too timid and wanted Sayedin to go along to find out the truth. Sayedin confirmed again that he would be granted the title after completing the mission, and Ishir affirmed it. When Sayedin said he would leave soon, Ishir urged him to hurry because winter was approaching. Sayedin nodded and turned to leave. Just as he was about to open the door, Ishir called him back, asking if Rene Magritte was important enough to make him give up a title. Sayedin asked what answer the crown prince expected, and Ishir replied that he wanted an honest answer. Sayedin pondered, wondering about Rene's importance to him. The image of Kim Il-young appeared in his mind, and he thought that he had no right to arbitrarily assign any meaning to her. Ishir seemed confused by Sayedin's silence. Sayedin turned back and asserted that he believed she was even more important than the crown prince thought. Ishir thought irritably that Sayedin was becoming increasingly arrogant, just like Rene. The crown prince fell silent, reflecting on Sayedin's words and wondering about Rene's meaning to himself. Kim Il-young received a new main quest from the system: restore honor by becoming Crown Prince Ishir's lover. She held the wine bottle dejectedly, thinking that having to complete the story with an off-script romance was ridiculous. Immediately, her companion's spirits appeared. One asked about marriage, another suggested stability was good, and a third hinted at honeymoon locations. Finding it too bothersome, Kim Il-young snapped, demanding silence from everyone. She angrily declared that there would be no marriage unless it was what she wanted, while also criticizing Ishir for looking too immature. However, she explained that she couldn't break the engagement because the main quest required her to protect Ishir, the story's designated male lead. Faced with the fierce opposition of the malicious blood cult leader, she decided to block all private conversations to avoid being bothered. Then, Kim Il-young tiredly leaned back in her chair, feeling that finishing the original novel hadn't relieved her at all. She mused that the content of the first volume was largely what she already knew or had experienced herself. In her mind appeared the image of the original Rene Magritte, a misunderstood victim, along with the truth that Rene and the Saintess Liane were friends. Both Liane Karis and Rene Magritte were tragedies of this novel, and she, in her original form, was the one who transmigrated here. Kim Il-young had a headache wondering why she, a real person, appeared in a novel world where she originally didn't exist. She worried about why her existence was reflected in the original work. Pushing those thoughts aside, she sat up, realizing there was something else bothering her more. That was Sayedin Ansirad, whom she thought was a character in the story, but whose name was completely absent from the original novel. She couldn't understand why a person with such power and background wasn't mentioned even once. Although she considered that it might be because the original Rene had never visited the slums, she still found it strange that such an important character was completely absent. Kim Il-young lay down, secretly hoping the second volume of the novel would give her the answer. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and she thought to herself that the troublemaker who always complicates things had arrived. Sayedin Ansirad appeared at the threshold, politely asking if he had come at a bad time. Kim Il-young, citing fatigue, invited Sayedin Ansirad inside. She immediately took a large swig of alcohol straight from the bottle. Then, she casually asked Sayedin what was wrong, making him secretly think it was a bottle of bourbon. Sayedin presented the report on the Cypress family incident, and Kim Il-young commented that the verdict was delivered faster than she expected. However, Sayedin explained that there was no trial at all, because the temple had intervened. Hearing this, Kim Il-young's eyes sharpened, and she wondered why the temple had gotten involved. The reason given was that Talia Cypress had dared to target the saintess of the empire. Kim Il-young angrily questioned why they were intervening now, when they had previously ignored all the dangers Liane Karis faced. Sayedin recounted that he heard the saintess had made a request at the time, and in a flashback, Liane Karis smiled and said she was fine, and didn't need anyone to be punished. Sayedin confirmed those were Liane's words, and Kim Il-young suddenly realized the saintess only wanted to detain all of them. She mused that if Liane truly wanted punishment, the one imprisoned would have been Rene, but their friendship prevented that from happening. Sayedin anxiously asked about her condition, but Kim Il-young brushed him off and asked about the temple's specific actions. He explained that the temple cancelled the trial, executed the Count and Countess Cypress to intimidate the Crown Prince's faction, and sent Talia to a convent to preserve a benevolent image. Furthermore, the temple kept silent about Talia's assassination plot against Liane, thereby demonstrating power strong enough to intervene in noble trials. Kim Il-young poured wine into a glass, thinking to herself that this was why she disliked devout people, then praised Sayedin for finding the convent where Talia was exiled. Sayedin wondered if she was okay with letting this go without receiving an apology, but Kim Il-young replied that everything had been resolved, so it no longer mattered. she suddenly realized that she also had no right to punish Talia, because the person who deserved the apology was the real René Magritte. Kim Il-young fell silent, still holding the wine bottle and lost in thought. Sayadine had to speak up to pull her back to reality. Kim Il-young looked at him and informed him that she might be busy and unable to see him for a while. After Kim Il-young said she would be busy, silence fell, as she asked if that was all he wanted to say. Sayadine calmly replied that it was nothing major. He explained that he had just received reports of unusual occurrences in the northern region and intended to go investigate. Kim Il-young asked for clarification, and Sayadine stated that they were traces of dark magic, but with a difference this time. When Sayadine revealed that the reports occasionally mentioned the intrusion of a tower, Kim Il-young immediately reacted violently, releasing a powerful surge of energy. She grabbed Sayadine, brushed aside his reassurances, and furiously demanded a detailed description of the tower. Overwhelmed, Sayadine explained that it was a black tower, so tall that the top was invisible. Kim Il-young placed her hand on his shoulder, calling his name seriously. With a resolute expression, she declared that she must also accompany him to investigate that tower. Memories flooded back. She recalled the colossal black tower, the man-hunting monsters, and the brutal struggle for survival inside. She recalled the most disgusting feeling of all. It was the memory of sacrifice, of good people falling for others amidst bloody scenes. She hated every moment where sacrifice was unavoidable. Back in the present, in a snow-covered land, Sayadine anxiously inquired about her condition. Kim Il-young reassured him, thinking to herself that his concern was endearing even though he didn't understand what was happening. They had arrived at the northern region of the empire, where the tower was discovered. The King of Waves and Healing sent a system message, advising her not to overexert herself, but she merely scoffed internally. Her eyes shone with cruel determination, for she knew exactly what happened when a tower appeared. Suddenly, Crown Prince Ishir appeared, mocking her intimate actions with Sayadine and calling himself her lover. When Kim Il-young questioned whether he had followed her to cause trouble, Ishir replied with a cold threat that there would be fewer rumors if both lovers disappeared. In his thoughts, Sayadine felt isolated, stuck between Kim Il-young and Crown Prince Ishir. Suddenly, Kim Il-young received a notification from the King of Waves and Healing that traces of the tower had been found. Without a word of explanation, she immediately dashed off, leaving Ishir and Sayadine stunned. As she ran, she realized the energy was growing stronger, but something felt strange. Kim Il-young sensed two energy flows, one from the tower and another that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The Lord of Temptation announced that both energy sources were familiar. Sayadine grabbed Kim Il-young's hand, warning her about a dangerous energy he had never felt before, while Ishir also advised her to retreat. Ishir decisively pushed Sayadine's hand away from Kim Il-young. The Crown Prince questioned Sayadine's actions, claiming the right to protect his lover, but Sayadine retorted that the Crown Prince himself was the greatest danger. Highly annoyed, Kim Il-young yelled, demanding that both of them leave. Sayadine explained that the energy he sensed was divine power, indicating that priests, at least a cardinal, had arrived first. Kim Il-young suddenly realized that was why she couldn't clearly sense the energy source. The malicious blood cult leader also confirmed via the system that divine power was incompatible with her. She wondered what to do, certain that the priests would be hostile toward her. The King of Waves and Healing warned that she would encounter the priests if she continued, but Kim Il-young found having to drag along two weights even more troublesome. She turned back to call Sayadine and Ishir, announcing that they were about to meet a delegation from the temple. She then instructed the two of them to go ahead and handle the delegation, while she would go alone to investigate her own matter. Ishir immediately refused, arguing that it was dangerous and she must go with him, but Kim Il-young insisted this was her private business. Sayadine also earnestly stated that her business was his business too, but she remained resolute in her refusal. With a determined look, Kim Il-young raised her hand to stop them and stated bluntly that they would only get in her way. Ignoring their protests, Kim Il-young declared she would return, then used an energy burst to leave the stunned Sayadine and Ishir behind. She summoned a giant white bear as a mount to escape, even as Ishir angrily shouted her name from behind. Once at a safe distance, she concentrated magical energy into her palm, preparing for a large-scale skill. A colossal energy net named Heaven's Net and Earth's Snare was activated, covering a vast area of the sky. Kim Il-young was confident that although this skill usually required many people, her spirits could easily handle the task. She directed a fish-shaped spirit to use its scouting ability, gliding through the snowy forest and detecting a few hunters. The spirit continued moving, sensing a vigilant group of priests and a source of dark, evil energy nearby. After landing, Kim Il-young couldn't believe her eyes at the sight before her. Her companion spirits also reacted violently. One wailed, one demanded to wash her eyes, and another offered condolences. A colossal, pitch-black tower stood tall amidst the snowy mountains, looking far more ominous than the tower in her memories. The malicious blood cult leader spirit also confirmed that this tower emitted a far more dangerous aura than before. Just as a system notification appeared, she received a subquest requiring her to scout the tower by clearing the 3rd floor, with the reward being the constellation summoning skill. Realizing the importance of the reward, Kim E-young broke out in a cold sweat and felt the situation was getting worse. The malicious blood cult leader was overjoyed to the point of spitting blood, while the King of Waves and Healing subtly showed anticipation. The Lord of Temptation also pleaded to be summoned, making Kim E-young feel pressured by the spirit's excitement. She recalled the nature of constellations, omnipotent entities who lent their power to contractors. Now, those mighty entities looked no different to her than rude and demanding VIP customers. A male constellation with long hair complained about being imprisoned for 5,000 years and wished to be summoned. A female constellation with blue hair also used concern for Renee as an excuse to express her desire to appear. Furthermore, a 3rd constellation was absent, busy preparing a checklist of things to do after being summoned. Standing before the tower, Kim E-young mused over the constellation's excitement and figured the door wouldn't open because it hadn't been activated yet. However, she clenched her fist, deciding she wouldn't wait. Instead, Kim E-young declared she would break it and unleashed a massive surge of energy onto the entrance. After creating a pathway, she utilized both ice and fire magic, ready for combat, and shouted a challenge to those inside. But when she landed, she was astonished to find the place completely empty, causing even the malicious blood cult leader to look around blankly. Kim E-young stood frozen in the desolate hall with a bewildered expression. She stepped further inside and discovered a strange stone tablet on an altar. Picking up the tablet, she thought to herself that she had never seen a tower floor like this in her 58 previous lives. The content on the stone tablet was a message from the system, apologizing for being unable to grant the reward in her previous life, which left her utterly shocked. She couldn't understand why there was a message here. Her confusion quickly turned to rage when she realized the system had directly interfered with the tower, something that had never happened before. She discovered many other stone tablets, and her 3 companion spirits also appeared, looking surprised. Sitting on a stack of stone tablets, she continued reading the message about a system error delaying her reward and briefly thought they still had some conscience left. But then she became furious upon reading that the very existence of this tower was the error, and she was the one designated to fix it. Following the malicious blood cult leader's advice, she patiently picked up the next tablet. The system announced that they would intervene to reduce the tower's difficulty, and even suggested she should enjoy new romantic relationships. Sitting on a makeshift throne of broken stone, Kim E-young dejectedly read the promise of a patched tower following a new genre. Her eyes were bloodshot as she read the system's final line, claiming to always prioritize her enjoyment and happiness. Immediately afterward, an epic quest window appeared, stating that the reward for clearing the tower was returning to her original world. Kim E-young's gloved hand crushed the stone tablet, while her companion spirits each offered a way to soothe her. Kim E-young gritted her teeth in anger, muttering that even though she had received the epic quest, she wasn't happy at all. She furiously wondered how she could trust a system that didn't even state how many floors the tower had. Fear surged as she considered the prospect of having to wander this tower forever. Following the King of Waves and Healing's advice, Kim E-young reluctantly agreed to check the 1st floor challenge, admitting that she wasn't the only one who wanted this transmigration to end. She mused that the constellations were also bound to her and craved freedom just as much as she did. Kim E-young suspected that the system bastards had probably lowered the difficulty of the challenge, unless they were completely heartless. To encourage her, the companion spirits spoke up simultaneously. The malicious blood cult leader boasted he would complete the quest himself. The King of Waves and Healing praised her as the strongest, and the Lord of Temptation encouraged her to do whatever she wanted. Feeling encouraged, Kim E-young smiled confidently, assuming the quest was just about killing monsters and asking if anyone had ever seen her fail, to which the malicious blood cult leader immediately confirmed they hadn't. However, the system window appeared, revealing that the 1st floor quest was to select 3 male lead candidates to satisfy the tower. Outraged by the ridiculous quest, Kim E-young stomped her foot and declared she would show the system what impossible to complete looked like. Faced with her fury, all 3 companion spirits fell silent. Her heavy footsteps echoed as she turned and walked away. That was the sound of Renee Macias, who had just been tricked by a nonsensical quest. Kim E-young waved goodbye to the tower, muttering that she was leaving immediately because she clearly couldn't find even 1 male lead candidate, let alone 3. The 3 companion spirits could only watch her silently. Suddenly, Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish and Sayedin Ansirat appeared, calling her name in panic. Both men rushed over, asking anxiously, one offering to drape a coat over her, the other asking if she was hurt. Kim E-young felt annoyed, wondering why these 2 men were shining so brightly and suspecting it was a system trick. She continued to ponder the absurdity of the quest, wondering if the clear would fail if she chose them and they didn't reciprocate her feelings. Witnessing the scene, the King of Waves and Healing asserted that the system was mistaken, while the Lord of Temptation scoffed that the system had overestimated Renee. The Lord of Temptation fell silent before being completely muted. Kim E-young sighed, feeling that the future was truly bleak. She decided she needed to clarify things with the two men in front of her. Prince Ishir assumed she was clinging to him because she didn't want their relationship to be questioned, but Kim E-young ignored him and turned to call Sayeden. She slammed her heel down on the table menacingly, declaring that she disliked being overly protected. Sayeden quickly apologized, but Kim E-young cut him off, asserting that she was not weak enough to need others to shelter her. Immediately, Ishir's affection level inexplicably soared, causing a system error and confusing Kim E-young. Sayeden seriously asked if she disliked his concern, or if she disliked him personally. Kim E-young merely repeated that she disliked being overly protected. That answer caused Sayeden's affection level to increase by 100 points. Sayeden smiled, understanding that she didn't hate him, and promised not to do anything she disliked, making Kim E-young wonder about his true nature. She secretly wondered if Sayeden was a fox, pretending to be foolish. Ishir interrupted her thoughts, asking where she had been, which startled Sayeden into worry. Kim E-young dismissed him, saying that matter was none of the prince's business. She asked Sayeden to step back slightly, which made him hesitate. Then, she turned to question Ishir, reminding him that just a month ago he had openly shown disgust toward her. Kim E-young angrily asked why he had given her the ring. She recalled what she had read in the novel about how the original Renee treated Ishir, when Renee desperately begged him to listen. In the flashback, the original Renee painfully confessed her feelings despite knowing the prince already had a fiancé. The original Renee only wished the prince would stop, because her feelings were inherently unrelated to him. Kim E-young felt uneasy about the sudden attention from someone who had always been indifferent. She told Crown Prince Ishir directly that his giving her an engagement ring was a reckless gamble, unlike him, who always valued his reputation. Cornered, Kim E-young confusedly asked what he was truly planning. Ishir admitted that he hadn't initially intended to get emotionally involved, but then he hesitated. He clenched his fist, confessing that for some reason, he felt compelled to do it. Kim E-young was bewildered, as Ishir explained that by the time he realized it, he had already put the ring on her finger himself. The Crown Prince suddenly stood up, admitting that she was right and he had gone too far this time. He declared that he would take a step back, watching Kim E-young, who was sitting on the chair. Kim E-young secretly found his sudden polite demeanor suspicious, and the malicious blood cult leader Spirit also asked if she had any premonition. She thought this was like a regressor's intuition, while Ishir announced he would return to the capital, making her ask again worriedly. Turning his back and walking away, Ishir coldly stated that this place never belonged to him. As his footsteps echoed, Ishir's flashback began with the thought that he had always treated Renee with indifference. He continued walking, telling himself that he did so because she was of no help to his path of succession. Ishir's face was tinged with sadness as he recalled that day was no different. The memory returned to a terrible day in the past, when the original Renee Magritte collapsed and desperately clung to his leg. It was the night of Lian's investiture banquet, an event he was forced to attend despite not wanting to. At the party, Ishir was conversing with another lady, but secretly wished for everything to end soon. Suddenly, he heard the loud voice of Renee Magritte, who was boasting that she herself had sent assassins to follow the saint. Renee pointed directly at Lian Karis in the crowd, shouting that one day she would tear off her fake mask. Ishir gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing anger at Renee's behavior. In his mind, Ishir ordered Lian Karis to silence Renee immediately. He told himself that Lian could do it, as she was the Empire's only saint, unlike him, who did not possess similar power. Ishir's memory drifted to a confrontation, where he asserted that protecting the border was his duty. The Emperor, his father, angrily dismissed him, declaring that the Crown Prince's duty was to protect the Emperor, for the Emperor was the Empire itself. He mocked Ishir, saying that because he was skilled in swordsmanship, he had raised him too gently, which led to him becoming like this. The Emperor coldly declared that Idin would be a better choice than Ishir. At least that princess wasn't as fake as him. Words that made Ishir grit his teeth in hatred. The memory shifted back to the party, where Renee Magritte was desperately shouting, asking Lian if she understood her. Ishir immediately grabbed Renee's arm roughly. He forcefully pulled her away from the witnessing crowd, then dragged her mercilessly through the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Ishir secretly thought that he was utterly fed up with everything. He was tired of both Renee's foolish actions for love and Lian's silent endurance. Once in a secluded place, he pushed Renee away with a direct hand, yelling that he was fed up with everything. Ishir glared at her, calling her a disgrace to the Maquieras family and asking if she ever got tired of these actions. He thought that what he hated most was Renee herself, who had collapsed to the ground. Under the pouring rain, Renee knelt before him, Admitting that she had many shortcomings and had made countless mistakes, she tearfully confessed that she always broke down as soon as she was out of the public eye, that she was very scared, and he knew well that she had no one to rely on. Hearing those words, Ishir was stunned to realize that the reason Lien always remained silent was because she sympathized with Renee's weakness. In his memories, Ishir von Ramdish realized that it wasn't Lien, but Renee Magritte herself, who was like him. He recalled coldly saying that she disappointed him too much. Ishir also remembered scolding her that if she was going to break down so easily, she shouldn't pretend to be strong. He harshly declared that he wanted her out of his sight and would not give her any chances or affection. Back in the present, Sayedin Ansirad sat by the bed, hesitantly looking at the sleeping Kim E-young. He hesitantly expressed that he also wanted to call her by. Kim E-young suddenly woke up and asked what he wanted to call her. Sayedin awkwardly explained that he just wanted to call her name. Kim E-young found his reaction strange and asked why it was just about calling her name. She casually said that there was no reason he couldn't do what he wanted. Sayedin suddenly paused, remembering that she and the Crown Prince had called each other by name, and wondered why he had made such a request. Seeing his silence, Kim E-young asked if something was wrong. She decided to clarify that if he wanted to adapt to her, he needed to understand one thing. She reiterated that she had initially refused to be his master, confessing that she found it very difficult to form relationships with others. Sayedin was astonished as she continued to explain that even though she had accepted him because she liked him as a person, she was still afraid of those who approached her. Kim E-young mused that one of the lessons she learned from her previous life was to suppress her feelings. Recalling her old teammates, she explained that giving away her heart was a waste, as she never knew when they would die or when the relationship would end. However, she smiled as she recalled that in the end, she always loved those who had been by her side. They were the ones who continued to approach even when she pushed them away, the ones who stayed even when she ignored them. But then, the outlook turned bleak as she concluded that in the end, everyone she loved either left or died, leaving her heartbroken. In her mind, Kim E-young looked back at the old photo and admitted that the thought of keeping her distance was so deeply ingrained that it couldn't be changed, even if she returned to her own world. She told herself that it was true for family too, because when people became close, they would shake and change each other, something she was too tired of. Therefore, Kim E-young always wanted to live true to herself. She turned to Sayedin, gently touched his hair, and asked if he understood what she had just said. Sayedin looked up, responding simply but firmly, "Yes, Renee." With a gentle smile, he affirmed that no matter who she was, he would always obey her. Just then, a notification appeared, stating that Sayedin's favorability had soared to 512, and Kim E-young remarked that it was because he was an obedient disciple. She smiled warmly in response to his words, but secretly wondered whether to consider him a cunning fox or a loyal dog. Kim E-young mused that although she had met countless people across many lives, she had never seen anyone as special as Sayedin, who obeyed her unconditionally. She liked how he, despite having the freedom to act, always eventually returned to her control. Nevertheless, she admitted that she was too used to being alone. Kim E-young called Sayedin's name, drawing his attention. She smiled brightly, suggesting they maintain their relationship as it was, nothing more, nothing less, and secretly hoped he wouldn't stir up the emotions she had tried to bury. Night fell outside the carriage window. A special quest involving her loyal disciple was completed, bringing her a reward and a choice: maintain a master-disciple relationship or develop it into love. She decided to maintain the current relationship, and the Lord of Temptation immediately asked if she regretted it, making her admit that perhaps she did, but not now. The Lord of Temptation suggested that marrying someone would help her complete the game faster, but was immediately kicked away by the malicious blood cult leader to stop him. Kim E-young looked annoyed, wondering how many times she had gotten into trouble by following the Lord of Temptation's advice. Beside the lantern, she mused that there might be no turning back, and she had to be very careful because this could be her only chance. The malicious blood cult leader suggested she decide on a male lead candidate, and she began to weigh her options between Sayedin and Ishir. The Lord of Temptation shyly raised his hand, saying he had a way, which made Kim E-young skeptical. She immediately looked suspicious, secretly thinking she couldn't trust this guy. The King of Waves and Healing and the malicious blood cult leader angrily tried to stop him, but the Lord of Temptation retorted, asking if she wanted the freedom to do whatever she pleased. Despite her weariness, Kim E-young decided to listen to what he had to say. The Lord of Temptation cleared his throat and then solemnly offered to become her male lead in the later stages. Kim E-young seriously asked what would happen next. A notification appeared, confirming she had completed the first floor challenge by carving the names of 3 male lead candidates onto a tombstone, and she secretly admitted she had messed up. While the malicious blood cult leader advised her to reconsider, and the King of Waves and Healing expressed concern, Kim E-young asserted that she was fine and couldn't turn back once the quest was complete. She eagerly stepped forward, urging everyone to check the next quest. The gate to the second floor opened, and the list of male lead candidates was displayed, including Sayedin Ansirad and Ishir Ramdish. The second floor quest required her to start a romance with her chosen candidate, on the condition that her favorability towards them exceeded 100, otherwise she would fail and be forced to return to her old world. Kim E-young angrily stomped her foot, shouting to question the system about these bizarre quests and accusing it of toying with her. A system window popped up asking if she wanted to see her favorability stats, which only annoyed her further. When she thought that 100 favorability wouldn't be an issue, the spirits frantically tried to dissuade her, but Kim E-young shouted back, confident that she could easily surpass that number. The malicious blood cult leader warned that this would be her final relationship, but Kim E-young wondered about her own final relationship, then realized she had never had a romance, and that was the problem. She angrily turned to the King of Waves and Healing, asking if everyone looked down on her because she had never dated, seeing her as someone incapable of love. Faced with the King of Waves and Healing's silence, Kim E-young yelled that it was outrageous, and the Lord of Temptation tried to comfort her by saying she was too busy fighting to need a relationship. Kim E-young snapped, demanding everyone be silent and deciding to return to the capital, annoyed that they had gone too far in assuming her romantic life. After a while, she calmed down, admitting that even she herself wasn't trustworthy, and decided to act more cautiously. With renewed determination, she set off, asserting that she would return to the capital first. Kim E-young decided to confront the involved parties directly to uncover the truth about Renee's fate. However, before returning to the capital, she told someone that she had something to do here. That person was Sayedin Ansirad, and she noticed his expression, though worried, still shone with a desire to accompany her. He confirmed her mission was important, and also reported that the priests still hadn't found anything. Kim E-young confidently thought to herself that they would never find what she had hidden with magic. When Sayedin offered to stay and wait, she firmly told him it wasn't necessary. She then teased him for not begging her to let him stay. Sayedin explained that he was afraid she would punish him if he insisted, which surprised her. He emphasized that he was a true disciple, not a fake lover, something she realized he still held a grudge about. Sayedin earnestly wished she would only pay attention to him instead of that other man. She secretly found his actions amusing, but also admitted she was swayed by his handsome appearance. While engrossed in admiring Sayedin's features, she was interrupted by him asking about her suspicious expression. Later, in the mansion's garden, Kim E-young called Kiril's name with a meaningful smile, threatening to teach him how to speak properly. Kiril Makieris immediately appeared with an angry expression, questioning her about her sudden disappearance and the troubles he had to endure. He continued to grumble about being bothered by everyone trying to extract her secrets, while she only responded with a perfunctory apology. Holding a piece of chocolate, she explained that the secret was almost impossible for others to use. It was a secret art of the blood cult, an extreme pressure point technique that required the practitioner to endure excruciating pain for weeks. She smirked, thinking that technique would surely kill an ordinary person, but was surprised that Kiril succeeded. After explaining, she turned to ask where her brother had been all this time. Instead of waiting for an answer, she pinched Kiril's cheek and teased him, asking if he was sad when she left, making him cry out in pain. Kim E-young teases Kiril that a swordmaster who gets hurt from a cheek pinch should go home and cry, making him angrily ask where she learned to talk like that. While the spirits comment on her strength, Kim E-young silently tells them to shut up. Kiril sighs, deciding to return to the main topic, and asks his sister if she gathered any new information. Kim E-young flips through documents and replies that most of it is just worthless gossip about Talia. She explains that this is the document containing the truth about those who tried to kill Lien, which everyone requested at the party. However, she admits it's not very useful, prompting Kiril to ask what she expected. Kim E-young seriously declares her goal is to find the true mastermind behind everything, not the pawns. When Kiril is confused about how to find them, she suggests he look for the one who benefits from doing nothing. Kiril remains skeptical, thinking no one benefited from Renee's past mistakes. Kim E-young corrects him, saying it wasn't her but Lian, and hypothesizes that if the enemy's next target is Crown Prince Ishir, she asserts that with that hypothesis, only one person comes to mind. Kim E-young smiles and points, declaring the suspect is none other than Princess Aiden, much to Kiril's shock. She cheerfully praises Kiril, who can only puff out his cheeks in annoyance at his sister's attitude. To the question of how to expose the princess, Kim E-young confidently states she will have to meet her directly. Kiril asks in disbelief about meeting her directly. While Kim E-young nonchalantly whistles, he begins to panic, fearing the bold plan his sister is about to undertake. Kim E-young beams and invites Kiril to the royal palace. She playfully declares she'll go there to meet that idiot Ishir and burn down the entire palace. On the day of departure, Kim E-young checks the progress of the King of Waves and Healing, revealing she asked this spirit to track Lian's movements. As the master of all water sources, the King of Waves and Healing proved its excellent tracking abilities. As expected, the King of Waves and Healing found the faint traces Lian left behind. Kim E-young muses that instead of waiting pointlessly for Ishir and Sayeden, things would be resolved if Lian were here. She smiles confidently, deciding it would be faster to find Lian herself. However, a sudden announcement from the spirit states that all traces of the Saintess have vanished, surprising Kim E-young and making her immediately ask for the last known location. The King of Waves and Healing then creates an empire map out of water, marking the last known location of the traces near a tower they had visited before. As the spirit explains that the location is on the way to the tower, not at it, a voice from outside urges Kim E-young to depart immediately. Interrupted, Kim E-young shouts in annoyance, telling the person to wait a moment, while telling herself she's useless for getting involved in romance. The malicious blood cult leader immediately appears to mock her, saying there are many things even she cannot do. Provoked, Kim E-young threatens to never summon these old spirits again, but the malicious blood cult leader merely sticks out its tongue and replies that she won't be able to use its skills then either. A moment later, Kim E-young regally appears before her two brothers, Ante and Kirill Makieris, asking if she made them wait long. She recalls Ante's sudden decision to accompany her to the royal palace, and she had no reason to refuse. Thanks to this, a side quest for relationship development was completed, with the reward of restoring a portion of the status window. Kim E-young rejoices inwardly at finally completing this quest and decides to check the status window. She examines the stats of Ante Makieris, the eldest brother of the family. Next, she checks Kirill Makieris' status and notices that both brothers have progressed significantly, especially Kirill. Sitting in the carriage, Kim E-young thinks that most of the affection points increased because she annoyed Ante, then she urges her brothers to hurry. Suddenly, Ante begins to tremble strangely, prompting Kim E-young to tell him to calm down. Kirill amusingly asks why she's doing that, saying it's the first time he's seen his brother look so embarrassed. Ante blushes and orders Kirill to be quiet. Kirill then turns to tease Kim E-young, remarking that she's dressed more casually than usual and usually wears elaborate outfits to the royal palace to look beautiful for the crown prince. Kim E-young smiles and explains that she's become more selective in her attire recently. She inwardly thinks of the real René Magritte, realizing that those elaborate dresses were armor to hide sadness and keep people at a distance. Kirill comments that her expression has also changed a lot, making Kim E-young ask in surprise. Her younger brother explains that she's smiling, no longer has a murderous expression, and Kim E-young suddenly realizes the real René probably never smiled at her brothers due to hating them. She silently wishes that one day when the real René returns, she will be happy, wear what she likes, and be joyful with those she loves. Kim E-young looks ahead with a determined gaze, believing that René deserves to smile among her loved ones. She vows to make that a reality, as repayment for borrowing this body. All three siblings have arrived at the Ramdish royal palace. On the way, Kim E-young reflects on how difficult it was to meet Princess Aiden, as all her requests were denied, possibly because she was the lover of the princess's political enemy. She had also contacted Crown Prince Ishir, but only received a single letter in return. In the letter, Ishir promised to give her everything she wanted, but stated he couldn't help at the moment. Nevertheless, Kim E-young clenches her fist, determined not to give up. She confidently tells her two brothers that she has a trump card called relationships, even though she hates meeting this person herself. That person is their father, Desilar Makieris, the Duke of Machias. Kim E-young cheerfully greets her father, while Desilar asks in surprise why all three of them are at the palace. The Duke immediately turns to reprimand Ante for not managing the family and coming to the palace without permission, causing Ante to bow his head in apology. Seeing this, Kim E-young speaks up in defense, saying she asked Ante to bring her and he did nothing wrong. Hearing this, Desilar gently places his hand on her shoulder and calls her René. He pulls her into a hug and says it was his fault for not managing her properly. Kim E-young is stunned by her father's words, retorting that she is an adult and doesn't need Ante to manage her. Duke Desilar sternly stated that no matter what, René still needed someone to control her. Hearing this, Kim E-young suddenly came to her senses. She understood everything. She realized René wasn't a spoiled child, but her father was simply not a good father. Returning to reality, Kim E-young invited her father to sit, and he also invited her to sit down for tea. However, she refused and got straight to the point, asking why he wasn't curious about her reason for visiting. Duke Desilar smiled and replied that he wanted to know the reason, especially during these turbulent times. Kim E-young smirked and said directly that hiding behind a smile wouldn't work, and questioned his plan with his lack of political acumen. She continued to provoke, declaring she was good at breaking fake smiles and announcing her romantic relationship with the crown prince. She criticized the family's foolishness as they stood on the brink of collapse. Kim Il-young harshly recounted how the family had fallen into a trap and falsely accused their own daughter instead of clearing her name. She emphasized that in that situation, she herself had cleared the accusation, reconciled with the crown prince, and made their relationship public. She questioned why her father still treated her as useless after she had extinguished the crisis, while her two brothers were terrified by their sister's audacity. She feigned innocence, asking if he was angry because she had handled everything herself without his consent. Then Kim Il-young smiled brightly, asserting that he would understand anyway, as she was his most beloved daughter. Cornered, Duke Desalar had to admit that not trusting her was a huge mistake. Kim Il-young cheerfully confirmed, but inwardly cursed him as stubborn. Duke Desalar suggested she inform the family in advance about major issues next time, but Kim Il-young only thought he himself was hard to meet. Nevertheless, she smiled and agreed to remember his words for next time, leaving her two brothers in a panic, wondering what else she was plotting. Kim Il-young silently resolved that she couldn't stand by and watch adults torment children, and would retaliate accordingly. Finally, Duke Desalar admitted that no matter what he said, he was still proud of her, while Kim Il-young had already planned her next move, meeting Idin. Duke Desalar Maquieras smiled and said he used to worry about his daughter, who only relied on her looks, but now he saw she had done very well. He continued to praise her, saying she was better than those who were fully supported by the family, yet couldn't become swordmasters, implying his two sons, who bowed their heads sadly. Kim Il-young smiled and replied, pointing out the oddity that her own father was not a swordmaster. A status window appeared, confirming Desalar was only a sword expert, leaving him stunned as his daughter sarcastically remarked he couldn't compare her to her brothers. Kirill and Ante Maquieras were astonished by their sister's insolence. Kim Il-young explained that, thanks to their father's constant battles, the family enjoyed peace, allowing her brothers to focus on sword training, making Kirill wonder if this was still Renee. With an innocent expression, she said that in their father's time, people believed they could overcome innate talent, then asked if that was why he was at the highest level. Her brothers realized their sister was defending them, and their favor towards her immediately increased by 50 points. Kim Il-young feigned admiration, saying she had spoken out of turn as she had never held a sword and asked her father for forgiveness, leaving Desalar flustered. Her companion spirits reacted in unison. The malicious blood cult leader praised her wickedness, the king of waves and healing was proud, and the Lord of Temptation lamented that demons would soon be unemployed. She cheerfully suggested having more frequent intimate family gatherings, causing her two brothers to panic, while Desalar agreed. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Il-young asked her father to arrange a meeting with the princess, prompting him to ask her intentions. She simply said she wanted to stop by and say hello after the recent surprises, and Desalar accepted the proposal. Kim Il-young thought to herself that she had not only achieved her goal of meeting the princess, but also gained other benefits. She suddenly realized that it was Desalar Maquieras who had caused the original Renee to live in torment, feeling suffocated even in her own home. Kim Il-young asked if her father had anything else to say, and he replied that he did not. She decided to pause everything for now. Standing up to leave, she wished her father good night, and thought to herself that her goal today was not him. The Eagle Palace, where Princess Idin resided, appeared majestic under the guard of the Silver Eagle Knights. The image of Renee appeared with an angry expression, gritting her teeth. Forced to wait, Kim Il-young grumbled about the strictness of both her father and the princess. Meanwhile, the malicious blood cult leader sarcastically wondered if anyone among them was strict, while the king of waves and healing looked away indifferently. Finally, a voice from within invited her in as the heavy door opened. Kim Il-young entered and bowed formally, presenting herself to Princess Idin. She silently assessed her opponent, concluding that this was indeed someone Crown Prince Ishir had to be extremely wary of. Princess Idin von Ramdish, the second heir to the empire, sat in the center of the luxurious room and directly asked why Kim Il-young wanted to meet her. Idin announced she had found new clues about Lian Karis's disappearance, making Kim Il-young realize this confrontation would not be simple. Kim Il-young smiled and replied that she also had something to tell the princess. Suddenly, a system window appeared, causing her expression to turn cold, and she cursed inwardly. The system presented an unexpected choice, forcing her to designate Idin as friend or foe, a decision that would directly impact her relationship with both the princess and the crown prince. Kim Il-young clenched her fists in anger, realizing these were the troublesome time-limited quest tricks she had endured before. In the meantime, Idin casually gestured, telling her to sit down. Kim Il-young reluctantly obeyed, her heart heavy with the awkward situation. She worriedly calculated that losing 200 favor points with Ishir could ruin her entire plan. Idin looked at her meaningfully, reminding her that there was a new clue. Kim Il-young silently told the system not to rush, as she was concentrating on finding a way out. After a moment, she calmly spoke, asking Eden if the princess had heard that Sayyidin Ansirad had been dispatched to the north. Eden confirmed that it was his own brother, the crown prince, who had ordered Sayyidin to support the temple's operations there. Kim Il-young then took out an item, saying it was something Lord Ansirad had sent. Iden looked curious as he received the small black box from Kim Il-young. Kim Il-young explains that the item in the box is a deer bone, found in a carcass that was preyed upon, yet it emanates a powerful aura. Eden asks what part of the bone it is, and Kim Il-young confirms it's from the knee area. Kim Il-young adds that it was crushed by a trap, leaving Iden inwardly astonished as such marks are not visible to the naked eye. She explains that a divine power restored the bone fragments, and using such power on a dying deer is extremely rare. There is only one person Kim Il-young can think of, and an image of Lian Karis affectionately petting a deer appears. She further asserts that the investigation revealed no priests had ever appeared in that area. Eden smirks, finding the situation quite interesting. As Kim Il-young is about to conclude, Iden unexpectedly interrupts, stating that the real evidence isn't the bone fragment, but Kim Il-young herself. Iden points out the oddity that Kim Il-young, someone who supposedly wouldn't want the saintess to return, is so enthusiastic about finding her. Kim Il-young calmly retorts, asserting that she also wishes for Lian's return. Iden continues to question if she would accept being cast aside when the saintess returns, but Kim Il-young simply replies to wait and see. Kim Il-young then reveals a shocking secret. The engagement between the crown prince and Lian was actually a covert agreement to seize the temple's power. She asserts that she is well aware of the scheme to exploit the weak royal family's power to control the temple. Iden analyzes that if Lian doesn't return, her brother will seek out the pope, but if Lian returns, will he choose the throne or Iden? Kim Il-young then presents another possibility. This time, the crown prince's new power might be Duke Machiaris. Internally, Kim Il-young is furious about having to make this suggestion, cursing Crown Prince Ishir for his weakness. While she is frustrated, her companion spirits appear through the system window, one reminding her of her mission, another advising her to remain calm. Lord of Temptation even shouts that he's ready to start a war if she wishes, while Eden silently observes. After a moment of thought, Eden smiles meaningfully, repeating the suggestion of Duke Machiaris becoming his brother's new power. Kim Il-young looks directly into Iden's eyes, sharply asking if the princess is truly curious about the crown prince's choice between the throne and her. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish bursts in, declaring he will answer Iden's question himself. Princess Iden calmly greets her brother, stating she didn't expect him to come all this way. Ishir approaches, places his hand on Kim Il-young's shoulder, and asserts that he has no intention of giving up the throne. He continues, saying that even though he has chosen the throne, he has no intention of blaming Renee any further. Eden smirks, questioning the word blame, and asking if his words at the banquet were sincere. The crown prince gently takes Iden's hand, saying it doesn't matter if she believes him or not. He then turns to hold Kim Il-young's hand and warns Eden never to speak to his lover like that again. Eden smiles politely, announcing that she will leave now. As they both step outside, Kim Il-young pulls her hand away and asks the crown prince to let go since no one is watching anymore. Ishir turns back with a stern expression, warning her not to overstep her bounds. Kim Il-young is inwardly angered by his words. She confronts the crown prince, asking what he is misunderstanding and why he thinks she is angry. She questions the reason for his meeting with Iden, but then answers herself, saying she just wanted to talk for a bit. Ishir suddenly grips her shoulders, warning that she cannot handle Eden and should not delude herself. While Kim Il-young is frustrated, her companion spirits appear through the system window to read her mood and comment. She looks up with a defiant smile, asking directly if he is afraid she will reveal information to the princess. The crown prince is flustered, admitting he knows she has changed but asserting that dealing with Iden is not her role. Kim Il-young coldly replies that her role is merely to fill the void until Lian returns. Ishir acknowledges her growing power but advises her not to get involved in power struggles, then says he has a question. Kim Il-young looks him straight in the eye, asking if he intends to abandon Renee Machias when Lian returns, and if she is just a replacement. Kim Il-young unequivocally demands that Ishir answer her question. Cornered, Ishir remains silent, avoiding her gaze. Finally, the crown prince admits he doesn't want to lie, indirectly confirming his affections are not for her. Kim Il-young bitterly realizes that poor Renee has always had unrequited love for those who never reciprocated. An image of Ishir happy with someone else, a future with no place for her, flashes in her mind. She clenches her fists, inwardly cursing how pathetic this harsh reality is. When Ishir calls her name, Kim Il-young coldly replies that she understands, but immediately after, she glares at him, questioning why she should remain silent for his benefit. Kim Il-young turns the tables, contemptuously asking if he sees her as a tool, and asserting her superiority over him in both intellect and emotion. She declares that even if she stands in his way, he has no right to treat her like this. As Ishir tries to explain in a hurried pursuit, she sharply asks if blaming others makes him feel better. She decisively ends the argument. Standing from a distance, Kim E-young announces that she still needs this relationship and has no intention of ending it. She looks at the flower on her wrist, redefining their relationship as purely mutually beneficial. Standing alone, Kim E-young tells the system that she isn't angry, just annoyed that her human judgment seems to have dulled. She wonders why Renee liked such a person, and why she herself once held a flicker of hope for him. The Lord of Temptation suggests eliminating one of the male leads, but Kim E-young dismisses it. Feeling tired of fruitless confrontations, she suddenly hears a call from behind. Losing her patience, Kim E-young irritably decides she needs to rest. However, the one who appears is Princess Aiden, who smiles and says she has come to apologize for what happened earlier. Kim E-young politely refused Aiden's apology, stating she should be the one to apologize for leaving abruptly, but the princess insisted she had spoken out of turn. When Aiden explained she was rude for doubting her relationship with the crown prince, Kim E-young bluntly replied that the princess was correct and she had just confirmed it. Aiden firmly stated that she wanted to fix her mistake. To Aiden's suggestion to continue their conversation, Kim E-young smiled and replied that she had said all she needed to. Aiden grabbed Kim E-young's hand, insisting she wasn't finished and accusing her of deceiving Crown Prince Ishir. The princess confidently offered Kim E-young to stay in her palace to see the evidence. As a system alert about a sudden choice about to activate appeared, the system presented a critical choice. Accept Princess Aiden's offer to become allies and decrease Ishir's favorability, or refuse and become enemies, but increase the Crown Prince's favorability. Annoyed at being interrupted by Ishir before she could finish speaking, Kim E-young received advice from her spirits. Malicious blood cult leader suggested she follow her heart, while King of Waves and Healing reminded her to think carefully. Following the suggestion of Lord of Temptation, Kim E-young decided to recheck Ishir's favorability, hoping the previous system error had been fixed. She was stunned to see Ishir's favorability was still updating, making her realize she could only trust her instincts. As Aiden spoke, Kim E-young asked for a moment to think. Aiden commented that despite hearing rumors, she was surprised Kim E-young had truly changed so much. The princess pointed out that the past Renee would have refused immediately, and her consideration showed a change, making Kim E-young wonder about Renee's past self. Kim E-young realized Aiden was right. Renee would have refused the princess's offer without a second thought, even if it was for Ishir. In the rain, Kim E-young pondered that she couldn't trust either Ishir or Aiden, and being forced to choose a side, she had to make her own decision. With a confident smile, Kim E-young firmly pushed Aiden away and declared her refusal of the offer, just as the real Renee would have done. The system confirmed her choice, causing Aiden's favorability to plummet to -280. A number that surprised even Kim E-young. Aiden, though confused, confirmed the number was real, and asked for the reason for refusal, stating her offer was very reasonable. Kim E-young admitted the offer was reasonable, and refusing it was foolish, especially with Ishir being an exhausting calculator, further baffling Aiden. She explained the reason was simple, because Renee Macias trusted that person, and she had promised to trust her heart more than anyone, without needing to get involved in complex tasks. Kim E-young asserted that if she didn't know the answer, trusting Renee was the right choice. Immediately after, a system notification appeared, stating Ishir's favorability had skyrocketed by 200 points, reaching 357. A few days later, at the Macias residence, Kim E-young was still tossing and turning in bed, thinking about choosing Ishir over Aiden, while her companion spirits reassured her. Lord of Temptation teased, asking if she favored Aiden more, but Kim E-young irritably brushed it off, stating Aiden, though capable, was too suspicious. She told herself she understood the danger of joining forces with someone whose intentions were unpredictable. Moreover, she thought to herself, she had plans to leave this place anyway. She reflected on the difference between herself, an S-class hunter, and Renee, realizing this soul and body were fundamentally incompatible. Looking at her hands, Kim E-young reminded herself that one day, she would have to return this body to its true owner. Therefore, she couldn't act recklessly while borrowing someone else's body. She imagined the ridiculous scenario of someone possessing her body and then declaring they would abandon everything to seek their own happiness. Just thinking about such irresponsibility terrified her, making her wonder how she could have passed the civil service exam with such a mindset. Her companion spirits reappeared, one tempting her to the demon realm, another asking about her hometown, and another offering gentle comfort. Kim E-young always felt guilty towards Renee, believing that if someone else had possessed her, things might have turned out as Renee wished. She promised herself to try not to cause more trouble, and not making Ishir an enemy was also a way to respect Renee's feelings when she returned. Besides, she had no regrets about decisively resolving her own unrequited love. Lying in bed, she looked at Ishir's favorability score of 357 and calculated that it had initially been 157. She found it perplexing that someone with a favorability of 157 could say words that seemed to fill a void. Sitting up, she looked at the system window and sighed, calling it her second headache. She hugged the system window like a pillow, wondering whose favorability she should check to complete the quest. Lying back down on the bed, she admitted that grasping Ishir's thoughts was becoming more complicated than she had imagined. After a moment of thought, Kim E-young had an epiphany. She suddenly sat up in bed with a new resolve. Putting her worries aside, she decided to move on to another issue. A new main quest appeared: restore reputation, with the condition of achieving renown to protect both herself and Crown Prince Ishir. She resolved to check her current reputation status. The system panel displayed a score of -413, making her realize she needed to work twice as hard. Sitting on the bed, she mused that pretending to be engaged to Ishir would be somewhat useful in dispelling suspicion. However, Ishir's reputation was also affected, so she decided to rebuild her own renown. She calculated that there were 3 main ways to increase reputation. These were completing quests, clearing misunderstandings, or achieving extraordinary feats. She wondered what to do, as relying on the original plot, like in her past life, might be very difficult. Kim E-young recalled the major events still unfolding in the story: Lion's disappearance, the will accusing her and the Crown Prince, and Renee's denial of the crime. But she also noticed a significant difference. Compared to the original work, many details had changed, and especially Sayedin's appearance had created an unpredictable butterfly effect. She mused that, in the past, she often relied on knowledge from novels, but this time there were no corresponding events to reference. In her soul form, she accepted the reality that she had to find her own way. With renewed determination, Kim E-young declared that from now on, she would forge her own path. At the same time, the story shifted to Sayedin Ansirad, who had been plagued by nightmares since becoming a swordmaster. Fear and anxiety constantly tormented him, making waking up in a cold sweat a daily occurrence. But he recalled the most recent time, when instead of a nightmare, a sense of peace had come, bringing him a deep sleep he hadn't had in a long time. In Sayedin Ansirad's dream, Kim E-young smiles and greets him. He suddenly wakes up, shocked to find her actually in his room, and asks how she got in. The memory of their previous conversation returns, where he skeptically asked if she intended to watch him sleep, and she confirmed it. Sayedin realizes she had been there watching him for a while. The story rewinds a few hours, when Kim E-young entered and asked if he was okay. She found him sleeping soundly but with a pained expression, and wondered if he was having a nightmare. Standing by his bed, she thought his complexion looked terrible and that he hadn't woken up even though she was very close. She intended to wake him up, but as she reached out, his expression suddenly became serene, much to her surprise. Seeing he was all right, Kim E-young decided to sit down and let him sleep a little longer. While observing, she thought to herself that he looked very handsome when asleep, and that his black hair, a rarity here, was common in her past life. Images of a crowd of black-haired people from her old world flashed through her mind. She mused about Saiden, who both evoked homesickness and possessed an unfamiliar youthfulness. Returning to the present, she explained she had been there until he woke up, joking that it wasn't that interesting. Sayedin retorted that he was the one to decide that, causing Kim E-young to playfully flick his forehead and tell herself to be more careful this time. He boldly offered to watch her sleep in return, but she flatly refused, deeming it ridiculous, leaving him to chuckle inwardly. Sayedin then changed the subject, directly asking her purpose for being there, and received a nonchalant reply of nothing. He said he'd be glad if that were true, but he knew better, much to Kim E-young's silent surprise that he could read her. Sayedin adjusted his clothes while patiently waiting for her real answer. Finally, Kim E-young smiled meaningfully and asked what would happen if she revealed she was a swordmaster. However, no one would believe it, as Renee Maquieras was infamous as the family's disgrace for her inability to wield a sword. Sayedin Ansirad asked Kim E-young why she suddenly wanted to reveal her identity, suggesting she needed more achievements to prove herself. He guessed that the noble's attitudes were the cause, while Kim E-young silently thought this was the only way to salvage her reputation. Unexpectedly, Sayedin Ansirad took her hand and admitted he felt a bit disappointed. He explained that revealing her identity would make Renee busy, causing Kim E-young slight confusion. When Sayedin Ansirad asked if she was sad, Kim E-young turned away and denied it. She suddenly turned back and asked him if he would be sad if he couldn't see her anymore, leaving him stunned. Her own question made Kim E-young fall into thought, questioning her feelings and the naturalness of sadness when someone disappears. Memories took her back to her 30th regression, a time when she was utterly despairing and considered giving up on conquering the tower. Back then, she had forgotten the names of her parents and brother, wondering about the purpose of life after everything ended. Losing all will, she curled up in the darkness, no longer seeing a reason to return home. Just then, the system appeared and made an offer. The offer promised to revive everyone if she cleared the tower, and she could return to her world. Kim Il-young recalled that it was the devil's sweet temptation, a metaphor from the Lord of Temptation. Ever since accepting the pact, she had become iron-willed, no longer feeling grief at the deaths of her comrades. In a flashback, she coldly ordered a kneeling comrade to stand up and move forward. She cruelly stated that the dead wouldn't come back to life with tears alone, leaving the comrade stunned. The comrade thought his captain was sometimes heartless as she turned and walked away. He grabbed her hand, questioning if she was human, and if she mourned them when they died. Amidst the carnage, the comrade hugged a friend's corpse and wondered if, to the captain, they were truly comrades. In a flashback, Kim Il-young wondered why her comrade said that, when she was only trying to save everyone. She remained silent to his questioning, her face expressionless despite being stained with blood. She recalled the moment she realized she could no longer cherish her own life or that of her comrades. The determination to conquer the tower had once overridden all sadness, but she wondered why she felt bothered now. Returning to reality, Kim Il-young thought that this time she had intended to leave immediately after completing her mission. Sayedin Ansirad noticed her expression, worriedly touched her cheek, and asked if she was okay. Kim Il-young gently brushed his hand away, apologized, and said she was just lost in thought. She quickly changed the subject, asking about their interrupted conversation regarding him being a swordmaster. With a smile, she said that was precisely why she needed Sayedin's help. Sayedin happily agreed and asked how he could assist her. Kim Il-young asked him to post a very difficult request on his mercenary guild's notice board. Sayedin accepted and joked about the reward, wondering if he should rob the duke's treasury for funds. He sincerely offered to handle the compensation himself, but Kim Il-young seemed concerned as it was a large sum. Sayedin asked how she would feel if someone worried about her safety, causing Kim Il-young to inwardly scoff that such a person should worry about their own life instead. He admitted that was how he felt right now, and Kim Il-young concluded that he must be very wealthy to react that way. Afterward, Sayedin inquired about her investigation trip to the north, as a marquis. In a tavern, Kim Il-young expressed regret for hiding the tower, saying she could have helped if she had known sooner. She added that while dealing with nobles was troublesome, there was something more annoying. When Sayedin curiously asked what it was, she revealed it was the crown prince puffing his chest out beside her, making him laugh heartily. Sayedin Ansirad asked Kim Il-young if she still cared about why he was helping her, and she affirmed that she cared greatly. He then revealed there was another reason, prompting Kim Il-young to curiously ask what it was. Sayedin asked for permission to tell her a little about himself, prompting a weary Kim Il-young to urge him to proceed. He began his story, recounting his past before meeting her. In a flashback, Sayedin narrated how he was an orphan of war, forced to wield a sword for survival. He then became a mercenary to acquire better weapons and a safe haven. He gathered the remaining soldiers and merchants after the war to establish a guild, earning a substantial amount of money. Sayedin explained that he lived only for the moment, and before he knew it, he had become someone who possessed many things. Meanwhile, the Lord of Temptation, deeming Sayedin a mere braggart, was silenced by the King of Waves and Healing. Returning to the present, Sayedin admitted he paid little mind to titles or the scrutiny of nobles. Kim Il-young directly asked why he refused the bestowed title. He explained that everything felt hollow, like a thirsty demon mindlessly devouring everything, and upon obtaining it all, he found it bothersome. He recalled the moment he impulsively refused the title in front of the emperor. Sayedin stated that he often used excuses like disinterest or disdain for nobles to conceal his true reasons. He concluded his story, calling it a suffocating and pathetic tale. Kim Il-young decisively put down her wine glass. She denied it, thinking to herself that she too understood too well the bitter feeling of having to kill one's heart to pursue a goal. Hearing her words, Sayedin, moved, asked if she truly understood him. He stood up, took her hand, and confessed that his emptiness began to end the moment he met her, as if his stagnant gears had finally begun to turn. Kim Il-young smiled, stating she was glad that everything she had accumulated could now be of help to Sayedin. Sayedin gently lifted her hand, affirming that she could use everything he possessed as she pleased. He added that he would be more than satisfied if she did so. A few days later, an event began to brew. In the capital city of Tis, a rumor spread about a ferocious dragon appearing in the neighboring kingdom of Malapa. People at the market curiously discussed the rampaging dragon from the rumor. The rumor was embellished with further details, quickly taking root in people's minds. There was speculation about who had awakened the dragon, and whether any miraculous healing existed there. It spread like wildfire ignited in a dry field. Fear escalated as some believed it was the monster that had destroyed a kingdom 1,000 years ago. But this chaos created an opportunity for someone. In his office, A subordinate reported to Sayedin that all his orders had been completed. Sayedin quietly held a blue rose, approving the report. He placed the flowers in a vase, like a sower offering his harvest to the one he cherished most. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction and certainty. Shortly after, the Shira Guild posted a bounty for the extermination of the dragon Harlan, offering the guild's entire fortune as a reward. Mercenary King Sayedin Ansirad took on the quest, but it was actually a trap. Kim E-young's companion spirits, meanwhile, excitedly ate popcorn while watching the situation unfold. The bounty poster was torn apart by someone. Kim E-young angrily shouted Sayedin's name, finally understanding his intentions when he spoke of the reward, while fate had destined her to become the mercenary king. In the Malafa border region where the dragon was discovered, a voice asked if the other party was angry. Kim E-young, wearing a mask, glared furiously at Sayedin Ansirad, while he could only bow his head in apology. She sternly questioned Sayedin what he was thinking by putting up such a reward, implying himself. Amidst the thorns, Kim E-young shouted that she does not use people as slaves, and certainly does not accept him arbitrarily calling her master. Contrary to her anger, Sayedin simply smiled with satisfaction. Recalling a few days prior at the Shira Guild, Sayedin explained that, despite many applications, the expedition team ultimately consisted of only 3 members, including himself. He told a merchant that to challenge the dragon Harlan, one must reach the level of swordmaster, thereby skillfully spreading rumors. Sayedin revealed that one of the applicants was Crown Prince Ishir, while the other intrigued the guild members. He flipped through the application of the last mysterious applicant. With a radiant smile, Sayedin proudly declared that person was his master. Looking at Kim E-young's photo on the application, the guild members were astonished and began speculating about the identity of someone who could be a sword master's mentor. Returning to the present, Sayedin explained that the rumor of a reclusive swordmaster had caused quite a stir. Kim E-young angrily punched Sayedin's chest, asking if he didn't want to reveal her identity, and he confirmed that was true. She thought to herself that things had gone too far, but fortunately, the rumor about the Demon King had not been leaked. While the spirit of temptation unexpectedly appeared to listen, Sayedin reminded her that she couldn't call herself someone due to her noble status, but Kim E-young seemed indifferent. Kim E-young firmly declared she would not accept the reward, and Sayedin calmly agreed, surprising her. Hearing Sayedin say she could do whatever she wanted, Kim E-young narrowed her eyes suspiciously. She decided to overlook it this time and instructed him to ask for her opinion next time, to which Sayedin obediently agreed. Sayedin explained that this approach actually helped her achieve her goal better and apologized for acting rashly. The companion spirits simultaneously praised Sayedin's understanding, irritating Kim E-young as she felt they saw through her. Sayedin apologetically asked Kim E-young for making her sad, explaining he only wanted to help, making her think he was both humble and controlling. Nevertheless, Kim E-young decided to let it go and only advised him to be more careful from now on. Sayedin immediately blocked a sharp thorn branch, promising not to repeat his mistake, and affirming that if she disliked something, he would too. He gently asked why she was being so kind to him, immediately being teased by the malicious blood cult leader through the system window not to pretend he had never loved. Kim E-young was stunned and blushed at the unexpected remark. Regaining her composure, she asked if his offer of a reward was also a way of helping, but Sayedin said it was slightly different. He explained that the true purpose was to let everyone know he always stood by her side. Kim E-young asked why in surprise, but Sayedin just smiled meaningfully. She decided to change the subject to the dragon hunt mission, and while Sayedin confirmed it was a real mission, she secretly suspected he had awakened it himself. She thought the timing of the dragon's appearance was too perfect, and worried the mission was beyond her capabilities. But Sayedin reassured her that big things attract attention. When Kim E-young asked if Crown Prince Ishir would participate later, Sayedin coldly confirmed it. She grumbled irritably about Ishir's audacity, and wondered why she had ever had feelings for someone like him. Hearing this, Sayedin commented that if she no longer liked the Crown Prince, then everything was fine, making Kim E-young smile thoughtfully. Her reaction made Sayedin anxious, and he pressed her to ask if she still had feelings, causing Kim E-young to frantically deny it. She told herself that her past self would never be like this, but was unsure about Renee, while also imagining her brother Ante would rush to Ishir upon returning. Kim E-young suddenly asked Sayedin if she could do it, surprising him. Misunderstanding her, Sayedin took her hand and asserted that he had self-respect and a conscience. He looked directly into her eyes and asked again why he couldn't do it. Facing Sayedin's sincere gaze, Kim E-young thought to herself that this mission had drawn too many people in. She admitted to herself that she had a fatal weakness. She was completely helpless against such sincere eyes. In Kim E-young's mind, the malicious blood cult leader grumbled that she should have dated someone when she was a hunter, while the affection of the King of Waves and healing for Sayedin Ansirad increased by 10 points. Sayedin Ansirad and Kim E-young silently looked at each other, moved, Kim Il-young admitted to Sayadin that she knew he was a person of dignity and conscience. A metaphorical image appeared, her hand grasping a glowing dark hand, as Sayadin wondered if he should treat her with the same dignity and conscience. In her mind, Kim Il-young, in her original form, folded up the novel featuring Sayadin. She thought to herself that Sayadin was the one who would remain in this world. Looking out at the modern city scene in her memory, she told herself that one day, she had to return to reality. Returning to the present, Kim Il-young suddenly apologized, making Sayadin confused and asked what she meant. She explained that she was apologizing for giving away her feelings without any intention of staying in this world to take responsibility. Suddenly, a man named Arwen, captain of the Falcon Knights under Princess Iden, appeared and ordered them to stop. Arwen explained that the energy on the mountain had become unstable and concerning, so they would stop to avoid angering the dragon Hallan. He turned back and scolded his knights when they continued to advance, ordering them not to move. Arwen sighed in frustration, unable to believe that a top swordsman like himself had to come all this way. A flashback showed a table being overturned in a fit of rage. In the memory, Arwen's face was stained as Princess Iden became enraged upon learning that the Crown Prince was joining the expedition of the mercenary king. An image of a roaring lion wearing a crown symbolized royal fury. Princess Iden was angry because if the Crown Prince brought back Hallan's heart, he would surely be confirmed as the next emperor. Arwen recalled the princess saying they couldn't let things be. Princess Iden asserted that she herself would stand in Crown Prince Ishir's way. In the flashback, she placed her hand on Arwen's kneeling shoulder, saying that even with two sword masters facing a dragon, neither would return alive. In the flashback, Princess Iden ordered Arwen to kill all survivors. Returning to reality, Arwen felt tormented, thinking about having to attack an expedition team exhausted after fighting the dragon. He recalled that he had admired Princess Iden's decisiveness and vowed to dedicate his life to her loyalty. Nevertheless, as a knight, he felt disgusted by this cowardly act, and secretly felt lucky that he wasn't the one directly assassinating the Crown Prince. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Arwen into alertness. He immediately drew his sword and loudly demanded to know who was there. Before him were two cloaked figures, who were Kim Il-young and Sayadin Ansirad. From beneath her hood, Kim Il-young smiled and replied confidently. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the people were buzzing with worry that the Crown Prince personally going dragon hunting was no different from suicide. Crown Prince Ishir sat on the throne, thinking gloomily that these people were only pretending to worry because they feared he might actually kill the dragon. The nobles proposed establishing a special task force led by Princess Iden to stop the Crown Prince. Seeing her brother smirk, Iden asked what he found amusing. Ishir casually replied that everything was amusing. He openly mocked the courtier's feigned concern, while one noble tried to argue that this was a matter of fairness. Ishir suddenly changed the subject, asking Iden if she thought he didn't know that the bald head of the Falcon Knights had been missing for some time. He threatened to state himself the meaning of such an important figure disappearing at this time. Iden calmly replied that it was his right to ask about the whereabouts of her knight. Ishir asserted that she was not the one who had the right to decide where he went. Iden calmly declared that she had not offered any opinion on the matter yet. Then, with sharp eyes, she declared, "Then I will do so now." Iden smiled, saying that if it was her brother's decision, she declared that for the sake of the Empire, the Crown Prince must leave, causing a courtier to cry out in panic. Amidst the nobles' arguments, a commanding voice rang out, ordering everyone to be silent. That person was Emperor Ashutar von Ramdisha, who showed contempt and called them a shameful bunch. The courtiers, who were supposed to be the pillars of the empire, could only bow their heads in fear. The emperor called Iden's name, and she immediately responded. He questioned his daughter about releasing eagles into the dragon's territory, but Iden casually replied that it was merely a measure to protect the empire. The emperor warned her not to deceive herself. However, he added that if she were simply sitting idly, like an idiot because she couldn't wield a sword, that would be truly disappointing. The emperor then turned to Ishir, remarking that his recent actions were quite interesting, and Ishir responded humbly. The emperor abruptly changed the subject, asking Ishir where he had found a troublesome brat like Renée Magritte. He suggested that Renée was an even bigger problem than Iden, and criticized Ishir for bringing back a mediocre woman after losing the Saintess. Ishir firmly refuted this, asserting that Renée was not someone who could be dismissed so lightly. That answer made the emperor burst out laughing and call his son an arrogant fool. His mocking laughter echoed throughout the great hall. The emperor stepped down from the throne, approached Ishir, and asked if he thought he had replaced his father's position. He used his scarred hand to grab Ishir's chin, forcing him to look straight into his eyes. Ishir's gaze did not waver. Instead, it held defiance and resentment. The emperor was stunned by his son's eyes. Finally, he released Ishir and set a condition. If he craved the throne so much, he would have to prove that woman's usefulness. In a flashback, Princess Idun mocked that the throne would belong to the crown prince's pathetic younger sister. Emperor Ramdish clenched his fist, with only one word in his mind: usefulness. Those words brought back Ishir's memory of Renee Magritte, who had once painfully asked if she was merely a tool. Sitting on the throne, Ishir wondered why that phrase was echoing in his mind right now. The scene shifts to the forest, where Arwen draws his sword, facing the two hooded figures, demanding they reveal themselves. He suspected it might be the dragon Harlan in human form, but was confused by the presence of a companion. The figure in the blue hood, Kim E-young, provocatively asked if Arwen intended to attack with that sword, causing him to angrily repeat his demand. Kim E-young began to remove her hood, and Arwen suddenly recognized her familiar voice. She pulled the hood down, revealing the long silver hair characteristic of the Maquieras family. Arwen froze, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing. Kim E-young casually stated that she had come to save his life, making Arwen realize in shock that it was Renee Magritte. She coldly reminded him that if he recognized her, he should put away his sword, as this was the dragon's territory. Kim E-young secretly complimented Arwen's intelligence, which confused Sayedin Ansirad standing next to her. Arwen lowered his weapon, bitterly admitting that their appearance had turned everyone into Harlan's target. Just then, the fiery eyes of the dragon Harlan flashed, and the system warned Kim E-young of its attention. Kim E-young thought to herself that she had come here precisely to find the idiot who had attracted Harlan's attention. She mocked Arwen's naivety, calling him an idiot for not understanding the nature of a dragon. Scolded, Arwen could only silently bow his head, unable to refute her. Kim E-young guessed that Arwen could not retreat due to Eden's orders, while Sayedin also pondered loyalty. With a confident smile, Kim E-young declared that Arwen was still lucky, and her hand began to gather energy. Kim E-young smiled, summoned a great sword made of water, and said that Arwen was lucky to have met her before facing the dragon. The system window appeared, introducing the skill, Baruna's greatsword, while the King of Waves and Healing Spirit rejoiced at seeing its sword being used. The malicious blood cult leader Spirit scoffed, suggesting the blood sword, but Kim E-young thought it was too ostentatious to use in public. Nevertheless, she activated the skill, Blood Slaughter Blade, summoning countless swords imbued with deadly aura that hovered around her. She secretly thought that the blood cult skills weren't bad, which pleased the malicious blood cult leader Spirit, as martial arts still suited her. Kim E-young wondered if such skills existed in this world, then reminded herself that she currently needed to conceal her power. Sayedin admired Renee's power, while Arwen, terrified in the background, shouted, "Magic?" making her realize she might have overdone it. Arwen stammered, unable to believe he had heard she was just a commoner, and inwardly decided it was best to stay far away from this person. Kim E-young stood proudly amidst a forest of water and blood swords, radiating absolute pressure. Suddenly, a fierce explosion of fire occurred, and she decided to greet the newly arrived lizard, while the spirits unanimously warned of danger. With a mysterious smile, Kim E-young said that this scent brought back many memories for her. A gigantic, fiery red claw, burning with primal energy, revealed the enemy's wild nature and intense vitality. The dragon Harlan roared, sensing a familiar scent, the scent of its own kind. It looked down at Kim E-young, thinking that chasing a small rat had led it to much more interesting things. The system window announced she had encountered the Fire and Despair Tower, making Kim E-young confused and wonder why she was meeting it here. A close-up of Harlan's fiery eye showed it observing her intently. The dragon spoke mentally, calling her an outsider banished from all worlds, stunning Kim E-young. Harlan continued describing a creature that exists, yet does not exist, and Sayedin's gaze became contemplative and puzzled. While Arwen screamed in panic about the dragon, Kim E-young analyzed its words, realizing the first part was about her and wondering about the rest. She looked at an illusory book, suddenly realizing something important. Why had Sayedin never appeared in the original story? Annoyed by the dragon's words, Kim E-young abruptly interrupted it. She immediately rushed forward to attack Harlan, wondering if it knew something. A massive column of dust and smoke rose from the ground after the preemptive strike. Immediately afterward, Kim E-young cast magic, summoning countless swords and pink energy chains. With a sneer, she whispered that the dragon was truly an asshole. Bound tightly, Harlan angrily questioned her, but Kim E-young merely mocked it back using its own words. She yelled that those words were absurd and tightened the magical chains. Harlan roared and struggled violently as Kim E-young ordered it to disappear. Suddenly, a red magic circle with an eye symbol in the center appeared. Arwen was enveloped in the light of the magic, looking completely astonished and helpless. Sayedin was also affected. He gritted his teeth and tried to draw his sword to resist. However, an invisible force knocked Sayedin backward, causing Kim E-young to frantically call his name. His sword plunged forcefully into the ground, cracking the earth. As Sayedin fell backward, Kim E-young immediately rushed forward, swinging her sword to protect him. but a gigantic fireball exploded from Harlan's direction, throwing both of them back. Sayedin was stunned, struggling to get up after the explosion. A fierce sea of fire erupted, engulfing the entire forest. Amidst the flames, Sayedin coughed up blood. He was severely injured. He lay helplessly on the ground, realizing his body could no longer move. Meanwhile, Harlan gathered another fireball, wondering if this was a curse. A massive fireball from Harlan shot straight down toward Arwen. Arwen clicked his tongue in defiance, just as a blue aura began to appear. That water element energy radiated from Sayedin Ansirad's resolute eyes. A powerful water wave barrier skill was activated, colliding with and completely extinguishing the fire attack. Kim E-young manifested as the spellcaster, standing to shield Sayedin. Harlan questioned the stranger, asking why she was protecting Sayedin and if she sensed anything from him. Sayedin knelt, struggling with a dark energy, and called out Renee's name. Kim E-young turned back and instructed him to stay put inside the barrier. As she prepared to attack, her companion spirits appeared, looking worried and ready to assist. She confidently thought to herself that there was no need to worry, as the dragon's stats were clearly lower than hers. However, a status window appeared, showing all of Harlan's stats were at the maximum level of 999. Undaunted, Kim E-young charged forward, recalling that the system had said Harlan was merely a fragment from the past. She reasoned that it couldn't yet possess the power of a constellation, and she could win. Creating a sword of light, she slashed straight down at the dragon with absolute confidence in victory. Harlan was stunned by the power of the blow, while Kim E-young landed and asked if it recognized her yet. Standing on the dragon's head with the blade near its eye, she demanded an explanation of how it knew her identity. The dragon revealed that it recognized her fated soul, and asked if she was the one who had awakened it. Kim E-young was completely bewildered by the question of her having awakened it. Harlan asserted that awakening it was her destiny, but she dismissed this, calling it bizarre logic and scolding it for treating her like a bug. The dragon then ordered the stranger to leave this world, as her existence was disrupting the balance. Kim E-young angrily retorted, saying that she also wanted to escape this place and even die, and never wanted to come to this world. Harlan thought to himself, wondering if she truly meant it, or if she was just bowing before a greater power. Kim E-young confusedly asked what exactly was happening. The dragon explained that her existence prevented it from sleeping again, and since she couldn't leave either, the only solution was for her to disappear, making Kim E-young realize this was a familiar scenario. She cut him off, asking directly if the dragon intended to follow her, which stunned Harlan. Kim E-young continued to mock him, anticipating cliches like offering help while supervising her or claiming she was an interesting creature. She smiled triumphantly and asked, "Isn't that right?" completely dominating the conversation. She then scolded Harlan for his lack of creativity, while also criticizing the system for following such a boring, well-worn path. Following the confrontation, a large piece of meat was being roasted over a campfire at night. While eating, Kim E-young declared that she had decided to subdue Harlan, the light dragon, while her spirits remained silent. Sayedin Ansirad asked Renee in astonishment if she was serious, while Arwen awkwardly suggested that it was impossible. Kim E-young turned to a red-haired man and demanded that he introduce himself, rather than letting her call him the crazy dragon. The man revealed that he was Harlan, the light dragon, transformed into human form. Harlan told Sayedin to keep using that name, because those who didn't know their place wouldn't dare call him the light dragon. Sayedin questioned Harlan about the massacre of innocents 1,000 years ago, prompting Kim E-young to remark that he was being too blunt. Harlan scoffed at the concept of innocence, suggesting that humans always turned a blind eye to their own sins. While Sayedin and Arwen were still confused, Harlan explained that the creator Velua had only granted dragons one thing. Kim E-young listened quietly as Harlan affirmed that this was the truth. In a memory, Kim E-young realized that Harlan had seen through her identity, while she was treating the unconscious Sayedin with the help of a demon. The flashback continued, showing Kim E-young questioning Harlan about it, and the dragon realizing that she truly knew nothing about herself. In his thoughts, Sayedin considered himself an author not appointed by Velua, an outsider who would never be welcomed in any world. Harlan explained that Kim E-young's existence, to put it simply, was almost like a bug in the system. Back in reality, Sayedin challenged Harlan, asserting that being a dragon did not give it the right to trample on the lives of others. Harlan sneered in response, implying that the mercenary king, like Sayedin, was also stained with blood. Provoked, Sayedin growled, asking if that was why Harlan had attacked him. Kim E-young suddenly intervened, offering a spoonful of food to both of them and demanding they stop their meaningless quarrel to focus on the future. Sayedin tried to object but immediately fell silent when Kim E-young sternly called his name. She coldly asked Sayedin directly if he wanted to kill the dragon, and declared she would do it immediately if he gave the order. Harlan was completely stunned by Kim E-young's sudden threat. Sayedin bowed his head in silence, unable to give the command she requested. Finally, he looked up, smiled, and affirmed that he would always follow Renee's wishes. Kim Il-young smiled in thanks, while Harlan thought to himself how absurd it was that his life was being threatened right in front of him. She continued to tease Harlan, who had collapsed after just one blow, and asked if it wanted to be hit again to sober up. Kim Il-young's words made Harlan painfully realize the feeling of helplessness that humans endured whenever they faced it. It desperately looked up at the sky, wondering why the Lord Velua had inflicted such a trial upon it. On the very night Renee subdued Harlan, another person was also tossing and turning. Arwen couldn't sleep. He was immersed in the greatest dilemma of his life. Renee Magritte, the woman he had only known as a disgrace, was now fundamentally shaking the values he believed in. The master of the mercenary king, the one who subdued Harlan the Light Dragon, and the third swordmaster of the Empire. Crown Prince Ishir smiled mysteriously, holding a black chess piece in his hand, awaiting the day all these titles would be attached to his lover, Renee Magritte. In Arwen's thoughts, Princess Edine knew she would face a cruel downfall, and it wouldn't require the Crown Prince's intervention. He recalled the words of Princess Edine when she asked Saladin if he wanted to kill the dragon, and that she would do it if he explicitly requested it. Arwen mused that if Saladin was willing to kill a dragon, then killing a human princess would be easy too. Trapped within Renee's barrier, Arwen was determined to save the princess at all costs, even though he couldn't meet anyone until the next morning. He couldn't just sit and wait in vain. Under the moonlight, Arwen called out for Lord Ansirad. Saladin appeared and asked Arwen directly how he intended to save the princess. With a completely natural expression, Saladin replied that he should beg for mercy from Renee. That suggestion left Arwen speechless, the two words beg for echoing in his mind. Arwen explained that it wasn't that simple, as they would have to reveal the princess's entire plan. He realized that meant betraying the princess, but then wondered if it was the only way to save her. The next morning, the sky was clear. Kim Il-young happily stretched, enjoying the beautiful weather. She wondered why everyone looked tired, unaware that Arwen was anxious. Saladin was sleepless because of Harlan, and Harlan was sleepless because of her. Harlan irritably asked how she could sleep so soundly after all the chaos yesterday. Kim Il-young innocently replied that she had slept very well, forcing Harlan to admit defeat in trying to understand someone as extraordinary as her. Afterwards, Kim Il-young became serious again and asked the group what they should do next. Harlan asked her where she planned to go and how she would return to her world. Immediately, Kim Il-young activated her telepathy skill, silencing Harlan so it wouldn't speak recklessly. She questioned it telepathically. "What are you afraid of, human?" Responding to Harlan telepathically, Kim Il-young asserted that she was not afraid at all. While she used water magic to create a mirror, Harlan impatiently asked about her plan. Kim Il-young calmly created a chair from magic and sat down in front of Harlan, Saladin, and Arwen, declaring that she had calculated everything. She smiled, looked into the mirror, and retorted to Harlan, asking if they should bring its corpse along. The magic mirror displayed the image of a magnificent triumphal arch in a city celebrating a festival. A few days later, a large crowd gathered at the Gate of Progress in the capital of the Ramdashar Empire. They were admiring the corpse of a gigantic red dragon, tightly chained, being paraded through the gate. Amidst the crowd, nobles discussed the feat in astonishment and the rumor that the Malapa mountain range had been completely leveled. A woman added that a flood from the sky had washed away all the debris, causing others to exclaim that this was a divine miracle. Observing from above, Kim Il-young received a notification that her reputation had increased, and secretly thought that she hadn't intended to destroy the entire mountain range. The King of Waves and Healing apologized for failing to control its power, but she reassured it that it wasn't its fault. She irritably thought that the fault lay with the malicious blood cult leader, who was regretting not having split the entire continent in half. However, Kim Il-young believed there was something even more annoying than the spirit's overzealousness. Below, Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish rode past on a white horse, waving to the cheering crowd. Kim Il-young frowned in annoyance, seeing Ishir arrive late just to take all the credit. She explained to a confused Harlan that sometimes one must wait patiently to reap great rewards. She continued to reason that immediately showing off power would be suspected as a setup. So first, she had to build a reputation anonymously. Her plan was to create rumors about a mysterious swordmaster, the master of the mercenary king, to spark curiosity before making an official appearance. Looking down at the parade, she commented that the dragon scales looked beautiful even in death. Then, with a sly smile, Kim Il-young revealed a shocking truth. That corpse was not Harlan's. Harlan asked back in astonishment if Kim Il-young intended to bring back a similar dragon corpse from the demon realm. Yawning, Kim Il-young listened as Harlan explained that it was a dangerous place, where even dragons needed hundreds of restrictions to enter, and humans could not. She coldly replied that no one said she would personally go there, she just needed to bring it back. Immediately, Kim E-young activated the inventory synchronization system skill and chose to link with the Lord of Temptation's storage. When the system suggested summoning an unrelated item, she irritably ordered it to display the red dragon search bar. After searching, she collapsed from exhaustion and relief, while Harlan watched in confusion. With a sly smile, Kim E-young decided to summon something minor first for confirmation. A nearly rotten red dragon claw was successfully summoned, consuming 50% of her current mana. Harlan was stunned, unable to understand how she could do that, as only high-ranking demons could enter a dragon's tomb. Kim E-young explained that she had a slight connection to the demon realm, which amused the Lord of Temptation, and asserted that this was how they would bring the dragon corpse out. Harlan wondered why she had to return it, as humans would greatly covet such a treasure. Kim E-young seriously declared that no matter how immoral she would not desecrate a corpse in front of its kin. Harlan was speechless at her answer. It admitted that this was especially true if it was a red dragon, possibly a close relative. Kim E-young promised that after she was done using it, she would return the corpse so Harlan could bury it in a suitable place. She handed the dragon claw to a surprised Harlan. Kim E-young smiled and explained that she didn't really need it, and it would be better if another dragon possessed it. Harlan accepted the claw with a gentle smile and sincerely thanked her. Harlan's favorability toward her soared to 99. The scene shifted to a portrait, introducing Desalar Maquieres, who was said to have lived a flawless life. Duke Maquieres was a perfect noble in every aspect, and his only flaw was his daughter, Renee. In a portrait, Renee Magritte was described as neither intelligent nor talented in swordsmanship. Therefore, the Duke raised Renee like a beautiful doll, solely for the purpose of marrying her into a powerful family. When Renee expressed a desire to study, her father dismissed it, claiming it would only give her a headache. He told her to go try on dresses and focus on her appearance, while in the distance, Ante was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Ante, who did not have those opportunities, always felt jealous of his sister. While he had to attend succession classes and practice every day, their father affectionately patted Renee's head. To Auntie, it seemed Renee was more loved despite only needing to live a leisurely life. But was that truly the case? Returning to the present, Kirill confronted Kim E-young, asserting his right as a brother to know everything. However, Kim E-young coldly asked him when they had become close. At the royal banquet celebrating the dragon-slaying feat, Ante Maquieres appeared. He stood alone and secretly thought that everything was exhausting. Suddenly, Ante overheard people discussing why the crown prince liked such a villainess. He was annoyed to hear them speak ill of the crown prince at a royal banquet. The discussion continued, mentioning that Sayedine had also been following Renee recently, a fact Ante secretly acknowledged. Two noble ladies whispered to each other, astonished at how Renee could attract both of the empire's most famous men. One of them commented that the woman was truly outrageous. Immediately, a cold voice rang out, ordering them to be silent. Startling both of them, Ante stepped forward, stating that since they were discussing his family, he had the right to intervene, causing the red-haired noble lady to hastily deny any intention of insulting the Maquieres family. Ante then sharply questioned them, asking if they believed Renee's surname was not Maquieres. When questioned by Ante Maquieres, the red-haired lady stammered, admitting that Renee Magritte was indeed a Maquieres, then quickly denied doubting her lineage. Ante Maquieres asserted that no matter what, Renee Magritte was still a Maquieres, not someone the daughter of an unknown noble could gossip about. He admitted that his sister sometimes acted in ways that disgraced the family, being stubborn and rude. However, Ante Maquieres stressed that just because she was young and foolish didn't mean she deserved to hear such words. He warned the two ladies one last time that if they continued to speak nonsense, they would be ostracized by the upper class and banned from the capital. From the balcony, Kim E-young looked down and silently called Ante Maquieres an idiot, but she decided to let it slide this time. Under the moonlight, she smiled and admitted that compared to the beginning, Ante Maquieres had become much more admirable. She told herself that she was only doing this for the honor of the Maquieres family and not for herself, then told herself to forget about it. Inside the ballroom, Kirill Maquieres was surprised to see Kim E-young and asked why she was late. Kim E-young made the excuse that the dress was too heavy, which was why she was late. Kirill Maquieres remarked that it was an excuse typical of her, then pressed her about where she had gone, leaving only a small note, prompting Kim E-young to tease him by asking if he was genuinely worried. Flustered, Kirill Maquieres yelled that if she disappeared, he would be the one left to clean up the mess. When Kirill Maquieres asked if she had gone with the expedition team, Kim E-young casually admitted that she had. Kirill Maquieres scolded her for being out of touch with reality, but Kim E-young merely agreed that she wasn't a top swordsman, causing the malicious blood cult leader to complain about her skill recognition ability. Ignored, Kirill Maquieres angrily shouted, demanding that she stop ignoring him. Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish appeared, sarcastically remarking that her beloved was surrounded by the crowd and would take quite a while to escape. Kirill Makiaris wondered if everyone was hoping to pick up dragon scales, but Kim E-young dismissed it, saying it was useless, and she didn't care. Upon meeting Ante Makiaris again, Kim E-young saw that his affection level was still at its lowest, making her wonder if his earlier defense was truly only for the sake of the family. Ante Makiaris looked straight at her and asked where she had been these past few days. He started to say that strange rumors kept appearing because of her, but then abruptly stopped and told her to forget it. Kirill Makiaris irritably asked if those rumors had reached Kim E-young's ears, while asserting that they were untrue. Kim E-young smiled and replied that she had happened to hear them, while secretly thinking that the rumor-mongers were truly rude. Ante Makiaris worriedly warned that her constant disappearances had caused bad rumors, and as the Crown Prince's official lover, her every action was scrutinized. Kirill Makiaris followed up, asking if she needed him to explain how those rumors affected the Makiaris family. However, Kim E-young gently reassured Kirill Makiaris, promising that from now on she would be more careful and wouldn't disappear without notice. Both brothers were stunned by her mature response, while Kim E-young secretly thought that she wouldn't have replied that way if she hadn't witnessed something earlier. She smiled meaningfully, wondering if her two brothers were too surprised. Kim E-young recalled the scene where Ante Makiaris had defended her, admitting that she was stubborn but didn't deserve to hear such harsh words. That clumsy protection reminded her of her family in the old world, especially her older brother angrily calling her out for dinner. She compared them in her head, finding her brother not as pathetic as Ante Makiaris, nor as cute as Kirill Makiaris, then recalled him grumbling because she had stolen his noodles. That was the image of a typical older brother, always arguing with his sister over trivial matters. Returning to reality, Kim E-young smiled involuntarily, realizing that Ante Makiaris's voice had brought back memories of her brother and made her suddenly feel nostalgic. Seeing her dreamy expression, Kirill Makiaris worriedly asked if she had eaten something strange. He intended to reach out and check her forehead and suggested calling a doctor, but Kim E-young irritably turned away and flatly rejected the suggestion. She turned her back and walked away, leaving her two brothers bewildered. Amidst the crowded ballroom, she wondered how to escape them and get through this crowd, secretly thinking that just a little bit of strength would suffice. But she immediately dismissed the idea, visualizing the chaotic scene if she used her true power. Resigned, she tried to politely ask for passage, but inadvertently caused disruption and complaints from the other guests. Just as someone called for order, Kim E-young was shoved by the flow of people. She was stunned to realize she had stumbled from just a slight nudge, unable to believe this body was so weak. Meanwhile, Kim E-young's companion spirits offered extreme suggestions. One wanted to create a tsunami, another demanded to kill everyone, and a third complained about losing the fun. Amidst the chaos, she was startled to hear her name being called. A sudden system scenario activated, announcing that Ishir von Ramdish and Sayedin Ansirad were rushing forward to save her from falling. Kim E-young was horrified by this ridiculously romanticized situation. The system forced her to choose the hero who would catch her within 3 seconds, with the first option being Sayedin Ansirad. The second option was Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish, a decision that would help her increase her reputation. As her body fell between the two men, Kim E-young secretly cursed the ironic situation. She was furious and silently cursed the system that had put her in this predicament. Rejecting the absurd 3-second limit, she decided to take back control herself. Kim E-young activated the skill Supersensory Awakening, slowing down her perception to gain more time to think. In the quiet mental space, she summoned the spirits and constellations for consultation. The malicious blood cult faction advised her to rationally choose Ishir von Ramdish to gain the reputation needed for her mission. Conversely, the King of Waves and Healing faction suggested she choose Sayedin Ansirad out of compassion. The Lord of Experiment offered an enigmatic piece of advice, warning her not to let anyone hug her just because she was hungry, which confused Kim E-young even further. Frustrated by the conflicting advice, she wondered if she should hug either of them at all. The constellations continued to argue, one side emphasizing the importance of fame, the other warning about her dreams. Even the Lord of Temptation offered his own opinion. Finally, Kim E-young decided that this had to be her own choice. At the same moment, a notification appeared, stating that the Supersensory Awakening skill had been unlocked. With determination, she prepared to announce the person she had chosen. In the splendid banquet hall, nobles whispered about an upcoming event. Immediately after, Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish caught Kim E-young, and a system notification confirmed she had chosen him, causing her reputation to skyrocket. Even so, Kim E-young secretly thought she wasn't okay. She felt guilty towards Sayedin but believed this choice would protect both their reputations. She reassured herself that choosing the sensible person, like Ishir holding her hand, was always the right decision. Ishir suddenly asked if she should accept her lover's fall, making Kim E-young bewilderedly ask who had fallen. She suddenly realized she had forgotten to play the role of a frail lady who had fallen. From a distance, Sayedin Ansirad looked at her with gentle eyes, seemingly understanding completely. Kim E-young was annoyed to see him looking at her as if everything was perfectly fine. Secretly cursing Sayedin as an idiot, she felt a strange sensation rise within her, just as Ishir inquired about the situation. Ishir reassured her that their plan was still progressing well, revealing that the story they fabricated was that Sayedin's master was the one who achieved the greatest feat and wished to remain anonymous. Kim E-young agreed that everything had been arranged smoothly, but added that it was because the crown prince wanted it that way. Her answer made Ishir suddenly stop short. He abruptly invited her to dance, making Kim E-young silently scream in frustration. Ishir explained that he invited her not because he wanted to, but because everyone was expecting a dance from them. Reluctantly accepting, Kim E-young began the dance with the crown prince as he wished. Mid-dance, Ishir unexpectedly said he wanted to apologize to the princess, which surprised Kim E-young. He recalled an earlier warning that his sister had asked him to stay away from political conflicts. Ishir explained that thanks to Kim E-young's actions, he had gained political advantage and wanted to express his gratitude as well as regret for not being able to help his sister. Realizing Ishir wasn't entirely a bad person, Kim E-young accepted his apology. Afterward, she directly asked if he had anything more important to do, and reminded him of the task of finding Lien. While dancing, Ishir admitted he didn't know Lien's whereabouts, causing Kim E-young to question if he was truly trying to find her. Ishir affirmed that he was, but then he wondered why Kim E-young was so eager to find Lien. Kim E-young was annoyed, thinking it was absurd to be able to determine if someone was alive or dead, but unable to find them. Ishir hinted that the princess he once knew was someone who could never be found, making Kim E-young secretly think he was inhumane. The crown prince began to express his suspicion, remarking that she had completely changed overnight, as if she were a different person. He continued to list her astonishing changes, from suddenly using magic and swordsmanship to stirring up the entire empire. With sharp eyes, Ishir emphasized that she had done even more than that. He alluded to her having won the loyalty of Sayedin Ansirad. Ishir called Sayedin the empire's best weapon, but Kim E-young immediately retorted in her mind that Sayedin was a human being. Ishir remarked that her attitude was no longer the same as before, and although Kim E-young said people change, he still couldn't accept such a sudden transformation. Kim E-young coldly asked if he was dissatisfied with her new self. She added that this change wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Ishir's red eyes flashed with an intense gaze at her words. In a forceful dance move, Ishir bluntly declared that he was not satisfied at all. He tightened his hand around her waist, saying he could tolerate everything else. His gaze burned with anger, reflecting Sayedin's image within it. Ishir leaned down, whispering that what bothered him most was that she had changed her mind. Noticing Ishir's gaze directed towards Sayedin, Kim E-young secretly cursed his jealous attitude. Ishir suddenly used force, squeezing Kim E-young tightly, making her cry out in pain. He abruptly pulled her away and ordered her not to openly display hostility towards him. Ishir von Ramdish sharply asked if Kim E-young thought he would obediently comply just because she was annoyed. While dancing, Kim E-young casually admitted that she had changed, becoming stronger and smarter. With a smug smile, she definitively declared that furthermore, she no longer loved him. Their tense confrontation unfolded right in the middle of the lavish banquet hall. Ishir angrily pulled Kim E-young down forcefully, demanding to know the reason for her sudden arrogance. As he squeezed her hand, Kim E-young coldly reminded him to remember his fiancée. In a moment full of hidden meaning, Ishir warned that his patience also had its limits. Later, alone in the garden, Kim E-young was reassuring herself when a system window suddenly appeared, announcing the challenge of the second floor. She clutched her head as a sudden, sharp pain struck her. Just then, Sayedin Ansirad approached with a gentle smile and called her name. A snippet of dialogue flashed through her mind, in which Sayedin asked why she was trembling, and she repeatedly denied it. Sitting on the stone bench, Kim E-young asked if Sayedin was sad, but he immediately and respectfully denied it. However, Sayedin appeared flustered, struggling to choose his words. Kim E-young listened in silence, patiently waiting for him to continue. He clasped his hands tightly, finally confessing that he felt he was still not good enough. Sayedin's hands clenched until they bled. As he said he understood her, dancing with the crown prince was part of the plan. He bowed his head in anguish, confessing that even though his mind understood, his heart could not accept it. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sayedin hung his head and hastily apologized, telling her to forget what he had just said. Kim E-young looked at him with empathy, gently replying that she understood and felt the same way. She gently let him rest his head on her lap, silently comforting him beneath the cherry blossoms. Kim E-young muses that no matter how rational one is, the heart can ultimately destroy everything. She realizes she has been suppressing her own emotions for so long. Looking at Sayadin, she knows everything here requires emotion, and a sudden system notification appears, allowing her to check her affinity ranking once. Kim E-young decides this is a gamble she must take, believing that listening to her fragile heart is sometimes the path to the right answer. The system prompts her to choose a person to check compatibility with, and a key appears in her hand. In her inner space, she faces two choices: the path of reason and the path of curiosity. Curiosity about why Sayadin is by her side and why her heart flutters for him wins out. Without hesitation, she chooses Sayadin Unsirad, admitting that this intense, illogical curiosity makes her foolish. Her eyes gleam with determination for her choice. Back in reality, Sayadin anxiously calls her name, and Kim E-young smiles reassuringly that she is fine. She gently reaches out to Sayadin, who is lying on the couch. As they stand facing each other, the system announces their compatibility has been determined. Immediately after, another notification appears in the night garden. The second-floor trial has been completed because her affection for the male lead has exceeded 1,000. Kim E-young is stunned, while the malicious blood cult leader spirit urges her to reveal the result. She wonders in confusion why her affection level is so high, while King of Waves and Healing offers comfort and Lord of Temptation appears conflicted. Sayadin, still kneeling, anxiously calls her name again upon seeing her silence. He asks what's happening, and Kim E-young startles, realizing she's neglected him, and quickly says it's nothing. She makes an excuse that she's just a little tired. Sayadin stands up, kindly places his hand on her forehead, and says she might have overexerted herself these past few days. He smiles in relief upon seeing she doesn't have a fever, and offers to take her back to rest. Kim E-young speaks, calling Sayadin's name seriously. She abruptly asks if he's ever liked someone before, catching Sayadin completely off guard. Kim E-young continues to ask how to know the extent of one's feelings, making Sayadin even more flustered. Sayadin turns his face away, admitting it's a difficult question. Kim E-young silently reflects on the unfamiliar feeling of love after hundreds of years of solitude. Noticing her melancholy, Sayadin leans closer anxiously. He gently lifts her chin and says her complexion doesn't look good. Sayadin kindly asks if understanding her own feelings is truly important to her. Kim E-young firmly confirms, while secretly thinking the system is forcing her to fall in love. Sayadin ponders her answer thoughtfully. He stands up and honestly confesses that he doesn't know the answer either, as his life has never allowed him to think about such things. However, Sayadin gently takes a strand of her hair. He looks directly into her eyes and promises that there is one thing he can tell her. Kim E-young feels the warmth in Sayadin's gaze, and wonders why he is treating her so kindly. She is lost in confusion, not understanding the reason behind his kindness. Sayadin stands silently before her, waiting. Although she knows she should push him away, Kim E-young finds herself unable to do so as their hands remain clasped. Sayadin unexpectedly pulls her into an embrace, whispering a promise to find the answer she desires, making her heart flutter. He reaffirms his promise, stating he will find the answer no matter what it is, while holding her tightly. Resting her head on his shoulder, Sayadin's voice becomes a great comfort, soothing Kim E-young's troubled soul. Kim E-young recounts that after resolving the previous matter, she went to the tower to receive the third-floor mission. However, the new mission required her to gain 600 affection points with Ishir von Ramdish, making her furious. Before the mission was revealed, her companion spirits were joyfully celebrating in her mind. However, as soon as they learned the mission's content, they all immediately fell into despair. Kim E-young was no exception, feeling dejected as she rapidly moved by jumping over a wall. While running through the grounds, she pondered the questionable reward for the previous mission: a round trip from the north to the capital with empty hands in a single night. She wondered why she received such a precious reward as a constellation summon when she had never obtained one in all her previous lives. Doubt and displeasure were evident on Kim E-young's face. It was precisely because of these doubts that every word of the new mission became incomprehensible to her. Standing before two gardeners, she bitterly realized that she had no choice at all from the beginning. The malicious blood cult leader and King of Waves and Healing spirits could only watch her silently, with worried and pitying eyes. Lord of Temptation offered to send succubi and incubi, but she brushed it off as a trick. Looking at the system window showing Ishir's affection level at only 357, she felt discouraged by the task of raising it to 600. She stormed off irritably, wondering why she had to curry favor with that crown prince. Suddenly, Kim E-young stopped, realizing that everyone in the mansion was unusually busy. She observed that from the head butler to the other servants, everyone was rushing to prepare for something. A sense of unease crept into her heart as she guessed they were preparing for a party, and the King of Waves and Healing spirit felt the same. She stopped a maid to inquire, and learned they were preparing a celebration banquet for the Duke. Kim E-young was stunned by the news of the banquet, feeling angry that no one had informed her. The maid appeared flustered and quickly apologized, unable to believe that her lady was unaware of such an important event. The King of Waves and Healing Spirits scolds Kim Il-young for threatening the maid, who is now standing frozen. The maid stutters out that the Crown Prince's expedition has captured Harlan, leaving Kim Il-young completely stunned. Kim Il-young bitterly recalls her father, Desalar Maquieres's words about acting as an official and curses him. The maid adds that she heard Sayedin Ansirad was the one participating in the expedition, not Ante. She explains that Ante Maquieres is very humble and the strongest swordmaster candidate, while Sayedin is just lying to hide his identity. As Kim Il-young is racking her brain, the maid hesitantly says, "There's one more thing." She reveals a recent rumor that Sayedin has been frequently seen at a countess's residence, making Kim Il-young's eyes widen in surprise. The maid adds that Sayedin hasn't denied it, and his silence is taken as confirmation by everyone. Kim Il-young wonders if all of this is because of Junbu. Meanwhile, Sayedin, in his hooded cloak, stands pensively outside the count's residence. The rumors spread so far that a newspaper publishes a sensational headline, questioning the romantic relationship between the mercenary king and a royal family member. Kim Il-young clenches her fist, realizing angrily that if Sayedin visits the ducal residence now, both of their reputations will be ruined. Noticing her latest reaction, the maid anxiously asks if she's angry, but Kim Il-young calmly thanks her for the information. Feeling overwhelmed, Kim Il-young decides she needs to go to her room to rest. She sighs as she walks up the stairs, wondering how to handle this complicated situation. Suddenly, she stops as someone else appears from upstairs. Kim Il-young looks up and sees her brother, Ante Maquieres, standing there. They stare at each other with worried and surprised expressions. Abruptly, Ante slams his hand on the stair railing. To Kim Il-young's shock, he jumps over the railing and rushes past her. Ante shouts, chasing after someone running away from the Maquieres mansion. The story flashes back to earlier, in the Duke's office, where Ante is arguing with his father. Ante insists he shouldn't have gone on the expedition, but Desalar dismisses it, accusing him of trying to change the subject. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ante questions his father about spreading the rumor that he's the anonymous hero. Desalar Maquieres coldly explains that the position should have belonged to Ante if he had reached swordmaster level, not some unknown commoner. He explains that in the Ramdish Empire, power and nobility are exclusive to the aristocracy. Other talented mutants are clearly a thorn in their side, even though wasting talent is a shame. Normally, such people would be assimilated into noble society through oaths of loyalty, titles, or marriage. However, Sayedin Ansirad has refused all such offers. Desalar harshly asks Ante why he's stagnating, while a commoner has become a swordmaster at a young age, despite the family pouring money and time into him alone. He admits he feels ashamed of this, as it's detrimental to the reputation of the greatest warrior family on the continent. Therefore, Desalar orders Ante to remain silent, not to outright deny the rumor, but to merely hint at it. When Ante worries that the Crown Prince and Sayedin won't stay silent, Desalar confidently asserts that they will have to. He explains that if they speak out in denial, the Maquieres family's reputation will be damaged, and Rene's position will become precarious again. Ante doubts if they would go that far, but Desalar retorts by asking if his son thinks it's all about Rene. Desalar analyzes that the Crown Prince has solidified his position through his engagement to Rene, and wouldn't foolishly break it just because a commoner speaks up for the truth. Therefore, even if Sayedin shouts that he is the Empire's hero, he won't be able to do anything. Desalar concludes the conversation by telling Ante to stop worrying pointlessly and focus on preparing for the upcoming party. Finally, he utters a dismissive remark, saying that even his useless sister is useful to the family, and Ante, as the Duke's son, should at least be more useful than her. Returning to the present, Kim Il-young shouts for Ante to stop running away as she sees him hurrying away. Ante flees instinctively in panic, wondering why he's doing this upon seeing his sister. Angrily, Kim Il-young declares she'll catch her brother and summons a powerful torrent of water. She activates the skill, Law of the High Seas, creating a fierce wave in the hallway. Ante is horrified by the approaching wave, while Kim Il-young continues her pursuit. The water wave immediately engulfs Ante, drenching him from head to toe. Kim Il-young roughly grabs Ante's soaked collar. She holds him tightly from behind, questioning why he ran away the moment he saw her, leaving Ante completely bewildered. While two maids complain about the freshly mopped floor, Kim Il-young tells Ante not to deny that he ran away. Ante stutters an excuse about remembering something in the office, but Kim Il-young immediately exposes his clumsy lie. She lets him go, sarcastically remarking that with his attitude, he'll pay for his lies at the party, where everyone considers him a hero. Ante bows his head in shame as Kim Il-young bluntly asks if he's not a hero. She continues to criticize him for not staying home and wandering around, emphasizing that he knows she's not a swordmaster. Kim Il-young coldly states that she used to think he was just hot-tempered, unlucky, and not good with words. However, she adds, At least she used to believe he still had a conscience. Finally, she concludes that he not only lacks a conscience but is also an idiot. With that, Kim E-young turns and walks away, leaving a sarcastic farewell for her dejected brother's party. Alone under the clear blue sky, Kim E-young suddenly has the thought of whether she should destroy everything. In a moment of despair, she wonders if she should destroy this empire and establish a new one, an idea enthusiastically supported by the malicious blood cult leader. Meanwhile, her companion spirits offer conflicting advice, ranging from seeking help to giving up everything. Kim E-young dismisses the extreme thoughts, telling herself she's not irrational and still has many untried methods. With a determined smile, she identified her next course of action. She realized that to deal with the Duke, she needed to build her own force right in the capital. Kim E-young believed a night squad would be very useful, and she was completely confident in her ability to create a powerful army. She estimated the current force to be around 200 knights, most of whom were only at beginner and intermediate levels. Kim E-young deduced that the Duke's personal night squad was intentionally held back, so they couldn't surpass his two brothers, Ante and Kirill. Seeing this as an opportunity, she smiled because this situation was entirely beneficial to her plan. With an excited expression, Kim E-young resolved to personally train the knights to the brink of death, to elevate them to a higher level, leaving them bewildered. A knight with reddish-brown hair approached and hesitantly called out to her as she observed the training grounds. The information board stated that he was Dylan Marks, the knight captain, and he asked her to leave the training area. Kim E-young recognized him as the knight captain and casually asked why. Dylan explained that this was a private area and the presence of outsiders was distracting them. She retorted that she was not an outsider and questioned why she couldn't be in her own home. Dylan sighed, revealing that most of the knights were followers of the Balua Church and were still awaiting the saint's return. He hinted at the ambiguities surrounding the assassination, but Kim E-young calmly asked what those ambiguities were. The moment Dylan was about to speak, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Kim E-young, rendering him speechless. With cold eyes and a black dragon illusion behind her, she asserted that she too was waiting for Leon's return. Completely overwhelmed, Dylan could only stand there, breaking out in a cold sweat, while another knight called him back to the training grounds. In Kim E-young's mind, Dylan Marks' harsh words echoed, recalling how he had once said Renee had no swordsmanship talent. He had also claimed that she didn't need to learn anymore. Dylan had said she just needed to live comfortably in the royal palace. Kim E-young recalled the original Renee Magritte, who had faced contempt and shame with countless swords pointed at her, yet did not give up. Returning to reality, Kim E-young coldly stated that she had a question. She asked Dylan if he dared to speak to Ante and Kirill in the same manner, while two other knights were laughing behind them. The image of Kim E-young's original, scarred self appeared, and she told herself that her nature remained unchanged, challenging that there was nothing she couldn't do here. She growled, asking if they had forgotten who had brought the true Maquieras to the highest peak. Facing Dylan and the knights, she decided to show them if they wouldn't believe. Kim E-young wondered who they were looking down on as she took a decisive step forward. With a sinister smile, she drew a line across her own neck with her hand, and blood began to flow. A dark and bloody aura enveloped Kim E-young, showcasing her terrifying power. Dylan Marks was stunned, trying to dismiss her and saying there was no need for an escort. Kim E-young merely smirked, replying that there was no need to do so. She raised her hand, letting a drop of blood from her cut finger fall, and declared she would show them all clearly. The drop of blood activated the skill. Declaration. Demonic blood command, transforming the training grounds into a giant red magic circle. One of the knights who had mocked her collapsed under the pressure of the magic. The entire training ground was covered by the magic circle, and the system announced that this space now belonged to her. While the Lord of Temptation gaped in astonishment, the malicious blood cult leader jumped for joy and excitement. Overwhelmed by the crimson spectacle, Dylan Marks horrifyingly wondered what was happening. Kim E-young thought to herself that if strength was the only thing that mattered, she would show them, simultaneously activating a new skill from her blood. She summoned the Sword of Calamity and Sin, a weapon radiating a dark aura. While the malicious blood cult leader fainted from joy, Kim E-young warned her opponents to watch carefully. Standing in the center of the magic circle, she swung her sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Placing her hand on the sword's hilt, she commanded it to bloom with blood. From the ground, a vortex of blood flowers began to form, signaling the skill taking shape. Thorny branches grew, and the system recognized her mastery of the space due to her superior skill proficiency. She performed Asura sword technique, 45th stance, blood flower, transforming the entire training ground into a blood flower forest. The other knights covered their mouths in horror as the thick scent of blood filled the air. The blue-haired female knight looked at Kim E-young's demeanor with disbelief. Amidst the sea of blood flowers, a gentle hand swept through, demonstrating absolute control. She definitively dismissed the thought of being a disgrace to the family, deeming it absurd. Crimson plum blossoms bloomed, their petals gently falling in the space. With sharp eyes, Kim Il-young formed a hand seal, preparing for a new skill. She commanded a blood butterfly to fly towards Dylan Marks, who was still struggling. The blood creature gently landed on the knight captain's gauntlet. Immediately, another skill was activated, causing Dylan Marks to scream in pain as blood gushed from his body. Amidst the dance of butterflies, her constellation appeared, performing Asura sword technique, 46th stance, Utterfly dance. The Maquieras knights collapsed in agony under the rain of blood butterflies. Standing under a crimson tree, Kim Il-young declared that her status was entirely different. With a confident smile, she asserted her strength. Meanwhile, near the training grounds, someone had arrived. Crown Prince Ishir and Sayedin Ansirad appeared, with Sayedin wondering if the princess was truly here. Ishir sensed a barrier, while Sayedin recognized a familiar evil aura. Sayedin recalled a similar aura from Renee, and confirmed the barrier was created by her. He worried, wondering why she would do such a thing and if she was in danger. Crown Prince Ishir was also astonished, not expecting Renee to be capable of such a powerful barrier. Sayedin wanted to break the barrier immediately, but feared being attacked by its caster. When Ishir asked what he planned to do, Sayedin replied he would go inside. Despite Ishir's warning that it was suicidal, Sayedin remained resolute in moving forward. He firmly stated his own life was less important than Renee being inside. Ishir watched in stunned silence as Sayedin disappeared into the red barrier. Not wanting to be outdone, the Crown Prince decided to follow. Ishir stepped into the magical space. He was surprised to feel no resistance, realizing the barrier wouldn't attack if he wasn't a threat. Inside, the space was distorted, strangely vast, causing Ishir's senses to become disoriented. A blood butterfly appeared, seemingly to guide him, making him wonder if he was going the right way. Crown Prince Ishir pondered the red butterfly leading him through the surreal space. He intently observed the scene before him, his red eyes glinting with caution. Following the butterfly, he was astonished to find Kim Il-young standing amidst a field of vibrant red flowers, surrounded by countless corpses. She stood there with an ethereal yet distant beauty amidst the scene of death. Detected, Kim Il-young turned back with a hint of surprise on her face. Ishir was stunned, wondering if someone like her could truly belong in this world. The scene then shifted, revealing Sayedin Ansirad was also present. Sayedin unexpectedly rushed forward and embraced Kim Il-young from behind. He whispered her name, confessing that he initially admired her strength, but now, he felt fear, causing Kim Il-young to call his name in surprise. With worried eyes, Sayedin asked if she was alright. He explained his fear stemmed from the feeling that she might disappear at any moment, then quickly released her, and apologized for his sudden action. Sayedin's hands slowly moved away from her shoulders. Kim Il-young gently reached up to stroke Sayedin's hair, smiling and apologizing for making him worry. Witnessing this from afar, Ishir wondered why she was the one to apologize. Sayedin seriously stated that she never needed to apologize to him, as he was completely dependent on her. The red flower field stretched under a gloomy sky, creating a scene that was both romantic and tragic. Kim Il-young looked directly at Sayedin, asking why he wasn't questioning the reason she caused all of this. Sayedin simply stood there in silence, offering no answer. In a metaphorical space, Sayedin gently took Kim Il-young's hand. He explained that when darkness enveloped, people's true intentions and emotions would be revealed. Sayedin continued, saying that the mere thought of potentially losing her had plunged his world into darkness, and in that darkness, he had found his true self. He confessed that he had realized his own dependence on her. Returning to reality, Kim Il-young irritably demanded someone stop following her as she walked with Sayedin and Crown Prince Ishir. The person was Dylan Marks, the 73rd knight, to apologize, bowing deeply, despite Kim Il-young stating it was unnecessary. Sayedin then offered to handle all those bothering her, but Kim Il-young frowned and refused. Crown Prince Ishir also chimed in, suggesting they exterminate their entire families, which Kim Il-young thought was an excessive punishment. She mused that she needed nothing more than these children vying to show off. Kim Il-young ordered Dylan Marks to step back as people were watching, and he hastily apologized before attempting to leave. However, he called her back as she turned away. Dylan Marks straightened up, placing a hand on his injured chest, and asked if she had anything else to say. Kim Il-young coldly replied that he should focus on recovering instead. He explained that he only wanted to apologize for the rudeness he had displayed. Dylan admitted to overstepping his bounds, while Kim Il-young merely thought his skills were too weak. She stated plainly that no apology was needed. As the Lord of Temptation smiled in satisfaction, Kim Il-young smirked, dismissing apologies as something ugly, cowardly, and useless. She told herself that if she wasn't strong enough, no one would apologize, and wondered if it was a true apology. Kim Il-young thought to herself that even if the apology was sincere, it was already too late. Dylan Marks knelt down, accepting all blame for his arrogance, and asking her to punish him alone. With a cold expression, Kim E-young asked if he truly wanted to bow down for those she considered all the same. She stepped forward, reminding him that his actions were certainly punishable. Dylan trembled in acceptance, affirming he understood that completely. He looked up, beginning to swear his loyalty as her sword. But before he could finish, Kim E-young lunged forward with terrifying speed. A powerful strike sent Dylan flying backward, leaving him dazed. Standing on Dylan's helpless body, she warned that this was his last chance. Kim E-young declared that before being a member of the Maquieras family, she was the one who ruled them all. Immediately after, the system announced that the arrogant knights had been subdued, earning her 50 reputation points. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the Marquis mansion, a voice wondered about the scene that had just unfolded. Ishir mused, pondering Kim E-young's true level of power. He became angry when Sayadin downplayed the event, calling it mere flashy display, and praising Kim E-young. Kim E-young thought to herself that she was just playing around, because if she hadn't held back, her butterfly technique could have taken a life with each butterfly. Ishir still couldn't believe it, thinking the aura he felt was enough to threaten the entire empire, and asked Sayadin again. Annoyed by the endless bickering of the two, Kim E-young interrupted and directly asked Sayadin why he was there. Sayadin smiled triumphantly at Ishir's anger, considering himself to have won the argument. Sayadin Ansirad explained that he felt dissatisfied because the Maquieras invitation implied the young duke was the silent hero in the dragon subjugation. Kim E-young coldly asked directly why he was there. Crown Prince Ishir unexpectedly answered for him, smiling and saying he was there to give her a choice between killing or dismembering the young duke, making her think he was insane. However, Kim E-young firmly declared that she appreciated both their thoughts but would leave him be. Both Sayadin and Ishir asked in unison in surprise. Ishir reminded her that she wanted the throne, and the Maquieras family would be a good ally, so there was no need to sour the relationship. Kim E-young realized that the Crown Prince genuinely cared about her ascension. She affirmed that it was the agreement from the start, and that she was the one who always kept her word in deals. Ishir mumbled the word deal thoughtfully. He agreed, and then took the opportunity to ask for another favor. Ishir smiled, saying this was part of a fair deal. Kim E-young appeared cautious, asking him to clarify what the favor was. The Crown Prince then invited her to attend the party with him tomorrow as his companion. Kim E-young thought to herself that this also involved a mission, and she needed to increase her favorability points, so there was no reason to refuse. Nevertheless, she still hesitated for a moment, wondering if it would be okay to simply agree like that. Ishir patiently waited for her answer. He urged, asking again if she would do that for him, while Kim E-young looked displeased. Finally, she sighed, and reluctantly agreed. Immediately after, Kim E-young stipulated that he must not touch Ante, and Ishir happily accepted. Ishir von Ramdish smiled smugly. Meanwhile, Sayadin Ansirad maintained a calm expression. Ishir then asked Sayadin who he planned to bring to the party tomorrow. Kim E-young suddenly realized, thinking that Sayadin also needed a companion. Sayadin briefly closed his eyes before the question. He replied that he would go alone, because if it wasn't the person he desired, he didn't need anyone by his side. Kim E-young thought to herself about the person he desired, and began to speculate. She suddenly imagined Sayadin hugging her from behind. Immediately, Kim E-young dismissed the thought, fearing she would be embarrassed if she guessed wrong. However, she didn't understand why her heart was beating so fast, even wondering if she had a heart rhythm disorder, causing the King of Waves and Healing Spirit to speak up and remind her. Kim E-young irritably chided the companion spirit, while it just wanted to hit her for her foolish thoughts. Ishir interjected, stating that a hero couldn't attend a banquet without a companion. He said he happened to know a lady who would be a perfect match for Sayadin. Ishir continued to describe the woman as having a calm and gentle personality, a clean background, and would be a perfect partner. Kim E-young repeated those words in her mind, feeling a sense of discomfort rising. She pictured Sayadin accompanying another noble lady. The feeling of confusion made her heart beat erratically again. Suddenly, Sayadin took her hand and called out Renee's name. He looked directly into her eyes and asked if she wanted him to go with that woman. Confused by Sayadin's question, Kim E-young stammered incoherently. She turned away, trying to rationalize that his going with someone else would be a good opportunity to quell rumors about them. Sayadin simply listened to her explanation in silence. Kim E-young continued, stating that his involvement in the Maquieras affair could be covered up as a result of his good relationship with Ante. Sayadin was surprised to learn she actually cared about those rumors, but Kim E-young quickly denied being bothered. While she insisted that things still needed to be managed, Sayadin clenched his fist, suppressing his emotions. Crown Prince Ishir smiled condescendingly in agreement, suggesting that the lower class should be managed by the upper class. Kim E-young frowned in confusion at Ishir's words, who assumed she had finally realized her place. Ishir leaned back, adding that it was impossible to ignore how Sayadin being by her side would harm her. Kim Il-young immediately retorted to the Crown Prince's malicious way of speaking. Ishir coldly replied, questioning if a swordsman like Sayadin had ever been of any help, or if he had only caused her achievements to be usurped by others due to rumors. Hearing those words, Sayadin bowed his head with a heavy expression. Seeing this, Kim Il-young suddenly reached out to touch Sayadin's face, causing him to look up in surprise. She declared she would no longer listen to these words, and boldly asserted Sayadin was a hero of the empire. But Ishir immediately dismissed it, saying that this very fact made him unsuitable for her. Ishir posed a threatening question about what would happen if an empire's hero became entangled in rumors that stole the Crown Prince's lover. He emphasized whether Sayadin would still be remembered as a hero then. Facing his past and present, Sayadin stated in a low voice that he had never wanted to be a hero. He raised his head, his eyes becoming sharp and determined. Ishir continued to pressure him, asking that if Sayadin didn't care about fame, what about Kim Il-young? The Crown Prince concluded with a veiled warning that if Sayadin truly cared about her, he should be cautious, unless he wanted to hinder her future path. In Kim Il-young's mind, the name Ishir von Ramdish appeared with boiling anger. She coldly warned the Crown Prince not to speak to her disciple in that manner. Sayadin bowed his head sadly, while the Lord of Waves wondered why she only called him a disciple. Suddenly, Ishir stood up abruptly. He smiled calmly and said it was all right. Kim Il-young was completely bewildered by the Crown Prince's reaction. Sayadin turned his back, saying he had wasted too much of her time. He made plans to meet her at the party, causing Kim Il-young to anxiously ask why he was suddenly changing. Sayadin placed his hand on the doorknob, preparing to leave. He paused, saying he had forgotten something. Kim Il-young hurried to see him off, but Sayadin refused. He said he no longer wanted to be a burden to her reputation. Kim Il-young was stunned, vehemently protesting that she had never considered him a stain. Sayadin believed she said that only because of her kind nature. In his thoughts, he blamed himself for misinterpreting her kindness as mere tolerance from the start. He thought he had almost made the mistake of believing he could become a part of her reputation. Kim Il-young tried to explain that Sayadin was the one misunderstanding everything. She froze as she noticed the distance in his eyes. Sayadin turned away with a resolute expression. Kim Il-young quickly grabbed his hand, confusedly asking why he had such a look on his face. Sayadin bid farewell and turned to leave, while the malicious blood cult leader decided not to detain him and mocked Kim Il-young's concern. The malicious blood cult leader continued to remind Kim Il-young of her mission and warned her not to think about Sayadin anymore. Kim Il-young stood alone in the grand hall, her heart heavy with thought. She told herself that the mission was urgent and she should be with Ishir, yet she couldn't understand why she felt conflicted. Watching Sayadin's receding back, she wondered if it was necessary to follow him, while the other spirits advised her to turn back. Suddenly, a hand reached out, blocking her path. Ishir stood in front of Kim Il-young, blocking her way. Kim Il-young questioned the Crown Prince why he was taking his anger out on Sayadin, stating that belittling others based on status was taboo. Ishir calmly asked if she intended to follow him. Kim Il-young irritably replied that of course she had to follow, as it was too obvious. She asserted that Sayadin was her disciple. As Sayadin's smiling image appeared, Ishir doubtfully asked if that was the only reason. He moved closer, pressing her about whether she was following Sayadin solely because he was her disciple. Kim Il-young turned away, saying she had no reason to explain to him and intended to leave. Ishir immediately blocked her hand on the doorframe and ordered, "Don't go." He pressed closer, cornering her against the door, and demanded she not follow Sayadin instead of him. Kim Il-young closed her eyes, thinking to herself that Ishir was crazy, and saying this had nothing to do with him. She opened her eyes, confusedly wondering why Ishir was treating her this way. Ishir declared he was her lover, a fake lover for mutual benefit. With a smug smile, he admitted he knew their relationship was a sham, and he didn't need to care. Ishir confessed to himself that his emotions were anger and jealousy, but he still couldn't stop caring. He asked Kim Il-young what mood swings she was having. Kim Il-young thought to herself that she had realized something about the arrogant crown prince in front of her. Ishir admitted that he was truly moved by Renee Macieris and wished these were just fleeting moods. He confusedly wondered why he had these unclear feelings for her. Trying to dismiss the chaotic thoughts, Ishir told himself it probably didn't matter. Kim Il-young immediately questioned, asking what he meant. Ishir replied tiredly, wondering if it was really necessary to define this feeling. Then, with blazing red eyes, he bluntly declared that he simply disliked her being with Sayadin. He monologued possessively that seeing her smile at others, he just wanted to shatter their happiness. A fleeting image showed Ishir observing Kim Il-young and Sayadin sitting together from afar. He recalled her smile, and gaze back then were not directed at him. Ishir admitted that just thinking about it was enough to make his blood boil. He asserted that he didn't need her permission to have these feelings. Returning to reality, Ishir suddenly grabbed Kim Il-young's shoulders forcefully. With a threatening expression, he declared he would do as his heart dictated. Kim E-young, horrified, wondered what kind of crazy person she was dealing with. Just then, a strange sound echoed, and her appearance suddenly changed. A series of red system warning windows appeared, surrounding her. Kim E-young dazedly read the urgent notification. A romance was about to begin due to the protagonist's emotional changes, but the system immediately encountered an error and required emergency maintenance. Kim E-young was stunned as her spirits reacted chaotically. Malicious blood cult leader dropped his sword, King of Waves and Healing forgot to breathe, and Lord of Temptation jumped up from his throne. The system began to reload, and Kim E-young irritably realized it was malfunctioning again. A series of error messages appeared, stating her mission was paused because the system couldn't measure affection levels, just like when she was in the tower. The Floor 3 challenge mission had changed. Instead of achieving affection with Ishir, she now had to hear a true love confession from one of the male leads, or be sent back to the spirit world. Back at the mansion, Kim E-young told herself that while worried about not catching up to Sayadin, she was facing a much more serious situation. The condition to pass the challenge was now to hear a true love confession, and failure meant returning to her original world. Angrily, Kim E-young threw herself onto the bed and beat the pillow, shouting that she only believed in numbers and stats, not vague words like that. While malicious blood cult leader lamented her emotional dryness, Lord of Temptation regretted not showing her a romance story beforehand, further irritating Kim E-young. As Kirill Makieros looked at her confusedly, Kim E-young explained that not just the male leads, but everyone's status windows were inaccessible due to emergency system maintenance. She buried her face in the pillow, bitterly thinking that while she didn't need strength stats, the inability to check affection levels made her unable to trust anyone. In her memories, Kim E-young recalled that endless regressions in the past had instilled in her a deep distrust of people. The memory of the Tower Master using the soul domination skill to possess teammates further exacerbated her lack of trust. She remembered countless reasons for betrayal she had witnessed, for survival, for ambition, to protect family, or for a loved one. No matter how many times she regressed, she couldn't predict everything, and the thought that she didn't know who would betray next made her unable to trust anyone. The only thing she could trust when in despair was the status window, especially the affection stat. While not an absolute guarantee, it was the only unmaskable measure of potential betrayal, and now she had lost it. Returning to reality, Kim E-young angrily tore the cloth, screaming internally that everything with Ishir and Sayadin had become bizarre and awkward. King of Waves and Healing advised her to take this opportunity to learn to trust people, making Kim E-young desperately wonder how she could do that. The spirits continued to suggest she read the sincerity in their eyes, and Kim E-young admitted she had also felt Ishir's emotions that way. However, the image of Ishir with a sinister smile flashed in her mind, along with the words that it would be better if his feelings were just a momentary impulse. Kim E-young thought she had suffered too much in the past by believing in vague things like sincerity, but King of Waves and Healing insisted that there was an unforgeable sincerity. With a skeptical expression, Kim E-young coldly dismissed it, asserting that it didn't exist. She recalled Sayadin Ansirad's words, that a person's true feelings could be recognized when the light flickered out, as darkness made it easier for people to reveal their true nature. Clenching the pillow, she reluctantly admitted sincerity might exist, but immediately denied the existence of eternal sincerity. She curled up, believing all sincerity was fleeting, vanishing in an instant and shattering when a greater danger appeared. Thinking of the true love confession, she felt relieved that it wasn't an eternal love confession. She reminisced about her past life, wondering if she should give up the mission and live here, as the only reason to return was her dog, Cerberus. She realized she had forgotten the voices and faces of her family, and if she returned, she would just be an ordinary employee, wondering if the life of a noble lady would be better. Comparing the life of a tired office worker with a wealthy noble lady, she concluded that her current life was quite good. With determined eyes, Kim E-young decided not to return, discarding love and everything else to live and die in this world. She believed that by doing so, she would no longer have to deal with troublesome and tiring emotional issues. After making her decision, Kim E-young fell into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a blue system window appeared in her bedroom. The notification panel hovered directly over the sleeping Kim E-young. The system announced that it suddenly felt bored and was starting an update, causing the malicious blood cult leader to panic and try to wake her up. The system window began to glitch and break into digital fragments. Trapped in the error interface, malicious blood cult leader shouted that this was not the time to sleep. However, the system blocked the malicious blood cult leader's attempt, leaving Kim E-young sleeping soundly in the blue light. King of Waves and Healing felt fear at the system's unparalleled power, while Lord of Temptation could only close his eyes and remain silent. Despite still sleeping, Kim E-young's eyes suddenly opened, reflecting the system's loading bar. As the system's loading process began, a sound echoed. Kim E-young woke up in the mansion and muttered about the strangeness of what was happening. As soon as she opened her eyes, she questioned her spirits about the sudden loss of contact with the malicious blood cult leader. She discovered that the one-day chat ban was not initiated by her and suspected system interference. When she asked the King of Waves and Healing, she only received suspicious silence. Kim E-young then turned to ask the Lord of Temptation, hoping to find an answer. However, he was also silent, making her realize that the constellations only kept quiet when matters involved the system. She checked the chat log and found it unusually empty, immediately followed by a sudden system update completion notification. Kim E-young sarcastically asked about bug fixes, but the system responded with a condescending tone, stating it would provide motivation. She was shocked and angered by the system's condescending attitude, which had never happened before. Another notification appeared, announcing that new penalties for mission failure would be implemented. The new mission required her to receive a sincere vow of love within 30 days, or all privileges and constellation contracts would be revoked, causing the King of Waves and Healing to lament. Faced with this ultimatum, the Lord of Temptation pulled out a bottle of wine, while Kim E-young wondered in horror why the system had gone mad. She screamed in rage at the chaotic situation that had just unfolded. Just then, maids from outside asked for permission to enter the room to help her prepare for the party. Although she would normally refuse, Kim E-young was determined to accept their help to complete this insane mission. The door opened, and a team of maids entered, carrying countless splendid outfits. She looked in surprise at the luxurious evening gowns laid out before her. Next came sparkling jewelry boxes, further astonishing her. Sitting on the bed in a bedroom that had been transformed into a dressing room, Kim E-young was asked which outfit she would choose for the evening. Kim E-young mused, noticing that everyone's attitude had changed, and believing that rumors were spreading. The sound of decisive footsteps echoed as someone entered the room. A young bodyguard introduced himself as Izuni, sent to protect her, likely due to the incident involving Sayadine. Kim E-young was surprised by this sudden arrangement, as she didn't usually use bodyguards, but Izuni explained it was the commander's order. She guessed the commander was Dylan, and a fleeting image showed him injured but determined, unable to stand idly by. In a corner of the room, two maids whispered, curious about the ongoing conversation. Izuni confirmed he was present at the time and, out of admiration, volunteered for this mission. Faced with endless praise for her martial prowess, Kim E-young awkwardly cut him off. She agreed to let Izuni stay, and asked him not to use formal honorifics. Izuni was moved to tears, considering it a great honor for his entire family. The Lord of Temptation clicked his tongue at the appearance of another strange fan, while Kim E-young smugly thought it was due to her exceptional nature. She recalled her past life, when female fans were also captivated by her charm, causing the King of Waves and Healing to lament. Returning to reality, Kim E-young took the hand of the wardrobe mistress. She looked confusedly at the dresses presented, admitting she was not familiar with current fashion trends. The woman urged her to choose quickly due to the tight schedule, mentioning they were only bought half a year ago, which made Kim E-young suspicious. Kim E-young questioned why she was being rushed when there was still plenty of time. Sensing strangeness in the woman's words, she gently placed her hand on the bowing woman's shoulder. Then, with a knowing smile, she leaned in and declared she wouldn't choose any of them but would have new ones made. Kim E-young cheerfully turned away, stating that trends from half a year ago were outdated, and ordered Aaron to prepare to go to the salon, leaving the wardrobe mistress collapsing in shock. She mused that whatever the other party's plan was, they were mistaken to think she would obediently comply. Kim E-young smugly thought she had acted like a true villainess, but the malicious demon spirit suggested it was just her hot temper. At the Carmen salon, she noticed that the decorations and fabrics seemed off. She thought that compared to the dresses Renee used to wear, this one looked shabby. She ordered the wardrobe mistress to take her to the most luxurious salon in the capital, causing the woman to stammer about the Duke. Kim E-young smiled, guessing that the Duke had given some special instructions. The wardrobe mistress trembled, unable to answer her question. Seeing this, Izuni angrily clenched his fist. The young bodyguard loudly berated the wardrobe mistress, demanding she answer immediately. Kim E-young approached from behind, threatening to ask if the woman feared the Duke more than her. Under pressure, the wardrobe mistress confessed that the Duke had decided not to allocate a budget for her as punishment for her sudden disappearance. Kim E-young scoffed, calling her father a cunning old fox for using such a petty excuse. She quickly realized the true intention. The Duke did not want her to stand out as the Crown Prince's companion, as Ante was supposed to shine at today's party. However, she was determined not to follow their petty schemes. Kim E-young firmly reiterated her request to be taken to the most luxurious salon. The wardrobe mistress desperately explained that this was the only place that accepted credit payments, as they had no cash. Izuni asked in surprise why she had no money, and Kim E-young realized how stingily this family had controlled Renee. She declared that she might lack patience and kindness, but she had money and capabilities, considering the necessary funds mere pocket change. Afterward, they went to Arimaden, the empire's most prestigious salon, and Kim Il-young decided she would buy all her clothes there. Meanwhile, the salon owner, Madame Arimaden, was wondering about the rumors that the princess would not order new clothes due to the duke cutting her budget. Madame Arimaden cautiously asked Kim Il-young if she was worried, but she just smiled and asked what the shop owner was talking about. Kim Il-young frankly stated that the shop owner was worried about whether she had enough money to buy everything, startling Madame Arimaden. She confidently reassured the shop owner that there was no need to worry, as she would pay with her own money today. Madame Arimaden was surprised, quickly assuming Kim Il-young was referring to the crown prince's money, and offered to send the payment request to the royal palace. Kim Il-young firmly refused, holding up a small pouch and declaring she would pay directly right there. She opened the pouch, revealing glowing red dragon scales, and explaining they were sold at a very high price here. Madame Arimaden's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe someone would use dragon scales to pay for everything at once. Izuni whispered if they should use something so precious, but Kim Il-young casually called them the scales of a large lizard. Madame Arimaden suddenly remembered the crown prince had just captured Harlan the light dragon, and declared she wouldn't sell parts of it on the market. She then imagined the crown prince gifting a treasure trove of dragon scales worth 12 million to a blushing Kim Il-young. The shop owner, astonished, realized the crown prince must have done all of that just to give a gift to the one he loved. Kim Il-young, seeing the shop owner's silence, asked if the scales were enough, jolting Madame Arimaden back to reality. Immediately, Madame Arimaden seized the opportunity, happily declaring she would serve her perfectly, even offering the entire salon. After the shopping spree, Kim Il-young received a system notification that she had earned the title Money Spending VVIP and gained 20 reputation points. As she left, she tossed the pouch containing the remaining scales to Izuni and told the guard to keep them. Izuni panicked upon realizing the scales in the pouch were enough to buy 5 mansions. But Kim Il-young indifferently said she wouldn't kill him if he lost them. Kim Il-young thought to herself that without Harlan, she wouldn't have known these scales were so valuable and briefly considered buying him a gift. She recalled the moment Harlan gave her one of his scales. At the time, she had criticized the return gift as pathetic, but Harlan explained it was equivalent to the claw she had given him. Kim Il-young remembered her true thoughts then. She had over 1 million scales like these in her inventory, and only considered them slightly shiny scales. The Waterlord spirit warned Kim Il-young not to let Harlan discover her Dragon Slayer past, while she told herself she would keep it a secret, and wondered about the dragon scales. In a flashback, Harlan saw Kim Il-young was unhappy, and thought one scale was too stingy. He snapped his fingers, preparing to show his generosity. A spatial portal opened, revealing a massive hoard of gold and precious items. Kim Il-young was overwhelmed by the dragon's wealth, while Harlan began searching for something in the treasure pile. Harlan placed a small pouch into her hand. He explained it was a pouch of his cherished scales, and wondered why she had such an expression when dragon scales were very valuable to humans. Kim Il-young was surprised when Harlan revealed that just a few dragon scales were enough for humans to live in luxury for generations. She realized with the scales in her inventory, she could buy an entire continent, and felt immensely satisfied. Kim Il-young happily accepted the gift, pleasing Harlan. As she was about to leave, Harlan suddenly called her back. She turned back to ask if there was anything else, but he remained silent for a moment. Harlan reiterated her promise and asked if he could follow her from now on. Immediately, the Waterlord spirit vehemently opposed this proposal. The system announced that the Waterlord spirit was horrified, believing a red dragon wouldn't suit her, leading Kim Il-young to decide to go along with the objection. Kim Il-young told Harlan he couldn't follow her, but proposed an alternative. She suggested she would summon him when needed, thinking to herself that a dragon's pride would make him refuse. Contrary to her prediction, Harlan quickly agreed after she said he could forget about it if he didn't want to. Kim Il-young was completely taken aback by his easy acceptance. However, Harlan stipulated that, as a guardian of balance, he had a duty to monitor her, a being that disrupted the world. Harlan offered to place a monitoring charm on Kim Il-young, and she casually agreed. Her companion spirits immediately reacted fiercely. The King of Waves and Healing was horrified. The malicious blood cult leader was enraged, and the Lord of Temptation prepared a hellish pit. Kim Il-young brushed aside their objections, declaring it was her personal business and she would decide, while a flame erupted from her palm. Witnessing this, Harlan mused about her as a lonely individual who hadn't needed anyone for a long time. With his dragon wings spread, Harlan descended, completing the monitoring contract with eternal flames. Kim Il-young looked up and had to admit inwardly that Harlan looked very handsome. Harlan smiled and promised that, surpassing even the eternal flames, he would await the day she needed him. Elsewhere, a carriage approached the magnificent mansion of the Maquieras family at night. From the carriage, Sayyidin Ansirad politely offered his hand to a noble lady. She was Marie Gard, the second daughter of Barangard, and she expressed her happiness at being accompanied by him. Sayedin merely replied politely that it was his honor. Inwardly, he questioned if he, who had made everything from nothing, could still hold his head high. His memories returned to the moment he solemnly bowed, asking to become Kim Il-young's disciple. He recalled their first meeting, when she had breathed life into his empty existence with awe and majesty. He reminisced about his bloody past on the battlefield, and realized she was the one who had healed a broken man like him. Even when insulted by others, she had stepped in to protect him, sternly ordering no one to speak to her disciple in such a manner. But now, even though everything was fine before, Sayedin felt his heart was breaking. He painfully realized he was yearning for his own goddess, as he knelt before her image. This forbidden emotion grew within him, like a single spark that could burn down a whole forest. He feared that he was consuming every bit of kindness she had bestowed upon him. In Sayedin Ansirad's mind, he realized his feelings were changing. The sacred teacher-disciple relationship was crumbling in the most irreverent way as he yearned for his teacher. Amidst his thoughts, Marie Gard's call pulled him back to reality. The young woman announced that an attendant was asking to see their invitations, startling Sayedin. The attendant apologized for the abruptness, then took the invitation card with the seal. Marie happily linked arms with Sayedin, eagerly suggesting they both go inside. She couldn't hide her delight, secretly thinking how lucky she was to be paired with Sayedin, the Empire's light. Marie recalled the moment Sayedin arrived to escort her. Feeling like a dream she still couldn't believe. However, she knew it was just a fleeting dream as she noticed his polite yet distant demeanor. Marie was self-aware that the man walking beside her was on a completely different level. A fleeting sadness crossed her face as she accepted the harsh truth. Suddenly, the announcer solemnly declared the presence of Lady Marie Gard and Sir Sayedin Ansirad. Two ladies in the banquet hall immediately turned to look and began to whisper. For the first time in her life, Marie felt such immense attention from everyone around her. She decided to cast aside her sadness, telling herself she had to fully enjoy this wondrous day. However, another thought suddenly popped into Marie's head. She unconsciously gazed at Sayedin and had to admit that he was truly very handsome. Noticing her gaze, Sayedin anxiously asked if he had done anything wrong, but Marie quickly denied it. He politely offered to help if she needed anything, but through his voice and eyes devoid of warmth, Marie clearly sensed an invisible boundary. Just then, another announcement rang out, drawing the attention of the entire banquet hall. Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish and Princess Renee Macieris had arrived. Marie Gard was stunned as Renee Macieris's silver hair swept past. The guests marveled at the beauty of Renee and Crown Prince Ishir, considering them a perfect couple in terms of both appearance and status. One guest remarked that the young lady's appearance had changed a lot recently, while Marie could only exclaim in astonishment. She secretly thought that the young lady looked absolutely stunning today, and the two of them made a truly fitting pair. Suddenly, Marie's eyes widened in astonishment. She realized there was someone whose eyes were always brimming with emotion. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Sayedin's arm. He turned to her and offered to get some drinks. He turned back and apologized to Marie. He chastised himself for staring too obviously at Renee, realizing it wouldn't help quell rumors, then offered to bring champagne to Marie. Sayedin secretly thought this was a blessing, as he needed to take his eyes off Renee. He had to do so to avoid seeing her with the crown prince. But despite his resolve, his gaze incessantly drifted towards Renee. He likened it to a sunflower naturally turning towards the sun, then handed the champagne glass to Marie. Marie awkwardly took the glass and thanked him. He felt utterly hopeless, unable to control his gaze and his troubled mind. His eyes once again sought out Renee's figure, walking with the crown prince amidst the crowd. Suddenly, Renee subtly turned her head. Her gaze seemed to be looking directly at him, making Sayedin freeze. He couldn't believe it, wondering if Renee had just looked at him. Standing beside Sayedin, Marie Gard wondered if what she had just seen was merely her imagination. Suddenly, she startled and bumped into Sayedin, spilling champagne on him. Sayedin subtly turned at the unexpected bump. Marie frantically apologized profusely, but Sayedin reassured her that he was fine and asked if she was all right. She quickly took out her handkerchief to wipe the stain for Sayedin, worried that he was all wet. Sayedin secretly regretted letting Kim Il-young see this embarrassing scene, then was startled to realize she was no longer there. He anxiously looked around, wondering where Kim Il-young had gone. Meanwhile, in another corner of the banquet hall, Kim Il-young was elegantly sipping wine beside Crown Prince Ishir. Sayedin found her, but his heart sank when he saw she was even further away. He told himself that her being far away was actually a blessing, but then, his gaze suddenly froze as he witnessed a scene. Crown Prince Ishir was gently raising his hand to touch Kim Il-young's cheek. Sayedin's expression immediately turned cold and grim. Just then, Marie gently tugged at his sleeve and asked if he intended to go greet the Crown Prince and his fiancée. Sayedin silently glanced at her. He was surprised by Marie's question, and she explained that she had heard the two of them were very close. Marie suddenly realized she had just stated the obvious and felt a little flustered. Sayedin confirmed his close relationship with the Crown Prince and said that greeting them was not an issue. Then he smiled, extended his hand, and invited Marie to come greet them with him. From afar, other guests marveled at Kim Il-young's expensive dress and queenly aura, affirming the status of the Maquieras family. Kim Il-young smiled with satisfaction as the system announced her increased fame, feeling her efforts had paid off. She silently urged for her fame to increase faster before she grew tired of this act, while the King of Waves and Healing advised her to endure. Reminded of her mission by the Lord of Temptation, Kim Il-young confidently assured the spirits that she knew what she was doing. Afterward, she feigned exhaustion, leaning on Crown Prince Ishir and lamenting that her legs were about to give out, asking if they could sit down for a drink. The Crown Prince was exceedingly solicitous, offering to fetch her drinks and telling her to ask for anything, an action Kim Il-young found inwardly disgusting. Faced with Ishir's smugness, Kim Il-young reluctantly agreed, much to the astonishment and dismay of her spirits at the Crown Prince's audacity. Kim Il-young decided to seek out Sayedin, as his previous expression had been bothering her. A flicker of worry crossed her face as she thought of him. Meanwhile, Sayedin was offering a glass of champagne to Marie Garde, who accepted it shyly. From another perspective, Marie appeared with innocent and sweet beauty, an irresistible charm of first love. Observing the scene from afar, Kim Il-young mocked herself for being too old to compare with Mary's youthful beauty, despite the King of Waves and Healing's protests. Suddenly, Marie was bumped into from behind, causing her to yelp and spill the drink in her hand. The culprit was Sayedin, who turned back with a serious expression. While Marie frantically apologized, Sayedin calmly reassured her that it was all right, and asked if she was okay. Two nearby noble guests began to gossip that they looked like a perfect match, causing Kim Il-young to clench her fists as the King of Waves and Healing worriedly asked where she was hurting. She felt a strange sensation, her chest suddenly tightening, and nausea rising, as if hot coals were blocking her trachea. Sayedin continued to reassure Marie, telling her not to worry as he would clean up the mess immediately. Hearing his words, Kim Il-young froze, as if she had just realized something. She looked up, her mind blank, while the King of Waves and Healing also perked up their ears. With a look of horror, Kim Il-young concluded that this discomfort must be arrhythmia. The King of Waves and Healing flew into a rage, creating a fierce storm in her mind. The tiny spirit angrily questioned Kim Il-young, causing her to ask in confusion why it was so upset. It unleashed a torrent of lectures, scolding her for misdiagnosing herself. To appease herself, Kim Il-young agreed not to look at Sayedin anymore, as Crown Prince Ishir pulled her away. The Crown Prince glanced back at Sayedin in the distance, silently. He then asked Kim Il-young about her plans, certain that she wouldn't just sit idly at the party. Kim Il-young, while eating cake, replied that they would wait for Ante to arrive, then asked if he wanted to interfere with Ante's affairs. Crown Prince Ishir frankly admitted he did, prompting Kim Il-young to ask why. He pointed to Duke Desalar Maquieras being lauded, stating that her family was taking all the credit for her achievements, and asked if she was angry. Kim Il-young admitted she was, leading Ishir to wonder why she tolerated it. Ishir then raised 2 glasses of wine, offering to grant her everything she desired with his power. However, Kim Il-young coldly accepted the glass and stated that it was his power. She drank the wine in one gulp while the Crown Prince watched in silence. She asserted that she did not want to depend on anyone. Ishir looked through the empty glass and said she could expect help from him. Kim Il-young brushed him off, saying she didn't want to rely on him, and created a small magic orb. The Crown Prince was astonished by the sight, but Kim Il-young dismissed it as trivial magic, shocking the King of Waves and Healing. She decided to wait and see, believing that those who talk too much would eventually bring trouble upon themselves. With a confident smile, she thought to herself that liars would eventually face their downfall someday. She concluded that revenge didn't need to be rushed, as the longer the wait, the greater the retribution, and they had already caused trouble for the Duke anyway. Crown Prince Ishir's hand holding the wine glass suddenly flushed red. Kim Il-young noticed this and teased him, asking if he couldn't handle alcohol, but Ishir quickly denied it and said that Duke Maquieras was no longer the center of attention at the party. He explained that everyone's attention, like the gossiping ladies, was entirely focused on her. Kim Il-young expressed skepticism, suggesting that given her reputation, people were likely cursing her for ruining his brother's party, causing Ishir to remark that she sometimes failed to recognize the obvious. Ishir appeared annoyed, stating it was strange for someone like her not to understand herself, but Kim Il-young asserted the opposite. Suddenly, Ishir's hand gently brushed her hair back behind her ear. He gently lifted her chin and denied her previous statement. Ishir explained that if she truly understood herself, she wouldn't be able to say such things. He asserted that in the eyes of the guests, it was clear that admiration was directed towards her. Ishir smiled smugly, secretly hoping she would never realize this, and enjoying the satisfaction of knowing more about her than she knew herself. Just then, Sayadin Ansirad appeared, being escorted into the banquet hall by a lady. Kim E-young turned back in surprise upon recognizing the presence of her disciple. Sayadin and his companion, Marie Garde, entered, and he politely greeted the princess. Kim E-young silently wondered if Sayadin could see her, while he was greeting Crown Prince Ishir. Marie Garde cheerfully thanked them for the invitation to such a wonderful party. Kim E-young turned to ask her name, and Marie introduced herself as Marie Garde. Marie excitedly suggested Kim E-young call her Mari, and was met with a reciprocal suggestion to call her Renee, which left Marie utterly bewildered. Kim E-young smiled reassuringly at Marie, saying she also felt more comfortable if they called each other familiarly, which completely charmed Marie and earned her admiration. Marie excitedly recounted how well Sayadin had taken care of her, while he humbly thought he had been lacking as an escort. Kim E-young looked at Sayadin with approval, remarking that he had treated Marie very well and thinking to herself that he was indeed a kind person. Marie Garde excitedly mentioned that Sayadin was very handsome and had personally come to pick her up, making Kim E-young inwardly think the girl was cute and familiar. Crown Prince Ishir observed them with a subtle smile. He smiled and advised Sayadin that when a lady compliments him, he should reciprocate appropriately. Sayadin remained silent, while Marie looked worried by his reaction. Marie looked at Sayadin with a confused expression. Sayadin humbly explained that he was just worried someone like him would bother the lady. Crown Prince Ishir quietly turned away, seemingly lost in thought. He narrowed his eyes, lost in his own contemplation. In the banquet hall, the conductor raised his baton, signaling the start of a musical piece. Sayadin and Marie decided to leave and blend into the party atmosphere. From a distance, they saw Kim E-young and Crown Prince Ishir standing together. Ishir called out Kim E-young's name, trying to get her attention. Kim E-young snapped out of her thoughts, her expression a mix of confusion and distress. The Crown Prince gently reached out and touched a strand of her hair. Kim E-young quickly stepped back, apologized, and said she needed to go outside for a moment to clear her head. Stepping out onto the balcony, she leaned against the railing and let out a helpless cry, her companion spirits appearing around her. The King of Waves and Healing asked why she was worried, and Kim E-young dejectedly replied that she felt she couldn't do anything right. The King of Waves suggested she boldly take Sayadin, causing the Lord of Temptation to ask if his friend had lost his mind, and earning him a scolding. The King of Waves continued to encourage her, asserting that handsome men were for the brave, but Kim E-young just wondered what she would do after taking him. Kim E-young told herself she'd rather fight a life-or-death battle in the tower than face these vague emotions. She felt like she was losing herself as the long-suppressed emotions tormented her. Standing alone on the balcony, she admitted this was why she always tried to keep people at a distance. She regretted taking Sayadin as a disciple, and a familiar voice echoed from Leanne Karras's reflection, advising her to let it go. Suddenly, system warnings flooded in as a large-scale intervention slowed time, indicating the world was resisting the King of Waves and Healing's power. In an illusory space, the voice repeated its advice forcefully, calling her by her true name, Kim I-young. Just let it go. Kim E-young was stunned, realizing it was the voice of a constellation she hadn't heard from in a long time. The gentle, water-like voice continued to advise her not to let love consume her, but also not to fear it. The King of Waves and Healing manifested as a goddess, gently cradling her in her palm and telling her to follow her heart. Kim E-young looked up and called out sister, to which the constellation asked if she remembered the terms of their contract. She fumbled, trying to recall the contract they had made. A flashback showed the King of Waves and Healing as the second constellation to sign a contract with her, introduced by the malicious blood cult leader. Upon their first meeting, seeing the small water spirit, she mistook it for her mother. But her initial impression was terrible, as the spirit transformed into the likeness of someone she knew from her past. She immediately demanded it change form, but the water-like human was surprised, thinking that was what she wanted. Kim E-young yelled in anger, unequivocally denying it. She covered her face, tiredly explaining that she wanted that person, not this form, and demanded it change into something else. The King of Waves and Healing manifested, agreeing to change, and thinking to herself, I wonder why that constellation introduced someone like this. The memory of a conversation between the two constellations flashed back, with the malicious blood cult leader claiming the King of Waves and Healing didn't understand humans, while the King of Waves and Healing thought the opposite. In the flashback, the King of Waves and Healing, in chibi form, looked confused by Kim E-young's words. The constellation gently lifted Kim E-young's chin and admitted she was right. The person explained that they didn't know how to care for Kim E-young and earnestly asked her to teach them how to cherish and love her. Kim E-young inwardly thought this constellation was strange to say such things so casually. She confirmed, asking if teaching the constellation how to love her was the only condition for their contract. Kim E-young remained silent, lost in deep thought, about this unexpected proposal. An image of her standing alone in a vast watery expanse appeared, symbolizing her loneliness. The King of Waves and Healing seriously revealed that it was only a secondary condition, and what they truly wanted was just one thing. The flashback ended, returning to the present as the constellation was about to reveal their true condition to Kim E-young. Kim E-young was touched by the constellation's wish that the tear-filled path she walked would be adorned with happiness. Despite the system's warnings of punishment, the constellation revealed their name as Varuna, and declared they would be Kim E-young's final destination. As Varuna's voice faded, Kim E-young felt herself fall back to reality on the balcony. The constellation's intervention ended, and the space around her returned to normal. Varuna's satisfied smile flashed before disappearing completely. In the final moment of their spiritual encounter, Varuna embraced Kim E-young and said she was their proud sea. A system notification appeared, confirming that the King of Waves and Healing had been blocked. The system sent another apologetic message for the incident, irritating Kim E-young for not being left in peace. Nevertheless, she gave a faint smile, indicating Varuna's comfort had touched her heart. As the system announced that time had resumed its normal flow, Sayedin Ansirad, standing nearby, turned to look. Sayedin startled, sensing the change as the balcony door opened. He rushed through the crowded banquet hall to get outside. On the balcony, Kim E-young smiled, gestured for silence, and said that thanks to her, her mind was clear. She was determined to face everything, no matter the outcome. She wondered if this feeling was fleeting or something deeper. Despite her doubts, Kim E-young decided to follow her heart and embraced Sayedin. From afar, a voice called out her name. Ishir stood on another balcony, confusedly calling out to Renee, while the system announced the blood cult leader's ban had been lifted. Kim E-young was silently annoyed by the cult leader's return, who was being updated by the Lord of Temptation. She held Sayedin tighter, calling him a traitor, which angered the blood cult leader into threatening to lock her skills. Sayedin calmly remarked that using skills as hostages was despicable, adding that her warmth made him no longer feel cold. Kim E-young looked up in bewilderment as Sayedin gently called her name. Unexpectedly, Sayedin pulled her into a tight embrace. While Kim E-young was still stunned, Sayedin thought to himself that it was all her fault. He confessed to himself that because she was more important than his own heart, he had always tried to hold back. But since she had made a move, he decided to be greedy and not let this opportunity slip away. The indirect confession made Kim E-young blush in embarrassment, realizing her immunity to romance was non-existent. Sayedin said that while he didn't understand why she hugged him, it was too late to change now. He adamantly declared he wouldn't let go even if she pushed him away, leaving the blood cult leader speechless with shock. Being held tightly, Kim E-young flusteredly thought her face might explode and suggested they let go to talk, but Sayedin flatly refused. Sayedin leaned in close, reminding her that she had promised to follow him and asking for just a little more time. Kim E-young then threatened that her constellations might kill him, at which point the blood cult leader actually began chanting a curse. In her confusion, she promised to hug him again if he let go, and Sayedin immediately agreed. Witnessing his easy acceptance, Kim E-young realized this was his goal all along, and was silently amazed by his blushing face. She asked Sayedin what was wrong in bewilderment when she saw him suddenly turn his face away. Sayedin looked at his hands, explaining that was why he didn't want to let go, and teasing her mischievously, while thinking her face was just as red. Kim E-young immediately retorted that her face wasn't as red, prompting the Lord of Temptation to comment that it was a naive remark. Meanwhile, the blood cult leader was crying and protesting vehemently, leading Kim E-young to decide to close the chat window and ignore it. Sayedin turned back, called her name, and extended his hand. He opened his arms wide, shyly asking if she would keep her promise. Kim E-young was completely flustered by the sudden request but stammered her agreement. She stepped forward and proactively embraced Sayedin, fulfilling her promise. Her gloved hands wrapped around his back, confirming her action. Sayedin reciprocated with a tight hug of his own. In his arms, Kim E-young looked up, her expression calmer though still flushed. Sayedin rested his chin on her head, thinking he could feel her face flushing without seeing it. He closed his eyes, savoring the unprecedented peace, and realizing happiness was simply doing what he wanted. At the same time, in the banquet hall, the ladies began to notice the absence of both Kim E-young and Sayedin. Sayedin and Kim E-young held hands tightly, concluding their private moment on the balcony. Kim E-young suggested they should return to the party as people were starting to notice their mutual absence. Sayedin blushingly admitted it was a shame, as he wanted to keep her all to himself like this. Hearing those bold words, Kim E-young smiled, thinking Sayedin always said things that made people embarrassed. As they turned to go back inside, Crown Prince Ishir stood blocking their path. He placed his hand on Kim E-young's shoulder, questioning her if it was okay to abandon her dance partner like that. Kim E-young coldly replied that she could be alone, while Ishir jealously stated he couldn't stand seeing her with another man. She scoffed, asking what strange thoughts the Crown Prince was having and if her mouth was to be sewn shut so she couldn't talk to anyone else. With that, she turned away and stated plainly that if the Crown Prince wasn't happy, it wasn't her concern. Ishur was stunned, rendered speechless by Kim Il-young's bluntness. Sayadin then stepped forward, advising the Crown Prince not to cause unnecessary commotion over trivial matters. Crown Prince Ishur turned red with anger, sneeringly asking if this was a trivial matter. Sayadin calmly pointed out that the Crown Prince's current attitude was very overbearing and unreasonable to be angry in return. Kim Il-young turned her back on the confrontation, no longer caring about the Crown Prince's presence. Just then, Ante and Kirill Makieris appeared, Ante warning the Crown Prince that this was their territory and he would act if Ishur continued to threaten his sister. Kirill quickly called Kim Il-young over and told her to stand behind him, making her touched by the maturity and protective intent of her two older brothers. The blood cult leader also smiled in satisfaction at the family's unity. While from afar, Ishur asserted this was his empire. But Ante coolly replied to say that when he ascended the throne, the Crown Prince was completely silenced by the direct challenge. Ante and Kirill stood firm, their determined gazes clearly showing the Makieris family's principle. Never let those who dare draw swords against them go unpunished. Crown Prince Ishur von Ramdish strode forward, thinking he had considered this beforehand. He irritably noted that the Makieris family seemed to have no fear, despite their origins. Witnessing the scene, Kim Il-young sighed, thinking it would all end badly, and wondering why adults acted like children. With no other choice, she snapped her fingers, deciding to intervene. A dark energy enveloped the Crown Prince as the skill Eligos's promise was activated, capable of mind control and memory manipulation. The skill spread throughout the banquet hall, causing everyone to fall into a daze, and the Lord of Temptation smugly boasted about his usefulness. Affected by his own magic, Sayadin Ansirad confusedly asked Kim Il-young when she had arrived, while she realized she needed to dispel the spell on him. Kim Il-young firmly told Sayadin to go home first, which surprised him. She reassured him that she would handle everything, and Sayadin finally agreed if that was what she wanted. With gentle eyes and flushed cheeks, Sayadin affectionately called her name. Kim Il-young replied with a question. He gently placed his hand on her waist. Then Sayadin leaned down and placed a kiss on Kim Il-young's forehead. Completely taken by surprise, Kim Il-young blushed in confusion, speechless. Sayadin smiled and wished her a good night, leaving Kim Il-young utterly astonished by his actions. Sending home the guests affected by the skill was not difficult at all. With just a keyword, they automatically left after Kim Il-young cheerfully bid them farewell. Standing alone in the quiet hallway, she sighed at the eventful day and decided to rest. Suddenly, Ante Makieris called her name, making her stop and turn around. Ante remarked that Kim Il-young showed her emotions too clearly, then said he had waited to praise her for doing well. Kim Il-young was surprised by his unexpected words. Ante explained that he heard she had brought honor to the family, even though their father was furious. He recalled not wanting to participate in a party that took credit from others because it stained the noble pride he had upheld. He realized everything was going according to his father's wishes, and the position of young duke was merely a pawn in his hands. In Ante's memory, he recalled only being able to delay entering the party, while Kim Il-young was already there, telling herself she would enjoy the party. He remembered the moment he strode into the banquet hall under everyone's gaze. Upon arrival, Ante wondered why the atmosphere was so quiet, and Kirill greeted him. Kirill confirmed that the atmosphere was very strange, and informed Ante that their father was furious. Ante looked towards his father, Duke Desilar Makieris, who was standing with a scowling face. Kirill smiled as he recounted what had happened to his still confused older brother. Kirill concluded that Renee had completely become the protagonist of the party, as she boldly stood up to defend the family. Returning to the present, Ante confessed to Kim Il-young that he was not proud of the Makieris name today. However, he praised her, saying that on the contrary, she had acted like a dignified Makieris member, making her secretly think that he had learned how to compliment others. Kim Il-young cheerfully patted Ante's back to thank him, but he asserted that he was only preventing troubles that could affect the family. After accepting her thanks, Ante seriously asked about the Crown Prince's rude attitude towards her. Kim Il-young looked thoughtful as they walked together down the hallway. Ante stopped and declared that even though they weren't close, he still had a duty to protect her as the future head of the family. He affirmed that she didn't need to endure the Crown Prince for the family's sake. Kim Il-young playfully asked Ante about his sudden change in attitude, reminding him that he used to hate her. Ante turned away, admitting he wasn't proud of his coldness and knew there had been misunderstandings. To Kim Il-young's surprise, he decided it was best to apologize. In a flashback, Ante recalled once believing that the original Renee always spoke ill of Lian and had gone too far. He also remembered the moment he realized he was wrong after hearing Kirill's explanation. Back in the present, Ante admitted he had acted irrationally, and that Renee couldn't possibly have hired an assassin. making Kim Il-young secretly think he was criticizing while apologizing. With a look of regret, he turned away and called Renee's name. Ante's formal apology for all the misunderstandings rang out. He turned and walked away, leaving Kim Il-young behind. Kim Il-young called him back, asking why he was saying these things. Ante seemed surprised by her question. She smiled and thanked him for finally caring about his sister, even if it wasn't perfect. Kim Il-young secretly thought that if her two brothers had truly apologized to Renee sooner, the girl wouldn't have been so unhappy and lonely. The image of her strict father appeared in her mind, showing that he was also partly responsible for the rift. She thought that if Ante continued to change, perhaps they could care for each other more. Kim Il-young immediately tested him, asking if he would still say such kind words if she caused trouble again. Ante looked at her steadfastly. After a moment of silence, he subtly smiled. Then he firmly answered no, leaving Kim Il-young stunned by his blunt reply. Kim Il-young asserted that by then, she would use every means necessary to stop Kirill from causing trouble. With a confident smile, she promised that as family, she would help him live well. Kirill Makieris replied, asserting that they would do so because they were the Makieris family. That night, under the moonlight, another story was unfolding. In a candlelit room, a young woman bowed in greeting. She introduced herself as Kayla, a member of the Shira Guild. The Shira Guild was the continent's leading mercenary and intelligence organization, which grew rapidly after the Civil War. They were not just mere mercenaries, but also undertook assassination and information-gathering missions, effectively controlling the Empire from the shadows. And ironically, the leader of this guild was Sayedin Ansirad, the Light of the Empire, was ordering Kayla to report. Kayla reported that many people had continuously seen Saintess Lian in the northern part of the Empire. She added that just as the tower had suddenly appeared, it had also suddenly vanished. Sayedin mused, believing that Renee had done it because she had something to accomplish inside the tower. Kayla continued, stating that apart from rumors of the Saintess living in the vanished tower and occasionally descending the mountain for supplies, there was no other information. After reporting, Kayla bowed deeply, ready to accept punishment for failing to gather useful news. Sayedin remarked that the information had been very well sealed, and only the royal family, the Makieris household, and they themselves knew about it. He secretly thought that he needed to find the connection between the tower, the Saintess, and Renee. Sayedin felt helpless. Despite having created a top-tier information guild, he still couldn't uncover what he truly wanted to know. He always yearned to know everything about Renee, her thoughts, goals, circumstances, and all her plans. Amidst Sayedin's thoughts about Renee, a dream suddenly came to him. In the dreamscape, Sayedin's hand gently embraced Kim Il-young. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Kim Il-young woke up in bed, still mumbling goodnight. Her face flushed. She secretly thought that this dream was utterly insane. Her companion spirits also reacted fiercely. The Lord of Temptation agreed, while the vicious blood cult leader roared in anger, demanding to deal with that brat. Kim Il-young writhed on the bed, unable to believe she had such a dream, prompting the Lord of Temptation to ask if she was going crazy. She buried her face in her pillow, calling Sayedin's name, while the Lord of Temptation confirmed having seen everything, shocking the vicious blood cult leader to the point of spitting blood. Kim Il-young sat bolt upright, confusedly wondering what that kiss meant, making the Lord of Temptation so frustrated that he wanted to cancel their contract. She told herself to always be cautious, but her inner image showed her smashing the stone bridge, symbolizing that caution, making the Lord of Temptation lament to the heavens. To find an answer, Kim Il-young decided to first ask Kirill about the meaning of a kiss on the forehead, which made him blush furiously. Kirill frantically pressed her about who had done that to her, then immediately dismissed it himself, while Kim Il-young wondered why he was overreacting so much. After seeing that Kirill couldn't help, she turned to Ante, who calmly explained that the meaning depended on the relationship, possibly familial affection. When Kim Il-young asked about the case between a student and a teacher, Ante affirmed that it could only be respect. She secretly pondered the word respect, wondering if a student could have other feelings. Ante immediately dismissed it, sternly saying that those were shameful thoughts and disrespectful behavior. He curiously asked why she was interested in this, causing Kim Il-young to hastily deny being a teacher. Auntie then looked at her with an extremely serious expression and declared that no matter who it was, if that person dared to disrespect her, she should kill him. Her brother's murderous advice left Kim Il-young stunned, while an image of a bewildered Sayedin appeared in her mind. Kirill Makieris affirmed that he would cover for Kim Il-young, even advising her to just kill anyone who dared to be insolent. Returning to her room, Kim Il-young buried her face in her pillow, confused about how to explain her relationship with Sayedin and recalling Varuna's advice. She lay sprawled on the bed, blaming herself for never truly living by her heart, prompting the Lord of Temptation to sarcastically ask if she was only realizing it now. Kim Il-young then asked the spirits about Varuna's prohibition, and the vicious blood cult leader reassured her that it wasn't a permanent ban. She looked up at the ceiling, determined to do something meaningful before Varuna returned. With a new goal, Kim Il-young sprang up and called Izuni, ordering the bodyguard to prepare for them to go out immediately. She resolutely declared that they would go straight to the Shira Guild to find answers. After changing clothes, Kim Il-young and Izuni stood before the imposing Shira Guild building. Inside, an electronic board was displaying the service queue number. When her number was called, Kim Il-young couldn't help but be surprised to see a mercenary guild operating as orderly as a public administrative office. A friendly female employee warmly welcomed them, while her spirits secretly praised Sayedin's management skills. Izuni boldly requested to meet the guildmaster, while Kim Il-young felt anxious about facing a public official. From somewhere, a pair of sharp, amber eyes was observing the two of them. The female employee politely asked if they had made an appointment, and Izuni replied bluntly that they had not. Nevertheless, the employee maintained an unwavering professional smile. She handed Kim Il-young a special waiting ticket, on which was written the astonishing number, 31,234. Izuni and Kim Il-young were stunned when the employee announced the estimated waiting time to meet the guildmaster was about 31 years. Kim Il-young tried to use her close relationship with Sayedin to get priority, but the employee gently refused due to the guild's procedures. Out of options, she asked another male employee if he could relay a message for her, and he happily agreed. Kim Il-young firmly requested the employee to simply announce that Renee Maquieres was here. The male employee could only stare blankly and ask again in confusion. Feeling the gazes around her, Kim Il-young was secretly annoyed by this strange reaction. Meanwhile, the sound of someone's hurried footsteps was approaching. Her appearance made the Shira Guild members present exclaim in astonishment. All were stunned when they realized the person who had just arrived was Renee Maquieres. Izuni, also surprised, thought the crowd was looking at her. The hurried footsteps rushed towards the room door. A familiar voice rang out, loudly calling Renee's name. Sayedin burst into the room where Kim Il-young was sitting with the guild members, and Izuni was immediately dismissed. He was panting, sweat pouring down as he had run at full speed to get there. In a panic, Sayedin hastily stammered an apology, believing his subordinates had been disrespectful to her. This unprecedented reaction of his stunned both Kim Il-young and the guild members. Kim Il-young calmly reached out to rebutton Sayedin's undone shirt. She gently told him to calm down first. Her gentle action completely surprised Sayedin, making his face flush red and him feel flustered. When he apologized for his disheveled appearance, she patted his head and said that he looked cute. Witnessing the unbelievably intimate scene between their leader and Lady Maquieres, the Shira Guild members gaped in astonishment. Standing with a now calm Sayedin, Kim Il-young secretly wondered why he had reacted so excessively. With a stern expression, Sayedin ordered everyone to leave immediately. When only the two of them remained, Kim Il-young secretly thought that Sayedin must be very intimidating to his subordinates. He anxiously asked if his subordinates had said anything strange, and Kim Il-young recounted that they had likened her to a legendary dragon. Sayedin then directly asked the reason for her visit. Kim Il-young secretly resolved that she had to ask him about the meaning of the kiss on her forehead. Seeing her silence, Sayedin gently called her name. In Kim Il-young's mind, an image of him formally kissing her forehead at a ball appeared. However, she immediately felt too embarrassed and thought that she couldn't say it. To break the silence, Sayedin said it was time for him to leave, and Kim Il-young agreed, citing lingering effects from capturing the dragon. Suddenly, she used magic to make a rolled-up newspaper on the table float up. Sayedin realized her intention, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Kim Il-young quickly snatched the floating newspaper. She held up the newspaper with the headline about the Imperial Sword Tournament and declared that she would create an even bigger sensation. Meanwhile, at the Silver Eagle Palace, a secret meeting was taking place. Princess Aiden questioned her guest, a young duke, about why he wished to meet her. Ante Maquieres replied, asserting that the princess understood the risks if his presence were revealed. Aiden remained unmoved, asking why he still came despite knowing the danger. Inwardly, Ante admitted that he had always considered the princess a difficult person to deal with. He continued to ponder, comparing her complexity to the crown prince, whose reactions were far more predictable. Princess Aiden stated that she knew Ante well enough to know he had deceived the imperial citizens, prompting him to ask what her true intentions were. She bluntly declared that he was not a swordmaster, and certainly not the rumored anonymous hero, leaving Ante stunned. Ante retorted that he had never claimed to be a hero, but the princess pointed out that he had allowed everyone to believe it. Cornered, Ante could only silently bow his head, clenching his fists in tension. Aiden smiled, reassuring him that she was not there to criticize him. Instead, she revealed that she wanted to share that glory with him and handed him a letter supposedly written by his own father. Ante took the letter, his face obscured in shadow, full of complex emotions. Meanwhile, the princess calmly sipped her tea, observing his reaction. With trembling hands, Auntie broke the seal and opened the letter. He read the formal opening, a command in the name of the Makiris family's honor. The letter demanded that he win the sword tournament and then swear allegiance to her. Auntie fell into despair, wondering why his father would issue a command that could shatter their family. At the same time, at the Makiris mansion, Erin hesitantly asked if the Duke had truly invited everyone to breakfast together. In her bedroom, Kim Il-young was also full of skepticism about her father's intentions, as he had never invited her to breakfast before. Nevertheless, she accepted the invitation and told Erin to relay that she would be there shortly. Upon arriving at the dining room, Kim Il-young saw her father and Kirill already seated, and she thought this was a good time as she also had something to say. Her father, Desilar Makiris, coldly told her to sit down. Kim Il-young silently pulled out her chair and took her seat at the dining table. As Desilar began his meal, Kirill looked at his father, secretly doubting the true purpose of this rare family breakfast. Kim Il-young secretly noticed the suffocating atmosphere in the dining room as she looked at Kirill. Duke Desilar Makiris broke the silence by forcefully placing his spoon on the table. He began by remarking on his daughter's audacious behavior at the party, stating that he was accustomed to her disrespect. Kim Il-young realized her father was no longer pretending to be kind, and directly asked why he wanted to dine with someone he despised. She stated plainly that she didn't expect kind words, and wanted to get straight to the point. Kim Il-young then calmly declared that she would participate in the sword tournament. This declaration stunned both Kirill and Desilar, leaving Kirill speechless. Kim Il-young nonchalantly asked why they were looking at her like that, asserting her right to participate as a member of the Makiris family. Kirill tried to dissuade his sister, while Desilar sternly called her full name. The Duke coldly asked if he had given her permission to do so. As a servant poured wine, Desilar ordered her to simply dress beautifully and stand beside the crown prince instead of having foolish ideas. As Erin served her, Kim Il-young maintained a resolute expression, unfazed by her father's words. The male servant moved behind her, but Kim Il-young's gaze remained fixed on her father. Suddenly, the servant was knocked back by an invisible force, leaving him dazed. Kim Il-young took the wine bottle herself, wondering why she needed anyone's permission. Desilar sneered, saying that even her question was wrong. He asserted his absolute authority, declaring that everything in her life was decided by him. Kim Il-young smiled, replying that the Makiris family always participated in the tournament, while secretly thinking this was an opportunity to raise her reputation. Desilar scoffed, finding it ridiculous that a girl who had never held a sword wanted to compete. Kim Il-young smiled back, exposing that it was her father who had never allowed her to hold a sword. Desilar Makiris justified that she already had two brothers to protect her, and he had no reason to put his daughter in danger. She questioned why he merely stood by while she was humiliated, while secretly realizing that Renee originally possessed latent swordsmanship talent. Kim Il-young knew well that Renee's talent was in no way inferior to her brother's. She bluntly accused her father of being jealous and deliberately suppressing her talent for fear of being surpassed by a daughter. Struck to the core, Desilar Makiris angrily called her name. He stood up, bitterly saying that she would forever be a disgrace to the family. With a loud noise, Desilar pushed his chair back and angrily consented, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. However, as he turned to leave, he laid down a cruel condition. She would be stripped of the Makiris name. The entire room fell into a heavy silence after the Duke's declaration. Kirill Makiris angrily slammed his hand on the table. He jumped up, demanding his sister apologize immediately, but Kim Il-young calmly replied that she had done nothing wrong. Kirill frantically explained that their father truly intended to kick her out of the house. Auntie Makiris could only wearily admit that he knew, which further astonished Kirill. Kirill turned to look at his sister, unable to believe her composure. He asked in shock if she truly intended to leave the family. Auntie flinched upon hearing Kim Il-young's defiant answer from across the table. While Auntie yelled that she was crazy, Kim Il-young coldly called Kirill's name to stop him. She showed annoyance, wondering if her brothers truly thought she was someone dependent on this family. Kim Il-young asked Sayadin to look over what she had prepared. She snapped her fingers, activating magic. Immediately, countless water bubbles filled with images and information appeared, hovering around them. She explained that this was information about Lian she had gathered, but it was somewhat difficult to understand because spirits had collected it. Kim Il-young thought to herself that the spirit's power had significantly weakened after Varuna was blocked. She also considered that she couldn't rely on the dream demons because they never listened. Sayadin looked at the intricately presented information and exclaimed in admiration, unable to imagine the cost and time required to achieve this. He looked at Kim Il-young admiringly, acknowledging that she was truly amazing, while she merely wondered why he kept staring at the spirits. She assigned Sayadin the task of sifting through this information, and he readily accepted. Kim Il-young confirmed the purpose of this, holding up a newspaper article about a mysterious swordsman who had defeated Harlan in the tournament, intending to use it to create a new identity. She explained that this was a contingency plan, as her father would certainly not allow her to participate in the tournament. She asked Sayedin again to confirm that the sword tournament only allowed nobles or their sponsored representatives to participate. Sayedin confirmed, adding that while the Ramdish Empire valued strength, it also placed great importance on noble lineage. He further explained that commoners could still participate, but they needed to be sponsored by at least 3 reputable nobles. Kim Il-young self-deprecatingly remarked that her reputation was utterly hopeless, but Sayedin reminded her that she had always hidden her true abilities. Sayedin intently looked at a water bubble, displaying an image of a mansion. He smiled, saying he had just thought of a family that might be able to help her. The scene shifted to the capital's most luxurious restaurant, Maison des Arimides, where Kim Il-young was sitting alone, enjoying wine. Dylan Marks, a young noble, was stunned by her beauty and wondered if he should approach her. Dylan Marks approached Kim Il-young's table and asked if she was alone. Seeing that she seemed bored, he offered to sit with her. Kim Il-young coldly replied that if he was done talking, he should leave. Undeterred, Dylan thought to himself that she was even more beautiful up close and continued to plead for a conversation. He boastfully bragged about serving a high-ranking noble, then unexpectedly placed his hand on her shoulder. As Dylan grabbed Kim Il-young's wrist and offered to pay for her meal, the Lord of Temptation sensed his filthy lust. At the same time, the malicious blood cult leader was also preparing to sever the pervert's wrist. Without hesitation, Kim Il-young swiftly broke Dylan's arm, sending him sprawling to the floor. Dylan gasped in shock and pain, blood beginning to seep from the corner of his mouth. His piercing scream echoed throughout the restaurant, terrifying the other diners. Kim Il-young disgustedly wiped her hand, telling herself that this was a truly horrible sight, and she hadn't been able to control her power. Amidst the chaos, hurried footsteps resounded. Sayedin Ansirad rushed over, anxiously asking what was happening to Kim Il-young, followed by an elderly gentleman. The man, Juan Casiu, frowned at Dylan, wondering if this fellow had caused trouble again. A manager tried to intervene and demanded an end to the commotion, but Juan immediately ordered him to be silent. Sayedin protectively placed a hand on Kim Il-young's shoulder, but she reassured him that she was fine and told him to ignore the other man. Sayedin turned and apologized to Juan on behalf of his servant for the unacceptable behavior. The elderly man formally introduced himself as Juan Casiu, head of the Casiu noble family. Kim Il-young calmly looked at him, while a system window displayed information about him, a renowned former swordmaster and strategist. Sayedin further explained that the Casiu family was famous for swordsmanship, second only to the Maquieres family, and despite being wounded in war, Juan was still respected by many knights. Sayedin continued to explain that even though the Casiu family had weakened, their knight captain was still a very talented individual. That captain was young, capable, and even considered a strong candidate for the count's son-in-law. Therefore, it would be natural for that person to represent the Casiu family in the upcoming sword competition. Kim Il-young immediately recognized the problem, asking if that meant something had happened. Sayedin confirmed that the captain had recently resigned and left the Casiu family. Kim Il-young thought to herself that this was suspicious, for someone about to become a son-in-law to suddenly leave. Sayedin added that with the count's only daughter being ill, the captain's departure left the Casiu family without both an heir and a talent to compete. Through a water orb, Kim Il-young saw Juan Casiu meeting Crown Prince Ishir, and wondered if he intended to borrow a knight. Sayedin guessed that Count Casiu had probably gone to meet the Crown Prince to request an official declaration to avoid scandalous rumors when unable to participate in the competition. Kim Il-young then deduced that it seemed the Maquieres family itself was involved in the downfall of the Casiu family. Sayedin confirmed, recounting that the Casiu family had intended to support the Crown Prince in the struggle for the throne. The Crown Prince had welcomed the support from the Casiu family, a prestigious family no less than the Maquieres. But since then, the Casiu family's fortunes had mysteriously declined, and when tasked by the Crown Prince to investigate, Sayedin discovered that the Maquieres family had cut off their financial aid. Kim Il-young smiled, realizing that the captain's sudden resignation was certainly related to this. Sayedin nodded, confirming her deduction. He revealed that Ante Maquieres was at the center of this entire conspiracy. Later, at another location, Juan Casiu expressed surprise at being summoned by the young lady of the Maquieres family. Sitting opposite Kim Il-young and Sayedin at the dining table, he declared that he would listen sincerely. However, he also stipulated that the conversation must be kept brief. Kim Il-young thought to herself that his caution was understandable, as he surely knew Ante was behind his downfall, and she was Ante's sister. Kim Il-young reassured Juan Casiu that he didn't need to be cautious, as she had only come to make a good offer. Juan Casiu looked suspicious. Repeating her words, she smiled confidently. With a radiant smile, Kim E-young affirmed that she could help him. In a previous conversation, Kim E-young analyzed with Sayeden that the Maquieras family still dared to provoke the Cassiu family, the Crown Prince's faction, even though she was known to be his lover. Sayeden suggested that Ante valued honor greatly, so he suspected Duke Desalar himself had exerted pressure in this matter. Kim E-young brushed it off, saying she already knew Ante was famously an obedient son, but that wasn't important right now. She angrily crushed a drop of water in her hand. She secretly cursed her father as a cunning old fox, because the Maquieras family had pretended to be neutral all this time. A few days later, on the opening day of the Ramdisha Empire's sword tournament, the imperial citizens' interest in the tournament reached its peak at the Ramdisha Arena. This was a martial arts grand event held every 3 years under the emperor's supervision, where the winner would receive countless treasures, honor, and glory. The prize also included a sword bestowed by the emperor and the honor of swearing allegiance to the royal family, an opportunity that could completely change anyone's life. Amidst the crowd, 2 men discussed who would win this year, one examining the votes in the newspaper. The man with the mustache suggested that the most promising candidate was Ante Maquieras, but the other found that too predictable. They moved on to discuss Kirill Maquieras, the younger brother who had just reached the highest expert level, but was still considered inexperienced. A mysterious figure in a black cloak interjected, asking about the family's other child, but the man with the mustache dismissed it, claiming that troublesome Lady Renee had only registered as a formality. The 2 men left, thinking Renee's opponent was lucky, while the figure in the black cloak clicked their tongue in annoyance. That person thought to themselves, the Maquieras family always knows how to ruin everything. In the Maquieras family's waiting room, Kirill explained that Renee hadn't arrived yet because she wouldn't be able to enter due to strict identity checks at all the gates. Kirill questioned Ante as to why he was stopping Renee, saying he didn't understand their father and even less his brother. Ante replied that it was for her safety. Kirill asserted that Renee was probably not as weak as they thought, which surprised Ante to hear. Ante admitted he knew Renee wasn't weak at all, but Kirill continued to press him for the reason he was stopping her. Ante explained that Renee could protect herself to some extent, even capable of defeating weaker opponents. However, he pointed out that the entire empire was in a chaotic post-war period, and this precarious situation would continue until the heir to the throne was determined. Kirill retorted, arguing that the family had maintained neutrality, but now Renee had sided with the crown prince, making neutrality impossible. Ante angrily dismissed it, saying that Renee being the crown prince's lover was irrelevant, as she was merely a substitute for Lien. He scorned his sister as a disgrace, a hopeless troublemaker, and a useless burden to the Maquieras family. Ante then revealed that it was precisely that label of uselessness that protected her, and if Renee's power were discovered, it would suffocate her. Kirill was utterly stunned by his brother's logic. Ante desperately covered his face, wondering if Kirill thought he didn't understand how upsetting this was for Renee. He had learned too much after being summoned by Aiden. It turned out that the Duchy of Maquieras had never been neutral, but had always sided with the emperor. All these political struggles were merely small chess games on a giant chessboard. Ante knew that pawns like Renee could be eliminated and swept away at any moment. He couldn't not know that, as he himself had cleared away the pawns in the way. All of that was done under the Duke's orders. Ante concluded that for Renee to survive, she had to continue playing the role of a mediocre, useless, and unremarkable troublemaker, so as not to become a target. Kirill questioned again, asking if it was too late for that plan, and if breaking Renee's wings was the only way to protect her. Ante subtly drew his sword from its sheath. He mused about the Maquieras name, a name he had to protect by sacrificing his own freedom. Kirill vented his anger by throwing things around, reluctantly accepting the truth. He cried out in despair, unable to believe that the mighty Maquieras family was powerless to protect one person. Kirill gritted his teeth, asserting that he hadn't trained so hard just to face this helplessness. Meanwhile, Ante gripped his sword hilt, telling himself to be patient just a little longer. He was determined that once he became duke and took power from his father, he would change everything. At the arena, the next match was announced, Theodore Zed versus Renee Maquieras. However, the announcer declared Renee absent, resulting in her forfeiture and Theodore Zed winning by default. Kirill sarcastically asked Ante if he was satisfied, just as his own match was called. He declared it was his turn, but then there was an announcement that his opponent, Saren Cassiu, also couldn't participate due to illness. Kirill complained that he wasn't happy about winning so easily, prompting Ante to remark that he was too conceited. Suddenly, the announcer declared that the Cassiu family had sent a substitute, someone named Li Young Cassiu. Kirill was confused because he had never heard this name, and knew that the Cassiu family only had one child. Ante also found it strange, thinking to himself that there had been no news of an adoption and the Cassiu family was not financially capable. Kirill suggested they were only doing it to save face, and Ante seemed to agree. Even so, Kirill still felt something was off, but brushed it aside and told Ante he was going to the arena. Just as Kirill turned to leave, Ante called him back. Ante instructed Kirill to go easy and protect the Cassiu family's honor, which annoyed Kirill for being treated like a child. Ante unexpectedly added a word of caution to take care, which completely stunned Kirill. He was confused by his brother's change, thinking to himself that normally Ante would threaten him, while Ante was merely secretly annoyed. Kirill replied that he understood and walked away, telling himself that everyone had been acting very strangely lately before entering the arena. Amidst the resounding cheers for Maquieres throughout the arena, a lone figure in a black hooded cloak stepped forward. Beneath the hood, Kim E-young, in disguise, subtly smirked with confidence. She carried a wooden sword on her shoulder and asked her opponent why he hadn't stepped forward yet. Kirill Maquieres looked at her skeptically, asking if she was joking. He couldn't believe she intended to face him with just a wooden sword. Kirill scoffed, asking if she hadn't graduated from using wooden swords when she was 5. Kim E-young replied with a condescending smile, asking if it was necessary to use a real sword to fight a child. Kirill was angered by her rudeness, but then paused as he realized her tone was somewhat familiar. A faint aura flickered around Kim E-young as she lost patience, urging him to skip the boring introductions and advance. Regaining his composure, Kirill mocked that he had heard the House Casil was struggling but didn't expect it to be this bad, then drew his sword. He charged at her, declaring that this competition was no child's play and offering her a chance to change weapons. Kim E-young calmly retorted, asking if he was perhaps afraid of the humiliation of losing to a wooden sword. Provoked, Kirill roared that he wasn't joking. He lunged, shouting for her not to disgrace the House Casil. Kirill quickly closed in, preparing to launch his first attack. However, Kim E-young astonishingly leaped lightly over his head. Kirill reacted instantly, spinning around and raising his sword to block a counterattack. After parrying, he looked up, cautiously searching for his opponent's position. He saw Kim E-young's silhouette hovering in the air, backlit by the dazzling sunlight. Kim E-young smiled confidently as she plunged down to attack. Diving from above, Kim E-young challenged Kirill Maquieres. She smiled, inviting him to a game. Both charged at each other, creating a resounding clash that echoed through the arena. A piercing clang rang out as their weapons met. Kirill slid across the ground after the initial collision. He cursed under his breath, wondering where this monster came from, as his hand trembled despite his opponent only using a wooden sword. Kim E-young stood there, completely unaffected by the impact. She easily deflected one of Kirill's attacks. Kirill clicked his tongue, annoyed that his opponent showed no signs of fatigue. He decided he would show her the power of a top professional swordsman. Kim E-young swung the wooden sword at dizzying speed. Kirill struggled to dodge, realizing he couldn't keep up with her speed. He bitterly admitted that, despite giving his all, he couldn't land even a single blow. Kim E-young scoffed, saying that Kirill was the one playing a child's game and needed to be taught a lesson. Her red eyes flashed with a terrifying glint. She called Kirill's name, warning him never to forget the sensation he was about to experience. A terrifying pressure bore down on Kirill. His instincts screamed, urging him to flee immediately. In his mind, he saw her image transform into a giant demon, ordering him to disappear. Kim E-young flipped in the air, looking down at Kirill with a calm expression. Kirill Maquieres was stunned by his opponent's sudden attack. In a flash, Kim E-young glided forward and disarmed him with ease. Kirill only registered the delayed sound as Kim E-young's wooden sword already touched his hand. The announcer declared that V-young Kasau had defeated Kirill Maquieres and would advance to the next match, while Kirill lay motionless on the arena floor. Donning her cloak again, Kim E-young smiled, proud that Kirill had watched without blinking until the very last moment. The decisive moment of the match reappeared, as she prepared to deliver the finishing blow to a bewildered Kirill. Lying on the ground with swirling eyes, Kirill heard Kim E-young praise it as a good match. The story flashed back to an hour earlier, when Sayadin Ansirad was helping Kim E-young tie her gloves. In the Kaseu waiting room, Sayadin remarked that Ante was a strong contender for the championship, making Kim E-young secretly think that the main character always appears last. She asked about her current opponent, and Sayadin replied that it was young Master Kirill. Kim E-young admitted she had anticipated facing him, but not so soon. She expressed hesitation, saying she didn't want to be too hard on the boy. Sayadin immediately questioned why she sympathized with those who didn't even want her to participate. Kim E-young explained that those children were merely following their father's orders. However, she also admitted that it didn't change the fact that they were merely bystanders. Sayadin's eyes narrowed as he listened to her speak. Kim E-young wondered if the coldness she sometimes sensed from Sayadin was real. Sayadin said that he understood because her heart was too kind, then asked if she disliked that. He gently affirmed that he couldn't possibly dislike her, making Kim E-young wonder again if this warmth was real. While she concluded that both sides of Sayadin's personality were real, her spirits argued about this relationship. Sayedin admitted that he was quite surprised by Kim E-young's appearance at first, but now he still finds it very attractive. He explained that even though there were many mixed-race people in Ramdisha, he didn't expect her to be able to transform into someone from the East. Sayedin's gaze deepened as he focused on her. Then he frankly asked Kim E-young whose face she was wearing. Kim E-young immediately retorted, asking why he thought this face belonged to someone else. Sayedin explained that her words and actions seemed very familiar with this appearance, and since people from the East were rare, he guessed it was someone special. Kim E-young secretly admitted that she was more comfortable with this appearance, while the malicious blood cult leader grumbled, disliking Sayedin's familiarity. She thought his guess was reasonable, but also wondered if she had ever acted reasonably, and then Sayedin took her hand, saying that she always defied common sense. Kim E-young replied mysteriously that the answer to his question was both right and wrong. With a confident smile, she revealed that this face was also hers, and he was the only one she had told this to. Sayedin was momentarily stunned, his face flushing as he replied that he understood. Seeing this, Kim E-young playfully teased, asking if he disliked this appearance. Sayedin quickly grabbed her hand and awkwardly affirmed that he really liked it. He gently pressed her hand to his cheek, smiling warmly. Then Sayedin affirmed that no matter the aspect, it was still her, and he loved all of it, then gently kissed her hand. Kim E-young blushed at his action, while the malicious blood cult leader was so furious he rolled on the floor. A series of angry messages from the spirit appeared, confusing Kim E-young, who had to turn and ask what was wrong with her cult leader grandpa. Too embarrassed by the spirit's outburst, she yelled at it to shut up immediately. Kim E-young awkwardly turned to Sayedin and said, "That was enough," secretly thinking that while his actions were cute, she didn't want her spirit to disintegrate. To escape the awkward situation, she stood up and pointed towards a weapon rack, saying it would be a good choice not to injure Kirill in the match. Sayedin Ansirad looked skeptical when Kim E-young intended to use a wooden sword, but she merely replied coldly that she was always serious. After easily defeating Kirill Makieris, Kim E-young thought about teaching him a lesson. She immediately turned her attention to the Emperor, declaring that she had a request. With a smug smile, Kim E-young slung the wooden sword over her shoulder, secretly believing that no one here was her match. She arrogantly asked the Emperor, who was seated on his throne, if he would allow her to fight everyone at once. In the arena, her challenge caused the crowd to murmur, believing the Cassu family was past its prime, and her actions were rude. The Emperor frowned, leading an audience member to believe he was about to reprimand her. However, to everyone's surprise, both the Emperor and Crown Prince Ishir, seated beside him, remained silent. Suddenly, a sinister and insane smile spread across the Emperor's face. He burst into a long, hearty laugh, his laughter echoing throughout the arena to Kim E-young's astonishment. Kim E-young could only look up, secretly thinking that the Emperor was truly insane. After his laughter subsided, the Emperor remarked that her proposal was indeed very interesting. He looked at her with fervent eyes, declaring that he would appreciate her courage, no matter how reckless it was. Kim E-young bowed in response, saying it was a great honor, while the malicious blood cult leader whispered that the Emperor definitely had issues. She looked up with a mysterious smile and said, however, intending to state her conditions. But the Emperor interrupted, declaring that he could not turn an event that the entire populace was looking forward to into her personal stage. Instead, he announced a new format. All teams would participate in a battle royale until only one person remained. The Emperor laughed loudly, stating that the battlefield had no place for fairness and that strength born from extreme endurance was truly beautiful. He stood up, raised his hand to the sky, and demanded that she display that strength right now. Finally, the Emperor declared that the semi-finals and finals would take place between the 4 strongest contestants from each team, making the battle more intense than ever. Kirill Makieris irritably ordered his subordinates to prepare the stage, not understanding why the rules could be changed so easily. He clutched his head in despair, thinking about the capricious nature of Emperor Ashutar von Ramdisha, a man who always prioritized pleasure over principles. In Kirill's mind, the Emperor appeared as a tyrant who had instigated a war of succession merely for entertainment. From above, the Emperor looked down with amusement and declared the competition to begin. The crowd in the stands began to buzz with chatter at the sudden change. Immediately after, the entire arena erupted in excited cheers. The Emperor smiled contentedly on his throne and prepared to make his next announcement. Kim E-young looked up as the announcer declared that the winning streak battle with the White Deer team would begin at the Emperor's command. Immediately, she sprang into action and took down her first opponent, securing 2 consecutive wins. She continued to defeat another opponent, raising her winning streak to 5. Without hesitation, Kim E-young took down one more person, achieving 10 consecutive wins. She unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, knocking away multiple opponents and extending her winning streak to 14 matches. Her 15th opponent was astonished by the overwhelming power of the woman before him. In the stands, a man with a mustache noticed that sword energy seemed to emanate from Kim Il-young's wooden sword. When her wooden sword clashed with a steel sword, a blue energy burst forth. His bespectacled companion couldn't believe it, wondering if he was seeing things. After Kim Il-young's easy victory, another spectator speculated whether she was the mysterious sword master. The system announced that her fame was skyrocketing, as everyone was impressed by her power. As Kim Il-young walked away, murmurs arose. They couldn't believe the Kasyu family had such a figure. The emperor smiled smugly, wondering if this declining family could maintain its noble reputation. The match concluded, and the entire colossal arena fell into silence. The final victor of the White Deer team's winning streak was announced. It was Yi-young Kaseu, who went from an unknown swordsman to the last survivor amidst roaring cheers. From the stands, Princess Eden observed thoughtfully, while Crown Prince Ishir maintained an impassive expression. The tournament announcer declared the end of the day's matches and invited the audience back for tomorrow's battle against the Red Lion team. The appearance of Yi-young Kaseu at the sword-fighting tournament had turned the world upside down. Moving on to the second day of the tournament, news of Kaseu's unknown challenger spread everywhere. Even though the match with Ante had yet to take place, no one doubted her victory after witnessing her defeat dozens of opponents with wooden swords. On the streets, people chattered excitedly, speculating that she must be a swordmaster to be so powerful. Even the chefs speculated whether Yi-young was the mysterious swordmaster who had once defeated a wild dragon. The nobility also commented that it was time for a new swordmaster to emerge, as all previous champions bore this title. A new question arose in everyone's minds. Could young Master Machias, who was also rumored to be a swordmaster, compare to her? Meanwhile, at the Machiaris mansion, Duke Desilar felt humiliated as all attention shifted to the Kasyu family. Kirill Machiaris angrily told his brother that he thought Ante would dominate everyone. Not expecting an obstacle to appear, Duke Desilar recalled the past, when he had stripped the Kaseu family of all their honor and wealth. He walked, wondering where the Kaseu family had found such a talent. Then he approached and placed his hand on Ante's shoulder. Desilar leaned down, looked directly at his son, and said he was very curious about Ante. Ante admitted he hadn't anticipated the Kaseu family having a trump card. Meanwhile, Kirill Machiaris stood beside him, gritting his teeth and enduring the tension. Desilar Machiaris grabbed Ante by the collar, angrily scolding his son for his weakness that ruined the plan and for not prioritizing the family's interests. Kirill bowed his head in apology, blaming himself for his failure in his match. Desilar turned away, demanding that the identity of the mysterious girl and the reason she hid her swordmaster power be discovered. Ante helplessly admitted to having no information, causing Desilar to call him useless. The Duke continued to vent his anger on both his sons, stating they had disgraced the family's reputation by letting unknowns flaunt their strength. He clutched his head, roaring that his blood boiled at the thought of pathetic individuals like his two sons inheriting the Machiaris name. As Desilar berated Kirill for his failure, and Ante for not finding Renee, Kirill suddenly froze. He suddenly realized something. The name Renee sparked a connection in his mind. Kirill recalled the familiar voice of the winner, and was convinced it was his sister, who had changed unbelievably. At the same time, Kim Il-young left the arena with her wooden sword. She was stretching comfortably when Juan Kaseu, the head of the Kaseu family, approached from behind. He thanked her for restoring honor to his family. Juan Kaseu bowed solemnly, promising he would never forget this favor. Kim Il-young simply replied nonchalantly that everything was part of their agreement. The story rewound to explain that agreement. In a flashback, Kim Il-young, in Renee's body, explained that she needed eligibility for the tournament, and Count Kaseu needed a knight, so she promised to help without using their names. Kim Il-young recalled the preparation process and laughed, admitting it was harder than she thought. It turned out she had used the Lord of Temptation's secret to change her appearance, a shape-shifting skill that even Sayadin marveled at, as it was originally only for dragons. Kim Il-young recalled that her appearance had caught Count Kaseu off guard, even though she knew he would have turned her away if Sayadin hadn't been there. During their meeting, Juan Kaseu frankly expressed his doubts, stating that a stranger couldn't be trusted when the matter was so serious. Kim Il-young liked his honesty and offered to show him reliable proof, surprising Juan Kaseu. She pointed to Sayadin, reminding him that they had the king of mercenaries, the light of the empire, right here. With a determined fist, Kim Il-young confidently proposed a match. If she defeated Sayadin, Juan Kaseu had to trust her abilities. The impromptu match began with the first rule. The loser would be the one pushed out of the training ground. 2 more rules were introduced, heavily disadvantaging Kim Il-young. She could only use one hand, and Sayadin would win, even if his sword merely grazed her. Juan Kaseu thought to himself, he couldn't believe a girl not yet 20 would accept such harsh conditions against the Empire's greatest swordsman, wondering if it was foolishness or absolute confidence. Sayadin worriedly asked if Kim E-young was alright, while Hwan Kaseu stood behind with a grim expression. Kim E-young turned back, asking Sayadin who he was worried about. The unexpected question momentarily flustered Sayadin. Kim E-young smiled defiantly, raising her sword and urging him to show his prowess. Encouraged, Sayadin smiled back, declaring he would be a true teacher this time. His face lit up with extreme excitement. Sayadin slowly drew his sword from its sheath. With intense focus, he declared the match to begin. Sayadin lunged forward with terrifying speed, his sword emitting a powerful blue energy. The two swords clashed, creating a violent energy explosion. The force from Sayadin's attack created a shockwave that spread across the arena. In the midst of the battle, Sayadin panicked, as he realized Kim E-young's presence had suddenly vanished. He quickly raised his sword to block an unexpected attack from the front. Kim E-young spoke, warning him to be careful. The force of the blow caused Sayadin to collapse to the ground. Suddenly, Kim E-young appeared right behind him, pressing her sword to his neck, and stating she had killed before in this form. She warned that one wrong move, and he could truly lose his life. Sayadin was stunned by her murderous threat. Instead of fear, he smiled excitedly, and Kim E-young smirked in response. Kim E-young thought to herself, admitting that his swordplay was fierce. She noted that while he couldn't match her speed, his ability to read attack angles and defenses was excellent. Sayadin also acknowledged to himself that his title as King of Mercenaries was not for nothing. He was astonished by Kim E-young's incredible speed, thinking that a slight misstep would have cost him his head. However, while solely focused on defense, Sayadin realized he had found an opening. Kim E-young lunged forward at breakneck speed. Realizing he couldn't keep up with her speed, Sayadin decided to use a different skill. He swung his sword with the sole aim of throwing her off balance, even if she managed to block it. Sayadin slammed his foot down, activating his skill. A burst of energy erupted from the ground, sending both of them flying into the air. While off balance, Sayadin's sword slipped from his grasp. He fell outside the boundary line, and the match ended. Kim E-young declared the lesson over, extending her hand to Sayadin Ansirad, who sat on the ground, still astonished at being cornered by her. As she pulled him to his feet, Sayadin wondered just how deep the power of this person named Renee truly ran. He politely thanked her, while Count Hwan Kaseu watched from afar, unable to believe she had actually won. He recalled that even in his prime as a swordmaster, he couldn't defeat the King of Mercenaries. Count Kaseu's eyes sharpened as he reassessed the situation. As Kim E-young brushed dust off Sayadin's shoulder, Count Kaseu wondered why the young lady of the Maquieras family had introduced him to someone so strong, suspecting it might be a trap. Nevertheless, he recognized her strength was perfect for his plan. Count Kaseu decided that even if he were to be used, he couldn't pass up this opportunity. He believed that if this person participated in the sword tournament, his declining family could be revived, and this was a gamble he had to take. Kim E-young cheerfully stepped forward before Count Kaseu and asked if she had proven her worth. His stern expression made Kim E-young feel uneasy. Count Kaseu unexpectedly spoke, asking for one more thing. He said he wanted to ask her one more question. Kim E-young sighed inwardly, wondering what else she had to do to gain the trust of this suspicious old man. Count Kaseu seriously asked his final question. He asked why Miss Maquieras had introduced her to him. Kim E-young smiled and replied that it was because she was Miss Maquieras, and she genuinely hoped the Kaseu family would not fall. Hearing this, Count Kaseu decided to proceed with the deal. Kim E-young clearly stated the terms. She would use the Kaseu family name, and in return, she would cure his daughter and restore his health. Count Kaseu mumbled the offer back, his mind solely focused on his daughter's recovery. Count Kaseu desperately explained that he had exhausted his fortune hiring the best priests for his daughter, but to no avail. Kim E-young confidently replied that she would examine and judge it herself, and that he had nothing to lose anyway. Count Kaseu looked at her with doubt in his eyes. He questioned her kindness, wondering what the young lady of the Maquieras family would gain by borrowing the Kaseu name. Sensing his suspicion, Kim E-young reassured him that what mattered was her participation in the tournament, and he could help Miss Maquieras later. After some deliberation, Count Kaseu made his decision and asked her to follow him. He led her to a separate building on the grounds. When asked, Kim E-young confirmed she would check the situation herself, while Sayadin and the Count observed. After observing the patient, Kim E-young stated she fully understood why the priests couldn't cure her. She revealed that Saren Kaseu was not simply ill. The issue was that Saren was born with a limited lifespan. Kim E-young told herself that the healing abilities of spirits, much like priests, could only temporarily restore energy to an already fractured body. However, she smiled confidently, because she was the one who had made a contract with a constellation capable of defying fate itself. She calculated that if a fundamental physical change was needed, her bloodline abilities would be sufficient. Kim E-young turned around and said she would clarify everything. She looked directly at Count Kaseu and declared, I can cure your daughter. The Count's eyes widened in shock as she added not to give up hope. Overwhelmed with emotion, he bowed his head, speechless. Kim Il-young then made one final condition. He must keep her abilities an absolute secret. Kim Il-young smiled confidently, her hands radiating a crimson energy, condensing into a magic orb above the sickbed. She leaned down, placing a crimson magic circle onto the motionless Saren Cassiu, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. From outside, Sayadin and Sirad and Count Cassiu quietly observed the healing process taking place in the brightly lit room. A final wisp of red smoke dissipated from Kim Il-young's hands as she declared her work complete. She stood up straight, informing Count Cassiu that his daughter would no longer be gravely ill and would even be healthy enough to wield a sword. Count Cassiu bowed his head, stunned by the outcome, and Kim Il-young stated that it was now his turn. He clutched the bedsheets, trying to suppress his surging emotions. However, Count Cassiu slumped down beside the bed and refused treatment, surprising Kim Il-young. He explained that his body had long been weakened, and even if it recovered, he wouldn't be able to regain his former peak condition. In a flashback, a younger Count Cassiu in imposing armor appeared, believing his time had passed. Returning to the present, he accepted that it was time to prepare for the next generation, and he would become a shield for his family. He gently took his daughter's hand. Count Cassiu knelt beside the bed, declaring he would focus on raising his daughter as his heir. Kim Il-young stood with her arms crossed, observing his decision. Count Cassiu bowed his head, admitting he understood the role Kim Il-young wanted him to assume. He looked up, his eyes sharp, guessing his task was to restrain Duke Maquieres in places she couldn't intervene. Kim Il-young silently praised his situational awareness and smiled, acknowledging his shrewdness. Count Cassiu extended his hand, vowing that if she upheld the honor of the Cassiu family, he would repay this kindness for the rest of his life. Kim Il-young shook his hand, reminding him that this was simply a deal. In her new attire, Kim Il-young smiled mischievously, stating she was about to do something that might bring her more notoriety. Kim Il-young admitted with a hint of worry that things might not go as planned. Juan Cassiu analyzed that with the win streak format, Ante Maquieres would have a hard time reaching the end, as he was still too green compared to a swordmaster. Kim Il-young glanced over with a serious expression. However, she still trusted her opponent, asserting that Ante was not someone who could be easily defeated. Time passed, and the tournament matches unfolded fiercely. Ante Maquieres proved his strength by winning his match, advancing further into the next round. Meanwhile, Kirill Maquieres looked completely exhausted after his own grueling battles. After 3 days of intense competition, the final 4 fighters were determined, including a young man with red hair named Joshua Hilburn, and the tournament atmosphere became more vibrant than ever. Kim Il-young was also among those who advanced to the semifinals, and expectations for her grew higher. A 3-day festival was held before the semifinals, and people from all over were discussing the promising contenders. During a break, Kim Il-young received a system notification that people were flocking to bet on her victory. Her reputation was spreading far and wide. There were even rumors that she was the reclusive swordmaster, which increased her reputation stats and greatly excited the Lord of Temptation. Kim Il-young was pleased, as she needed to proceed with her mission quickly to find clues about Lien. As the festival reached its climax, the semifinals officially began. The host introduced the first match, Joshua Hilburn of Marquis Hilburn. His opponent was the survivor of the White Deer group, Lee Young Cassiu. Kim Il-young stepped into the arena with a confident smile, thinking to herself that this time she should put on a bit of a show. Joshua Hilburn turned to look at her, his expression tense and filled with worry. Standing in the center of the arena, Kim Il-young felt the crowd's cheers, knowing that each cheer contributed to her growing fame. The semi-final match began with a countdown, Kim Il-young's wooden sword clashing against her opponent's weapon. As predicted, it was a completely one-sided battle as Joshua Hilburn fell in agony. He lay motionless in the center of the arena, which was shattered by the force of a single blow. Kim Il-young's wooden sword tip stopped just before Joshua's face, demonstrating absolute control. Joshua Hilburn's hands trembled, still gripping his weapon in bitter defeat. Kim Il-young stood over her vanquished opponent as the announcer declared her the winner. Meanwhile, Ante Maquieres' match also concluded with equal decisiveness. He was declared the second winner to the roaring cheers of the crowd, who were excited by his return to peak form. From the royal stands, Crown Prince Ishur smirked as the third-place match no longer mattered. Princess Aiden was the same. Her attention was now solely focused on the upcoming final match. The final 2 contenders, Kim Il-young and Ante Maquieres, eyed each other across the arena, one confident, the other tense. The most anticipated final match in the Empire's history was about to commence. On the decisive day, in the waiting room, Kirill asked his brother, who was polishing his sword, if he felt nervous, but Ante denied it. Kirill playfully exposed his brother's nervousness, pointing out that Ante had been polishing the same spot on his sword repeatedly. Ante insisted on denying it, while Kirill admitted he understood the pressure, as it would be a disaster if Ante lost. Ante asserted that he couldn't lose, prompting Kirill to sheepishly confess that he himself had been defeated with just one blow. When Ante said he didn't see that moment, Kirill asked if he was denying the truth. Ante corrected him with a look of astonishment, admitting he couldn't see it because Kim Il-young's movements were simply too fast. Kirill completely agreed, saying that even he couldn't grasp the movement, and wondered where such a monster came from. Ante Maquieres assumed his opponent must be a commoner, but Kirill Maquieres found it strange because even talented commoners couldn't hide themselves so completely. Kirill pondered, finding it profoundly strange that a person had no discernible background or past. In Kirill's mind, the image of Il-young appeared with a mysterious smile, as if she had materialized out of thin air. A flash of realization struck him. Kirill broke out in a cold sweat and called out to his brother in astonishment. He jumped to his feet, proposing the shocking hypothesis that the woman might actually be their sister, Renee. Ante flatly rejected the idea, calling it the most ridiculous speculation he had ever heard, prompting Kirill to quickly retract his words. While preparing, Ante conceded that Renee, as a Maquieres, was talented and seemed to have practiced magic on her own. However, he maintained that no matter how gifted she was, it was impossible for her to become a swordmaster, as skills of that caliber could not be concealed. Kirill scratched his head in confusion, agreeing that the connection between Renee and the Cassiu family was another illogical point. Ante stood up, announced it was time to enter the arena, and bid his brother farewell. As Ante departed, Kirill called after him, instructing his brother not to be defeated in a single blow, at least. Ante smiled, musing that their relationship had progressed enough for them to encourage each other in such a strange manner. The tournament announcer hyped up the crowd, declaring the final match was about to begin as Ante confidently stepped into the arena. After introducing Ante, the announcer called out Il-young Kasail's name but then realized she had not yet appeared. Ante looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening and believing that someone of her caliber would not forfeit out of fear. He widened his eyes in horror as a disturbing possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. The announcer declared that if Il-young Kasail did not appear after 3 counts, Ante would win by forfeit. From the stands, Kirill looked down anxiously, while their father, Desilar Maquieres, sat silently with a grim expression. Ante stood alone in the vast arena, the atmosphere growing intensely strained. The audience booed angrily, claiming the Maquieres family had used dirty tricks and calling Ante's opponent a coward. Amidst the insults aimed at the family, the tournament announcer announced the start of the countdown. Ante maintained a composed expression as the second count rang out. He stood alone in the vast arena as the final count concluded. From above, the announcer declared time was up, meaning young Kasail was ruled defeated by forfeit. Thus, Ante Maquieres was named the new champion of the Royal Sword Tournament. However, his victory was met only with contempt and objects being hurled onto the arena floor. From the royal box, Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish coldly ordered the tumultuous crowd to be silent. He clicked his tongue, commenting that things were no longer interesting in the slightest. The Crown Prince congratulated Ante on his easy victory and summoned him closer. A heavy, pressure-filled atmosphere enveloped the entire arena. Right on the arena floor, Ante knelt on one knee before the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince glanced at the silent crowd and made a sarcastic remark about the absence of congratulatory cheers. He challenged them, asking if anyone still doubted the young duke's strength. Drawing his sword, the Crown Prince declared that anyone who could defeat Ante right now would be granted the right to doubt him. Faced with that challenge, the entire arena fell into absolute silence. The Crown Prince clicked his tongue, expressing utter disappointment at everyone's cowardice. He then officially declared Ante Maquieres the winner, and that he would represent the empire as a sword master. Finally, the Crown Prince ordered Ante to choose the person to whom he would swear his loyalty. Faced with the two choices, Princess Aiden and Crown Prince Ishir Ante Maquieres had to make a decision. He knelt in the middle of the arena, bowing his head under the immense pressure. In Ante's mind, a question from the past suddenly echoed, whether a person was truly loyal to the princess. The memory flashed back to his father's office, where Ante questioned Desilar Maquieres about what he had heard from the princess, which was confirmed to be true. Ante was horrified to hear his father order him to obey the princess's will, treating it as the supreme command. Yet, he decisively refused that order. Desilar turned back, stunned and unable to believe his son's defiance. Ante asserted that it was not the princess's true will. He exposed that it was Desilar's own ambition, seeking to impose his will upon everyone. Challenged, Desilar furiously scolded his son as disrespectful. Ante continued to ask if his father's actions were truly for the family, or merely for personal gain. The flashback ended, and Ante wondered about his father's answer that day, believing it must have been the worst possible choice. The Crown Prince's voice rang out, urging Ante to make his choice. He struggled internally between a conscience he had failed to protect and a lifelong loyalty to his family. Looking at the Crown Prince, Ante decided that he could not abandon his family as Sayyidin Ansirad had done. He told himself that he was only a sword expert, not a sword master, and thus could only sacrifice his freedom for his family. Accepting reality, Ante concluded that he had no other choice. The tournament ended gloomily, with no one celebrating Ante's controversial victory. Everyone reluctantly recognized him as the winner following Il Young's forfeit, because it was the Emperor's command. Now, all attention was focused on the vanished Il Young castle, and people began to wonder about her whereabouts. In the taverns, people gossiped that even the Count's family hadn't seen her, and the Count himself remained completely silent. A group of people in the tavern commented that the Count had said nothing, even though he could easily revitalize his family alongside his daughter at this crucial moment. They concluded that the downfall of the Cassio family was inevitable once their sword was gone. But that young lady saved the entire family, making everyone wonder where she came from. But the common people weren't the only ones looking for her. In the palace hall, Emperor Ashutar von Ramdisha ordered the Count to speak up. Duke Desilar Machiaris was also present before the thrones of the Emperor and Princess Aiden. Count Juan Cassiu bowed his head, pretending not to understand what the Emperor wanted to hear. The Emperor extended his scarred hand, bluntly demanding the Count reveal the whereabouts of his second daughter. With a smile, the Emperor reminded him of the promise of generous rewards for those who survived the cabinet purge. Count Cassiu remained silent, initially assuming the Emperor was simply displeased, but he immediately dismissed that simple thought. He realized that what truly displeased the Emperor was the resurgence of the Cassiu family. Count Cassiu knew well that although the Machiaris family spearheaded his family's ruin, the true mastermind was the Emperor. He understood that there was no better way to consolidate imperial power than by destroying the strength of the nobility. By deliberately delaying the selection of an heir, the Emperor sparked division, forcing the nobles to slaughter one another. In the end, he devoured the families weakened by their own internal conflicts. There was another path to survival, becoming a tool for the Emperor, just as the Machiaris family had done. Like a falcon released to hunt prey, the Machiaris family hunted down other noble houses at their master's command, leaving destruction in their wake. The narration continued, explaining that Count Cassiu had decided to remain neutral instead of choosing a misguided path. Juan Cassiu recalled that when the neutral faction was targeted, he sought out the Crown Prince, but it was too late, and now he was being questioned for his silence. Facing the Crown Prince, Juan Cassiu asserted that he was not intentionally silent but simply had no information about the female swordswoman. Juan Cassiu secretly thought that Duke Machiaris seemed unaware that the princess was pulling all the strings behind the scenes. He loudly corrected them, stating that he had not brought the swordswoman back, but that she had come to him herself. Princess Eden von Ramdish looked skeptical, asking if he truly expected them to believe such a story without investigating her background. Juan Cassiu's hand tightened around his cane, restraining his emotions. He explained that the once prestigious Cassiu family was on the verge of collapse, leaving him with no other choice. On the throne, Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish listened silently with a thoughtful expression. Juan Cassiu continued his plea, recounting that the swordswoman had offered to protect his family without demanding anything in return, an offer he could not refuse. A fleeting memory showed Juan embracing his daughter, Saren Cassiu, who was frail in a wheelchair. With a desperate yet resolute expression, Juan asserted that he did everything solely to protect those he loved. Suddenly, he drew the sword hidden inside his cane. Crown Prince Ishir was startled and astonished by the sudden action. Both the Crown Prince and Princess Eden were stunned by the Count's audacity. Juan Cassiu decisively knelt on one knee, plunging the tip of his sword into the floor directly before the royal family. He declared that no matter how many times he was asked, his answer would never change. Raising his head with an unwavering gaze, Juan Cassiu boldly stated that he had nothing more to say. Furious at the defiance, the Crown Prince violently threw his chair aside. At his mansion, Duke Desilar Machiaris furiously cursed the Cassiu family. He gripped the wine bottle tightly in his hand, his rage evident. Kirill Machiaris approached, reminding his father about the upcoming palace banquet and advising him not to go while drunk. Desilar violently shoved his son's hand away, calling Kirill an arrogant fool for daring to block his path. While pouring wine, Desilar lamented that all his efforts to bring down Juan Cassiu were now ruined, and he had to find that female swordswoman to destroy the Cassiu house once more. Kirill cautiously asked his father what he would do if he found the woman. Desilar took a sip of wine, replying that he would try to persuade her with titles and wealth. Kirill pressed further about his father's plan if persuasion failed. With a cruel smile, Desilar revealed that he would not only kill her but also destroy every place she had ever visited. Kirill realized with horror that his father was about to repeat his past cruel actions. Suddenly, an aide entered to report that Lord Sayyidin Ansirad wished to see him, which annoyed Desilar. but he still agreed to let him in. Sayyidin Ansirad calmly walked into the room. Facing the Duke's obvious displeasure, Sayyidin explained that he had come to deliver a message. Sayyidin boldly declared that it was a message from the princess. Both Desilar and Kirill were stunned by this unexpected information. In his shock, Desilar dropped the wine glass he was holding. The glass shattered on the floor while Sayyidin stood motionless, without expression. Desilar muttered, realizing the female swordswoman had sought the princess's protection, and hurled an insult. Immediately, Sayyidin drew his sword and held it to Desilar's neck, warning that he could insult him, but was forbidden from insulting the princess. Despite the blade pressed against his neck, Desilar Maquieras smirked smugly. Kirill Maquieras frantically intervened, warning Sayyidin that this action would be considered an act of hostility against the Maquieras family. Undeterred, Desilar issued a counter-warning. Sayyidin retorted with a cold gaze, declaring that any further insult aimed at the princess would make Desilar his enemy. Desilar backed away with a sarcastic apology, blaming his own daughter for causing trouble. Sayyidin listened silently, his sword still not lowered. When Desilar condescendingly spoke about the burden of raising children, Sayyidin replied that he didn't think he would ever have the chance to experience it. Desilar continued to provoke him regarding Sayyidin's concern for his daughter and mentioned her relationship with the crown prince, but Sayyidin dismissed it. The Duke ordered Sayyidin to sheath his sword, deliver the message, and leave immediately, adding a contemptuous remark. As Kirill once again shouted for him to back off, Sayyidin unexpectedly drew his sword again, startling Desilar. Sayyidin gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to endure this confrontation for Renee's sake. Kirill was confused when he heard Sayyidin deliver the message about a final chance, and that the princess would cease her actions if the matter was concluded. Sayyidin then issued an ultimatum. If Desilar did not stop, the princess would see it through to the end. Desilar's expression hardened, as he silently considered the threat from the princess. Desilar contemptuously remarked that his daughter had finally revealed her rebellious nature, blaming her association with the lower classes. In an act of defiance, Desilar grabbed Sayyidin's blade with his bare hand, ignoring the blood, to deliver his response. He instructed Sayyidin to tell Renee to end this meaningless rebellion and return home, promising to overlook it this time. But if she refused, Desilar added with a malicious smile, he would be very interested to see how far she could go. The scene shifted to the grand banquet, celebrating the winner of the Imperial Swordsmanship Tournament, where nobles were dancing. An elderly noble congratulated Ante Maquieras, asserting that his victory was self-evident. Other guests also gathered around to praise him, with one even offering to introduce him to his daughter. Ante politely declined the offer, saying he hadn't given the matter any thought. While another noble commented that Ante was only focused on swordsmanship, Duke Desilar Maquieras suggested that this very dedication brought about the victory. Amidst the praises, Ante began to speak. He unexpectedly declared that he was not the rightful winner. Ante's confession left the surrounding nobles stunned in amazement. Duke Desilar immediately intervened, pulling Ante aside and saying he was merely being too modest. He grabbed his son's arm, angrily asking if Ante had lost his mind to say such things here. In a more private location, Ante insisted he was only speaking the truth, but Desilar reminded him of his attitude before the emperor during the tournament. Desilar roared, questioning Ante's audacity to unilaterally declare his loyalty at the banquet. Just like the time he delayed claiming credit in the dragon subjugation, Ante had intended to prolong his choice until the last minute. Desilar reminded him that the Maquieras family always produced winners, and Ante's victory was inevitable. However, he gritted his teeth and admitted that the winner should have been Count Cassiu's daughter. A slap echoed in the night. Desilar, having slapped his son, harshly demanded why an unknown woman had become the winner instead of the Maquieras young duke. He was surprised to see that Ante showed no anger or resentment. Instead, Ante calmly requested to ask his father a question. Ante questioned the meaning of Sayyidin Ansirad's words and the princess's involvement, but Desilar immediately yelled at him to watch his tongue. Duke Desilar angrily ordered Ante to stay and reflect on his foolishness. The large door slammed shut, locking Ante inside alone. Ante thought he could easily break this doorknob if he wanted to. He stood pensively by the door, lost in thought. Yet, in the end, he let go of the doorknob. Ante helplessly slid down to the floor, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the darkness, calling him a pathetic fool. Nearby, Kirill flinched, wondering if the mockery was aimed at him. He fell back onto the ground in horror upon seeing a figure above him. Kirill's scream echoed throughout the mansion grounds. On a tree branch, Kim Il-young, in Renee's form, smiled and greeted her brother. As she jumped down, Kirill questioned where she had been, but she only sarcastically congratulated him on his victory. Kirill waved his hands in confusion, saying he was just relieved she hadn't been taken away. Kim Il-young confidently replied that she wasn't someone easily dragged away, while the Lord of Temptation mocked Kirill. She asked why the main character of the day was loitering here, causing Kirill to become flustered. Kim E-young began to reveal that her participation in the final match was not a sudden whim. She told herself that victory was only valuable in a truly fair fight. She recalled the pieces of the truth, realizing the Maquieras family had orchestrated everything, from dealing with the Cassiu family to having guards block her path. Kim E-young concluded that this was a tournament where Ante was predetermined to be the champion, and she was merely helping to complete the Duke's play. Kim E-young realized that all the pieces of the truth fit together perfectly. She saw the full picture of the Maquieras family's conspiracy shattering around her. With a bitter smile, she accepted that the truth had been exposed in the worst possible way. Back in reality, Kim E-young with black hair stood facing someone in the night. She approached her brother, Ante Maquieras, who was standing alone on the balcony. Kim E-young directly asked Ante if he had reflected on himself, confusing him. She admitted she had thought about him a little, but also pointed out that he had no right to speak, further bewildering Ante. She coldly listed their family's sins, framing an innocent family, dividing others, and profiting from the reputation of others. Kim E-young acknowledged that even though their father had pressured Ante, he still had to be aware of the consequences of his own choices. Ante was stunned by her sharp and accurate accusations. Kim E-young remarked that a slap was a lighter punishment than she expected, and now Ante's victory would protect him from their father's wrath. Ante asked in astonishment how she knew that, but she merely repeated her initial question about whether he had repented. She declared that the Maquieras family was only reaping what they had sown, and questioned whether Ante truly felt at peace after stealing all those titles. Kim E-young continued to press him, asking about his connection to Lee Young Castle, and pointing out that Kirill seemed to have realized something. Her words caused a flash of realization to spark in Ante's eyes. He recalled the match, wondering how a top swordsman like himself failed to dodge a commoner's attack, and realized that Renee had completely changed. He also remembered the real Renee, someone who had never cared about the family's reputation. Finally, Ante recalled Kirill's panicked question after the match, asking if the opponent was Renee, and everything suddenly became clear. Ante Maquieras looked at his sister in astonishment, stammering a question about her true identity. In response, Kim E-young simply offered a confident and knowing smile. Still confused, Ante questioned whether she was satisfied with everything that had happened. He affirmed that they both knew the family's actions were wrong, but he felt a strange sense of comfort regarding his sister's change. Ante bowed his head, admitting that he knew it was wrong, but had to accept the consequences of his own weakness. Kim E-young stated that she had guessed his answer and was temporarily satisfied knowing he still had a conscience. Ante looked up in surprise as Kim E-young extended her hand toward him. Amidst the illusory scene of white flowers, she declared that this time, she would help him. She continued, hoping that one day he would have the courage to do the right thing. He was completely bewildered by her sudden advice to relax and choose Princess Iden's faction. Ante asked again skeptically, but Kim E-young calmly confirmed her plan. He must approach, flatter, and elevate Iden to the throne. He assumed she was joking, but she insisted she was completely serious, prompting Ante to ask why she wanted to help him. Kim E-young recalled Ante's own promise from the past, that he would stop her if she went astray. She explained that she was reciprocating that promise, as she believed he could become a better person. She suggested he view her courage as a debt that he must repay someday. Kim E-young smiled, saying that when that time came, he should help her in return, leaving Ante with countless unvoiced questions. Ante fell silent, realizing he had no right to demand any answers from her. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Kirill Maquieras watched silently, thinking about how someone could remain so nonchalant after such a tense atmosphere. He disgustedly pondered the contradiction of someone who mocked him by day, but praised him profusely by night. In the middle of the banquet hall, Kirill Maquieras held his wineglass, secretly wondering why his brother was delaying choosing the crown prince's faction. He continued to muse, unable to understand the reason behind Ante's actions. Kirill began to suspect that perhaps his brother was genuinely considering supporting Princess Iden, and that something shady was definitely going on. Feeling excluded, he angrily wondered why both Renee and his brother were keeping secrets from him. Suddenly, Kim E-young appeared right behind him, making Kirill jump in alarm. She calmly asked if he had just called her, while Kirill was still reeling from her sudden appearance. Kirill pressed her about where she had been, but Kim E-young nonchalantly replied that she knew Ante had stolen someone else's victory. At her bluntness, the Lord of Temptation commented that their audacity could forge the very gates of hell. Kirill angrily suggested she had no right to say that, but Kim E-young innocently asked why. He yelled, questioning if she was Lei Young Casile and if she knew how terrible Ante was feeling. Kim E-young coldly replied that it had nothing to do with her. She reminded him that both brothers had tried to stop her from competing, leaving Kirill speechless and unable to refute her. Then, Kim E-young smiled and suggested Kirill help her with something. She suddenly pushed him behind a large curtain, instructing him to hide there and not interfere. While Kirill was still confused, Kim Il-young touched his forehead and said there was no time for explanations. A surge of purple magic enveloped Kirill as a voice declared that his soul belonged to her. The symbolic image showed that his body would also belong to her, as he was bound by a demonic entity. The binding of Beelzebub's skill was activated, leaving Kirill completely neutralized in his fury. After subduing Kirill, Kim Il-young turned away with a determined smile, declaring that she would destroy this entire family from the roots up. In front of Ante were Princess Idin and Crown Prince Ishir, and she spoke, demanding he make a choice. In the grand hall, Ante knelt before the emperor and his 2 children, facing the question of whom he would serve. He bowed his head in silence, immersed in hesitation and internal conflict. The scene of a lavish banquet appeared, where Kim Il-young was observing from afar. Ante wondered if it was alright to choose the princess as Renee had suggested, and if the crown prince knew about this plan. Crown Prince Ishir lost his patience, mocking and urging Ante to quickly go to Idin's side. Ante was flustered, the image of Renee's lover making him even more conflicted. Suddenly, Ante decisively drew his sword from its sheath before everyone's eyes. The emperor silently watched, for whoever possessed that sword would also possess Ante. To hold Ante was to hold the empire's sword, and then, he knelt, offering his sword to Princess Idin, because the one who wielded the sword would be the one to rule this entire empire. The surrounding nobles began to whisper, astonished by Ante's choice. Wondering what was happening, they speculated about a family division or a double-dealing scheme. While Idin placed her hand on the sword, Princess Idin smiled triumphantly as she firmly grasped the hilt of the sword. She thanked Ante and remarked that they both shared a common trait, stubbornness. Idin stood tall and authoritative before the kneeling Ante, for the sharpness of a sword depended on its wielder. With a determined gaze, she declared she would use it effectively. The princess held the sword horizontally, admiring the new symbol of power. Then, she gestured for an aide to come and take the sword from her hand. Princess Idin began her declaration, stating that Ante had now become her sword. She leaned close to Ante, whispering that it was time to be honest with each other. Idin publicly praised Ante's humility, but declared that she could not let the talent of her sword be hidden. Ante broke out in a cold sweat, realizing with shock the princess's intention when she said she wanted to share glory with him. With a determined gaze, Idin declared she would reveal the truth on his behalf. She loudly announced to the entire banquet hall that Ante was the anonymous hero. Ante was stunned as the surrounding crowd erupted in astonished whispers, speculating that he had become a sword master. Amidst the chaos, a truth was silently revealed. This was a lie, for Ante was not the anonymous hero. From afar, Kirill analyzed the situation, realizing a hidden truth and deciding to exploit it. Meanwhile, Princess Idin explained that she was forced to keep it a secret for political reasons, but now she could make it public. Suddenly, Ante bowed his head and softly refused, saying he didn't think so. He opened his eyes wide, seemingly astonished by his own actions. Ante's refusal caused a wave of reactions. Kirill was surprised, Crown Prince Ishir smirked, and Duke Desalar frowned in anger. Princess Idin turned around, stunned by the unexpected defiance. Just then, Kim Il-young, in Renee Magritte's body, stepped forward from behind and called out to the princess. Idin turned around, annoyed, questioning Kim Il-young about her sudden interruption. Kim Il-young calmly replied that the princess knew the truth. Ante was not that hero, causing the entire banquet hall to buzz once more. Hearing this, Princess Idin began to clap slowly, full of sarcasm. She scoffed at Kim Il-young, saying that trampling on her own brother's honor was truly fitting of her notorious reputation. Kim Il-young didn't flinch. She retorted that she only intervened to prevent a false glory from being forced upon her brother. Duke Desalar tried to stop his daughter, asking her to step back as this was not the place for her to interfere. While he apologized to the princess, Kim Il-young interrupted her father, declaring that it was Idin who was thoughtless, and Ante was not the anonymous hero. Witnessing the scene, Kirill was secretly horrified, wondering if this was how his sister intended to help him. From the throne, Princess Idin challenged, asking if Kim Il-young had just called her thoughtless, and received an affirmative answer. Idin scoffed that it was ridiculous, then questioned Kim Il-young, asking if she knew who the hero was, if it wasn't Ante. Kim Il-young replied that she knew, but couldn't say it herself because she felt shy. The unexpected explanation made her father, Duke Desalar, confusedly ask, "Shy?" With a charming smile, Kim Il-young explained that calling herself a hero was a bit embarrassing. The answer left Duke Desalar and Princess Idin speechless, while Kim Il-young herself felt more embarrassed than she had expected. Crown Prince Ishir, who had been silently observing, had to cover his mouth to hide his astonishment and amusement at the question of whether Kim Il-young was claiming to be the hero. Kirill grimly realized that no one believed his sister's declaration, who claimed to be the sword master who defeated the great dragon Harlan. Standing amidst the whispers of the noble crowd, Kim Il-young also anticipated that no one would believe her words. However, she glanced towards the crown prince and secretly thought that thanks to this skepticism, her plan would proceed smoothly. In response to her gaze, Crown Prince Ishur smirked meaningfully. Suddenly, the crown prince loudly declared that everything Kim Il-young said was true and he would vouch for it with his own name, causing the guests to begin believing that she was indeed the master of the king of mercenaries. A noble in a green military uniform mused, concluding that if the crown prince vouched for it, then the audacious Makiris was truly a swordmaster. He continued to wonder about the identity of Lee Young-kasile in the tournament, suspecting that it was Kim Il-young in disguise. The noble concluded that if that were true, then her words about knowing the path to becoming a senior swordsman were probably not a lie. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Duke Desalar quickly spoke up, suggesting that there might have been some misunderstanding. Crown Prince Ishur immediately turned to confront him with a challenging smile, asking if the Duke was implying that he had made a mistake. Cornered by the Crown Prince, Duke Desalar Makiris asserted that the Crown Prince had been deceived by his daughter. He turned to plead with the Emperor, emphasizing that no one understood his daughter better than he did. Desalar publicly slandered Renee before all the guests, claiming she had a habit of lying to seek attention and took all the blame upon herself. Seeing his daughter unfazed, he grabbed her chin and ordered her to kneel and apologize if she didn't want to be convicted of treason. However, the Duke's hand was unexpectedly slapped away. Kim Il-young coldly looked at her father, asking what nonsense he had been spouting. She declared that she would ignore the meaningless words and, instead, her top priority was to show everyone her true power. With a confident smile, Kim Il-young said she would show them the proof. She snapped her fingers, and the entire hall suddenly fell silent. Duke Desalar sneered, mocking that her so-called proof was nothing at all. Immediately, a terrifying explosion shook the entire floor, shattering the silence. The Duke, the Crown Prince, and the Princess were all stunned by this sudden display of power. From within the dust and smoke, a colossal dragon appeared, silently remarking on the imperfect beings. The dragon stood tall amidst the rubble, continuing to ponder the characteristics of humanity: suspicion, discord, and fear. It complained to Renee that it couldn't believe it had to come here for a bunch of faithless humans, but Kim Il-young casually called it her associate. Amidst the horrified whispers of the nobles, Kim Il-young reiterated the dragon's promise, affirming their partnership. The dragon smirked, a flame erupting as it began to respond. From within the flames, the dragon transformed into a red-haired horned man, completing its sentence, "That you need me." Kim Il-young casually asked Harlan why he didn't hide his horns, making the surrounding nobles unable to believe she was joking with a dragon. Confused by her remark, Harlan awkwardly grabbed his hair and changed the subject. To prove her point, Kim Il-young grabbed Harlan's head and shook it vigorously in a teasing manner. That disrespectful act left Kirill and his father, Duke Desalar, utterly speechless in horror. Caught off guard, Harlan could only awkwardly evade. Facing the angry expressions of her father, the Crown Prince, and the Princess, Kim Il-young smugly smiled and asked if they believed her now. She boldly declared her identity as Renee Macias before the entire banquet hall. Meanwhile, the guests began to whisper about a real dragon appearing in the capital. Harlan ignored the chaos, his eyes sharpening as he declared there was a more important matter to address. From afar, Ante Maquieras realized the dragon's gaze was fixed directly on their father. Harlan spoke, his voice echoing through the hall, asserting that he smelled rot on Duke Desalar. He pointed at the Duke, warning that the karma he had created would one day consume him. A dark illusion enveloped Duke Desalar, signifying the dragon's curse. Harlan then turned to Kim Il-young, hinting that the Duke wasn't the only one here bearing decay. Kim Il-young coldly interrupted, telling Harlan to disregard the prophecies and just do as she asked. On the throne, Emperor Ramdish, the ruler of humanity, silently observed all developments. Harlan solemnly introduced himself as a divine dragon, a bearer of truth from the dawn of time. He explained that he had come to repay Kim Il-young for freeing a suffering friend of his, which left her slightly flustered. To show his devotion, Harlan gently took a lock of Kim Il-young's hair and placed a kiss upon it. He declared he would become her eyes and ears throughout the world, making Kim Il-young uncomfortably realize this was actually disguised surveillance. Duke Desalar could only clench his fists in helpless rage. Finally, Harlan swept his gaze across the hall and challenged anyone who dared to doubt his existence. Emperor Ramdish gripped the armrest of his throne, his scarred hand visibly tensing, and he replied that he needed no proof. Harlan asked again if proof was needed to confirm his identity. The Emperor offered a trembling smile, trying to suppress his emotions. Gritting his teeth, the Emperor silently thought that it was unnecessary, as no one would dare doubt the presence of a dragon. Harlan mused on human reactions, those who always revered and bowed before beings greater than themselves. However, Harlan found the small human before him to be an exception. Kim E-young glared back at Harlan's arrogance, scolding him for clicking his tongue at her. Harlan, in turn, found her attitude to be like a wild, untamable flame. He silently admitted that it wasn't unpleasant, and immediately, a colossal flame erupted, enveloping Kim E-young. At Harlan's words, Kim E-young opened her eyes amidst the fiery vortex. She was swept up into the air by the flames, soaring into the night sky. Kim E-young panicked as she realized she was being pulled straight up into the sky. The scene changed. Harlan, with his dragon wings spread wide, was carrying Kim E-young, hovering amidst a starry sky and white roses. He smiled and asked his fierce flame if she was satisfied. Kim E-young gave a thumbs up in approval, silently complimenting Harlan's handsomeness, which made the Lord of Temptation question her focus. Harlan declared he would return to finish his part, making Kim E-young secretly scoff that it was just an excuse to keep watching her. Harlan smiled, admitting it. While Kim E-young requested to be dropped off at the Shira Guild, Harlan pondered her strange soul, one that, though worn down, still refused to fade. Harlan wondered about her heavy fate and solitude, unsure if it was will or destiny that had shaped her. Finally, they arrived before the magnificent building of the Shira Guild under the night sky. After arriving, Kim E-young yawned and told Harlan that she would call him back soon, admitting it would be a waste not to utilize the strongest living creature. Harlan asked what she was plotting, but Kim E-young explained that he was too conspicuous to accompany her and she was too tired today. Harlan approached, suggesting that in terms of usefulness, he was definitely better than Sayedin. Kim E-young pushed him away, firmly stating that it wasn't about who was better, and he wasn't Sayedin. Harlan's eyes subtly changed at her assertion. He mumbled, "So that's how it is," making Kim E-young confused and ask what he meant. Harlan exposed her intention to only summon him when needed, startling Kim E-young at being found out, while her spirits thought he should be grateful. However, Harlan smiled and accepted his role as her convenient weapon, telling her to call whenever she needed him. He unexpectedly reached out and gently touched her cheek, leaving Kim E-young stunned. She stood there dumbfounded, contemplating the image of a lonely flame burning itself out. Harlan spread his dragon wings, preparing to leave. He soared into the sky in a fiery vortex, promising to come immediately when she called. Harlan secretly decided he would watch over her never-ending flame until the very end. Inside Sayedin's house, which connected to the Shira Guild, Kim E-young breathed a sigh of relief after a long day. She recalled this place becoming her safe haven when she fled home before the sword-fighting tournament. Kim E-young found this spacious yet simple room far more comfortable than the ducal mansion. Deciding to rest for a bit, she stumbled towards the bed. She happily collapsed onto the soft bed, but immediately after, she felt something unusually soft under the pillow. Kim E-young was startled when a hand reached out from under the blanket. Realizing someone was in her bed, Kim E-young pulled back the blanket, revealing Sayedin Ansarad lying on the bed, who greeted her for being late. She secretly complained about him sneaking into her room again. Although permitted, the frequency was a bit too much, while also admitting that he was quite handsome. Sitting on the bed, Kim E-young questioned Sayedin that if he intended to stay here, what was the point of arranging a separate room for her? She asked if this was a subtle way to drive her away, but Sayedin immediately denied it. Sayedin's green eyes shone with resolve. He smiled and explained that he was just waiting because she hadn't arrived. Kim E-young irritably asked why he couldn't wait in the living room like a normal person, while Sayedin buried his head in her lap. She tiredly lay down on the bed, and Sayedin replied that he had waited there initially. Through the night window, Kim E-young continued to ask why he was here now. Sayedin irritably explained that having to listen to Harlan ramble drove him crazy, while Harlan smugly claimed he was better than Sayedin. As Sayedin mumbled that he should have killed Harlan on the spot, Kim E-young pinched his cheek and scolded him, wondering where he learned such violent habits, completely unaware that the Lord of Temptation was pointing out he was merely imitating his own master. She skeptically asked if lying on her bed would magically calm his anger. Sayedin turned back, admitting that sometimes it made him even more frustrated, confusing Kim E-young. He gently took her hand and confessed that this was the only place he alone could come to. Kim E-young was exhausted by his reasoning, while her companion spirits commented that her problem was a lack of romantic experience after countless lifetimes of fighting. In a flashback, Sayedin thanked Kim E-young for being outside with Harlan and asked about the situation, to which she confirmed everything went perfectly. Back in the present, she asked about everyone's reactions, and if anyone suspected Harlan was the Light Dragon, to which Sayedin explained that he had fabricated a story about them taming a mad dragon and Harlan coming to express gratitude. Kim E-young skeptically asked if everyone believed that story, and Sayedin confidently asserted that he made them believe it, making her secretly think it sounded shady. When she asked about the Duke's side, Sayedin reassured her that even if they were up to something, at least tonight she could rest easy. Kim E-young smiled contentedly and praised him for doing well. Kim Il-young gently touched Sayedin's cheek, saying she was glad she found him that day. Sayedin asked again, bewildered. But she just gave a wry smile and told him to go to his room so she could sleep. He stubbornly refused, making Kim Il-young comment that he was getting more impudent lately, and he admitted he wanted to rebel. Surprised by his casual way of speaking, Kim Il-young hadn't even reacted when Sayedin collapsed onto the bed, sulkily accusing her of abandoning him for that lizard. As Sayedin listed a series of grievances, from leaving him to clean up to disappearing with others, Kim Il-young was speechless, secretly admitting he wasn't wrong. Sayedin maintained his sulky expression, his cheeks flushed as he lay on the bed. He suddenly propped himself up, leaned close to Kim Il-young, and explained that he came here because this was the only place they could be alone. Sayedin continued to express his feelings, saying that he wanted to keep Renee to himself, but no one allowed it. Kim Il-young looked up, a little surprised by his actions and words. Sayedin was now fully on top of her, gently asking if, at least here, he could be by her side. He leaned his face close, whispering Renee's name, making her blush in confusion. Kim Il-young frantically thought that Sayedin had truly gone mad, while simultaneously a series of warnings from the malicious blood cult leader and the Lord of Temptation appeared. She hesitated to push him away, fearing she would injure him due to her uncontrolled power, causing the malicious blood cult leader to furiously scream in her mind. Feeling the situation was truly chaotic, Kim Il-young closed her eyes, secretly lamenting that no one saw how busy she was. Out of options, she decided to negotiate, warning Sayedin that his bones would break if he didn't move. However, Sayedin casually replied that if they broke, he would heal himself, causing the negotiation to fail and leaving Kim Il-young stunned. He looked directly into her eyes, gently asking, "Renee, do you really want me to leave?" After a moment of thought, Kim Il-young's hand slowly moved towards Sayedin's head. Instead of pushing him away, she gently stroked his head. Kim Il-young continued to soothe Sayedin gently as if comforting a child. Sayedin Ansirad chuckled softly. Suddenly, he fell into Kim Il-young's arms, startling her. He whispered that she was cruel, not giving him a chance to ask for more. As Kim Il-young patted him, Sayedin revealed that he had heard everything, making her ask again in surprise. He clarified that he had heard her declare it wasn't him, making Kim Il-young realize with embarrassment that she had been eavesdropped on. She then pinched his cheek, scolding him that he should have appeared instead of eavesdropping. Seeing Sayedin laugh, Kim Il-young irritably asked if he found it funny. He explained that he had initially intended to show himself, but then realized it was no longer necessary. Kim Il-young silently listened to his explanation. Sayedin recalled the moment he heard her wish for him to make those who slandered her regret it. He told himself that now he understood everything. Lying on the bed, Sayedin told Kim Il-young that he had recognized her subtle favoritism and unique way of showing affection. He smiled warmly, resting his hand and looking at her with affection. Sayedin gently brushed her hair aside, secretly wishing he was the only one who knew the warmth hidden beneath her exterior. Kim Il-young smiled back as he thought of her cold, icy, winter-like demeanor. A system notification appeared, confirming the honor restoration quest was complete, and her reputation soared. The next morning, Kim Il-young and Sayedin set off for the Imperial Palace. They both strode through the Great Hall, heading towards where the Emperor and high-ranking officials were gathered. In the Great Hall, Emperor Ashutar, Crown Prince Ishir, and Princess Edin were all seated in their chairs. Kim Il-young thought sarcastically that the nobles, who had been terrified of the dragon yesterday, were now waiting to pounce on her like a pack of vultures. From his throne, Emperor Ashutar thanked Lady Macias for coming, and Kim Il-young inwardly replied politely. With his scarred hand propping his chin, he called her by name. "Renee Macias, I have something to ask." The Emperor looked directly at her and got straight to the point, asking if she was Yi-young Kasio. The Emperor's question plunged the entire hall into silence, with all eyes fixed on Kim Il-young. Kim Il-young thought to herself. Realizing this was how the Emperor chose to begin the confrontation, she quickly analyzed that what the Emperor truly wanted to know was whether she had the dragon's backing. But not daring to ask directly, he used the name Cassiu as a pretext to probe, a move that Count Cassiu seemed quite pleased with. Realizing the time was right, Kim Il-young decided this was the perfect moment for her to act. A confident and calculating smile bloomed on her lips. She gracefully bowed and admitted it, thinking to herself that this charade was necessary for her reputation to spread far and wide. Her confession caused a wave of murmurs among the nobles, while the system announced her reputation was rapidly increasing. The Emperor clenched his scarred hand, wondering in astonishment when Renee had acquired such skill. Then, the Emperor declared that both the Cassiu and Macias families were loyal vassals, but this incident had strained their relationship. He demanded that she take responsibility and explain herself, but Kim Il-young cleverly replied that she only wanted to compete for the honor of the Macias family. The Emperor immediately twisted her words, asking if she was implying that Count Cassiu had disrespected Duke Macias by relying on his daughter. Hearing that, Crown Prince Ishir couldn't hide a contemptuous sneer. The Emperor's implicit accusation made Duke Desolar Maquieres tremble with rage. Unable to bear it any longer, he sprang to his feet to defend his daughter, stating that her thoughts were immature and asking permission to explain on her behalf. Crown Prince Ishir immediately yelled at the Duke, reprimanding him for daring to interrupt and demanding he maintain his dignity before the Emperor. Caught off guard, Duke Desolar was speechless, while Kim E-young had to cover her mouth to hide her smile, inwardly acknowledging that the Crown Prince had proven useful this time. The Emperor agreed with the Crown Prince, ordering the Duke to be silent and asking Kim E-young to continue. Standing before the throne, Kim E-young explained that her father had never approved of her using a sword and had tried to prevent her from participating in the tournament. She revealed that he had even deployed his private soldiers to the arena to block her path. The nobles present in the Great Hall were all stunned by this shocking accusation. Kim E-young recalled how easily she had found the orders from above after subduing the family's soldiers. She confidently thought that with her skills, she could easily escape if they tried to search for her. However, she decided that she should not forgive this action. She emphasized that deploying private soldiers to a royal tournament could be considered an act of treason. The Emperor immediately turned to question Duke Desolar, who could only remain silent and break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Sayedin Ansirad stepped forward, asserting that the Duke could not have acted alone, and there must have been internal cooperation. The Emperor pressed, demanding Sayedin clarify if internal meant the imperial family, and ordering him to point out the accomplice. At that moment, Princess Idin rose from her seat. She bluntly admitted, "It was I, Your Majesty." The Emperor asked his daughter to explain, and she bowed in compliance. Princess Idin declared that her actions were not intended to sabotage the tournament or hinder Kim E-young. She pointed towards Kim E-young and Sayedin. Idin explained that the Duke had reported Kim E-young missing right before the tournament, stunning Duke Desolar and Kirill. The Emperor asked why she hadn't informed him or the Crown Prince, while Kim E-young was astonished by the blatant lie. Princess Idin smiled cunningly, replying that it was to protect Kim E-young's honor. Kim E-young and Sayedin simultaneously showed disgust, while her spirits realized the princess was not a simple person. Princess Idin explained that if Lady Macias were kidnapped, it would cause a scandal, and since the tournament falls under royal jurisdiction, the Duke frantically sought her help. The princess stated that she only cooperated to avoid disgracing both her brother and Lady Macias, causing Crown Prince Ishir to secretly sneer at the irony. Crown Prince Ishir internally thought his sister's actions were disgusting. The Emperor turned to question Duke Desolar, who admitted everything was true, making Kim E-young internally think that things were going too far. A tear rolled down Kim E-young's cheek as she decided she couldn't let things end like this. Activating the Mask of Asmodeus skill, Kim E-young began to act, sobbing as she asked her father how he could deceive even the princess. Duke Desolar was stunned as he heard Kim E-young continue her condemnation, stating that he was the one who had driven her away. With her eyes flashing red, she painfully accused him of daring to deceive the royal family, just to prevent her from participating in the tournament. Sayedin Ansirad stepped forward to support Kim E-young, simultaneously revealing that he had personally informed the Duke that she was safe under the Crown Prince's protection. Crown Prince Ishir also spoke up, saying the Duke had ignored his efforts and questioned Desolar Maquieres about the crime of deceiving the royal family. Cornered, Duke Desolar stammered, unable to speak. The Emperor interrupted, waving his hand, and asked the Duke one direct question: whether he had tried to prevent Lady Macias from competing. At the Duke's silence, the Emperor sighed, confirming that the situation was now clear. The Emperor stated that although preventing a talent like Kim E-young from competing was a loss for the Empire, that alone was not enough to punish the Duke according to the law. However, the Emperor declared that mobilizing private soldiers to deceive the royal family was an entirely different crime, causing Duke Desolar to cry out in horror. The Emperor delivered his verdict. Duke Desolar was banned from attending the assembly for 1 year and must confine himself to his territory, causing him to collapse while Princess Idin subtly trembled. When the Emperor expressed hope that this verdict would suffice, Kim E-young obeyed but internally thought that it could never satisfy her. She told herself that bringing down the Duke was just the beginning, and the next target was Princess Idin. After the Emperor declared the assembly adjourned, Sayedin draped his cloak over Kim E-young's shoulders. The Emperor ordered Kim E-young, the Crown Prince, and Sayedin Ansirad to return to the palace in the afternoon. The Emperor declared that they would meet again, privately, undisturbed by anyone. After the assembly, somewhere in the capital, a torch flickered in a dark corridor. The torchlight illuminated a stone pathway leading deep underground. Inside a dimly lit chapel, mysterious figures wearing black cloaks were gathered. One of them walked decisively across the cold stone floor. Duke Desolar Maquieres, holding a lantern, muttered about his 1-year confinement sentence. Princess Iden scoffed that he should be grateful for only receiving a 1-year penalty after deceiving the royal family. Iden continued sarcastically, suggesting it was shameful that a duke couldn't even manage his own daughter. However, she said that thanks to this failure, she had a hunch that that person might have indicated Lady Macias was the main variable. The two accompanying acolytes were astonished, realizing that their enemy was Kim Il-young, not the saintess as they had thought. They suddenly understood that they had been acting based on a false assumption all this time, and had to rectify things immediately. Eden told Arwen that although it wasn't certain, there were too many suspicious signs, and Kim Il-young had become too strong, too fast. She deduced that swordmaster-level swordsmanship couldn't be concealed, unless Kim Il-young had received a divine revelation just like them. Iden ordered that Lady Macias must be eliminated immediately, asserting that even if the dragon intervened, it wouldn't matter, then asked the Duke for his opinion. Seeing Desilar hesitate, Iden coldly turned back and questioned his loyalty. Under the pressure, Duke Desilar collapsed to his knees, the lantern falling to the floor. He swore that his fate belonged to that person, and he would not hesitate to offer up his own daughter. Satisfied with the answer, Iden smiled and said she would report his resolve. As she left with Arwen, she remarked that it was convenient that Kim Il-young had revealed her strength herself, helping them prepare a perfect stage for her. Iden suddenly stopped, telling Arwen that if Kim Il-young truly received a revelation, the current plan wouldn't be enough, then turned to ask the Archbishop about his presence at the assembly. Princess Eden ordered the Archbishop to amend the petition with the new findings, believing the Emperor would not be able to ignore it. She coldly warned the Archbishop not to disappoint her. As she left with Arwen, Eden emphasized that that person would not forgive a second failure. In the Golden Lion Garden, the Emperor told himself he should have met his son's lover sooner. While Kim Il-young clearly showed her annoyance, the Emperor smiled, unaware of her thoughts. Beside the Emperor, Crown Prince Ishir and Sayadin both maintained calm expressions. The Emperor remarked that it was a blessing for someone protected by a dragon to become the Crown Prince's lover, causing the Lord of Temptation to burst out laughing at the bizarre combination. Kim Il-young smiled in agreement, but internally challenged him to wait until Ishir actually took the throne. She internally thought the Emperor must have heard her words, but was pretending not to know. Kim Il-young then got straight to the point and asked about his request, startling both Sayadin and Ishir, who called her name. The Emperor questioned Sayadin why he was so quick to take responsibility for Kim Il-young, asking if he owed her something. He continued by remarking that she had caused a great stir, attracting a dragon, the Crown Prince, and now the light of the Empire. The Emperor mocked that her charm was astonishing, turning a man into a fool, causing Kim Il-young to blush in embarrassment. She wondered why she was the one feeling awkward when they were worrying about a swordmaster. The Emperor clicked his tongue, calling Sayadin's actions pathetic for not putting the Empire first. Kim Il-young realized that Crown Prince Ishir seemed overly accustomed to his father's way of speaking. The Lord of Temptation began to suspect a secret identity, but Kim Il-young dismissed it as too cliché. The Emperor finally got to the main point, declaring that the Empire was in turmoil. He explained that although the existence of a third swordmaster, Renee, was a pillar of strength, it was precisely why she must be hidden, leaving Kim Il-young astonished. The Emperor argued that her presence would overshadow healthy political competition, while Kim Il-young internally countered that recruiting strong individuals was also part of competence. The Emperor pondered, then suggested Kim Il-young solidify her position through a formal engagement. He explained that the status of a mistress was too precarious, causing Kim Il-young to grip the armrest tightly. While Crown Prince Ishir remained silent, the Emperor emphasized that an uncertain connection held insufficient political value. He rationalized that concealing her identity was a gesture of care, as her existence would shake the Empire once revealed. However, the Emperor's gaze sharpened as he presented an alternative scenario. He painted a future where a marriage vow would transform her into a sword firmly grasped by the Empire. Only then would she be hailed by the entire Empire as a blessing, and he asked if she agreed. Kim Il-young merely sat there silently, her face cold and expressionless. Sayadin Ansirad also quietly observed the tense developments. Kim Il-young inwardly realized that the Emperor was suspicious of the true nature of her relationship with Ishir. The Emperor then proposed another option, only recognizing the title of Swordmaster for the mysterious Yeung Kasiu, to delay the spread of rumors among the populace. Kim Il-young sarcastically remarked that the purpose was to glorify the Empire, not the individual, but the Emperor simply told her not to be bitter. She asserted that she was only speaking the truth, and inwardly thought that the Empire wouldn't lose out either way, while the Emperor asked if she would comply with his wishes. Kim Il-young glanced toward the Crown Prince. Ishir lowered his head, clearly feeling humiliated and ashamed. Realizing the situation mirrored what had happened to her older brother, Kim Il-young decided she would follow neither path. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with astonishment at her declaration, Both the emperor and the crown prince were stunned, the emperor suggesting she had misspoke. But Kim Il-young decisively stood up, asserting that the emperor had heard her perfectly well. She sat down with a smug smile, declaring herself a villainess who would never live a life of free devotion like Saint Lien. Kim Il-young confidently stated that she understood the emperor's intentions and would quietly live under the identity of Yeong Kasyu if she received adequate compensation. The emperor burst out laughing, admitting that he had misjudged her and that she was entirely within her rights to make demands. However, his expression immediately turned stern, warning that his offer was actually a favor to save her from a precarious situation. The emperor pushed a document toward Kim Il-young, causing her to wonder while Sayedin Ansirad and Crown Prince Ishir silently watched. Placing his scarred hand on the document, he explained that this was a petition submitted by the archbishop during today's meeting. A menacing stone serpent statue appeared, signaling the insidious nature of the accusation. The emperor revealed that the petition accused her of being a witch. The narration explained that a witch is one who makes a pact with demons to sow calamity and curse all things. For the Balua Church, convicting someone as a witch meant turning them into the target of a holy hunt. That deadly accusation was now aimed directly at Renee. But Kim Il-young merely stood with her arms crossed, her expression resolute. Duke Desalar Maquieras tried to reassure his daughter, suggesting that proving she hadn't made a pact with a demon would be simple, and Kirill agreed. The emperor added that fortunately, he had already prepared a venue for her to prove her innocence. Kim Il-young took the petition and read its contents aloud, which argued that her superior power could only stem from a demonic pact. She read the petition's horrifying conclusion. A demand for Renee Magritte's execution by burning at the stake, stunning Sayedin and the crown prince. The emperor casually stirred his tea, saying he knew she wasn't a witch, but since the petitioner was the archbishop, it couldn't be taken lightly. He offered her a grand stage to dispel all doubts, but on the condition that she abandon her current identities. Taking a sip of tea, the emperor sarcastically asked if saving her life was sufficient compensation. Crown Prince Ishir spoke up in support of his father's plan, proposing that she participate in a consecration ceremony at the upcoming Balua Thanksgiving festival. The crown prince further explained that she would receive a blessing and drink holy water before all the capital's citizens to prove her innocence. Kim Il-young inwardly admitted that the plan was indeed perfect and easy, but she knew exactly where the real problem lay. Kim Il-young inwardly thought about the pact with the demon, while Asmodeus corrected that it wasn't a soul-binding contract, but still hinted at wanting to make one. She gripped a lock of her hair as she recalled that moment. A symbolic image appeared, where a powerful demon whispered an offer of a permanently binding pact. Kim Il-young snorted in refusal, inwardly thinking that these constellations were messaging her directly. Desalar Maquieras spoke up, demanding she confirm that her power did not come from a demonic pact. She casually asked if that would be a problem, causing Desalar to frantically shout about the risk of being burned alive, while she inwardly mocked her own ignorance in previous lives. Kim Il-young thought things were spiraling out of control, and Asmodeus immediately spoke up in defense of demons, arguing that they were not inherently evil. Kirill Maquieras countered, arguing that while no law forbade demons, the harm they inflicted upon humans was undeniable. He explained that they fed on human sorrow and suffering, illustrated by an image of a person screaming in flames. Those who make pacts with demons gain power, but in return, must sow pain at all costs. The blood and tears shed from those actions could fill the empire's largest river. Kim Il-young inwardly questioned Asmodeus and realized Kirill's words were true through its silence. She sulkily admitted she didn't know, causing Desalar to ask in astonishment what world she had been living in. Kim Il-young inwardly thought that she had been in 2 other worlds, then stated that her contract did not require her to act as a villain. Kirill felt dizzy upon realizing she was admitting to having made a demonic pact, while Desalar clutched his head in despair. Desalar sighed, accepting the truth, and asked what she had traded, but the companion spirits immediately warned her about the system's penalty. She stammered that it was freedom and liberation, inwardly thinking that the pact was made a long time ago. Kirill worriedly suggested that it was too dangerous, and immediately a system notification appeared, punishing her for revealing a celestial secret. Kim Il-young was furious that the penalty was so cruel, but still insisted that her contract did not harm others. When Desalar asked if she had been harmed, she calmly replied that, of course not. Sayedin Ansirad seemed satisfied with Kim Il-young's explanation, but Crown Prince Ishir was not, insisting that they needed further investigation. Sayedin casually dismissed the Crown Prince's concerns, stating that if Renee said she was fine, there was no problem. Annoyed by Sayedin's attitude, Ishir abruptly stood up and thought to himself that the mercenary king was truly insane. Kim Il-young spoke up, saying she understood the Crown Prince's position and admitted that making a contract with a demon was worrying. She suddenly offered to sever ties with the Crown Prince immediately, so as not to damage his reputation, leaving Ishir stunned. Ishir, shocked, loudly called out her title in confusion. The crown prince angrily asked what kind of person she took him for, while Kim E-young secretly mocked him as someone obsessed with the throne. Exhausted, Ishir slumped back into his seat, while Sayedin thought that both of them were out of their minds. Sayedin concluded that perhaps the most insane person was himself for still sitting there. Kim E-young remarked sarcastically that, of the three of them, the crown prince seemed the most sane, a consolation that offered no help. Ishir decided to ask her one last question, and Kim E-young agreed to answer, if she could. The crown prince unleashed a barrage of questions about the demon she contracted with, causing Kim E-young to grumble internally, while the Lord of Temptation wondered if humans could withstand the weight of his name. The narration explained that constellations are ranked based on their influence in the mortal world. Most constellations are born from legends, myths, and oral traditions. This means that the more people mention their names, whether through hope or fear, the stronger they become. Kim E-young deduced that, by that logic, the entities she contracted with must possess names of terrifying weight. She thought that even someone ignorant of religion or mythology like herself recognized the Lord of Temptation's true name, which said it all, causing the entity to gleefully declare himself a superstar. Kim E-young internally noted that it wasn't fame for good reasons. Just as Ishir turned to ask about famous demons, Sayedin began listing illustrious names in the demon world such as Beelzebub, Baal, Asmodeus, and Leviathan. While the crown prince nodded, listening, Kim E-young thought to herself that the names Sayedin had just listed were far too famous, then cleared her throat and lied that her demon was not one of them. When asked why she couldn't reveal it, she claimed that her demon was very shy, causing the Lord of Temptation to burst out laughing, having never been called that before. She asserted that, contract or not, she only needed to prove her innocence. Crown Prince Ishir looked doubtful, wondering if someone who had contracted with a demon could perform the consecration ceremony. Seeing her composed attitude, Ishir thought to himself that she was incredibly confident. Meanwhile, the Lord of Temptation appeared in his true form, smirked, and affirmed that deception was the very nature of demons. Elsewhere, inside a magnificent building, the atmosphere grew tense. A trembling hand placed a teacup onto the saucer, revealing anxiety. Princess Iden sighed wearily, her face full of worry. An archbishop approached and respectfully greeted her. Archbishop Desus anxiously inquired upon seeing Eden's poor complexion. Iden brushed him off, changing the subject to the preparations for the consecration ceremony, and was reassured by Desus that everything was ready. Desus explained that the holy water to be used was an ancient relic, once blessed by a great prophet. Iden reassured herself that the holy water could break any contract, but still couldn't shake her worry, because even that person feared the opponent's power. She resolved that she must succeed to seize the promised power and become a perfect emperor. She would no longer have to live in fear, acting as a puppet obeying the emperor's will. A flashback rushed in of her being discarded like trash simply because she couldn't use a sword. The image of her falling from a cliff appeared, her eyes wide open beneath the cold water. To escape that hellish life, she swore she would stop at nothing. Returning to the present, a female knight stood guard outside Princess Iden's room with a vigilant expression. Arwen, the knight, agonizingly wondered when everything had gone astray. He desperately thought about whether there was any way left to stop Princess Iden. Princess Iden von Ramdisha, who was generally considered intelligent and decisive, had inexplicably joined hands with an evil force. The Ramdish Empire had long been a nation that revered the strong. In the past, Eden stood amidst burning documents, symbolizing the beginning of her dark path. As the legitimate daughter of the imperial family, she bore countless expectations. Yet, ironically, Iden was an ordinary person with no talent for swordsmanship or magic. In contrast, Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish, the son of a concubine, was a swordsmanship genius and had become a sword master. Many noble factions sided with Ishir, and the emperor, despite despising his son's background, still fueled the competition between the two. The emperor declared to his children that the throne would not be inherited without proof of competence. He ordered them to be ready to devour their own siblings to ascend the throne. Obeying her father, Iden showed a determined expression as she lifted a piece of meat with a fork. She slowly put the meat into her mouth. A drop of sauce, red like blood, dripped from the meat, symbolizing the cruelty. Under a sky that cannot hold two suns, fratricidal war was inevitable. The history of the imperial family was written in blood, where the strong destroyed the weak. The current emperor ascended the throne by enacting a bloody law. Failure to seize the throne would result only in death. Perhaps he did so because he realized the cruel truth after personally killing all his relatives. Or perhaps it was an endless thirst aimed at consolidating the empire's power. Or simply a bloodthirsty desire. No one could know for sure. For no one dared to defy the first decree of an emperor who ascended the throne through bloodshed. Princess Eden, as a child, had to witness that scene in horror. Born into royal blood, The laws of lineage were an inescapable chain, even with her brother Ishir's comfort. In desperation, Idin struggled, changing countless sword instructors and swallowing innumerable magic potions. When all efforts were in vain, she was so desperate that she attempted to make a pact with a demon. Arwen risked his life to stop her, warning that her status as a princess would be easily discovered by high-ranking priests. Idin could only shed tears at her helplessness. Only when she almost lost her precious sword did she abandon the idea of making a pact, as Arwen had sworn to protect her to the end. Then one day, a miracle came to Idin amidst a storm. Standing on the balcony, she called out Arwen's name. Idin declared she had found a way to gain power, but Arwen saw it only as a trap. He warned her that great power always came with a price, but Idin insisted it was the only path left. Arwen painfully asked if she absolutely had to claim the throne, and suggested they run away together. Idin merely responded with a scoff. She burst into mad laughter in the midst of the storm. Then she threw her head back, sighing in exhaustion and sorrow. Idin reminded her loyal Arwen of the Emperor's laws. With fearful eyes, she revealed that if she didn't claim the throne, her own father would kill her. She did not want to die, and she absolutely could not die by his hand. Princess Idin von Ramdish called out to a short-haired female knight. She ordered the female knight that if she detected any unusual signs from the princess, she should strike her down immediately. The female knight stood silently, stunned by the cruel order. She gasped in horror. What? During the discussion of the conspiracy, the female knight still hesitated, unsure if the target was an opponent or a true sorceress. Idin brushed it aside, assuring her not to worry about the cleanup after the deed. She dropped something into the teapot while declaring that the dead could not speak. Meanwhile, in another mansion under the cover of night, a ritual was taking place. Inside, Kim E-young sat amidst a giant, brightly glowing magic circle. She decided it was time to complete the third floor's mission, and her companion spirits enthusiastically agreed. A system notification appeared, confirming Kim E-young had completed the main quest, Restoring Honor. After finishing the second volume of the original novel, she had gained an overview of this world. However, Kim E-young felt something was amiss, because, according to the original story, Princess Idin should have failed in the Succession War. She realized that reality had deviated significantly from the original story. Idin's faction remained inexplicably strong. Kim E-young deduced that even though Crown Prince Ishir had received more assistance, Idin's continued survival indicated something unusual. She had a premonition that, much like her past life, an unforeseen variable had appeared. A mysterious force was interfering with the power struggle. Kim E-young came to a disturbing conclusion. Another possessor had sided with Idin. She began pacing within the magic circle, trying to identify this hidden enemy. Kim E-young realized that if it was a possessor not mentioned in the story, or worse, a regressor or reincarnator, the situation would become much more complicated. Kim E-young mused, considering the most suspicious candidate was undoubtedly a familiar one. It was the Tower Master, her old enemy, the one who brought the destructive tower crashing down into her world. She recalled his curse before death, that he would fulfill his wish in the next life and imprison her forever. With a determined expression, Kim E-young weighed this possibility. She admitted that while she never wanted to see him again, he was still the most suspicious individual. But if that possessor was indeed the Tower Master, things would be very different. Kim E-young wondered why that tyrant was so silent, not causing chaos as he did in her previous life. The fact that the tower was empty and the world was too peaceful made her feel it was too soon to conclude he was the culprit. Within the magic circle, Kim E-young spoke, asking the constellations if they knew anything. She was annoyed that they were always silent at crucial moments, wondering if they were hiding something or genuinely unaware. Suddenly, the malicious blood cult leader appeared on the system screen, evading the question and urging her to complete the third floor's mission. Kim E-young agreed, determined to complete the mission at all costs to deal with the possibility of another possessor. Her goal was to obtain the constellation's summoning skill, the greatest asset for the journey ahead. She confidently asked, "Are you ready?" The system screen appeared, announcing the third floor's challenge, to receive a vow of true love within 12 days. If she failed, the contract with the constellations would be voided, and she could not return. Kim E-young quoted a dramatic line, "Ye who enter here, abandon all hope." Immediately, she activated the Hellgate skill. A portal connecting to the demon realm began to be summoned in the center of the magic circle. Kim E-young stands before a colossal Gehenna gate, summoned by her magic circle. While the malicious blood cult leader expresses doubt, she confidently steps forward, believing the trial's condition requires sincerity, not a specific person. She pauses at the threshold, preparing to test the affection of the entity she intends to summon. As the massive gate creaks open, she challenges the unseen entity within, wanting to see if the love it always displayed is genuine. With a determined gaze, Kim E-young calls out the name of the one hiding in the darkness. She extends her hand, beginning to recite the incantation to summon and bind that powerful soul. "Hark, spirit," she begins the chant with an authoritative tone. As a hand emerges from the darkness to grasp hers, she continues her vow, calling the entity the commander of 72 legions. Crimson eyes flash from the darkness as the summoned entity gradually takes form. The demon introduces himself as Asmodeus, Lord of Temptation. Now standing before her in his true form, he raises her hand to his lips, completing the vow to be entirely hers from this moment on. Immediately, system notifications appear, confirming she has completed the third floor's trial and obtained the constellation summoning skill. Amidst her triumphant joy, Kim E-young receives a notification unlocking the quest for the fourth floor. She looks at Asmodeus, who is now seated on a throne, and silently confirms her risky plan has succeeded. The scene shifts to the morning of the Thanksgiving ceremony at Sayadin's residence, where she rejoices at finally obtaining the skill she had long desired. Kim E-young gleefully imagines herself using the constellation summoning skill. However, she quickly realizes a major obstacle prevents her from doing so. Her situation is akin to running from a ticking time bomb. She has the skill but cannot activate it. The reason becomes clear as she checks the status of her spirits. The malicious blood cult leader is asleep, Asmodeus is enraged, and the King of Waves and Healing is offline. A system window displays details about the constellation summoning skill, an active skill that can summon contracted constellations, but the time and penalty remain unknown. Kim E-young irritably breaks a cookie, frustrated by the new skill's vague description. The malicious blood cult leader eagerly suggests trying the skill, but she immediately refuses, fearing a terrible penalty. He flies into a rage, jealous that she met Asmodeus, prompting Kim E-young to explain it was merely a fleeting encounter, and only possible because Asmodeus belonged to this world. She bluntly states that the malicious blood cult leader, being from the Murim world, has no chance, a cold remark that deeply wounds him. She bluntly states that the malicious blood cult leader, being from the Murim world, has no chance, a cold remark that deeply wounds him. Nevertheless, Kim E-young also admits she herself did not expect the Gehenna Gate to allow her to meet Asmodeus directly. Nevertheless, Kim E-young also admits she herself did not expect the Gehenna Gate to allow her to meet Asmodeus directly. She ponders the system's rules, recalling that constellations and contractors are not supposed to interfere with each other, which is why Varuna was previously blocked. She ponders the system's rules, recalling that constellations and contractors are not supposed to interfere with each other, which is why Varuna was previously blocked. For centuries, direct encounters with her constellations after signing contracts have been extremely rare, usually occurring due to luck or in a special environment. For centuries, direct encounters with her constellations after signing contracts have been extremely rare, usually occurring due to luck or in a special environment. She speculates that this dimension was once ruled by monsters, as the mindless dragons of her past life are now messengers of the gods. She speculates that this dimension was once ruled by monsters, as the mindless dragons of her past life are now messengers of the gods. Even the Gehenna Gate was originally meant only for Asmodeus's subordinates to pass through, so she concludes he must have a special compatibility with this world. Offended by the term subordinate, Asmodeus finally speaks, and Kim E-young immediately asks if he's ready to talk after ignoring her all this time. She points out the absurdity of him being the one to confess his feelings yet fleeing in shock, and Asmodeus admits he didn't expect his vow to be taken as truth. Kim E-young confusedly questions his sweet words, demanding he take responsibility for making her feel something for the first time in 2 lifetimes. Asmodeus retorts that she's foolish for believing a demon, but Kim E-young ignores him and declares she's going to pat Sayadin's head, leaving Asmodeus utterly shocked, and the malicious blood cult leader clapping gleefully. Asmodeus puts on a dramatic performance, weeping and asking if she's changed her mind after finding someone younger, while imagining sweet memories that never existed. Kim E-young coldly replies that he has no right to lecture her after admitting he himself doesn't know if his words are true, leaving Asmodeus speechless. The Lord of Temptation laments that he has fallen for someone more demonic than a demon. Within his domain, Asmodeus sighs, accepting that in love, the one who falls first is the loser. He recalls that his contract was the last one Kim E-young made. Recalling that moment, Kim E-young was brushing her teeth when she was suddenly teleported into a magic circle, appearing greatly surprised. Asmodeus recounts that out of curiosity about the soul who consecutively signed contracts with constellations, he paid a heavy price to kidnap her to his domain. And then, from the very first glance, he was completely smitten with the human. Immediately, Kim E-young's other constellations appear to intervene. The representative of the Blood Demon faction angrily scolds Asmodeus as a naive demon for daring to touch what is not his. Varuna, the King of Waves and Healing, also sternly orders the Lord of Temptation to stay away from her contractor. Kim E-young realizes her kidnapper is the Lord of Temptation, a candidate she never expected to meet in this manner. Asmodeus, in his constellation form, calls out to her. Kim E-young calmly looks up and asks what he wants. Asmodeus extends his fiery hand, stating that someone as extraordinary as her must feel his power, and he has come to make an offer she cannot refuse. He introduces himself as the commander of 72 legions, one of the 7 deadly sins, and offers her the honor of forming a contract with him. Kim E-young replies with a firm, "No, thank you," without hesitation. The blunt refusal leaves Asmodeus speechless, and the flames on his hand extinguish. He stammers in utter disbelief, asking if she just rejected him. Kim E-young casually explains that she already has enough dark-aligned constellations. Asmodeus roars, claiming she cannot make a contract so coldly, but Kim E-young interrupts, telling him not to spout cult nonsense when they are discussing matters of life and death. Asmodeus tries to persuade her, arguing that power is what matters, and pointing out the other constellations she already possesses. However, Kim E-young coldly replied that the two of them were enough for now, as she wasn't the type to socialize widely. Asmodeus was stunned by the rejection, while Kim E-young just wanted to be taken back to rinse her mouth and be done with it. He was astonished, wondering if she was really saying she was shy around strangers. Despite her refusal, Asmodeus stopped her, determined to complete his introduction. A powerful surge of energy suddenly spread throughout the space. He revealed his true form, a charming man with horns and long black hair, and introduced himself as Asmodeus. Asmodeus then formally invited the girl from another world to make a contract with him. Contrary to expectations, Kim E-young happily agreed, much to the surprise of her other constellations, and that's how their story began. Returning to the present, Asmodeus, as the Lord of Temptation, asked Kim E-young about her plans for the 4th floor mission. She inwardly groaned, as it was a topic she had been deliberately avoiding for a long time. The 4th floor mission required her to give a kiss to a male lead candidate with over 500 affection points, with an additional reward if the person was Crown Prince Ishir. Kim E-young panicked at the request for a love-filled kiss, as she had never even been on a date. Asmodeus hesitantly raised his hand to speak, but Kim E-young dismissed him in her thoughts, deeming him to have lost all credibility. The malicious blood cult leader suddenly appeared and roared in anger, accusing Asmodeus of plotting, but he simply told him to think more reasonably. Asmodeus presented images of Sayadin and Ishir, asking her to choose between the two. Then he nominated himself, who had been by her side for hundreds of years. While Kim E-young casually ate cake and pondered, Asmodeus became frantic, unable to believe she was hesitating. She coldly replied that she had never loved him, but was merely a fan, causing Asmodeus to explode in anger, just as Kirill knocked on the door calling for her. Kim E-young smiled, declaring she was all ready. As she opened the door, the malicious blood cult leader appeared, nagging her about being stabbed in the back. Outside, Sayadin Ansirad was already waiting, and Kim E-young invited him to accompany her. She was immediately surprised when she took a closer look at his attire. Kim E-young inwardly thought Sayadin's costume was elaborate and truly suited him. She pouted, feeling a slight regret that she hadn't worn a similar outfit. Sayadin replied that she was most beautiful as herself, causing Kim E-young to blush and think he was crazy. They both proceeded to Belua's Thanksgiving, a festival celebrating the autumn harvest. The square was lavishly decorated with a large statue, where people offered their first fruits to pray for prosperity. A special aspect of the festival was the tradition of holding hands. People would dress up as mythical heroes, believing they would receive blessings. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Kim E-young curiously asked Sayadin about the character he was cosplaying. He explained he was dressed as a past hero, who was known as the Light of the Empire. Kim E-young suddenly realized that was also Sayadin's current title. Sayadin admitted he always wore this outfit during festivals to live up to everyone's expectations. Just then, a young boy ran up, excitedly exclaiming upon recognizing the Light of the Empire. Sayadin kindly bent down to greet the boy, while Kim E-young pondered his burden. She realized he seemed too accustomed to forcing himself to meet others' expectations, and that must be exhausting. After the boy ran off, Sayadin stood up, apologized, and suggested they continue their stroll. Kim E-young suddenly froze as she realized something. Before her eyes, her blonde companion raised a finger to his lips, and blue magic began to gather. In a flash of light, the disguise vanished, his blonde hair turned black, and his blue cloak appeared. Sayadin Ansirad, in his true form, smiled as Varuna's wave skill was dispelled. Kim E-young happily said she preferred his true appearance and would handle the curious stares. Hearing this, Sayadin's cheeks flushed slightly. He asked if this was the first time she was truly enjoying the festival, and she confirmed. In return, Sayadin took her hand and offered to be her escort. He confidently placed his hand on her head and promised she could trust him completely. Kim E-young patted his head, thinking to herself that he truly enjoyed being pampered like this. Asmodeus unexpectedly interjected, complaining about the age difference and his jealousy, causing Kim E-young to angrily scold him not to touch her sore spot. Pulled back to reality by Sayedin's call, she startled to realize she was still patting his head. He worriedly asked if he was becoming a burden, but she quickly denied it. Kim Il-young smiled, thinking to herself that she was the one who was the burden, having stolen a kiss from him. Since there was still time before the ceremony, they decided to explore the bustling festival atmosphere together. They began their journey with tempting street food. Afterward, they browsed through stalls selling glittering jewelry and souvenirs. Finally, they stopped at the game area with prizes of adorable plush toys. Sayedin joyfully hugged a pile of loot that Kim Il-young had won, while she smugly told him to take them back to display at the guild hall. Kim Il-young thought to herself that this was probably the first time she had truly felt happy since arriving in this world. As they walked through the noisy crowd, she and Sayedin suddenly noticed a small stage. A puppet show was underway, with a narration about an evil demon king who was about to appear and wreak havoc. Sayedin explained it was a child-friendly version of a historical legend, and they decided to stop and watch. On stage, a boy hero receives a holy sword from a prophet and begins his journey to the capital. His goal is to defeat the demon king, who has occupied and defiled the capital. Kim Il-young finds the story strangely familiar, while Asmodeus awkwardly appears in the system window. She is stunned as a thought flashes through her mind, realizing who the demon king is. In an illusion, Asmodeus appears and smugly boasts that he was going to give her the entire empire. Sayedin confirms the play is based on the events of the Tower of Desire, caused by Asmodeus himself, further confusing Kim Il-young. The play continues with the Demon King being defeated and breathing his last to curse the hero. The curse causes the princess to fall into an eternal sleep, and Asmodeus angrily denies having lost the battle. Finding the story too cheesy, Kim Il-young suggests Sayedin leave as soon as the prophet reveals how to break the curse. She mentally muses that revisiting her constellation's embarrassing past is unbearable, but Sayedin unexpectedly stops, captivated by the hero's monologue about his one true master. He stands still, listening to the hero's heartfelt words about the pain of not having the one he loves. The entire audience, including Sayedin, holds their breath watching the hero kneel beside the sleeping princess. The hero's vow that the princess is his only faith seems to touch Sayedin's heart. Called by Kim Il-young, Sayedin snaps back to reality and turns, saying he will follow her immediately. Sayedin reassures Kim Il-young that she is not bothering him, and they leave together. Sayedin's heart still echoes with the vows of love from the play. As they walk amidst falling petals, those tragic vows continue to be repeated. Later, at a tavern, Kim Il-young downs a barrel of beer. She exclaims with joy that drinking is truly satisfying. Sayedin worriedly asks if she is okay as the ceremony is approaching, but Kim Il-young confidently claims she can sober up. Indeed, she uses her powers to become instantly sober and urges them to depart. While walking, Kim Il-young notices many interesting things in the city. She overhears people excitedly discussing Prince Ishir's solo feat of quelling the northern golems. Two other men also praise the prince as a great swordsman and a benefactor of the people. Kim Il-young mentally notes that Ishir has many supporters. She wonders why Sayedin is working with Ishir, despite not having sworn allegiance and not appearing close. Sayedin briefly explains it's because the prince does not follow the emperor. He elaborates that while the emperor is warlike and Princess Aiden obeys her father, Prince Ishir's existence is their restraint. Suddenly, Kim Il-young is surprised by an area with banners, and Sayedin explains it's the prince's relief center for war victims. Looking from above, a large crowd of people is gathered at the center. Sayedin somberly reveals that he was also a war orphan. He admits that although he dislikes Ishir, he cannot complain about the prince's anti-war stance and policies to help the poor. Kim Il-young listens silently, understanding why Prince Ishir is so supported by the people. Kim Il-young mentally thinks that what she just learned is surprising. As they continue their walk, she asks Sayedin about the relationship between the prince and the church, but he believes their pact is hard to break. Sayedin explains that the church is divided, with the current Pope Aldebio III supporting Prince Ishir. However, a new faction, led by Archbishop Dessus, is rising, and it was Dessus who accused Renee. Kim Il-young thoughtfully ponders this new information. She recalls the friendship between Renee and Lien, admitting she used to think both the church and Ishir were just power-hungry individuals. With a calculating expression, Kim Il-young mutters Archbishop Dessus's name in her mind. Suddenly, she stops, as she recognizes a familiar figure. Prince Ishir, in a black hooded cloak, stands in the middle of the street. Both Kim Il-young and Sayedin are stunned to recognize him. Sayedin finds it strange because he is sure the prince saw them, but still walked away silently. Immediately, Kim Il-young pulls Sayedin into a hidden corner, covers his mouth with her hand, and says they were not noticed. Sayedin blushes in embarrassment at her sudden action. He gently removes her hand and asks why she had to avoid the prince. Kim Il-young looks bewildered, as if she herself doesn't understand her actions. She confusingly wonders why she acted on instinct like that. While she is still questioning herself, Sayedin smiles at her. He gently whispers that he actually prefers private time with just the two of them. Then he pulls her closer, asking if she enjoyed the festival they experienced together. Pulled closer, Kim E-young looks at Sayedin in surprise. She is stunned, as his hand gently touches her cheek. With a gentle smile and blushing cheeks, Sayedin looks at her affectionately. Kim E-young places her hand on his chest, thinking to herself that she must stop. However, she realizes this romantic atmosphere might lead to a kiss. She closes her eyes, preparing for the moment to come. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Prince Ishir rushes in, loudly calling Renee's name. Kim E-young was so angry she cried, cursing Ishir for ruining her first kiss. Ishir questioned what she was doing sneakily, but she retorted that he was the one who suddenly appeared and caused trouble. She sarcastically asked if Sayedin was afraid to look up because of her, then suddenly realized she had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Sayedin shamefully covered his face with his hands. The three fell into an awkward silence. Ishir thought to himself that Kim E-young was as reckless as Sayedin, making his life anything but easy. Regaining her composure, Kim E-young asked Ishir about the preparations for the ceremony, and confidently stated that everything was ready. Ishir began to explain, but Kim E-young cut him off, wondering why the Pope was participating when he was initially just supposed to be a priest. He explained that, due to the immense power of the demon she had contracted with, many had requested that only the Pope could handle it. Sayedin immediately suggested they formally protest this change. But Kim E-young just smiled and told Sayedin there was no need to do so. She activated the Mask of Asmodeus skill, a purple energy enveloping her hand, ready to change her appearance. Kim E-young confidently declared, her appearance shifting between Renee and her black-haired, red-eyed form. Meanwhile, the Lord of Temptation mocked in the system window, dismissing the threat from the Pope. The Balua's flower thanksgiving and blessing ceremony officially began before a large crowd of citizens. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, Kim E-young yawned listlessly next to the acolytes. The malicious blood cult leader grumbled about her indifferent attitude, but Kim E-young merely thought the ceremony was tedious. She asserted her current identity as Lee Young Casil. While Asmodeus was smug about his shape-shifting magic, Kim E-young warned Asmodeus to maintain his magic, which he found offensive. As she prepared to bless Sayedin and Sirad, Asmodeus suddenly produced a camera to record the moment. He excitedly declared that a demon contractor receiving a blessing from the Pope was unprecedented entertainment, and Kim E-young had to agree. As she stepped onto the platform, the Pope announced he would personally perform the blessing. While Asmodeus urged her to perform, the Pope solemnly declared the blessing for Lee Young Casil, the tournament winner and dragon slayer. As ordered, Kim E-young knelt before the Pope, but inwardly thought he was truly arrogant. The Pope picked up a vial of holy water, explaining it contained the blessings of the saint who once saved the land of Lammas. His tale of a cruel demon lord startled Asmodeus, and Kim E-young recognized his reaction. While the Pope continued the story of the hero, Asmodeus in his true form appeared annoyed hearing about his old enemy. Kim E-young was stunned as the Pope opened the vial of holy water and declared she was worthy of it. She panicked, inwardly begging him not to say such unlucky words at this crucial moment. Asmodeus reminded her of the warning not to trust demons and suddenly vanished, leaving an empty throne. As the drop of holy water fell, Kim E-young was furious, cursing the useless demon who abandoned her. Kim E-young screamed in despair, cursing the useless demon who abandoned her. From above, Pope Aldebio III calmly dripped a drop of holy water. Kim E-young squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the worst. At the very moment the drop was about to touch, a superior sense awakening skill was suddenly activated, slowing down time. Opening her blazing red eyes, Kim E-young coldly stared at the suspended drop of water, mentally calling the Pope a bothersome old man. In her mind, she furiously chased after Asmodeus, who was being dragged back by the horns by the cruel blood priest. She questioned Asmodeus about the danger of holy water, causing him to huffily declare himself a perfect being. Kim E-young scoffed at his boast, pointing out that he had just run away, and Asmodeus merely brushed it off as a matter of past history. When she asked if she would die, Asmodeus reassured her that holy water was his enemy, not hers. He admitted that it could weaken and strip away the disguise magic she had on. To Kim E-young's panic, Asmodeus quickly promised to immediately cast a new layer of magic. She gritted her teeth, forcing him to keep his word. A new main quest appeared, requiring her to maintain her reputation, making being exposed unacceptable, and Asmodeus solemnly swore to protect her. Kim E-young calmed down, mentally considering her backup plan of mind-wiping everyone if anything went wrong, while Asmodeus confidently nodded. However, as she closed her eyes and waited, she began to feel something was wrong. The sense of unease arose just as her superior sense awakening skill ended. Suddenly, a splash of hot blood hit her face, causing Kim E-young to snap her eyes open in shock. She horrifyingly witnessed the unbelievable sight. Ante Maquieres had impaled Sayedin Ansirad from behind. Amidst the crimson blood, her mind could only unconsciously call out Sayedin's name. The scene shifted to a grand cathedral under a quiet night sky. A silver-haired female knight respectfully asked Archbishop Desas the reason for her summons. Desas addressed her as Sir Arwen, and reiterated the princess's orders. He recalled Princess Idin's command to immediately execute the noblewoman if she showed any signs of abnormality. Afterward, Desas handed the knight a crystal, emitting a purple light. She asked in surprise what it was. He explained it was a crystal containing his power, and instructed her to swallow it at the right moment. Desas continued that, by his command, they had also prepared the holy water of Ruhanan the Baptizer. He stated that the opponent was a swordmaster and a demon contractor, so her power needed to be combined with the crystal to expose the target's true form. However, the female knight clenched her fists, recalling the woman's extraordinary power. She attempted to protest, arguing that the accusations against the target were still unverified. Desas narrowed his eyes menacingly, questioning if she was considering defying the princess's orders. The female knight broke out in a cold sweat, terrified by his demeanor. He placed a hand on her shoulder and reminded her that this was what the princess truly desired. Desas firmly asserted that their target was indeed a demon. Returning to the present, a violent explosion of light suddenly occurred. Amidst the dust and smoke, Kim Il-young stood firm, exhaling a breath. She mentally mused how strange it was that she had managed to dodge the attack. The female knight stood stunned, unable to believe her sword swing had missed. Kim Il-young wondered how she could have dodged this attack, but failed to notice the ambush on Sayedin. She quickly analyzed the situation: the chaotic crowd, the specially crafted holy water, and the knight's aura radiating a disturbingly familiar feeling. Kim Il-young berated herself for being too soft and accustomed to peace. She decided that this attacker must be annihilated. Immediately, Kim Il-young unleashed a destructive red energy attack, shattering the ground. The female knight was sent flying, collapsing on the ground and spitting blood. Kim Il-young realized the opponent had used all her aura to stay alive, and the shock had jolted her awake. She coldly approached, intending to finish her off and use her mind-reading skill for information. However, a painful memory resurfaced as a familiar voice called out Li Young's name in her head. The questions of an old comrade appeared, asking if she would mourn them if they died. Another memory surfaced, where another comrade asked if they were truly her comrades. Back in reality, Kim Il-young stood frozen, lost in a torrent of painful memories. She snapped back to awareness and realized she had to return to Sayedin. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Ishir frantically ordered Sir Arwen's immediate arrest amidst the chaos. Kim Il-young rushed to support the severely wounded Sayedin and anxiously asked about his condition. Sayedin weakly apologized, explaining that his body had acted on its own to protect her, leaving Kim Il-young both angry and heartbroken. She looked in despair at the blood continuously flowing from his wound, even with her aura attempting to staunch it. Utterly exhausted with everything, Kim Il-young looked at Sayedin with extreme weariness. Suddenly, Sayedin's blood dripped onto the ground, activating a brilliant blue magic circle. The Pope's guards panicked, urging Lady Kassile to stop as the water droplets began to ascend into the air. The Pope closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the pure power spreading. A colossal pillar of water enveloped Kim Il-young and Sayedin, leaving the Pope astonished, wondering if this was Renee's power. Embraced by Kim Il-young, Sayedin Ansirad weakly called her name. Kim Il-young's bloodied hand rested on his shoulder as she thought she had tried her best to not witness any more sacrifices. Within the swirling waters of healing, she wondered if she had always harbored this desire to protect. As her eyes glowed with a blue light, she realized she had ignored these feelings, causing the cruel blood priest to scream through the system, demanding she stop immediately. The Lord of Temptation also warned that recklessly using immense power would bring disaster, and she knew that danger better than anyone. An illusion of Asmodeus appeared, screaming her true name, Li Young, and begging her not to use forbidden power, while in the present, her companion spirits continued to plead for her to stop. Returning to reality, Kim Il-young hugged Sayedin tightly and whispered an apology. His thoughts had not changed. His thoughts had not changed. As the confession that she was always the most precious person to him echoed, Kim Il-young's eyes blazed with iron resolve. A giant pillar of light and water shot straight into the sky, carrying a prayer for a blessing as the world grew barren. The system interface announced that the skill opening of the heavenly gate had been activated. From afar, the Pope witnessed the sky miraculously light up. He and his two guards looked up, astonished by the sudden celestial phenomenon. The Pope closed his eyes, feeling the tiny droplets of water, and wondered why it was raining on such a clear day. The entire city was enveloped in a shimmering rain from the clear blue sky. People on the streets looked up in confusion, realizing that even though it was raining, they were not getting wet. A man exclaimed in astonishment as his broken arm was suddenly completely healed. Sayedin, without a single wound, listened in awe to the crowd's cheers as their illnesses vanished, while Kim Il-young stood before him. Her clean hand rested on his chest, where the fatal wound had once been, amidst the sounds of other miraculous healings echoing throughout the area. Sayyidin Ansirad looked at his body in disbelief, confirming that he had fully recovered. Meanwhile, an exhausted Kim Il-young listened to the joyous cries of a citizen as their leg was healed. Smiling with relief, Kim Il-young inquired about Sayyidin's condition as a system notification confirmed the activation of the opening of the Heavenly Gate skill. Under the miraculous healing rain, the crowd of citizens cheered in praise of the miracle, as they witnessed the Empire's hero stand tall once more. Princess Eden von Ramdish observed it all with a displeased expression. As Sayyidin gently wiped the blood from Kim Il-young's face, Eden inwardly thought it was an unpleasant sight. Turning away, she glanced at the knight Arwen defeated on the ground, and speculated that the healing power was only temporary. Eden suddenly recalled a familiar aura from Arwen, realizing it was identical to that of a past enemy. At the same time, Kim Il-young also recalled the empty tower, realizing the remnants of the Tower Master had followed her here. Arwen flinched in fear at Kim Il-young's overwhelming presence. Iden stared at Kim Il-young, who was creating a fireball, inwardly ordering her to stop. However, Kim Il-young merely sneered, declaring she wasn't kind enough to spare someone who had held a sword to her throat. Crown Prince Ishir and the Pope intervened simultaneously, emphasizing that this attack could not be overlooked. Eden appeared tense, replying that she had no intention of covering for her subordinate. She raised her hand towards the crowd, arguing that this was a consecration ceremony. Eden continued her reasoning that they could not spill more blood in a sacred place where a miracle had just occurred, and the crowd began to agree. She proposed escorting Arwen to the royal palace for interrogation, but only with Kim Il-young's permission. Sayyidin coldly dismissed it, deeming the proposal absurd. With murderous intent in his eyes, Sayyidin declared that if Iden's knight had a mastermind, then she was the prime suspect. Crown Prince Ishir quickly restrained Sayyidin, advising him to remain silent and inwardly thinking that Sayyidin's eyes were even more frantic than his own. Faced with the tense situation, Kim Il-young smiled and declared she accepted the royal interrogation. Crown Prince Ishir immediately spoke up, assuring that the interrogation would be fair under his guarantee. Ordered to be silent by her brother, Princess Iden reluctantly replied, while her eyes still burned with anger. Watching Arwen being escorted away, Kim Il-young inwardly thought she hadn't intended to kill anyone. It was just a threat to force Iden to reveal herself. She also realized that killing someone in front of a crowd, or using soul summoning before the Pope, were both disadvantageous choices, feeling it was a waste to have to use a wide-area healing spell. Observing Iden's attitude, Kim Il-young was convinced that the princess would not easily abandon a loyal subordinate like Arwen. A manipulated memory flashed through Arwen's mind, where a strange voice used the name Sedin to order her to kill a dragon. From this, Kim Il-young concluded that, whether Iden was the mastermind or not, there was definitely a third party pulling Arwen's strings, and her prime suspect was Ante Makieris, the cunning elder brother who was suspiciously absent. Standing beside the crown prince, Kim Il-young thoughtfully considered how to resolve the situation and make Sayyidin pay this blood debt. Suddenly, Sayyidin stepped forward, kindly asking if she was all right, which surprised Kim Il-young slightly, but she reassured him that she had understood many things. Sayyidin apologetically apologized for acting on his own while she was the injured one, but Kim Il-young quickly cut him off. He unexpectedly took her hand, suddenly remembering the miraculous healing spell. At that moment, the Pope approached, clasped Kim Il-young's hand, and demanded an explanation for the unprecedented healing power. He asked if she had ever received divine revelations, and Kim Il-young merely thought to herself that she often heard them, but from a god in another world. The Pope continued, saying this incredible power reminded him of someone. With a nostalgic expression, he uttered the name of the late Saintess Liane. Seeing the situation, Sayyidin gently placed his hand on the Pope's, intervening politely. He reminded that Kim Il-young needed rest after casting such a large spell, and the Pope immediately agreed to his oversight. Before leaving with his guards, the Pope invited Kim Il-young to visit the temple at her earliest convenience. Sayyidin Ansirad gently placed the beret on Kim Il-young's head, offering to arrange her schedule. Crown Prince Ishir von Ramdish merely stood with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Princess Eden von Ramdish also bid farewell, advising Kim Il-young to rest instead of participating in the festival. Kim Il-young replied that she was fine and reminded Eden to be careful herself after the incident with Arwen. Meanwhile, the malicious blood cult leader and the Lord of Temptation worriedly warned her not to act strong after using too much power. The malicious blood cult leader wondered if healing the entire plaza was too much for her, especially with the King of Waves absent. Suddenly, a sparkling drop of water fell from a leaf. The drop of water landed on Kim Il-young's head. She just smiled confidently. A hand made of water appeared, and the constellation King of Waves and Healing affirmed that they were fine. Immediately after, Varuna appeared in her true form behind them, embracing Kim Il-young and announcing her return. The other spirits cheered happily because their eldest sister had returned. On the evening of the harvest festival, after the ceremony, Kim Il-young recounted that she had returned to Sayadin's mansion, and then she fell ill with a terrible fever, her body reverting to Renée Magritte's form. The companion spirits grumbled again, reminding her of the stat reduction penalty for revealing heavenly secrets and her disregard for them. Tired in the bath, Kim Il-young admitted that despite her relief at Varuna's return, her strength was still depleted. Varuna, in chibi form, patted her back while scolding her for using her skills so recklessly. This constellation explained that she could heal wounds, but could not remove the burden of the penalties. Kim Il-young recalled that moment when she embraced Sayadin and admitted that her body had acted before her mind. Varuna materialized from the water, called Kim Il-young by her true name, and asked why she was sad when no one had been lost this time. Kim Il-young sadly replied that the sight only reminded her of the past. She remembered her old teammates and wondered if they would be revived, tormented by having left them behind in the struggle for survival. She pondered their fate in the old world, where the system no longer provided any answers. Ripples spread across the surface of the bathwater. Suddenly, Varuna appeared in the form of a small water creature, startling Kim Il-young. Kim Il-young exclaimed "Unny" in surprise, while Varuna affectionately called her "Young-a." Varuna affirmed that she always remembered every emotion Kim Il-young had experienced. Transforming into a waterfish, Varuna comforted her, saying she would never disappear and truly wished for Kim Il-young's happiness. Warmed by the sincere words, Kim Il-young smiled, touched. She reached out to touch Varuna, admitting she was just momentarily emotional, but then suddenly remembered something else. She thought about the suspicious energy she had sensed from Arwen. Kim Il-young deduced that the incident occurred while Varuna was absent, and she needed to prepare for what was to come. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and the malicious blood cult leader advised her to rest. Sayadin inquired from outside, saying he had left a change of clothes by the door, making Kim Il-young realize she had been in the bath too long. She replied that she was fine, and would be out shortly. But just as she was about to stand up, a dizzy spell overcame her, blurring her vision. Outside, Sayadin waited with an increasingly worried expression. Sensing something was wrong, he didn't hesitate to break down the door and call her name. Sayadin was shocked to see Kim Il-young slumped against the side of the bathtub, clutching her head from exhaustion. Kim Il-young collapsed, secretly astonished that her condition was so dire. Sayadin Ansirad gently placed his hand on her forehead to check. He quickly wrapped her in a thick, warm towel. Then, lifting her into his arms, he said he would hire more maids, but Kim Il-young quickly refused. Sayadin said nothing more, silently carrying her up the stairs. He carried her into his bedroom, feeling the warmth from Sayadin's embrace. Kim Il-young's eyes fluttered shut. Sayadin gazed gently down at the frail girl in his arms. He told her to sleep well, and he would help fix her hair. As he combed her silver hair, Sayadin remarked that she seemed melancholic lately. He apologized for letting her overexert herself, but Kim Il-young insisted it wasn't his fault. Nevertheless, Sayadin couldn't help but feel tormented. He recalled the moment he was stabbed by Ante Maquieres and collapsed in a pool of blood. It was because he was injured that she had to push herself to the point of exhaustion. Suddenly, Kim Il-young spoke up, asking what he was talking about. Sayadin reassured her that she had been very helpful. Kim Il-young shyly replied that she was the one who should be ashamed because he had reacted faster. Hearing this, Sayadin smiled, admitting that one could never be too careful. He told her not to try to protect him next time, but she misunderstood, thinking he wanted her to take care of herself. Sayadin draped a cloak over her and clarified that he meant he would be the one to protect her. Ignoring her confusion, Kim Il-young smiled contentedly as Sayadin took care of her. She told him she was going to sleep and urged him to rest as well. Sayadin gently placed his hand over her eyes, kissed her forehead, and wished her sweet dreams. As she drifted off to sleep, Kim Il-young's soul wandered in a dark, undefined space. She felt a strange gaze directed at her. Intense emotions like murderous intent, anger, and regret pierced through her, causing a severe headache. She wondered who owned these emotions and realized that a powerful malice had unconsciously drawn her in. As she tried to approach that energy, both sacred and repulsive, she heard no voices. Suddenly, Kim Il-young realized this source of power was all too familiar. It was a memory she could never forget. She recalled the horrified eyes looking at her through the gaps in her fingers, a pair of eyes containing a strange mix of fear and hatred. The memory of a city engulfed in flames resurfaced. Kim Il-young realized with horror that she definitely knew those eyes. Back in reality, she tossed and turned in bed, tormented by the nightmare. Kim Il-young suddenly woke up with a scream, drenched in sweat from fear. She sat bolt upright, instinctively summoning a gigantic demonic sword radiating dark energy. Gasping, she wondered what had just happened. The malicious blood cult leader appeared through the system window. remarking that the nightmare must have been truly terrifying to make her summon her sword. Kim E-young reassured herself and wondered if she was too stressed about Arwen's situation. Kim E-young dismissed her previous thought, now certain that the ominous presence in her dream was something far beyond Arwen's ability to handle. With rising horror, she realized the figure in that nightmare was none other than Lien Karis. She recalled her first days in this world and her initial search for Lien, regretting not having confirmed the saint's appearance sooner to have someone investigate. The image in the portrait, she remembered, was the perfect embodiment of a saint, radiating a pure and divine aura. However, she had to accept the truth that the image in her dream, though terrifying, was clearly Lien. Sitting bolt upright in bed, exhausted and bewildered, Kim E-young sighed, trying to comprehend this unbelievable situation. As intricate magic circles filled the room, she prepared to state a conclusion so unbelievable that she doubted anyone would accept it. Surrounded by the interfaces of her contracted spirits, she declared her horrifying suspicion. She believed she had just seen the owner of the tower. The malicious blood cult leader appeared in the system window, utterly shocked by this revelation and wondering if the entity was truly still alive. Kim E-young mused that this was unprecedented. In all her previous lives, the owner of the tower had never directly interfered with her mind, making her wonder what had changed. Asmodeus hypothesized that the entity must have followed her to this world, before Kim E-young revealed her horrifying conclusion. She believed it had possessed Lien's body. A past conversation flashed in her mind, and she suddenly understood why Princess Aiden had shown so little concern for the missing saint's whereabouts. The King of Waves and Healing appeared, expressing confusion and asking for clarification, as it was known that Lien Karis was a saint. Kim E-young's gaze sharpened as she confirmed this fact, adding that Lien being a saint was precisely what made the situation so strange. She reasoned that the owner of the tower resembled an evil god more than a divine entity, a characteristic evident through its history of usurpation and desecration of corpses. A dazzling divine light from her memory illuminated the scene. Recalling past battles with her comrades, she knew for certain that the entity was completely incompatible with divine power. She mentally listed other powerful individuals, the Emperor, Duke Makieris, Arwen, and even Princess Aiden, all of whom were far more logical hosts. This made its choice even more perplexing. Why would it bypass all those promising candidates to possess Lien, the only one whose sacred nature should have repelled it? Her hands clenched into fists, trembling under the weight of the terrible truth she had just realized. Kim E-young began to piece together the events, an astonishing hypothesis about Lien suddenly flashing in her mind. With a determined gaze, she delved into the saint's entire past to uncover the truth. Lien Karis was the only daughter of the once prestigious Count Karis family. However, the family quickly declined under the incompetent Count's management, to the point of risking losing everything. In the midst of despair, a child bearing powerful divine energy was born, none other than Saint Lien Karis. Her birth was a miracle that captured the attention of the entire empire. Lien's presence was considered the key to ending the war with monsters, a gift from the gods. At the same time, for the church, she was a trump card to counterbalance the emperor's power. Thus, the temple promised maximum care and immense financial aid, leading Count Karis to gladly give away his daughter. Growing up in the temple, Lien was educated to become a perfect saint. Upon reaching adulthood, she officially debuted and began her mission. By the Pope's decree, Lien became engaged to the Crown Prince, solidifying her status and bringing hope for peace. Her life seemed flawless, except for the envy of other nobles and misunderstood friendships. In a flashback, Lien sadly recalled the tea party ruined by Lady Cypress. Talia used magic to spill the tea, and then blamed Renee. Lien sighed, helpless as she tried to explain, but no one believed her, wishing everyone could live in harmony. She wondered why, even after the war had passed, people's hearts were still filled with hatred. Nevertheless, Lien smiled kindly, maintaining her forgiving heart. Looking up at the holy statue, she told herself that she could never hate anyone. Suddenly, she remembered with a start that today was the day for volunteer work in the slums. Lien Karis rushed away in a panic. The holy statue of Velua seemed to smile as it watched her. She left the serene temple grounds. At the volunteer area, she happily greeted the children. An accompanying priest worriedly asked if the work was too much for her. Lien replied with a radiant smile, saying that she truly enjoyed the work and it helped her forget her worries. For Lien, volunteering was her reason for living, as everyone's smiles helped her find peace. Suddenly, a terrifying vision appeared, warning of danger. The shock made her drop the basket she was holding. The priest quickly inquired when he saw she looked unwell. Lien held her head, trying to reassure him that she was just a little dizzy. Although she always wished for a world where everyone could smile, she was tormented by dark omens. A voice echoed in her head, warning that if she didn't go to a certain place, everyone would die. The intense feeling of horror was so strong that she felt as if she had been wounded. Believing this was a revelation from Velua, she knew she couldn't ignore it. Unaware of the tragic fate awaiting her, she decided to set off. The warning of danger had haunted her even before this. Prophecies ceaselessly echoed in her mind, urging her to go, or disaster would strike. A colossal threat was approaching, and Liane sat up with a determined expression. With resolve, she said that she had to go north, and so, Liane began her journey north without a specific plan. As a sheltered saintess, she didn't know how to survive in the wilderness. Nevertheless, driven solely by her sense of responsibility, she steadfastly moved forward. After 6 long nights of arduous travel, Liane finally reached the northern border of the empire. Her reindeer stopped on the pristine white snow. Before her appeared a pitch-black tower, the very source of the terrifying omen. Liane knelt, desperately praying and asking the god Belua about the nature of that dark structure. A divine message revealed that this was the greatest catastrophe in history, something that would destroy the entire world. Horrifying Liane. With tears in her eyes, she questioned Belua why he had sent her to such a terrible place. Another disturbing vision commanded her to warn the world about the approaching apocalypse. Liane realized the desperation of the situation, wondering if they would have enough time if they couldn't stop the tower. Suddenly, the clatter of a carriage echoed from afar. She turned back in surprise, wondering what carriage would appear in this desolate place. The door of the luxurious carriage slowly opened. A person in high-ranking priestly attire stepped out, and Liane recognized him as an acquaintance. She was stunned to realize it was Archbishop Decius. Liane watched in dismay as the archbishop and other priests headed straight towards the tower, emanating evil energy. She was confused, as he had never once mentioned the existence of this tower. A horrifying suspicion arose in Liane's heart, that the priests themselves were involved in the impending catastrophe. Standing amidst the snowy landscape, Liane wondered if the temple itself had built that dark tower. Her heart filled with confusion, she pondered the possibilities. Either there was a shocking secret within the temple, or Archbishop Decius was acting unilaterally. In a nearby village, Liane, cloaked, was determined to uncover the truth about the archbishop's actions to report back to the Pope. Suddenly, she froze when she overheard a disturbing question about finding a healthy body. 2 priests were discussing, one suggesting the king of mercenaries, but the other wondered if they should find a more devout person for the apostle of God. Liane repeated the suspicious keywords in astonishment. A healthy body and an apostle of God. She affirmed to herself that whatever was in the tower was not an apostle of Belua, as the energy emanating from it was completely different. The 2 priests' discussion continued. They believed that once the apostle descended, any body would be filled with divine power, and thus accepted the king of mercenaries as the best option. They walked and discussed the cost of hiring the king of mercenaries, then entered a tavern together. Liane silently watched them disappear behind the tavern door. Her heart in turmoil, she secretly prayed to Belua, unable to understand why an apostle would need a host body. She stood alone in the quiet square, feeling lost and helpless. In despair, Liane agonizingly wondered why the god she served so devotedly was silent at this moment. Lost in thought, she was startled when an elderly woman from the village approached and called her saintess. The woman hastily grabbed Liane's cloak, joyfully confirming her identity. Immediately, the woman knelt and pleaded, explaining that her daughter was gravely ill but had been refused an audience by the archbishop. Liane was slightly flustered by the sudden and urgent plea from the villager. She quickly regained her composure, smiled gently, and said that the archbishop was probably busy with important matters. Then, Liane knelt and took the woman's hand, reassuring her that she would visit the child on the archbishop's behalf to check on her condition. The woman bowed repeatedly in thanks, while Liane waved goodbye as she hurried away. The narration recounts the criteria for choosing bait: a healthy body and a devout believer. And most importantly, it had to be someone who could be taken without attracting attention, and that person was Liane. In a flashback, Liane had volunteered to be the bait, and Archbishop Decius was surprised by her sudden appearance. However, Liane merely smiled and said she was just passing by to conceal the plan. On the 3rd day under Decius's supervision, Liane was caring for a boy in the chapel. She cheerfully greeted when Archbishop Decius called her name from behind. Decius approached and said he had a favor to ask of her. He spoke of a gravely ill patient whose divine power was insufficient to heal. Liane asked in return if he wanted her to visit that patient. Decius looked apologetic, but Liane humbly replied that she regarded all believers as her siblings. With a fleeting, sinister expression, Decius suggested they depart immediately. After Liane agreed, they left the church together. In the carriage, Liane looked out at the snowy scenery and wondered why the patient's residence resembled a prison. Decius took her hand, explaining that the person had confined themselves for fear of infecting others. Liane secretly sympathized with that tragic soul as the carriage ventured deeper into the desolate land. Suddenly, Liane realized something was wrong, and her expression turned aghast. A loud noise echoed as they entered the secluded building. Eerie sounds continued to reverberate from the dark stone floor. Anicaps was thrown to the ground, realizing she had fallen into a trap. In the darkness, a glowing red eye slowly opened. Anicaps realized in horror her perilous situation. Her reflection appeared in the demonic eye, amidst pleas for grace. The day after the ominous dream, Kim Il-young and everyone else proceeded to the Grand Temple. In the audience chamber, she, the Crown Prince, and Sayyidin Ansirad met with the Pope. The Pope expressed relief at seeing her well, but Kim Il-young knew he needed an explanation for the events at the ceremony. However, the Pope said the Crown Prince had told him about her identity and her contract with the Red Dragon. Kim Il-young secretly praised the Crown Prince for helping her conceal it, because in this world, dragons are considered messengers of the god Balua. The Pope said that moment was like a new saintess about to appear, and Lian would surely have been delighted, but he sighed, admitting that things had become complicated. He explained that the temple could not announce her miracle as the blessing of the Red Dragon, making Kim Il-young suspect it was due to the Emperor. The Pope confirmed that the Emperor had issued an order forbidding talk of the contractor with the Red Dragon, fearing that her identity as Renee Maquieros would be exposed. Kim Il-young recalled with disgust the Emperor's crude demand for marriage in exchange for a position at the ceremony. The Pope said she didn't need to announce it if she found it difficult. Kim Il-young casually suggested simply saying it was a miracle, performed by the priests together. But the Pope dismissed it, stating that the people were not foolish, and the power she displayed far surpassed ordinary priests. He explained that the populace, already anxious over the loss of the saintess, having now witnessed a miracle, would flock even more to the temple, seeking solace. He added that people were always more interested in emerging heroes than in lost legends. Kim Il-young finally understood. That was why the Pope regretted denying her as a new saintess. The Pope continued to explain the temple's dire situation, the loss of the saintess, internal divisions, and insufficient power to confront the Emperor or investigate the matter. He concluded that the temple was currently powerless, unable to resist the Emperor or appease the populace, a situation likened to lambs before lions and beasts. Faced with the chaotic situation laid bare, Kim Il-young crossed her arms and affirmed that she understood the Pope's implication. She frankly pointed out the only solution was the presence of a new saintess to re-establish the temple's authority. Struck by the truth, the Pope turned away, silently contemplating. Kim Il-young sighed wearily at the new burden and leaned on Crown Prince Ishir's shoulder. Crown Prince Ishir also pledged to the Pope that he would exert all his efforts to find Lian. Overjoyed, the Pope clasped Kim Il-young's hands and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Nevertheless, Kim Il-young remained pensive, recalling that her efforts to find Lian had failed because the power of the King of Waves and Healing was blocked by some force. She put forth a terrifying hypothesis that if the owner of the tower was indeed possessing Lian's body, as in her dream, that was why the spirits couldn't locate her. Kim Il-young concluded that unless the King of Waves and Healing intervened directly, the owner of the tower would easily bypass weaker spirits. Returning to the conversation, Kim Il-young asked if she had been cleared of the witch accusations, and the Pope firmly stated that it was absurd. The Pope also wondered about Archbishop Disas's stubbornness in pushing the petition against her. Standing next to Sayyidin, Kim Il-young secretly concluded that the Pope was completely clueless, and the consecration ceremony was actually an elaborate trap set by the owner of the tower. She decided to ask one last thing. Kim Il-young directly asked the Pope if he had sent any priests to the north at the time Lian disappeared. A flash of realization made her eyes widen in surprise. The Pope thoughtfully repeated the question, trying to recall memories of the north. After the meeting, their carriage rolled away from the temple. Inside the carriage, Crown Prince Ishir was surprised that Kim Il-young was the one who proactively promised to search for Anicaps. With a melancholic expression, Ishir wondered if the saintess was still alive. Kim Il-young immediately chided him for being pessimistic, reminding him that finding Lian would strengthen his claim to the throne. Ishir admitted that if Lian returned, he would have to marry her and break up with Kim Il-young. Hearing that, Sayyidin Ansirad immediately asked if that was all right. Kim Il-young crossed her arms, asserting that everything was perfectly fine. The Crown Prince merely bowed his head in silence, unable to hide his sadness. Meanwhile, Kim Il-young secretly thought that their contractual relationship would soon end, and she was too tired of having to pretend. A quest from the tower appeared, requiring her to kiss a male lead with over 500 affection points. Kim Il-young told herself she wouldn't choose Ishir just for the reward. Convinced that her feelings for him weren't strong enough, she happily outlined a plan to break up after finding Lian so he could be free to get engaged. However, Ishir unexpectedly declared that he had no intention of breaking up, leaving Kim Il-young stunned. He looked directly at her and said that he had planned to marry her. The watching constellations excitedly bought up all the popcorn to watch the show. Kim Il-young frantically dismissed it as nonsense, but Ishir insisted she wouldn't find anyone better than him. She irritably retorted that no one was as rude as him, then pointed at a murderous-looking Sayadin, and said that even her big dog was angry. Ishir then provoked, confidently stating that he could propose tomorrow, but doubted if Sayadin could do the same. Sayadin unexpectedly grabbed Kim Il-young's shoulder and asserted, "I can." An argument erupted as Sayadin declared he would propose with sincerity, not power, while Kim Il-young was tired of being caught in the middle. Cornered, Kim Il-young raised her hand to stop them as both Sayadin and Crown Prince Ishir simultaneously demanded she choose between them. The sudden chaos made Kim Il-young scream in frustration, while Constellation Varuna seemed utterly delighted. A system window suddenly appeared, forcing her to choose one of the two. If she refused, both of their affection points would drop sharply. Kim Il-young frowned, realizing the system was blatantly biased, and wondered why it favored Ishir so much. She felt suffocated, because unlike her previous life, the system continuously forced her to follow the original plot. Sayadin anxiously called her name when he saw Kim Il-young's expression change. Crown Prince Ishir also spoke up, calling her in an authoritative manner. Too exhausted, Kim Il-young crossed her arms and plopped down, clearly showing her dissatisfaction. She hesitated, beginning to give her answer. The scene suddenly shifted to the tower area in the Empire's far north, where towering mountains were submerged in ice and snow. In this place so cold it froze her breath, Kim Il-young stood huddled in a thick cloak. Varuna offered to prepare warm water, but Kim Il-young secretly thought she was immune to heat and cold. She realized the bone-chilling cold wasn't due to the weather, but from the tension radiating from Ishir and Sayadin. Turning to look at the two men glaring at each other, Kim Il-young irritably asked how long they intended to continue like this. Ishir detested having to stand on the same ground, while Sayadin felt humiliated to be under the same sky as his rival. Kim Il-young sighed in exasperation at their childishness, while there was only one reason for the three of them to come to this icy land. She recalled the time she couldn't track Liancaris because Varuna was disconnected. However, Sayadin had used the Shira Guild to track the Saintess's whereabouts and found a clue right here. Kim Il-young also remembered scolding Sayadin for not informing her of this important information sooner. Sayadin reassured Kim Il-young that he had prepared documents and stationed his people in the village. Infiltration would not be difficult. The map clearly showed Lian's last trace was found in Toto village, located north of the tower. This village was originally a refuge for criminals exiled during the war. Therefore, it was an isolated village, with almost no contact with the outside world. Upon arriving at the village gate, Kim Il-young asked about the meeting point, and Sayadin said his people were already there. A Shira Guild member named Layla, disguised with one eye bandaged, joyfully called Sayadin brother. Sayadin smiled back, glad that Layla looked healthy, while Ishir and Kim Il-young appeared surprised. Layla thanked Sayadin for finding medicine for her, and said that she was so happy to see him again, that she didn't feel the arduous journey. Ishir looked annoyed, while Kim Il-young secretly thought that if one didn't know, anyone would mistake them for long-lost siblings. Inside a house, Layla reported that the Saintess was last seen 5 days ago, after healing some villagers and then leaving. Kim Il-young was startled, asking again about healing, not killing, which confused Layla. She wondered how the owner of the tower, who specialized in killing people and stealing bodies, could heal, and if possessing the Saintess's body allowed him to use divine power. Layla explained that because the village had no temple, the Saintess usually came here every 5 or 6 days to heal the villagers. A flashback showed Liancaris using divine power to heal a man's wound in the village. Layla revealed that even though this place was remote, the Saintess had still heard rumors about the romantic relationship between the Crown Prince and Kim Il-young. Hearing that, Ishir quietly bowed his head, his expression becoming pensive. He pondered, wondering if that was why Lian hadn't returned to the capital. Ishir questioned Layla, and she explained that the villagers knew the Saintess's identity, but kept it a secret at her own request. Kim Il-young listened in silence as Layla said the villagers kept the secret out of gratitude for the Saintess saving their lives. Layla revealed that she had to injure her own right eye to infiltrate this vigilant village, and thus, quickly met the Saintess. Layla recounted that the villagers were worried and offered Liancaris to stay, but she always left and disappeared into the blizzard. The Saintess always left decisively. The villagers, descendants of fugitives, never questioned Liancaris when she used divine power to conceal herself and disappear, as they understood the feeling of having to flee. Kim Il-young pondered, realizing that gathering information about the Saintess here was very difficult, and wondered why Liancaris neither returned to the capital nor completely disappeared. She didn't understand why Liancaris kept wandering in this place. The King of Waves and Healing also expressed doubt, stating that if the owner of the tower had released Liancaris, it would contradict the timing of Kim Il-young's dream. Ultimately, everything remained a mystery, and Kim Il-young decided there was only one way to confirm the truth. She declared to the group that they had to find Liancaris themselves, according to the original plan. Because the inn was small and didn't have many rooms, Kim Il-young had to share a room with Layla. Similarly, Sayedin Ansirad and Ishir von Ramdish also had to share a room. While Kim Il-young was silently wondering if those two could stop bickering for a day, Layla cautiously struck up a conversation with her. Layla suddenly asked directly if Kim Il-young was dating her commander, leaving Kim Il-young stunned. Confused, Kim Il-young asked why Layla thought so, and when Layla said it was surprising, she asserted that Sayedin Ansirad was also a person and could date. Layla insisted that her commander was not that kind of person, and anyone in the Shira Guild would agree, making Kim Il-young even more perplexed. Layla explained that in nearly 10 years of working under Sayedin Ansirad, she had never seen him have any personal relationships. No lovers, not even friends. Kim Il-young found it hard to believe because Sayedin Ansirad always treated her kindly and gently. Then she asked about Layla's and the others' relationship with him. Layla replied that they were merely subordinates, with no personal connection despite working together for a long time, and she herself didn't understand why. Layla surprisingly asked how they could know something Kim Il-young herself didn't know, leaving both of them confused about each other's perception of her relationship with Sayedin Ansirad. Layla, still in disguise, directly asked Kim Il-young if she truly had no relationship with their commander. Kim Il-young smiled, replying that if she had to define it, her relationship with Sayedin Ansirad was like that of a teacher and student. However, she recalled a sudden choice from the system, forcing her to choose between Ishir von Ramdish and Sayedin Ansirad. In a flashback, Kim Il-young painfully declared that she would reject both of them. The system immediately announced that her favorability points with both had sharply decreased, along with a warning about mission progress. She knew her decision had hurt them, which was evident on both their faces. Nevertheless, Kim Il-young remained resolute in her heart that she could not marry anyone. Ishir von Ramdish confusedly asked why she would say such words. She told herself that this was reality. She was just a hunter possessing someone else's body and completing a mission to return home. Her true, injured self appeared, contrasting with Renee's appearance, symbolizing that she could not promise a future in this body. She believed that anyone who married her would face misfortune, and she didn't want either of them to suffer. Kim Il-young admitted that even as a wanderer, she had gradually grown attached to everyone, and didn't want to become an emotional burden to them. Back in the present, both Sayedin Ansirad and Ishir von Ramdish lay awake in their beds at the inn. Meanwhile, Layla was fast asleep. Outside, Kim Il-young had changed into her combat attire and activated the skill Astaroth's Breath to put everyone to sleep. The King of Waves and Healing worriedly asked if she would be okay going alone, but Kim Il-young insisted that she was fine. She secretly thought that she had no intention of bringing the other two along, because if the owner of the tower truly possessed Leon Karis, only she would be strong enough to confront it. She asked the King of Waves and Healing again to confirm the dark energy emanating from the tower, and received a firm nod. Kim Il-young concluded that if even a constellation felt uneasy, it was definitely a trace of the owner of the tower. Kim Il-young smiled resolutely, telling herself that she would finally get to see its face. In the distance, a colossal dark tower emitted a malevolent purple energy into the night. Dawn broke over the snow-covered village, signaling the start of a new day. In the bedroom, Ishir von Ramdish suddenly sat up in bed. His hand immediately gripped the hilt of the sword beside him. With determined red eyes, Ishir von Ramdish drew his sword, ready for action. Sayedin Ansirad looked through the window, saw Ishir von Ramdish was ready, and spoke, "Get ready." Ishir von Ramdish was startled to realize he could no longer sense Renee's energy. Sayedin Ansirad mused that she had put everyone to sleep and left, and even though he had prepared beforehand, she still detected and nullified it. He sadly recalled that no matter how many times he tried to approach her, Renee would still disappear in the blink of an eye. The memory of Kim Il-young's words that anyone who married her would be unhappy resurfaced, making Sayedin Ansirad wonder why she said that. He clenched his fist, firmly asserting that he himself would not be unhappy. Ishir von Ramdish approached from behind, asking Sayedin Ansirad if he had heard the sound just now, and received confirmation. Both looked towards the distant tower through the window, realizing that voice was definitely Renee's, as an image of her with black hair rushing through the snowstorm flashed through their minds. A few hours before Sayedin Ansirad and Ishir von Ramdish woke up, Kim Il-young had reached the vicinity of the tower. Standing before the tower, she received warnings about a threat and a strong smell of blood from the King of Waves and Healing and the malicious blood cult leader. As Asmodeus opened the gates of hell, Kim Il-young sensed the barrier and asserted that the culprit was definitely here amidst the overlapping malice. A gigantic, monstrous creature emerged from the tower. At the same time, a subquest required her to confirm the presence outside the barrier. Asmodeus scoffed that only a fool would fall into a trap, but Kim Il-young still decided to proceed. Asmodeus mocked her recklessness, but Kim Il-young declared that she would never back down. The King of Waves and Healing complained that this contract was nothing short of a scam, prompting Kim Il-young to object. She used her own blood as a sacrifice, calling upon the enemy's bloodlust. With a confident smile, she summoned the evil trace sword and called this a lucrative contract. A colossal purple energy surge from the sword shot straight into the barrier. The terrifying explosion shattered the barrier, throwing Kim Il-young far back. After regaining her footing, she looked straight ahead, with a resolute expression. A voice echoed, declaring that it had been waiting for her for a very long time. Amidst the blizzard, the tower's grand gate slowly opened. Kim Il-young looked at the enemy waiting inside, and uttered a curse. Inside, a woman with a mysterious smile was waiting. That person, in the body of the Saintess Lian Karis, welcomed Kim Il-young as a fated enemy. Kim Il-young questioned how it felt to usurp another's body, and the enemy in Lian's body admitted it was quite pleased. The owner of the tower revealed that it was initially shocked when its subordinates brought back a saintess as a vessel. It recalled that Lian Karis had fiercely resisted with her divine power, even when it was weakened. However, once possessed, this seemingly fragile body could fully withstand its power. Therefore, the owner of the tower decided to enjoy this body for a while. Kim Il-young silently understood that because Lian was originally a vessel for divine power, her body could endure it. Kim Il-young realized she could feel both the owner of the tower's energy and Lian's life force within the same body. She understood that the enemy using a living body to deploy its power made the situation even worse than before. This also explained why it hadn't shown itself until now, as it was busy possessing Lian's body, which was filled with divine power. In other words, Kim Il-young bitterly realized that Lian had been fighting the owner of the tower alone all this time. The owner of the tower scoffed that its barrier was as weak as paper, then thanked Il-young for killing it, which allowed it to obtain this body. Anger flared, and Kim Il-young tightened her grip on her sword hilt. The malicious blood cult leader appeared, advising her not to fall for the provocation, though admitting he would sacrifice the child but knew she wouldn't. Asmodeus also reminded her that she had faced this dilemma before and would regret it if she hesitated. The King of Waves and Healing silenced the other two, then asked if she would choose to save the Saintess before her or those about to die at the enemy's hands. After a moment of contemplation, Kim Il-young closed her eyes. She brought her sword forward, making her decision. With a confident smile, Kim Il-young declared that she would not abandon anyone. The owner of the tower burst out laughing, asking if she intended to fight it, and sarcastically remarking that Lian's life meant nothing to her. Kim Il-young calmly placed her hand on her sword. She smirked, reminding the owner of the tower that its memory was failing, and that it had already lost to her once. A skill activated as her sword generated an energy explosion. She deployed the malicious blood domain, enveloping the entire tower in a deadly red space. Next, she activated Dual Blade, admitting that sealing the enemy without killing Lian would not be easy. But standing amidst countless blades, Kim Il-young asserted that, because she knew its skills well, she would not lose. Kim Il-young unleashed a fierce attack, creating a blazing red energy explosion. Amidst the battle, the owner of the tower called out her true name, Li-young. An iconic image showed Lian Karis's will being crushed. In Lian's body, the owner of the tower sprouted black wings and mocked Kim Il-young's foolishness. In response, Kim Il-young activated a skill, causing the malicious blood cult leader to stir up a storm of blood. She proceeded to summon the spirits of the King of Waves and Healing, and simultaneously gathered Asmodeus's demon legion. Suddenly, Kim Il-young froze as the owner of the tower activated the skill, Manifestation of Fear, Untreatable. It smiled provocatively, making Kim Il-young realize in horror that this was a skill she had never seen before. Standing with its arms crossed, it scoffed, asking if this was her end after all her boasting. The owner of the tower wore a triumphant smile, completely gaining the upper hand. The system explained that this skill was created from the accumulated fears of all those who had ever climbed the tower. It materialized horrors such as a giant spider stalking its prey, or colossal sharks surrounding a lone hunter in the deep sea. Kim Il-young recalled the past, when its attack patterns had increased exponentially due to the diversity of fears. Her face in her memory showed extreme agony as she endured this mental attack. She reminisced about having to use countless regressions to counter all its tricks. But now, she realized a horrifying truth. It was manifesting fears never before seen in the tower. That meant all the knowledge she had accumulated through her past lives had become utterly useless. With a weary sigh, Kim Il-young decided to use a dangerous power she had tried to hold back. Kim Il-young called out to the owner of the tower. She smirked, believing that the only solution now was to overwhelm the opponent with absolute power. To the owner of the tower's astonishment, a system notification appeared, stating that the constellation summoning skill had been activated. Immediately, a colossal pillar of energy descended from the sky, causing a terrifying explosion. Amidst the chaotic scene, the owner of the tower couldn't believe what it was witnessing. Kim Il-young stood calmly, completely unaffected by the aftershocks. A mighty constellation appeared, admitting that Kim Il-young always surprised him. The system confirmed that the summoning was complete and would last for 3 minutes. This constellation's presence was described as transcendent, an existence that could not be identified as demon or god. His appearance caused an imbalance in the world, forcing the system to intervene and simultaneously increasing Kim Il-young's reputation. The constellation remarked that it had been a very long time since he had set foot on the ground. The system completed adjusting the stats of the constellation, who was identified as the malicious blood cult leader. Kim Il-young handed her sword to Huanwan and told him to take it. Huanwan showed immense interest upon seeing the sword. He recognized it as Huane, his long-lost sword. Then, he turned to call Kim Il-young his master. Huanwan swung his sword, unleashing a crimson surge of energy towards the owner of the tower. Calling Kim Il-young by her true name, Li Young, he decided to give her what she desired and prepared to unleash Asura sword art, first form. The technique named Heaven's Opening was unleashed, creating a destructive vortex. Faced with the destructive attack, the owner of the tower hastily used its black wings for defense. However, the defense was quickly pierced, and fresh blood splattered to its astonishment. It screamed in pain as a massive crimson energy blast struck, tearing its body apart. Asura sword art, 83rd form, enveloped it with countless deadly sword strikes. The owner of the tower staggered, trying to evade the sword energy still sweeping around it. Huanwan smiled, announcing the next technique's name, Blood Prison. Instantly, a storm of crimson sword energy completely imprisoned the owner of the tower. Trapped, it furiously roared Huanwan's name and questioned why he was obstructing it. Hearing his true name, Huanwan smiled with satisfaction, thanking his enemy for letting him hear it again after a long time. The owner of the tower gritted its teeth, trying to resist the tightening energy chains with its bare hands. It was completely bound, helpless, against the power of Blood Prison. A dark force rose from the ground, beginning to tear its body apart. With hateful eyes, the owner of the tower swore to tear Huanwan's face apart. It activated the skill, Manifestation of Fear, Void, causing itself to fall into a dark abyss. From the abyss, a swarm of shadowy creatures flew up, embodying the recently unleashed skill. Faced with that, Huanwan simply gripped his sword, preparing for the finishing blow. He took his stance, ready to unleash Asura sword art, 999th form, the final technique. Huanwan swung his sword, releasing a final destructive surge of energy. Kim Il-young recalled why she chose Huanwan as her first constellation. Because he was the strongest among those without a contract, one who imprisoned himself. In Kim Il-young's memory, Huanwan appeared as a punished sinner, sitting amidst a sea of blood. He looked up, his golden eyes questioning why she would choose a sinner like him. Kim Il-young remembered that upon seeing Huanwan's eyes, which had lost all reason to live, she realized he was like her, a person imprisoned by fate. She approached and offered him to help her alleviate her own karmic burden. Huanwan clenched his fist as Kim Il-young confessed that she wanted to return somewhere but couldn't go alone. She spoke desperately of the endless cycle of death and rebirth she had endured. Huanwan silently listened to her confession. Kim Il-young expressed a burning desire to reach the end of the path, to escape the feeling of being trapped in an endless labyrinth. A tear fell, disturbing the still surface of the blood lake. Hearing her pain, Huanwan stood up, silently pitying the poor young soul before him. He faced Kim Il-young, realizing that although she came seeking salvation, she was the one who brought him the light of salvation. Huanwan's blood-stained finger gently touched her cheek, and he called her true name, Li Young. He asked if, in exchange for his power, she could swear to grant him eternal rest. Kim Il-young closed her eyes, accepting the offer. She placed her hand on his cheek and solemnly promised to fulfill it. As the contract was established, Huanwan began to rise from the ground. Amidst the sea of blood, crimson flowers began to bloom as he called her name once more. He declared that she would be his salvation. Both ascended amidst the vibrant red petals, and Huanwan concluded his vow, "And I shall be yours." In the present moment, the red petals fell and transformed into streaks of blood. Kim Il-young recalled why that day came back to her mind. She reminisced about the battle, silently thinking about facing a constellation so incredibly excited. It was because she could synchronize with her own source of power. Even without fully knowing the owner of the tower's tricks, she still felt she could defeat it. She unleashed a powerful attack on the enemy. However, the owner of the tower, in Lian Karis's body, merely smiled eerily. Kim Il-young realized that the longer a constellation was summoned, the greater the divine burden placed upon her. Her entire body seemed to scream in pain. Long ago, she had relinquished control of the malicious blood cult to Huanwan because it had exceeded her endurance. In the end, she couldn't even keep up with his movements with her bare eyes. Huanwan's attack was so fierce that it swept away the thick blood mist, revealing the blue sky. When the battle ended, everything fell silent. Amidst the desolate scene, with not a sound echoing, Kim Il-young silently called Huanwan's name. She stood alone, feeling only the unbearable, pungent smell of blood. Even the usually noisy constellations fell silent, causing her to shout Huanwan's name. She was horrified to realize that even the system chat window couldn't be opened. In a panic, she ran towards the rubble, screaming for Huanwan to come back. She stumbled in the snow, regretting her haste and begging him to stop joking because she was terrified. Kim Il-young desperately recalled that Huanwan had always been by her side, even when she couldn't see and when everyone else had left. In a flashback, she apologized for her arrogance in thinking she could resolve his karma, and begged him to just come back. The memory of her pleading with him not to leave her resurfaced. Returning to reality, she screamed Huanwan's name in despair. Suddenly, a voice called out, telling her to be quiet because his ears were ringing. The voice explained that the abomination had fled. Kim Il-young retorted angrily, stating that wasn't what mattered right now. Huanwan appeared, gently placing his hand on her head and calling her by her true name, Li-young. As a system window announced the dungeon had been cleared. Panicked, she clutched his sleeve and asked if he was about to disappear. He sadly replied that this couldn't be their end. A system warning flashed, indicating her body had reached its limit when facing divinity, while Huanwan assured her he was always with her. He gently lifted her chin and told her not to cry. Kim Il-young's hands reached out helplessly as his figure faded away. Her body lost all strength and she fell backward. She landed on the cold snow. Kim Il-young lay motionless on the ground, blood spreading from her wound. She lay there, exhausted and unconscious. In her delirium, she seemed to hear a distant call of Renee. At the same time, a system notification appeared, showing the Lord of Temptation was extremely worried about her. Kim Il-young woke up to be overwhelmed by a flood of system notifications from panicked constellations. With over 9,999 unread messages, she disappointedly realized that among the countless messages, there was none from the person she most longed for. She recalled that the reason she was in this state was because of the malicious blood cult leader, Huanwan. It was due to her using the newly unlocked skill, Constellation Summoning, a powerful skill but one with strict limitations. Knowing that the summoned constellation would be sealed for 30 days, Kim Il-young irritably wondered why Huanwan hadn't told her beforehand. Despite this, she felt relieved that it was only a temporary parting, as he had said, not a permanent disappearance. She placed her hand on her chest, thinking that perhaps because they had said goodbye directly. This time, though it wasn't the first time a constellation had been sealed, her heart ached in a particularly special way. Just then, the door to her room creaked open. Someone carrying a tray of food quietly entered, hesitating at the threshold. Sayedin Ansirad burst in, calling out Renee's name loudly upon seeing she was awake, startling Kim Il-young. She looked up at him with a surprised expression, silently calling his name. Sayedin looked at her intently with concern, commenting on her complexion. He continued to observe her carefully. He informed Kim Il-young that she had been unconscious for the past 3 days, which greatly astonished her. Hearing this, she suddenly realized her clothes had been changed. She recalled that she was sure she had been wearing her hunter gear. Through a flashback, Sayedin explained that he had asked Layla to change her clothes, and Layla had mentioned it was quite a struggle because the outfit was so strange. He added that the outfit didn't exist anywhere on this continent, making Kim Il-young even more tense. Sayedin Ansirad began to question, reminding Kim Il-young of her promise not to let her guard down again. He gently placed his hand on her cheek. With a pained expression, Sayedin asked who had pushed her to such a state of vigilance. Kim Il-young was stunned, a tear rolling down her cheek. He took her hand, saying he wanted to ask about her true self, not Renee. Kneeling by the bed, Sayedin directly asked her where she truly came from. Sayedin's thoughts revealed his long-standing desire to know how she obtained such immense power. He was also curious about her connection to the tower, and about the other version of herself she had mentioned. He realized that the more he learned, the more contradictions he found between her past and present self. Previously, Sayedin had decided to patiently wait until she was ready to share. However, he thought that if that secret was the cause of her unhappiness, and if she intended to bear it all alone, then, the story was different now. Returning to the present, Sayedin firmly gripped Kim Il-young's hand. She looked at him, seemingly understanding his unwavering resolve. Kim Il-young silently realized that she could no longer lie to escape. She told Sayedin to get up, suggesting they both eat before talking. Finally, Kim Il-young admitted that it would be a very long story.